Advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Everyone knows time is money, so don't wait weeks for the IRS to send out your tax refund. Go to Jackson Hewitt instead for up to $3,500 with a no-interest, no-fee tax refund advance loan. With up to $3,500, you could bring home the bacon and bring it home today. Money now instead of later? That's worth its weight in gold. Don't wait weeks for your refund. Go to Jackson Hewitt today. For eligible clients, loans by Republic Bank and Trust Company. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Sunny skies this afternoon in Walnut Creek, highs near 63.
Weather brought to you by Pfizer and BioNTech. This winter, there are new COVID-19.
Oh, baby. Whoa, it's Wednesday. It's Wednesday. It's almost Sunday. I can't wait for Sunday. We got a lot going on today. Warriors and Grizzlies take the floor. We'll talk some Dubs. Of course, John Morant will be back in the lineup for the Memphis Grizzlies. Stephen Curry got a new haircut, a business-like haircut, as the Warriors get ready to bounce back after that terrible loss to the Brooklyn Nets. Of course, we got Eagles and Niners. Tom Rathman, the great fullback, longtime fullback for the 49ers, 3-time Super Bowl champ, former running back coach with the 49ers. He's going to join us at 7:30 to break down this matchup. He knows a little something about playing in cold weather NFC title games like he did in Chicago way back when the Niners went to Soldier Field. The finesse-ass 49ers beat up on the Bears 28-3. But I do want to start here, and I want to pick up where you and Joe Spinoni's doing a great job on the pregame show, where you guys basically left off during the pregame show, and that's talking Baseball Hall of Fame. Now, look, I don't get outraged over it anymore. I just don't. It's just
I say me, I'm not going to be, but I always fall for the banana in the tailpipe. No.
It doesn't.
It really bugs me.
It doesn't even bother me anymore. I mean, baseball as a sport continues to just piss all over itself. All right, so you get one Hall of Famer yesterday. One Hall of Famer. And the Hall of Famer who was elected is not Andrew Jones.
Which is ridiculous.
It's not Gary Sheffield. It's not Carlos Beltran. It's not Jeff Kent. All right? Manny Ramirez. 33% of the vote.
Can you write the history of, just for 1 second, can you write the history of baseball without including Manny Ramirez into there?
You can't write it without Manny Ramirez. You actually can't write it without Alex Rodriguez.
Nope.
You can't write it without Jeff Kent. You can't write it without Carlos Beltran. You can't write the history of baseball without Todd Helton of the Colorado Rockies. So baseball decides, you know what? 76% of the vote is going to go to Scott Rowland. Scott Rowland is in the Hall of Fame, Shaskin. I'm going to let you riff here. But Look, people make fun of me. You know, you guys make fun of me. I love baseball.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. I love baseball.
I know you do.
I'm disappointed at what the Giants have done.
For sure.
They don't appeal to me right now.
Yeah.
But I would love baseball.
Yeah.
Scott Rowland. When is Scott Rowland ever a top 5 offensive player in the National League?
Oh, no, let's go his own position. I wrote down. I'm gonna go through these players with you because I did this exercise with Spadoni. I just wrote down off the top of my head, and then I cross-referenced to make sure that I wasn't tripping because I play video games and fantasy baseball the entire time while Scott Rowland played, and I just was obviously a diehard fan. Okay, during his era, guys that overlapped while he played. Okay, let's start at the top. Chipper Jones, gold standard third base.
Yeah,
switch hitter.
Yep.
Come on, you know.
Baller.
Yeah, he is the gold standard at third base. Right. Adrian Beltre.
Oh, my gosh.
Alex Rodriguez. Those, to me, those three separate themselves from everyone else. Okay? At any point in Scott Rowland's career, you could make the argument that these guys had multiple better years than Scott Rowland ever had. Ryan Zimmerman. Aramis Ramirez. And by the way, Aramis Ramirez, look at the numbers.
Oh, he was a baller. Aramis Ramirez underrated.
Oh, dramatically.
Very underrated. I like Aramis Ramirez.
Troy Gloss. Eric Chavez. David Wright. Evan Longoria. Josh Donaldson. Those are just, and that's not even without including the other three guys, Chipper Jones, Beltre, and Alex Rodriguez. Look, you can write the history of baseball without talking about Scott Rowland. He's very forgettable. You know,
has anybody brought up Scott Rowland? The only thing that I think is the signature moment of Scott Rowland's career is holding out with the Philadelphia Phillies.
Oh, I was going to go the error that he had against the Giants with the walking Arias hit to third base when they were down 2-0 in the 7th inning, and he fumbled the ball and pulled the Bill Buckner.
Game 3. 2012 in LDS.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't even care anymore. Like, usually when the Baseball Hall of Fame comes around at 3 p.m. West Coast time, you're like, ooh, let's get the MLB Network. Let's turn on the television. Let's get ready. 3 o'clock came. I said, babe, I was, building a little Minnie Mouse bike for Baby Chaz. I said, I'm going to go pick up Baby Chaz now. I don't even care. I'll find out who's in the Hall of Fame later on. And then when I text the thread, whatever time that was, it said Scott Rowland really made the Hall of Fame.
It's the joke.
Just talk about impact. Jeff Kent, more impact to Scott Rowland?
At second base, he's one of the great modern sluggers at second base. Altuve is going to break some of those records.
Right.
But like Kent, for, a 30-year period, clearly head and shoulders, and his 5 years of impact better than anyone's at that position. Offensively.
Gary Sheffield.
Gary Sheffield is one of the great baseball players that we don't give enough love to.
How about this?
Guy played 8 positions.
How about this? There's an at-bat to save your life.
You
taking Sheffield over Scott Rowland, or you taking Scott Rowland over Sheffield?
Sheffield, we do this thing about defense, right? Well, Scott Rowland was so good defensively. I think David Wright was better than him defensively.
Right.
I think Eric Chavez was better than him defensively. You could make an argument when he first came up. Evan Longoria was better than him defensively. We did this thing because he was a St. Louis Cardinal and a Red. Oh, he's a good white boy representing the Midwest. It's ridiculous, B. Like
8-time Gold Glove Award winner. I get that. It's not bad. I'll give him that. 8-time Gold Glove winner. All right, he hit 316 home runs over the course of his career.
Yeah, Aramis Ramirez had more.
Yeah, he batted 281 over the course of his career.
2,000 hits.
All right. 316 homers, 1,287 RBIs. He amassed 2,077 hits in 17 years. I mean, that's not Hall of Fame worthy.
100%.
You want to be in the Hall of Good? The Hall of Very Good? I'll give you the Hall of Good for Scott Rowland.
Well, here's the thing. If you're going to let Scott Rowland in, then my question and my pivot is, but you're not going to let Omar Vizquel in? Now, Omar Vizquel has his own personal stuff.
Right.
Put that to the side. I'm talking about before the personal things came to light.
He ranks 5th in WAR. According to Baseball Reference, among career third basemen. 5th in WAR. That's what we're going to do?
I mean, come on.
Is any baseball player going to a bar? Or is any baseball player going to a function? You know what my war was? It's like basketball players going to the club like, yo, man, I'm a plus minus, man. I got the best plus minus in the NBA. Nobody cares.
From 2005 to 2010, David Wright had a WAR that only 3 other players in baseball had. And one of those guys was Pujols.
Wow.
Just to give you an example. Like, again, if I asked you right now, who you taking? Peak David Wright, peak Scott Rowland.
David Wright.
David Wright was a stud.
David Wright was a stud. He just couldn't stay healthy.
Exactly. And even then, you look at his numbers, even then in the 14 years, he scattered at the end because he was so hurt. His numbers are just exactly the same as Scott Rowland's.
Unbelievable. And so I'm looking at this. I'm looking at this ESPN article. One reason Rowland's case gathered momentum so quickly was because of his standing in advanced metrics. Advanced metrics. So now that's what we're doing. Advanced metrics. Whatever, man. You just kind of laugh at it. And the writers are going to come out and they're not going to reveal their ballots. Some of them will, and they're going to explain themselves on why. Like, half the writers didn't even watch Scott Rowland. But half the writers did watch Todd Helton.
If you were told, and you're at the ball game, coming up this inning, Scott Rowland, wouldn't you be like, I'll go get a hot dog right now? Like, no one's like, gotta stay here for this at-bat.
Nobody's staying in there.
No, I'm serious.
Nobody. I just think about it. Sheffield, Andrew Jones.
Andrew Jones his peak was so much better. Andrew Jones's numbers for his first 9 years, they are incredible. Incredible. They mirror Ken Griffey Jr.'s. I know that sounds sacrilegious. Go look.
So Andrew Jones hit 434 home runs, 1,289 RBI.
Gold standard at center field outside of Griffey during a 30-year period.
67 hits shy of 2,000, 254.
Yeah,
his average really dipped over the latter half of his career.
Yeah, so he got punished for playing longer, basically.
Right. But more impactful hitter, more feared hitter. How about Gold Gloves? He won 10 Gold Gloves.
And was part of a winning team from day one when he came up. I mean, what was he, 18, 19 years old in the World Series playing left field?
Against the Yankees. Yeah. Those first 2 games, he was dynamic.
Exactly. I mean, he was a winner.
So the Hall of Fame gets it wrong again. The Jeff Kent stuff, now he falls off the ballot.
Give me a break.
He falls off the ballot now, and he's one of the greatest second basemen in the history of baseball. In the history. Now, let's just look at Jeff Kent for a second. You want to compare Scott Rowland, Jeff Kent? Okay, he doesn't have any Gold Gloves, but he does have an NL MVP award. How about the home runs? 377 home runs, 1,518 RBI, over 17 seasons, just like Scott Rowland. 2,461 hits. Jeff Kent can't get into the Baseball Hall of Fame. Jeff Kent gets 46.5% of the vote yesterday.
I know. And here's the other thing. Because you hear this a lot from people. The Gold Gloves, they matter. See, here's my problem with Gold Gloves. Once you get a Gold Glove, you're in the committee of you're automatically getting a Gold Glove as long as you're out there playing and you become part of that team. Right. If you look at the advanced defensive metrics, Scott Rowland was very good defensively. I'm not here to.
Yeah.
A-Rod was better defensively.
So much better.
A-Rod was better. A-Rod was so much better. It's the same thing we do with Jeter. And I get crushed Jeter. Jeter never won a Gold Glove till A-Rod moved over to third base.
Right.
Okay? And defensively during that time, Tejada, Nomar, A-Rod, they were all better than him defensively, and obviously Omar Vizquel at shortstop. But eventually we gave it to Jeter, and then he won a couple because of who the name was. Scott Rowland got at least 2 or 3 of those Gold Gloves when he shouldn't have.
Scott Rowland.
And he was a great, I'm not here to deny it. He was
right.
a great defensive player. But if that's what your standard is, you're going to say, well, the defense helps elevate, which I'm here for because I do believe defense is part of the game. Well, then why didn't Omar Vizquel get more votes? Because Omar Vizquel is the greatest shortstop that I've ever seen at the time defensively.
This is going to piss you off.
What?
Scott Rowland's first year of eligibility was 2018.
Yeah, he got 10%.
He got 10% of the vote.
What happened? How did he jump? That was when real Hall of Famers were on the ballot. The real Hall of Famers were on the ballot, look at how 10%. Little of the vote he got.
And all of a sudden, he just skyrockets to the Hall of Fame 4 years later, 5 years later.
Insane.
So, Major League Baseball continues to piss on himself with this exclusive membership to the Baseball Hall of Fame. Sheffield's not going to get in. Whatever. We could turn the page on that. That's our riff on the Baseball Hall of Fame. It's just, it's laughable, Shasky. And again, I don't get mad. I told you this.
I know, I do. I fall for it every year.
I don't even fall for it no more. I refuse to get angry over the Baseball Hall of Fame now. I'm done. I don't care. You could put in Scott Rowland.
Here's the funniest thing.
Scott Rowland.
A-Rod can be the voice of baseball on multiple networks. And on television, he's doing the Michael Kay show on ESPN, which baseball approves, and they love it, and they want it. But the writers aren't going to let him in.
Nah. Jeff Kent can't get into the Hall of Fame. Jeff Kent, 46% of the vote.
Big Papi can.
Big Papi can.
And Pudge can.
Jeff Kent had the best 5-year run for a second baseman outside of Jose Altuve came along.
Do you know who quietly is starting to rise?
Who's that?
Andy Pettit.
Oh, God. All right, let's turn the page. You know who's going to help us turn the page? Guy's going to help us turn the page. By the way, we got some finalists here. Defensive Player of the Year finalists.
Oh.
Nick Bosa.
Oh, for football.
For football.
All right.
Let's just turn a page.
Yes.
And we're going to get
Sorry,
basketball.
I just had to get that off.
No, I need to get it off. Baseball's laughable. It's a joke. Defensive Player of the Year finalists, Nick Bosa, Micah Parsons, Cowboys, Chiefs defensive tackle Chris Jones.
Very worthy.
Very deserving.
Very worthy. It's good to see a defensive tackle who doesn't necessarily have 25 sacks, getting recognition because he was a game wrecker.
Chris Jones had like 15, 16 sacks this year, I'm going to say.
Yes, he had a monster
Unbelievable.
year. Monster year.
But
normally we only do that when it's like Aaron Donald who had 20-something sacks.
Right.
Now we'll allow you in.
Right. Rookie of the Year finalists, Kenneth Walker III, Seattle.
Garrett Sauce
Wilson.
Gardner.
Garrett Wilson.
What?
And then Brock Purdy.
This is for offense.
Rookie of the Year.
Okay,
finalists.
What about defense?
Nothing there yet.
Nothing there. You would think Sauce Gardner, right?
Correct. So I got the defense here for you guys. So Jets cornerback Sauce Gardner, Lions DE Aiden Hutchinson,
yes.
and Tariq Woolen for the Seahawks.
It's a good list.
So Brock Purdy sneaked in there.
Brock Purdy sneaked in.
More Niners, by the way. Comeback player of the year. We have, drum roll please. I just had it. I'm losing it.
Christian McCaffrey.
Good. Yep. We got CMC, Geno Smith.
That's a really good one.
And Saquon Barkley. That's a great list.
So here's what I would say about Geno. Can you be comeback player of the year if you never arrived? And I'm not ripping him. I'm saying like the other two guys had great years and then got hurt and fell off.
Kind of like a comeback career.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah.
Comeback career. I kind of like the Geno story though because
he
basically got benched.
Yeah.
We knew him from getting punched in the locker room.
Yeah.
We knew him from replacing Eli Manning in a game. Remember he was in that game at the Coliseum against the Raiders when they benched Eli Manning, Ben McAdoo. He started Geno Smith over Eli that game.
And then went back to Eli.
It went back to Eli. It was absurd.
Marshawn had a sick run in that game. I think it was like a 70-yarder.
I remember
Old man Marshawn there, too. One more Niner here for you guys.
Sipping Henny.
AP Coach of the Year finalists.
Give it to me.
So we got Brian Dable of the Giants, Nick Sirianni of the Eagles, Sean McDermott of the Bills, Doug Peterson of the Jaguars, and Kyle Shanahan of the San Francisco 49ers.
5 for that one.
Wow. You could give him, you could make a case for all 5 of those coaches.
I wouldn't be mad with any one of them winning it.
Dayball, Sirianni, Dougie P. I'm not mad at that.
I don't know if Brock, what he did was outstanding. But for him to win Offensive Rookie of the Year, I'm not sure he played in enough games for me.
Garrett Wilson was really good, and he had to do it with 3 different quarterbacks.
Really good. He was outstanding.
Garrett Wilson was a baller.
And Kenneth Walker was the third one?
Yep.
Yeah, Kenneth Walker was outstanding, too.
He changed their season.
Yeah, so, as much as I want to ride for Brock Purdy, because it's an incredible story.
Even Chris Olave, I thought, deserved a little more love. Olave was really good with the Saints, and they didn't have a quarterback.
No, that's a good call.
So, let's go to Coach. He wants to talk about Steve Kerr. Early in the morning. Well, let's go all over the place.
All right.
Beat it around here on the Morning
World.
Roast. Coach, what's happening? Good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. How you doing?
Good.
And being an old retired guy, we have a lot of time to sit down and analyze a lot of stuff because we don't have to get up and go to work. But, as you saw in my subject, Vontae, I kind of lost disrespect for Coach Kerr the other night in the Cleveland Cavalier game because starting to look like, he always have let the inmates run the asylum. He took a lot of gruff from Draymond on TV. And the other night, when our boy, of course, I'm going to talk about our boy Poole, when he disrespected the game, Vontae, then he disrespected his coach. I mean, he wouldn't give the ball back to the referee, and that's a total disrespect of authority. And then Coach Kerr tries to coach him, and he yells back at Coach Kerr. Then Jonathan Kuminga has to come get in front of him. Steph gets up, puts his arm around him, and Coach Kerr just allowed that to happen.
No, Coach Kerr told him to effing lock in. Coach Kerr told him to effing locked in and got into his grill. Right. That's how I watched it.
But here's what I would have seen: a Coach Popovich, a Coach Jackson, a Coach Bailey. These guys, I think they would have set his butt on the bench, and would not take that insubordination. I mean, what about the disrespect to the game and the referee? Vontae, that hurt me.
So what would you say about Draymond Green? Because Draymond Green has had multiple instances where he's done it to Steve Kerr and the referees. Draymond Green's notorious for doing it. Are you going to bench him down?
When I first started. Absolutely. Like I say, you can't let the inmates run the asylum.
I don't like
I'm
that.
a thing for authority figures. I really am. When he disrespected the NBA, I think the NBA should have fined him for not giving the ball to the referee. You can't show up referees like that. The NFL probably would kick him out.
Coach. They are celebrating John Moran on a nightly basis, and all he does is disrespect referees and officials. That entire team, that's all they do.
I mean, and Coach, let's be honest. The officiating in the NBA
is horrendous.
Is at an all-time worst.
Yeah.
I've never seen it worse in my life.
You know, if they had...
That Cleveland game was a joke. Remember they called off to foul on Jordan Poole late in the game? It was like...
I think the NBA officials, they need Boxer and Gerson because clearly they have some injured eyes.
Or they need LASIK, huh?
Yeah. They're sending us to Philly if you're just tuning in.
Yeah,
Boxer and Gerson.
Shout out to Boxer and Gerson, Hillary, and the whole crew up there sending us to Philadelphia. We'll be on a red eye Friday after the Warriors game. So early Saturday, we'll be on that red eye going to Philadelphia, and we'll arrive at about 10:30 in Philly.
And look, I don't want to be, Mr. Snowflake like the Dallas radio fans call us. Right. I don't want to use the phrase inmates running the asylum.
Yeah, I don't like that at all. That makes me uncomfortable.
Yeah, for a variety of reasons.
These guys are model citizens.
Yes.
All right. These guys, Jordan Poole's a great dude.
With mental health being what it is, can we just change our vernacular? And I'm not ripping Coach.
And Coach,
we've all used that phrase.
Coach has a hard on about Jordan Poole.
Yeah, I mean,
because Jordan Poole held the ball. He was not happy with that situation. First of all, I thought it was a questionable offensive foul. And Steve Kerr got to his grill. Jordan Poole didn't say anything back to Steve Kerr. Steve Kerr got to his grill, said, effing lock in. What the hell are you doing? We're trying to win this damn game. He ripped Jordan Poole. And Jordan Poole listened to it, went to the bench, recovered. Come on, man.
I feel like Jordan Poole is an easy scapegoat for a lot of fans. And I don't get it.
It's been him. I got tweets Sunday night. I was like, man, that's a brutal loss for the Dubs. They need to bench Clay. Clay just had one of the best 11-game stretches of his entire career.
Yeah.
So
he's been really good.
The Warrior thing is just weird. We're going to get into the Warriors because they got the Grizzlies tonight.
He got some weak calls in that Celtic game.
Weak-ass calls.
The 5th and 6th foul were terrible.
Jordan Poole didn't get any calls in that Celtic game. Malcolm Brogdon hacked him over the wrist. I'm telling you right now, the referees are not the reason why the Warriors are losing games. But the referees need to clean it up. I'm watching across the league.
Both are true, yes.
It is all-time worst. I don't know what these clowns are doing out there.
I mean, throw Shannon Sharp out of a game.
I mean, 2-minute report.
Can we talk about that on the side?
2-minute reports. How sick of you? After the Celtic game, the NBA released a report what the Warriors Celtics said. Yeah, the referees missed 5 calls that would have favored the Golden State Warriors.
You tweeted something out about the officials at the end of the game, and what was my response to you?
Yeah, we're going to get a 2-minute report.
I said it's okay. The 2-minute report 4 days from now will tell us that we were right, even though this will still be an L.
I'm going to go easy on Coach. I just don't get the Jordan Poole hate. And when you say we're letting the inmates run the asylum, that's what McNair said down in Houston, and I don't like that.
Can you spike the ball here? Because I'm hearing clock, clock, clock in my head.
All right, let's do it. Let's spike it. All right. Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Freeman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit freemansappliance.com. Again, I told you, Tom Rathman, 730 former 49ers fullback, 3-time Super Bowl champ. We'll discuss this game coming up between the Niners and Eagles. Anthony Slater, 8:30 to talk about the Grizzlies and Warriors. And don't forget, this segment was brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com, and all guests appear at a Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Anheuser-Busch. We'll discuss what happened last Friday at Crypto.com with Shannon Sharp and the Memphis Grizzlies.
Bud Light is brewed to be a delicious, easy-to-drink beer. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Pick up Bud Light at your local retailer today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Christian McCaffrey continues to deliver on the field, but off the field, the superstar running back has to look his best wearing our favorite brand, Flag and Anthem. From the best flannel shirts and most versatile quarter zips that layer up with everything you've got in your closet to shirt jackets, hoodies, and durable jeans with a hint of athletic stretch, Flag and Anthem makes premium quality clothes with an attention to detail at a fair price. Or in other words, the kind of clothes that will last you years. Head over to flagandanthem.com today and use the code GAME, G-A-M-E, for 25% off your purchase. Flag and Anthem, real clothes for real life.
Did you know you could be driving in a pile of cash, like right now? Bumper makes it easy to know what your car is worth. The used car market is hot right now. Bumper.com could be your opportunity to make some bank. Bumper.com lets you know what your car is worth based on your car's specific details. So whether you're selling or just want to know, Bumper makes it easy. Know what your car is worth. Just go to Bumper.com.
For buying and beyond, Bumper.com.
Bumper reports are based upon data available. Bumper may not have the complete historical records of every vehicle.
When a cold comes on strong, knock it out with Vicks DayQuil Severe for max strength daytime relief. Just one dose of Vicks DayQuil Severe starts to relieve 9 of your worst cold and flu symptoms to help take you from 9 to none. Power through your day with Vicks DayQuil Severe, the daytime non-drowsy, coughing, aching, fever, sore throat, 9 to none medicine. Use as directed.
Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With 11 fuel-efficient hybrids to choose from, there's one for everyone. Toyota, let's go places.
Make connections that count at Evergreen Valley College and get free tuition when you enroll for 6 units or more. That's right, free tuition and no student fees this spring. EVC is an award-winning transfer college and has the 4th most diverse faculty in the country. And with EVC alum earning more money than nearly every other community college in the country, you can take classes and transfer or fast-track your career. Enroll for classes today and get free tuition for the spring. Visit evc.edu for more information and enroll for classes at evc.edu. That's evc.edu.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Brought to you by Stevens Creek Subaru. Custom order your next Subaru at StevensCreekSubaru.com.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The result? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
This is Steve Kerr, and you're listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Why would you do that, Spadoni? Why would you do that?
It's me, Fred Durst.
The road to Glendale brought to you by the SF Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here. Visit sfsheriff.com to apply today. Go ahead, sing. No,
Did you watch that 90s Netflix thing? On the
Can you send that to me? I forgot all about it.
What was it?
Woodstock, right?
Woodstock,
Wasn't it something about
99.
Woodstock?
Langford was really into it.
I'm telling you this right
Text
now.
it to me right now.
Please watch it. It is a blast from the past. DMX goes out there in red overalls.
Yeah.
And
he shut it down.
Oh my God.
He shut it down.
And then you will have a newfound respect. What's the group that my brothers, Rage Against the Machine? They come out, and I swear to God, I forgot how many people were at this concert. Just like a sea of people moving, almost like a Reardon High School basketball game.
Yep. I
You missed that part.
I listened to it. I'm just gonna let it go by.
I went to that game last night.
The reason why I stopped laughing sometimes when you do the turnaround like a mic drop, I just shut up. It's like you don't need to do that.
I just like to let it sink in there. I went to Reardon Sacred Heart last night. I'll get this off quickly.
And the first thing you said to me, it was the greatest high school game I've ever been to.
I wanted you to feel that way.
Just stop.
But I will say this. It was really special because I've heard a lot, the city's dying, just in general. Like, oh my God, everybody's leaving. It was really special to see three guys who are city boys running the different teams. So you have Kareem, who went to SI but is now coaching at Reardon, who I coached against, who's coaching at Cathedral.
Kareem Gilbo.
Thank you.
SI legend.
Yes.
He's actually got his picture on the wall from playing at San Jose State.
Yes.
At Pasquale's on Irving and 8th.
Pasquale's, yes. Yeah. And St. Stephen's boy as well, played against him for many years. And then Joey Curtin played with at Reardon, and he's coaching. He's doing a great job. Great job. They've got a loaded roster. And then on the other side, you see Caesar Smith, Sacred Heart legend,
Caesar.
big lefty. And it was just really cool to see all of the talent on the field, on the court yesterday, and see Reardon's Crusader Forum packed to the gills on Kevin Rastani Court. It was really special. Jerry Mixon, who's going to go to Oregon.
Yep.
I mean, he's Anthony Mason 2.0 on the court, just moving bodies left and right.
Playing linebacker at Oregon next year.
He plays basketball like he's playing linebacker. He moves bodies on that court.
You know, I went to middle school with his mom.
No way.
Iofemi.
Nice.
We were in Herbert Hoover together, and Iofemi, she ran stuff. She was like the queen pin up there at Herbert Hoover. And I read it to her at the Bruce Mahoney football game earlier this season. I was like, Iofemi, you don't remember me? You used to punk me. You used to make me hold your money in art class. Like, I was one of your little minions. She goes, oh, man, I know I was terrible. Iofemi, congrats on Jerry Mixon going to Oregon. That's a big, big accomplishment for her and, of course, the Mixon family.
Absolutely. And there were some really good players. Some kid Miller, big lefty.
R.L. Miller? Sacred Heart?
Yeah.
He's going to Fresno. He's going to Fresno State.
Yeah, he's
for football.
Great athlete.
He was going to go attend Arizona State. And of course they fired Herm Edwards. Some shady stuff was happening down there. So he's going to Fresno State.
So he's also a football player?
Yep.
Yeah, well, he's a great athlete. You could just tell. And he's a competitor, talking smack. And it was a high level game. They got another kid. I think it's Purnell. If I'm pronouncing the names wrong, I apologize. Kids like Kyrie can shoot, got handle, attacking the hoop. Both teams play above the rim.
Here's the deal with the city.
And then Reardon's got some players. Jonathan Kuminga's little brother, by the way, made an appearance in the game last night. Dead on, looks like Jonathan Kuminga, but weighing like 85 pounds.
Right. He hit
a three.
He needs a meal plan.
A meal plan? But he looks like he's 5 years old in a 25-year-old man's body. He looks like Bull out there.
Dude.
He's like 6'7".
You brought up the city dying in terms of high school sports, and I covered high school sports from 2009 to about 2014.
Okay.
And I see some great high school basketball. I think high school basketball will continue to stay strong in the city. And that's not only just Reardon, Sacred Heart, SI. You go look at Lincoln High School and what they're doing. All right, Lincoln High School's been balling. And then you go to the Mission High School, had a great run.
Yes.
With Coach Arnold Zelaya.
Yeah.
He's a roaster as well. Shout out to Coach Arnold over there at Mission High School. They had a great run. They're always playing in big-time tournaments. They're playing anybody, anywhere. And then you got the Bay Counties League West. And that's University, that's Luke Wilmerding, that's Urban, that's Moran Academy, and all. University is loaded. They may possibly be the best team in the city.
Right
outside
now?
of Reardon. They are loaded.
Reardon's
really, really good.
They've
Reardon's
got a
number
kid-
one right now.
They got a kid, Andrew Hillman, who's a freshman. I couldn't believe he was a freshman.
They lost a kid to a prep school. Reardon.
I know the King kid, Will Hoyt. If I'm pronouncing the names wrong, so I apologize.
They lost another kid to Lincoln High School as well.
Well, Lincoln's got a bunch of kids from the Rebels program, and they're
Lincoln's
excellent.
loaded.
Yeah, they're excellent.
Carl Jacobs.
I just know what I saw with Reardon last night. They got a kid, Christian, number 22, who did one of the sickest in-game dunk attempts I've ever seen in my life. Reverse, full, like down below the legs, snap it back. I mean, this would have won a dunk contest in a game. Yeah. It was ridiculous. And then kid number 4, hell of a ball player. He's a sophomore for Reardon. Big talk. Again, I don't remember any of the names, but this freshman kid, Hillman, if he stays, there's no question that there was on that field, on that court yesterday. I don't know what sport, but you could tell 6, 7 D1 athletes at minimum on that court at any given time.
Yeah, no doubt.
It was unbelievable. And I just want to shout out all those guys.
Well, high school hoops in the city has always been a big thing. And when you get to Bay County's League West playoffs shout out to my guys at Stewart Hall, Coach Charlie. They're always loaded. Yeah. University's loaded. Look, Liberty does their thing. Urban and Joe Skiff coaching in the athletic department. He does his thing. And then you got the AAA Academic Athletic Association with Mission and Lincoln or whatnot. So shout out to Jalinko at Washington. So city high school hoops is a hotbed. It rocks here. I love city high school hoops. And, of course, you got the OAL in Oakland, and you got Bishop O'Dowd out there in that league. So high school hoops in the Bay Area in general is a hotbed.
MCAL, which is like the Marin County. Marin County, league.
County
so there is a ton of talent. University was playing at Chase Center last Friday.
It's Lick Ormerdine. They play every year at Chase.
So is that
they
what
used
that
to play
is?
at Oracle.
Okay.
And so Lick and University, they'll split the stands in half. And that's the rivalry
pretty
game
cool.
or whatnot. Yeah, no doubt.
But I'm here for this. So where I'm going at, if we're unaware of a big rivalry, please let us know. I would love to go see these games. I would love to go to the EBAL. I would love to go into the South Bay and check out some of these games. So please let us know. I enjoyed watching. The environment was unbelievable. I'm going to the Girls Bruce Mahoney tonight. So tonight is SISH Girls Bruce Mahoney at War Memorial. And then Thursday, SI Reardon.
That'll be a good one.
Yeah. And Joey Curtin, if you're out there, head coach of Reardon, throw your boys some. I'm a large. Throw me some gear. I need some swag. We run this city with the big R, white T-shirts. Give me one.
Lick Ormerdine one year won the Bay County League West, right? And Elliot Dorsey, the head coach up there at Lick, and the athletic director, ran around the court with his arms out like this as they beat University. And these kids are, this video was sent to me about a week ago. I forgot to bring this up. But it was Lick Ormerdine. They had their little camera. They interviewed me after the game. Goes, Bonte, what about our student section? Is this the best student section? And it's a young Bonte Hill, like, I got to give it to Lick Ormerdine, the best student section in the city. And they're all jacked up for winning the Bay's County League. And I was like, man, that was fun times. Covering these high school leagues, whether it's the BCL. I watched University one year. I had a kid named Noah Springwater. He ended up going to Columbia University. Going to Reardon with Coach Buck. Noah Springwater put on a show, hit a half-court shot at halftime, beat him by like 15. Wow. And University was like, we run the city. Because they were going to like Thurgood Marshall, Reardon. They're playing anybody, anywhere. So Randy Pacello is still up there at University. A lot of good high school hoops back in the day. And sounds like a lot of good high school hoops right now.
But what I didn't do was go onto the court like Shannon Sharp and start fighting people. Did you see that on Friday?
I did. Real quick. Steeler J in Berkeley. What's up, Steeler J? What's happening? Then we'll hit the break. Steeler J, what's happening?
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
Good morning. How you doing?
Good.
I'm good. I'm good friends with, as you call him, the guru, but we call him D-Lack. But I was calling this morning. I listen to you guys every morning. I was calling to say, can you give some love to the 7A champs, Pinole Valley Spartans? Can you do that for me?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. State champs. They won a state championship this year. It was a big accomplishment for PV up there. Football, yeah. They won 7A. Where NorCal really struggled. De La Salle didn't win. McClymonds lost. San Ramon Valley lost it overtime. We know what happened to Sarah against St. John Bosco. Pitt, unfortunately, lost to a team from Bakersfield, but Pinole Valley represented. I think Sam Moran won a state championship as well in football. So we will get to Shannon Sharp on the other side. I promise you. We'll get to Shannon Sharp because I want to hear your thoughts about that.
I didn't run onto the court like him challenging people last night.
Did you wear a cardigan like him?
No, but I did sit half court with JP Money and Lucas and the legend, the alumni from Reardon, Paul Simpson, who is a city legend. We got to get him on here.
Who's Paul Simpson?
Oh, Paul Simpson's a legend.
Was my guy Pat the Stat still doing the stats?
Of course. He was tweeting it out. 400th win for Reardon last night. WCAL record.
I miss Pat the Stat.
400 wins in basketball.
Pat the Stat's my guy. I did give him a ride home a few times from a game. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. We will talk about Shannon Sharp on the other side. Then we'll get to Tom Rathman at 7:30 here on The Roast.
The other day, I bought a cockatoo. Hello! He's a handful, but I'll manage. Just like I manage without home internet. Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable, but I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
It's mating season, Dad!
No home internet? It's not that bad!
Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
As we head into a new year, Golden State Lumber and Building Materials wants to remind you that they're ready to support your next project. With locations at every corner of the Bay Area and well-stocked local inventory, they have the resources to provide you what you need when you need it. And that includes delivery to the job site anywhere in the Bay Area, because they're dedicated to keep you ahead of schedule on every project. And if you're able to, do it yourself, you're invited to visit the local Golden State, because they got trained staff that can share their knowledge and direct you to the materials that you might need. Click goldenstatelumber.com for GSTV that offers educational and informative videos and spec sheets on a wide range of products. Over the last 70 years, Golden State has grown to include an incredible team of dependable partners and specialists. They've got you covered. Family owned for 3 generations. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Now, it's time for the closer of the week, presented by LiftMaster and RNS Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rsdoors.com.
The closer of the week is Fred Warner Jr., who had a big pick and ultimately wrecked the Cowboys.
Prescott, it is picked off by Fred Warner.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with RNS Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener when you purchase a premium garage door.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Hey Niner fans, George Kittle here with a pro tip for making the best play on your eyewear. Visit Zenni.com, the official eyewear of the 49ers. Zenni has changed the game for you, finally making prescription glasses affordable for everyone. At Zenni, you can find over 3,000 frames with unbelievable prices. Look for the Kittles collection so you can rock our styles every day too. So visit Zenni.com, start shopping from home using their virtual try-on, and change your eyewear game forever.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now aboard.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and autopay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile Savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
Meet Joe A,
Hi.
Joe B,
Hello.
and Joe C.
What's up?
3 everyday Joes perfecting their banking with Chase. Joe A is locking his lost debit card with the Chase mobile app. Joe B is cruising toward his new ride with Autosave. And Joe C's Chase banker is helping him budget to go back to school. Tools that help protect, support for what's next. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Messaging and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. Thinking about gas mileage? If your check engine light is on, it may be affecting your MPGs, but the free AutoZone Fix Finder service can help. With the most complete free warning light report backed by technician-verified fixes, you'll know what's affecting your gas mileage and more, and you don't have to drive too far to find the fix. The free AutoZone Fix Finder service is available at all 6,200 stores.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
See details at AutoZone.com.
Hey, it's Boomer Esiason, and we all know the game isn't over till it's over. So next time you need parts for your car, don't call it quits. Go to eBay Motors. They have 122 million parts to take your car into overtime. Get the right parts at the right prices. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride.
Now back to the morning roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky. Take it away, Bonte.
What up, Steph? We'll see you tonight at Chase Center. Steph Curry with a fresh cut. You see that fresh haircut? He needs business. As he was at a movie release for a documentary he's worked on. Stephen Curry, that is.
Does he have a media company? I don't even know. I'm asking.
Yeah, what was it here? I retweeted it yesterday.
Oh, okay.
He does have his SC30 brand, and I think Jordan Ramirez, our boy J Ram, who works for them. He works with Steph Curry, follows him around everywhere.
Damn, J Ram.
J Ram's
moving on up,
dude. Yeah, he's got the Currys. He's with the Curry brand. And that's a wrap. Unbelievable to see this journey finally on the big screen. Underrated film is a culmination of hard work, wins, and losses, and a great team around me. Sundance Film Festival, and I can't wait for y'all to see it. Love to the Sundance Film Festival for Aaron, his bad boy, and Stephen Curry there. I guess an underrated movie, I guess about his career or whatnot. So we can ask Steph Curry more about it later on today, or if we see him at Chase Center, be like, yo, Steph, what's up with the underrated movie?
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it is pretty cool.
That's pretty cool. So Friday night, I get back, and me and my wife are, flip on the television. I'm going to let the dogs use the restroom. And she sees this man in a cardigan walk out onto the court. And she goes, Joe, who's that? I said, oh, my God, that's Shannon Sharp. She's like, his outfit is wild, number one. Number two, why is he ready to fight everyone? What's going on? And all I see is Steven Adams going at him. And then the next thing I know, T. Morant, which is John Morant's dad, who looks like Usher, is coming over. And Shannon Sharp is pointing at them. And I had to turn the volume up as fast as I can. I didn't watch any of the game, but I caught the melee, if you will, on SportsCenter. Bonte, did you see that?
So I was leaving NBC Sports Bay Area, and David Tello, who's a producer over there, is a big-time Laker fan. So he has the Laker Grizzlies game on. After the Warriors beat the Cavaliers, one of the most impressive wins of the season, followed by one of the most disappointing losses of the season. How many times have we said that so far?
Yeah, but with a bunch of nobodies and Jordan Poole, they won that game.
They won that game.
It was a big win.
Kuminga coming back playing. Yeah, it was a really good win.
Yeah.
So Dillon Brooks.
I saw Kuminga last night.
We rewinded it, right? And Mike Breen starts off the third quarter by saying, just a silly act. And Mark Jackson's like, yeah, that can't happen in an NBA game. So he's like, what happened? We rewinded it. And Shannon Sharp, started off with Shannon Sharp and Dillon Brooks.
So it's a Laker-Grizzly game.
Laker-Grizzly game at Crypto.com.
Or
Crypto.com arena.
Yeah,
the big crypt is what they call it now.
Okay.
And Dillon Brooks is chirping at Shannon Sharp, and Shannon Sharp is chirping back at him. And Dillon Brooks says some things, and Shannon Sharp was pointing, say it right here. Say it right here. So then Steven Adams walks over, and Shannon's chirping. T. Morant comes on the side, and John Morant starts talking, and Shannon's talking, and the funniest photo of them all is Shannon looking back at the court bugging with the cardigan, and they got him as a rap album. You see that as a rap cover? In the cardigan. And he's sitting there.
And then it looked like he was going toward the tunnel.
Right.
And then I guess, where did T. Morant come from?
Yeah, well, he's sitting courtside. I guess he travels with the team.
Oh, my God.
He must travel with the team. T. Morant's at every single road game, which is hilarious, right?
He's always got a cup, too.
He's always got a cup and shades on.
Yes.
He's always sauced up. at a Grizzlies game. And so Shannon's like pointing. He's like pointing at everybody. So then he talks to Dave McMenamin at halftime.
Uh-huh.
At halftime of that game, he talks to Dave McMenamin. And I'm going to pull up this quote right now. Here it comes.
I swear to God, this is one of the funniest things
It's
that has
one of the
happened
funniest things ever. And I didn't think it was true. Oh, man, I can't find it. Go ahead, fill some time. I'll find this quote right now.
Basically, they're all jarring at each other, and then, you got it?
Yeah, I got it. So
Okay.
Shannon Sharp spent halftime in the tunnel with security returning to his seat for the third quarter. He granted ESPN a brief interview explaining what happened with the Grizzlies on his way to his seat. They didn't want this smoke, Dave. They do all that talking and jockeying, and I ain't even about that jockeying. It started with Dillon Brooks. I said he was too small to guard LeBron. He said, F me. I said, F you back. He started to come at me, and I said, you don't want these problems. And then John came out of nowhere talking. He definitely didn't want these problems. Then the dad came, and he obviously didn't want no problems. But I wanted anything they had. Don't let these fools fool you now.
Okay, I had to show my wife pictures of Shannon Sharp to explain to her how big he was. So I Google Shannon Sharp shirt off. And this guy, she goes, he looks better than a pro wrestler.
No.
Dude, he's just chiseled. Like G.I. Joes look at his body and are envious.
Oh,
he
man.
has muscles everywhere.
Yep.
He looks jacked out of his mind. And he's standing there like, ah!
So there's definitely funk with Shannon Sharp and the Grizzlies, because earlier, a couple weeks ago on Undisputed, apparently, Shannon Sharp was talking about the Grizzlies, saying, y'all got the West? Hey, last night, y'all won an NBA Finals before? But when did y'all got the West? So then Dillon Brooks, after the game, had this to say about Shannon Sharp.
I know you said earlier you didn't want to talk about what Shannon said, but there was a report that he said he started to talk with you, saying that you're too small to guard LeBron when you swore back. Is that what happened? Or what
No, I
was
told him he missed the shot. That's all.
You think it's appropriate for a fan to kind of go back and forth with you guys like that?
A regular pedestrian like him, no. He shouldn't have never came back in the game. But it's LA.
But it's LA. And the outfit Dillon Brooks had on.
Oh, it was like a black
tank top.
Yeah, it was old.
Tucked into jeans and a belt
very
buckle.
odd.
It was.
He looks like he's an extra in Bone Thugs from the 90s.
He's a mess.
Right?
And then he was talking after the game, talking about, LeBron doesn't like to go left. So if you hold him, you're at that cold, Spinoni?
Yeah, he's like, I think I figured it out. LeBron, he doesn't like to go left. So if I force him to go left, he's going to struggle. I was like, yeah, I'm sure LeBron's never figured that out before in his 20-year NBA career.
All-time scorer.
Yeah, he's on the break Kareem's record. Well, so the end of the game, did you see the end of the game?
No.
Oh, the end of the game was best. I know Spinoni was watching. Desmond Bain, the Lakers come all the way back. Okay. They were down, I think, 11 in the fourth quarter or something like that. They come all the way back, and Anders like, you come into bed? I was like, I got to finish this game. I was like, I got to ride this one out, right? It's the Grizzlies on the 11-game winning streak, and they get their winning streak snapped, right? They've lost 3 in a row, by the way, coming into Chase Center tonight. So Desmond Bain, all of a sudden, he gets stripped by Schroeder. He goes in for the and one. Boom. Lakers got the lead. Grizzlies come down, set up a 3. Desmond Bain steps out of bounds right in front of Shannon Sharp. Shannon Sharp gets up out of his seat, and he's looking at the roof, and he goes, pointing at the sideline, out of bounds, out of bounds, out of bounds. And then he looks at the court like this. And then, of course, LeBron James goes over to hug him after the game, and LeBron's like, yeah, I got Shannon's back. 365 days a year, 366 days in a leap year, 24/7.
Wow.
I mean.
Okay, now Shannon, if I did what Shannon did, I would be persona non grata, right?
Yes,
They'd throw me out of here.
Oh, you'd be done.
But I'm here for all of this. Like, honestly, I want more of this kind of stuff.
Well, he apologized after the game.
This was maybe the best regular season game in the NBA thus far.
But it's always with the Grizzlies, right?
Yeah.
They're like these frauds, these fake gangsters. Like, John wants to be, like, John's tweeting, like, yo, you want to see how these hollow tips feel?
Face
John Morant, they're trying to make you the face of the league,
face
dude. And you're out here trying to act like a thug when you grew up with a basketball court in your backyard. Like, stop. Stop. And T. Morant, he didn't want no smoke. So then T. Morant and Shannon Sharp hugged it out at the third quarter. They became cool. It's just a lot going on.
How many people bought that cardigan that Shannon Sharp was wearing?
How many people can afford that
it's like
cardigan?
$3,500.
No, it is not.
Because Greg Lauren is the person that has it.
It looked like one of those blankets that your great grandmother sewn way back in the day,
Right.
didn't it?
No, it looked
Like a
pretty
quilt.
It looked pretty damn good. That was swaggy. And he apologized to us actually.
If I wore that sweater,
well, you can't wear it. I
that's
can.
one of my point.
I can. Yeah, I can pull that off.
If you wore that sweater, we would destroy you.
People will be like, "Wow."
No, they would not.
No, they'd say wow. That's for sure.
They say
they
wow,
would.
and
Thank
they'd
you,
be
Sidoti.
like, "See, you guys don't know fashion. That was next level fashion, right?"
Yeah, but you have to also know your limits.
Yeah, I mean, you got to
He
be
is chiseled.
yeah,
out
bro.
of granite.
I know. I mean, so I probably couldn't pull that off.
I mean, if we were going best bods in the world, like 40 and over, he's on the short list.
Yeah,
in the world.
He's chiseled.
I mean, The
he's
Rock
ripped.
doesn't even have a body like him.
Yeah, he's ripped. He's ripped. He's a Hall of Famer. So he apologized to the Grizzlies.
I just had to laugh a little midweek. I know we were getting ready for the Eagles and Niners.
Right.
I know we got Grizzlies and Warriors
But
tonight.
He was just telling Dylan Brooks, come over here and say that. Come over here. Like he's all into LeBron James and the LA Lakers sitting courtside now. All about it. And then when Desmond Bain stepped out of bounds, less than 10 seconds left, he's pointing at the sideline, out of bounds. And he's doing this. It's unbelievable, man. Oh, that was dope.
I'm here
hilarious.
for more of this.
I don't know, man.
I don't take my sports that serious, especially when it's the Lakers.
I mean, it was WWE.
It was hilarious. We can laugh a little. It's okay to laugh a little.
It was hilarious. It was definitely
Who's
WWE.
most likely at 95.7 The Game? Who of all the people that work here, behind and in front of the scenes, who's the most likely to do that? What Shannon
Daryl
did?
the Guru Johnson.
No, who wouldn't do that?
Who was storming the courts from his son's high school basketball games? He's storming the court with him. All right.
Like the two guys after Hank Aaron hit the home run. He's running around the bases with them.
Guru got kicked out of a JV game.
What?
Yeah, so it's JV game back in the day. He got kicked out of the game, berating the referees. Anyway, you're listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMG FM and HG1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app, your favorite 95.7 The Game, for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And do not forget that you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Don't forget, all guests appear on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. There's one guy out there who believes I could pull that cardigan on. That's my main man, RC Davis. Warriors radio producer, baby, Hall of Famer, RC. Not only can you pull off that sweater, you're the only one who could pull off that sweater.
You think we could get a similar one with like the Morning Roast logo on it and put it at 957thegameshop.com?
Oh, man. I do have the cardigans. Remember the first year me doing Warriors pregame live, the cardigans were in.
Fred Rogers.
Yeah. A lot of people gave me heat for those cardigans. Now I'm trying to lose the weight to fit back into those cardigans. The Road to Glendale also brought to you by Mayor West Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, and together. Now the Grizzlies are back in town. Before we move on to the NFC Championship game and start talking football.
And we will.
The Grizzlies are in town again. And they were on an 11-game winning streak, and they lose 3 in a row. They lose to the Lakers. They lose to Phoenix. They lose to Sacramento. Sacramento dropped 133 on them, but it was without Ja and Steven Adams. Now, Ja will be back into the lineup tonight. Steven Adams will be out of the lineup. This feels like a team and a game that the Warriors can definitely win like they did on Christmas Day. But it feels like the Warriors need this one tonight to just prove to themselves, hey, we're back. It was a little blip in the radar. Sunday against the Brooklyn Nets. It was a fluke. Let's get back to business and handle the Memphis Grizzlies.
Yeah, I'm excited to see Jonathan Kuminga with all the guys again. Get back out there. It's nice to have him back. I mean, boy, did they miss his athleticism. And it was nice to see some of the other guys. I know I barely watched the game the other day. I mean, I watched it in like fast forward mode. I'm going to be 100% honest with you because I was so worried about Niners Cowboys. But just to see a lot of the guys back at full strength was really nice. We needed that. This team needs to go on a little run, though.
They do.
I mean, like,
now they need to go on a run.
It's January 25th.
It's just inexcusable to blow a 12-point lead to that Brooklyn Nets team in the fourth quarter. Now, Kyrie was doing Kyrie type of things. Kyrie's playing unbelievable basketball right now. I mean, he was cooking. But to blow a 12-point lead at home, and the way they did it, the turnovers. I was listening to Tim Roy on the way back from the Niners game. Tim Roy right here on 95.7 The Game, and he's like, you can't go 2 straight possessions without even getting up a shot. Those are inexcusable turnovers.
That's embarrassing.
And Tim Roy was as critical as he could be on the radio broadcast Sunday. I felt for him, and you could hear the crowd like, ugh.
But Bonte, late game execution by their stars has been, okay, we could argue about, we need to trade this guy and get this and acquire that.
That wasn't on the kids.
I would argue the number one problem on this team right now throughout this year is late game execution, 6 minutes to go, by their actual best players.
Mm-hmm. So they get outscored by 16 in the second half, Shasky. Outscored by 16 in the second half.
I mean, this is kind of
That's
been
on the starters.
Well, here there's
and like we blame the kids. We blame the kids for so much.
Well, that's not fair.
But it's not fair at all. There's about 8 games the Warriors have just flat out blown.
Well, because
starters have been responsible for at least 6 of them.
100%. There's the bucket of we care. Like, it's Memphis, it's Boston, we care. That's that bucket.
Right.
And that team that I watch in that bucket, I'm like, wow, that's a fun team. That's a team that I think can be a force to be reckoned with in the playoffs. Then there's the team of we kind of care, depending on who's available on that given night, right? That's the middle bucket, and that's a grab bag. I have no idea what's going to happen in that game. They get blown out. They can have a great lead and squander that away. They can hang on for dear life and win. And then there's the third bucket. No one's playing. I actually think that's the most fun bucket that I've seen this year.
It was fun on Friday night against the Cleveland Cavaliers, wasn't it?
You know why? Because
23 made threes.
It feels like max effort from the guys that are actually available.
Ty Jerome.
And I'm not hating on the people that are in, the stars. Like, I understand that you pick and choose your spots. Can I get the first bucket more often? I know you're not going to be motivated every single night. Like, I don't come in here with the same exact motivation every single day. No one does in their job. Like, some days you have a little more energy than others. I get that. I don't pretend to be unrealistic. But can I show more of the first bucket as opposed to that middle bucket? Feels like way too many games have been that middle bucket of, I don't care, and I have no idea what we're going to do today.
Yeah, I mean, again, the Brooklyn Nets, you would thought, okay, they beat the Cavaliers. They have their first winning road trip of the season. You go 3-2 on the road on that 5-game trip. Right? You go 3-2.
What's predictable about this team right now? Why would you? What makes you believe that there's a predictable outcome?
What's predictable is that there's going to be a lot of unpredictability with this basketball team. That's what's predictable. We don't know what we're going to get.
Well, that and specific load management, which is not exclusive to them.
So they dropped to 17-6 at home, and you look at this upcoming stretch here before the All-Star break. Right now, the Warriors are in 10th place. They're a game behind the Mavericks, who are in 6th place. They're a game and a half behind the Clippers, who are in 5th place. They're 2.5 games behind the Pelicans, who are in 4th place. So, look, they go on a little run here. They'll be back in 5th, 6th, and everybody will forget about what's happened the previous 48 games. However, you look at this next stretch of games. Grizzlies tonight. Toronto Friday. And everybody's desperate at Toronto because everybody's trying to get traded, so they're showcasing, trying to put their best film out there, right? Like, you know what I'm saying?
Well, I'll say the NBA regular season is so bad this year.
So not only that, Oklahoma City Monday, and Oklahoma City quietly playing some damn good basketball. Then you go to Minnesota, then you go to Denver, then you come back home, you play Dallas, you got OKC again, at Portland, and the Lakers, Washington, and the Clippers before the All-Star break. Can you just, can you go on a run? Can you go 7-4?
That's a run now.
I mean, for this team, yes. 11 games right there. Can you go 7-4 before the break?
I mean, I guess.
You'll be 2 games over 500 by the time you go into the All-Star break.
How many of those games are they going to rest some combination of their top 3 players?
There's 2 back-to-backs.
Well, then, okay, so there's 2 losses baked in. So you need to go 7-2.
So
I mean, do you see where I'm going?
But listen, hold on.
Do you see where I'm going? You're smiling, but you know where it's
Minnesota.
That's ridiculous.
Listen, you got Minnesota and you got ridiculous. Denver in the back-to-back. So you already know guys aren't playing in the altitude. So the Denver game is probably going to be an L. And then the last game before the break, you're playing the Clippers after playing Washington. It's probably an L there.
COVID gave the NBA a perfect opportunity to reconfigure everything. And it gave them an opportunity to re-envision their entire outlook on their regular season, their calendar throughout the year. And they chose to go with the old format, which I'm sure in their projections of how they make money, I'm sure that makes total sense on a spreadsheet. I'm telling you, the consumer is rejecting this product. And the regular season, unfortunately, because I love basketball. I went to a freaking basketball game last night. I'm going to a game tonight in high school basketball. This is doing the consumer wrong. And I know that there's a financial component, and the teams are doing what they need to do to put themselves in the proper position to win championships. They don't care about the regular season.
So I don't know.
What I'm saying is we're reaching an inflection point. Something's got to change.
So we had a segment on Warriors Pregame Live Friday with Chris Mullen, and we talk about the schedule a lot. And I'm not disagreeing with you at all. I thought it was the perfect chance to reset the calendar and start around Christmas, because then you don't go head up with the NFL
at all.
You do it in January, but obviously the playoffs on the weekends. You have the bulk of your games during the week, Monday through Friday. The weekends, maybe you have a couple games here, a couple games there. Kind of figured it out, and I've always wanted the Premier League format with the NBA, especially over the last 5 years, where you just get one table. Yeah. All right, you get one table. East, West, doesn't matter. One freaking table, and the table is basically the standings, and you get points. You win a game, you get 3 points. You lose a game, you get no points. It's perfect. I think it's perfect. 1 through 16 playoffs, no matter if you're East Coast, West Coast, all one playoff format. But with that reset of the calendar around Christmas time, which is always the unofficial start to the NBA, in my opinion, you play 12 games a month. 12 games a month. That's 3 games a week. Everybody plays 3 games a week. No back-to-backs. You do that for 6 months, right? And then all of a sudden you're in June, and you're going into July. Basketball's the perfect summer sport because people have checked out of baseball, right? In the summertime, a lot of people don't watch baseball, man. You want to talk about the NBA regular season? You can watch. People will love to watch the playoffs in the summer.
And because of these things that I'm holding in my hand, which is an iPhone, you can stream anywhere, any place, anytime that you want.
Exactly.
I don't care where you are.
How fun was that Suns-Bucks NBA Finals in the summertime?
It was amazing.
I was in Tahoe, and the bar was packed watching that game.
It was amazing.
It was Game 5 when Giannis went crazy. He had the great block on the Ayton. Amazing game. If you had the NBA go until early August.
I mean, the Olympics are in August, and we have no problem with it, and they rate well.
Nobody cares about the Olympics.
They did until recently. No, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like, for the
and it's
casual
every 4
consumer.
years.
Yeah, for a casual consumer. No, again, this is why they're trying to build in some stupid regular season tournament, which we all know is dumb.
That's dumb.
And Steve Kerr echoed it the other day, where he was like, hey, we need to do a 72-game season.
Yep.
Like, 72 is still too many. It's 60. 60 is the sweet spot, and you build more playoffs.
I think 66 maybe. You play 60 could work if you play every team twice, home and away. But our owners and the players going to give that money up. And that's the thing. The players union are going to say, well, what about our salaries?
Yeah, well,
because if I'm an owner, I'm not going to want to give people max salaries for playing 66 games or 60 games. Now all of a sudden we got a money problem.
Well, no, I don't think you do, because what ends up happening right now is you've got all these streaming devices, Hulu, Apple Plus, they're all bidding for television rights. And so to think that the money's going to go down because you reduce the amount of games, that's just unequivocally false. They're going to have some sort of a subscription model. It's coming. MLB Network has it for MLB Plus on the app where you could pay for it. League Pass has it. It's going to go to a subscription model at some point. Right now, what is the NFL? Bonte, I don't know do you have Apple Plus?
I do.
Okay. Do you get the notification like I do?
Baseball.
Close game, fourth quarter.
I get it all the time.
Bills, Dolphins.
Yep.
Do you want to tap in? Like, that's coming to the NBA. It's coming. And here's the funny thing. You're talking about, the players don't want to lose any money. ESPN, ABC, TNT is telling the NBA, we actually don't want the same amount of games that we have vied for before because we're not getting the same kind of eyeballs.
Yeah.
You're going to pay twice as much for half as many games. That's how it's working now.
Maybe, but you got to jump through a lot of hurdles, though, and I don't think people understand that. The players will not give up their money.
Well, and
the players' union is not going to buy that. The owners are not going to buy that.
There's a gate revenue aspect that is a whole separate conversation. But in terms of the amount of pie that's coming out, Bonte, the number's going up because of television rights.
No doubt. Well, that's basketball talk. We got Warriors Grizzlies today. Warriors Grizzlies. I'm enjoying some of the regular season, but it has been kind of ho-hum because of low management.
It's been one of the worst regular seasons.
You don't know who's playing. You don't know who's in. You don't know who's out. I mean, they've got to do something about that.
Tyrese Halliburton's like 23. He's load managed like 9 games. I'm like, what?
Yeah, gonna be ugly. We're gonna talk to Anthony Slater, and he just actually we're gonna talk to him at 8:30. He wrote a great piece alongside Marcus Thompson and Sam Amick about why the Warriors are in danger of losing Bob Myers. There's a story out right now, so that's going to be some interesting content when we get to Anthony Slater at 8:30. But next, let's talk some NFC Championship. Let's talk some football. It's Eagles-Niners week. You guys know what it is. Set the tone yesterday. It's war. Can't stand the damn Eagles. Can't stand their fan base. Can't stand their station. WIP 94 pissed me off yesterday. My best friend's actually pissed me off because he's texting me and he's talking everywhere. Let's get into Eagles-Niners. Tom Rathman coming up at 7:30. That's all brought to you by Goldstein. It's brought to you by Robert Goldstein in the law offices and the road to Glendale. Brought to you by SF Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here. Visit sfsheriff.com to apply today.
Bay Area, it's your boy Shasky, and me and Bonte, we are flying out to Philadelphia, and you better get ready, because I'm about to ring that Liberty Bell like the 49ers are this Sunday, and it's all because of our friends at Boxer & Gerson. Without them, we ain't flying, Eagles flying to Philadelphia. Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Back-to-back, Drake. Christian McCaffrey continues to deliver on the field, but off the field, the superstar running back has to look his best, and he's wearing our favorite brand, flag, and anthem. From the best flannel shirts and most versatile quarter zips that got you layered up with everything you've got in your closet, to shirt jackets, hoodies, and durable jeans with a hint of athletic stretch. Flag and Anthem provides premium quality clothes with an attention to detail at a fair price. Or in other words, the kind of clothes that will last you years. Head over to flagandanthem.com today and use the code GAME, G-A-M-E, for 25% off your purchase. Flag and Anthem, real clothes for real life.
So, the other day, I bought an extremely chatty...
Boring story time.
Make that an extremely catty cockatoo.
You're welcome.
Apparently, the pet store won't take it back. But, hey, I'll manage.
I love that for you.
Just like I manage without home internet.
No, you don't.
Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable.
Aw, Bertie likes to stream.
But I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
My lady friend. It's mating season, duh.
No home internet? It's not that bad.
No, not there.
It is that bad. Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
This is the final week of the Manufacturers RV Show. See hundreds of RVs from dealers all over the West Coast. Don't miss the 34th Annual Manufacturers RV Show at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. Show ends this Sunday.
The Prophetic Matrix. Unlock the secret code to your destiny. A new revolutionary book by Michael John Toste. The first ebook to make history by being filmed in space. Discover your unlimited future. Get The Prophetic Matrix now on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Donate at carsforkids.org, and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to getrefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com.
Everyone knows time is money, so don't wait weeks for the IRS to send out your tax refund. Go to Jackson Hewitt instead for up to $3,500 with a no-interest, no-fee tax refund advance loan. With up to $3,500, you could bring home the bacon and bring it home today. Money now instead of later? That's worth its weight in gold. Don't wait weeks for your refund. Go to Jackson Hewitt today. For eligible clients, loans by Republic Bank and Trust Company, details at jacksonhewitt.com.
Streaming only on Peacock. From the mind of Ryan Johnson, the writer-director of Knives Out.
Miss Gale, you've got this gift, always knowing the truth.
I only know if something is a lie. The real trick of it is to figure out why.
Natasha Lyonne is Charlie Cale.
It wasn't an accident. I think there's been a murder.
You watch too much Dateline.
A new 10-part mystery series.
Wolves on my fender. I gotta keep moving. I have been kind of a death magnet.
Poker Face, streaming January 26th, only on Peacock.
My heart was racing just making spaghetti. I could have waited to tell my doctor, but I didn't wait.
I was short of breath just reading a book. I could have delayed telling my doctor, but I didn't wait.
They told their doctors and found out they have atrial fibrillation, a condition which makes it about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. If you have one or more of these symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness, this is no time to wait. Contact your doctor.
Brought to you by Bristol Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Come on, man. You got Larry June in the building. You listen to the Morning Roast, and we're doing numbers, man. Good job, Morning Roast. Sock it to me. Hey. Yee!
This segment is sponsored by the law offices of Robert Goldstein. If you have IRS or state tax problems and don't know what to do, contact the law offices of Robert Goldstein because resolving tax problems is all that they do. Call 1-888-TAX-EXIT. 888-TAX-EXIT. Matt Ramos, who won the NFL Blitz Arcade game, is going to join us at 8:20. He's going to pop on for a couple minutes to talk about how excited he is to win this Jerry Rice NFL Blitz Arcade game. Congrats to Matt Ramos, who DM'd us and shared the story, Shasky, saying, I'm a roaster, and I'm super excited. So shout out to the roaster, Matt Ramos. He'll join us at 8:20.
I'm a roaster.
I'm glad we have Anthony Slater at 8:30 as Anthony Slater, Marcus Thompson, and Sam Amick discussed Bob Myers. Whether or not the Warriors are in danger of losing Bob Myers, a very intriguing story there. His contract runs out in July. Is time ticking on the Warriors to give him a deal? Got to pay Bob Myers, man. Keep Bob Myers around here. We don't want him to leave in the Bay Area, that's for sure. Also, the Road to Glendale brought to you by West Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, and together. Shout out to YouTube, Twitch, Xfinity Mobile text line. And Shashka, I didn't even say good morning to everybody getting off the graveyard shift. Good morning, everybody. Getting ready for work, or if you're at work, what is happening? Teachers, cops, CHP officers, strippers, baby mamas, baby daddies, janitors, longshoremen, you name it. Spadoni, Lubman, and you, Joe Shasky, as we turn our attention to Sunday. Niners, Eagles. Shout out to Boxer and Gerson for sending this out there to Philadelphia. Cannot wait to touchdown Saturday morning. And I'm feeling more and more confident about this football game, Shasky. I do. You may call me crazy.
Yeah.
But I feel really good about the Niners' chances to go into Philadelphia and be able to run the ball on them and slow them down. There's a lot of cockiness. There's a lot of talk. Matter of fact, we may simulcast with WIP 94 Friday with their midday show. Yeah. Another simulcast. So, we're undefeated in simulcast.
Oh, I like that. I don't have the same confidence as you right now. I just think this is going to be really difficult.
Shocker.
I was thinking about top wide receivers in the game.
Shasky.
We just watched CeeDee Lamb, and he's a stud. This is who the Niners have faced in the last month and a half, okay? Devontae Adams, DK Metcalf, CeeDee Lamb, and this weekend's going to be A.J. Brown. Devontae Adams went 7 for 150 and 2 touchdowns. DK Metcalf, 10, 136, 2 touchdowns. CeeDee Lamb, 10, 117, 0 touchdowns. Now, the common denominator is that the Niners won all of those games. I just worry about A.J. Brown this week and Devontae Smith. I think that this is a very balanced attack that we're going to face. And then I look at what Jalen Hurts did to them last year in the run game with that RPO stuff. And I really worry about this one, Monte. And I think that you can beat the Niners right now on the edges. And I worry that they're going to force these corners to play up on these receivers. And there's going to be a lot of one-on-one shots down the field. And I worry about the ball skills of our corners, both Charvarius Ward and Diamonor. Even though they've stepped up as of late, these number one wide receivers have given them fits.
Give me one more worry.
One more worry for the Niners?
You dropped like 6 worries on me just now.
Well, it was in particular about the wide receiver position.
I know, you're worried. Sausalito Shasky / Sanford Shasky worried about an opponent.
Is this the best quarterback they've faced over the last month and a half?
I don't know. About
I'm asking out loud. I don't know.
I don't know about that. Jalen Hurts has been damn good.
That
shoulder's a problem, though. I still believe that shoulder's a problem.
You face McLaurin, Stidham. I'm trying to think some of the people they faced. The Colts,
Brady.
I mean, the Cardinals quarterback Brady. I mean, yeah, I guess.
I don't know.
Is Jalen Hurts the best? I mean, who's an MVP candidate?
He's pretty good.
I think he is.
He's pretty good. Here's Peter King. He joined Damon and Ratto yesterday.
Okay.
And he was asked, who do you rather start a franchise with, Purdy or Dak?
If I were to start a franchise right now, I'd rather have Brock Purdy be my quarterback than Dak Prescott. That sounds totally, absolutely insane, but that's the way I feel.
Okay, is that? Are we adding in the financial component there?
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, for $40 million or $800,000, probably side with Purdy.
Yeah,
right?
If that's the case. But if we're going like, hey, everyone's worth the same amount, I don't know about that one. I don't think we have enough. I love Brock, but I think that's being really critical on Dak. I think Dak will look really good in the 49ers situation.
He also said Purdy's the perfect quarterback for the Niners.
I agree with that.
In 8 NFL games, Brock Purdy has not fumbled the ball. He hasn't only not lost a fumble, he has not fumbled the ball. And he's only thrown 3 picks. He is the perfect quarterback for a team that has a defense like the San Francisco 49ers. That's why Brock Purdy is going to be the opening day starter at quarterback regardless of what happens on Sunday or beyond.
And then Peter King added something about Jalen Hurts and whether or not he's going to be compromised on Sunday with the shoulder injury.
I talked to Jalen Hurts after the game. His shoulder still hurts. I'll be the least surprised person on the planet if 2 weeks after this season we see a little dispatch out of Philadelphia saying that Jalen Hurts is going to go have a cleanup procedure, a surgical procedure to clean out something in his shoulder. You're not still in pain 5 weeks after something like that happens unless there's something wrong. So I don't know this, but I mean, my experience covering quarterbacks in the NFL is that a lot of them get little things cleaned up after a season, and I bet he's going to have to do that. But the only thing that means for this weekend that I would be surprised if offensive coordinator Shane Steichen and Coach Nick Sirianni dial up a lot of bombs, for Jalen Hurts.
So we shall see. I mean, look, there is a worry with Jalen Hurts throwing the deep pass to A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith. He's very accurate throwing the football down the field.
I think they struggled at that RPO.
The RPO as well, and they haven't seen a lot of RPOs
I know.
lately. And it's going to be something new. We saw it a little bit with Tua, and they got burned on the first play of the game for 75 yards.
So you don't want to bite. He does a great job of sticking it in there and then pulling that ball out, and then now you've got one-on-ones on the edges, and I worry about Jalen in this game. I really do. I think that seeing how healthy he is and how good he is on that mesh point play, because it's so important to what they do, that to me is the key to the game.
Yeah, Tom Rothman is going to join us in 4 minutes here.
The Niners maintaining the edges. Like Bosa has bit on that play a lot in his career.
He has.
That is not a play he excels at.
It's going to be a problem. It's going to be a problem. But how can you do that? How can you negate that? By playing good offensive football. Can you give me some 6-minute drives? Can you give me some 7-minute drives? Can you run the football effectively against this tough front that Philadelphia presents? Can you get up against their linebackers, who I think is the weakness of their defense? We know about the secondary having a gang full of ball hawks, but can you run the ball and keep that offense off the field and keep them out of rhythm? Because Philly, they love to go up-tempo. That's what they do. They'll go up-tempo, they'll get chunk plays, and they'll stay on you. They'll put the pedal to the metal, man.
Why? I've heard this from a lot of people, not just yourself. Why do you think that the Philadelphia Eagles linebacker play is their quote-unquote weakness of their defense?
They're a little slow to me.
Okay.
What I watch is they're a little slow. They tackle, but that defensive line does so much for them. You know, it's almost like they're not the Baltimore Ravens that won the Super Bowl in 01, but they do have a lot of guys like Fletcher Cox and Hargraves. I mean, they're not Sam Adams and Syracuse in terms of that build, but it's tough to run up the middle against them. And they create.
Fletcher's going to the Hall of Fame.
He's going to the Hall of Fame, and they take so many offensive linemen with them that these linebackers are free to roam sideline to sideline and make plays for them. I think the strength is their secondary alongside their defensive line. The linebackers kind of get hit behind this really good defensive line, but I believe that the Niners get on these linebackers. They don't have a Van Der Esch, in my opinion. Right? Yeah. They don't have a Micah Parsons, in my opinion.
Micah's very unique.
Very unique. So I think that's can you get McCaffrey lined up against a linebacker? Can you get Kittle lined up against a linebacker? And you got to take advantage of those situations.
Well, you referenced the Dallas game, and I think it's a good point because I watched the game back, B, and I'm saying there weren't a lot of places to throw for Brock Purdy. And that's a game where he should have thrown rookie playoff game, given what they were throwing at him, he should have thrown more interceptable passes, and he didn't. And that is the most encouraging thing. His decision-making, I guess, is where I'm going at this, and his ability to not put himself in those awkward positions. One, which I identified, was that little slant where 42 jumped up in the air, it hit off his shoulder, and then Diggs almost caught it on the deflection. And then the one ball to Ayuk that I thought it was a late throw, and you got to throw it more toward the pylon on the first drive.
Right.
That's it. He was pretty clean in terms of decision-making. So if they can get more space because those linebackers are slower, you got to think they can gash them a little more because there wasn't a lot of offensive productivity via the pass in last game.
No, not at all.
It just wasn't there.
Can we take some positives? This is from Marcos Paz on YouTube. Bonte Shasky, can we take some positives from the Eagles-Niners game in Philly last year, week number 2? It's a bit different. You got a lot of different guys. Josh Norman was playing cornerback for the Niners.
Josh Norman. Well, Jalen was so young. Jimmy Garoppolo was playing. There wasn't CMC.
Elijah Mitchell, second game. He got his ribs busted in that game.
Ayuk was still in the doghouse
no doubt.
At the time. Hufanga wasn't playing safety. Like there's a lot of difference. Wouldn't you agree?
There was.
It's really difficult to go back. I mean, that's 2 full years ago, essentially.
Well, and they added A.J. Brown.
That's a game changer.
And Devontae Smith was a rookie.
So
he's playing in the second NFL game. Jalen Hurts starting, 12 of 23, 190 yards, sacked twice, but he did run for 82 yards. Miles Sanders, 13 carries, 55 yards in that game. Quez Watkins had that big 91-yard catch, but the Niners had that goal line stand. Remember that one? Tartan Lenore catching him. Quez Watkins got speed, man. He's a tough player. Kenneth Gainwell as well.
Has speed.
He has a lot of speed offensively. Jimmy Garoppolo that game, 22 of 30, 189 yards. Elijah Mitchell, look, they shut down the run last year. Elijah Mitchell, 17 carries, 42 yards. He got beat up in that football game. George Kittle, just 4 catches, 17 yards. So, not sure how much you could take away from that football game, but it is good that they at least saw Jalen Hurts last year, and they saw the speed of Devontae Smith. But A.J. Brown, they actually saw him last year against Tennessee. These 2 dudes, they could cause some problems.
I think last week was the first time that I said, Banks, Brunskill, Burford, and Brendel as a combination, guard, center guard. I thought they got worked in the trenches, and I'm looking at this matchup, and I think this is going to be a very difficult matchup for those guys.
Worry.
I was going to say that, but I didn't.
That's pretty good. 2-time
I didn't say it.
Champion. One of the greatest fullbacks in 49ers
softness
history. We love him as a running back coach with the 49ers. He had 2 stints with the Niners as a running back coach. I think he was at Levi Stadium. I'm not sure if he was there last
2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago against the Seahawks. I seen him next to John Taylor, the great JT. The last time we had Tom Rathman on, man, he was crying tears of joy because Frank Gore was retiring.
Yeah.
He's in the 49ers Hall of Fame as well. He's our favorite fullback, Tom Rathman. Good morning to you, brother. Thanks for joining Joe Shasky, the Butcher, and Bonte Hill here on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, man. Great to be here. How you guys doing today?
Oh, we're fired up, man. We're getting ready to go to Philadelphia. In our adulthood, this is one of those NFC Championship games we just have to be at. It's going to be cold. It's going to be nasty. But to me, in a way, as we were 6 to 7 years old, when you guys went to Chicago the cold-ass Soldier Field and the finesse, as Keena Turner said, the finesse-ass 49ers went to Chicago and beat up on the Chicago Bears. Can you kind of prep us through what that week was like, getting ready for the cold and getting ready for an environment that Chicago presented?
I mean, we didn't do anything, extra. I mean, we just went through practice, concentrated on what we needed to do, and then we were going to go play in the elements regardless what they were. I mean, that was one of the Bill Walsh's big thing was it didn't really matter what the weather was like. The bottom line is that you go out and perform. I mean, you got a job to do every play, and do that job every play. But just going back to that game, that was a tremendous game because that was my first championship game that I was in as far as the pros, the NFC championship. And, if you win that one, you go to the Super Bowl. And there was nothing bigger than the Super Bowl, obviously, if you're a young player coming up and trying to get to the top. But we had a great time, and, it was a great journey, and had some great teammates, and I'm sure you'll talk about some of them, but it was a great time.
Tom, you spent so many years with the Niners staff studying the running back position, the fullback position, scheme, the run game, all that. When you look at what they do offensively right now, the 49ers, who does Christian remind you of years past? Is it more Roger Craig? Is it Ricky Waters? Because he's just so unique.
I would really say, Roger Craig. Roger was that, elusive style runner, had the high knees, was able to break tackles, run through tackles. His elusiveness, the way his movements are when he has the football reminds me a lot of Roger.
Is the toughness underrated for both Roger and Christian McCaffrey? Because I see the guy, and I think a lot of people, he's just a burner. His vision, his patience, and his toughness are so underrated.
I'll tell you what, I mean, that's the number one quality that I put on a tag for a running back is toughness. And it's not necessarily toughness, it's, physicality. There's a difference between the two. You can carry the ball, 40 times a game and, he was a tough guy because he carried it 40 times a game. And then you got a guy that carries it 20 and just runs like number 25 does for the Niners. That's kind of a run and stun style. And, those guys, you got to love them.
He's in the 49ers Hall of Fame, two-time Super Bowl champion out of Nebraska, and longtime running backs coach. Of course, Coach Frank Gore for most of his career here in San Francisco. Tom Rathman on the Morning Roast. And going back to that Chicago game, that NFC title game that you played in, you had 5 catches for 51 yards. You were a unique fullback in which you could blow linebackers up, you could block, you could just go right up the hole and just stuff dudes, but you also get out the backfield and catch some passes like Kyle Juszczyk we see today wearing that number 44. How much fun would you have had playing in the Shanahan offense with all the different things Shanahan asked the fullback to do?
Well, I'd be in his office begging for the ball, carrying the ball. No, I'm just kidding. I think realistically, they try to get the fullback out there and play in that personnel, and I think it's a wonderful personnel because it's a little bit different fits for the defense, as opposed to having an extra guy on the line of scrimmage. That's different fits for guys. You know what I'm saying? As far as linebackers, you put a guy coming off the ball and then inserting on one of those linebackers, those elements inside or on the perimeter, and it's a little bit different fit for guys. So I think the personnel is, great. It kind of throws, a wrench in things. I mean, you got to work on it, as a defense. But I think they will, and just, let's go.
Is it underrated how difficult it is for someone like Juice to sync up the timing on the blocks when it's a guy like Elijah Mitchell back there versus Debo back there versus Christian McCaffrey? Does that make it more difficult for the fullback as the lead blocker?
No, not really. I mean, the way I did it was I always had everybody on an aiming point course, footwork, and fit. So, they know where they were going to start, their aiming point. They know what their footwork was. They know what their course is, and then you adjust off it of what the defense does. If a guy slants, you got to bounce it outside, and vice versa, cutting it to the backside. And then you're fit. How do I fit on this play, whether it's a run or as I'm a blocker? If it's a blocker, I'm usually working inside eye, outside eye, that fit, that, that detail on, impact. And it may change, and then the runner has to change. So, it's a fast-playing game, and, you got to be ready to react.
Tom, when you look at Philadelphia's defense, what makes them who they are? A lot of people talk about their defensive line, how deep they are. They amassed 70 sacks this season, which is 15 more than the Kansas City Chiefs, who came in second when it comes to total sacks. What have you seen from this Philadelphia defense that's going to be challenging for this Niners offense?
Well, you're right. They have, a lot of sacks. And I think our offensive line has been doing a great job, so they need to continue to do that. But just going back to the defense of Jonathan Gannon. Jonathan was with me in 2018, 19, and 20 in Indianapolis. He was a defensive back coach. So I kind of know what he is as a coach, and they're gonna be really well coached. All right, I'll tell you that. They're going to harp on ball, getting the ball out. Mm-hmm. And on offense, they're going to harp on ball security, 4 points of pressure, clasp hand, body, ball, boundary, all those good things, wrist above the elbow. But I think the defense, they got great personnel. They're going to be well coached. I think it's going to come down to fundamentals, big plays, fundamentals, and third downs, when you talk about this game.
Tom, you were with the Niners for so long, and like me and B, you watched all these quarterbacks come in and play. Sean Hill, Troy Smith, Alex Smith, Kaepernick. Right down the list. Blaine Gabbert. What's it about Brock Purdy? Why has he been so good so quickly? Because it feels so unique. Like he's just boom, 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 fits right in, and he's just getting rid of the ball like a point guard in basketball. What is it that you're seeing that makes him different from some of those other guys?
I think he's got great composure back in the pocket. You look at him and he's not too high, he's not too low. He's even keel, and those are the type of guys you love because they very seldom waver from that line that they play on. And this kid has just been unbelievable to be able to come in at this level, halfway through the season and to be able to have done what he has done to this point. It's really incredible. You don't see it. The only thing that would be close to that would be the Tom Brady story.
Wow.
He was overlooked and, nobody wanted to draft him and got drafted late, 6th round, I think, and turns out to be, the GOAT. So to speak, him and Joe Montana. So
I'm still taking Joe, Tom. I'm still taking Joe.
Yeah, I think we're all in that agreement.
Obviously, but Tommy, and he's a great kid. So he's just a competitor.
Because we're watching the kid, and it's so hard these days because you don't want to fall victim to the small sample size. And every week he's accomplishing a different task that somebody needs accomplished. Oh, he's got to do it against this team, and he's got to do it on the road. He's got all these different things. What makes you know that do you think he's the guy, I guess? Do you think this is real and this is sustainable?
Well, it's been sustainable for quite a while this season, so that's saying something. But, like I said, this guy doesn't waver off of, his performances, he's pretty consistent the way this guy plays. And as long as he keeps doing that, he's doing his job. Now he's got to have help and have his teammates help him make sure that he gets his job done. Mm-hmm. So whether it's the protection, whether it's the run game, whether it's the receivers catching the balls, the George Kittle catch last week, a classic example. That's a player that's making it work. That's what you have to do in these games. You got to make those plays when you get the opportunity, and you only get one chance. So right now he's getting the help. We need to stay consistent with it, and love their chances. But I love this matchup. No question about it.
Yeah, it's going to be a physical football game, cold out in Philadelphia. That fan base is nasty. What do you remember about playing in Philadelphia? I know you played at the old Veterans Stadium. You guys scored 4 touchdowns in the game against the Eagles in a dramatic game in the regular season. I know you remember that one, Tom. What is it like playing in Philadelphia, though? We hear it's nasty. We hear they're telling us not to wear our Niners gear. I'm not going to go like that. We're wearing it, but what's so difficult about playing in Philly?
Philly, I mean, if you would have seen Philly, if you would have seen their turf, they had 2x4s in between the 25-yard line, the 20. There's 2x4s in there that with turf wrapped around it, inserted. I mean, it was the worst field that I'd ever played on, to be honest with you. Now it's got a great history, and playing against the Philadelphias back there. I can remember playing, when they were the great team, and I think it was 89.
Buddy Ryan?
80, 89, those years there when they had Reggie White and all those guys. I mean, just unbelievable team, players that we played against, both on offense and defense. So it was always a tough game. And, anytime you have to go back to the East, it gets a little bit time because the time zone is a little bit different. You play a 1 o'clock game on the East Coast, that's really 10 o'clock here. So you have to have your body, ready to go and know how to turn it on because really it's 10 o'clock in the morning. So those things were, things that I think people have researched and everybody has their way about going. And we always went on a Friday night. So we got in Friday night late and then we had all day Saturday to try to adjust, to the East Coast. And then play the game on Sunday. So I think that was a big factor. But that I don't know what time this game is. Is it
12 o'clock West Coast time, 3 o'clock East Coast time?
3 o'clock out there.
3 o'clock.
Yeah.
So 12 o'clock. I mean, I don't think there will be a big issue there. But I know that was always a problem when we played back there in Philly and anywhere on the East Coast. But we handled it pretty good. We did. So I think we have the record of 18 straight wins on the road, over a couple different seasons, the 49ers do. So, I mean, we were great on the road. We love to go on the road.
Hell yeah. Touchdown, Tommy Rathman with us, 44, one of my favorites of all time. George Kittle on the sideline, dancing. I mean, he's dancing during timeouts and doing all his wildness. I love that Kyle lets these guys kind of be themselves. Like, it feels like a very empowerment, way of coaching. How would Bill Walsh or even George Seifert, because they were very different personalities, how would they have handled George Kittle?
I mean, we did our thing, really. I don't think they would interject, if we were doing things unless it was harmful to the team.
Gotcha.
So, I mean, the stuff he does is kind of goofy. You know what I'm saying? But, I mean, that's his personality. You got to love it. I mean, shoot, if I was a fan, I would love that guy. Love him after he made that catch last week. Do it again, baby! But, I think he's a pretty classy guy. I mean, good football player, and I think the fans love him. So, that only helps.
No, it does help. And Tom, thanks for helping us out this morning, giving us some insight on this NFC title game and reminiscing about back in the day when you guys won in Chicago, the NFC title game, of course, beating the Cincinnati Bengals in Bull Walsh's last game. Tom, you're the best, man. We love seeing you at Levi Stadium.
Hell yeah.
Hopefully we see you in Glendale, Arizona for a Super Bowl. We'll see what happens Sunday.
Okay, good luck to you guys.
Absolutely, yeah. We're going to need it, right?
Tom, I think I might bust out the white 44 just for you.
Oh,
he's gone. He Ric Flaired us.
49ers Hall of Famer, 2-time Super Bowl champ. Tough rat.
I love him so much.
You have a 44?
Yes, I do.
Ooh, you're gonna wear a 44?
Yeah, you gotta be a special breed to rock a Rathman jersey.
Yeah, you do.
Rathman he's just, God, the toughness. The other thing I think that people underrate is how much he did actually run and catch the ball.
No, his hands were best. He was one of the guys who revolutionized the fullback position in the West Coast offense.
Absolutely.
All of a sudden, you see the Green Bay Packers and their fullbacks. You see the Denver Broncos and their fullbacks. Guys who can catch out of the backfield. That's why Juszczyk resonates with this fan base because he could do some of the things Rathman did.
Yeah.
Lead block, maul people on the edges, and catch the ball out of the backfield. We haven't seen George Juszczyk much this year on the sideline, running that wheel route on the sideline.
Feels like they're waiting on that.
I wonder if they're going to bust that out this week in Philadelphia.
Point. And he's a Harvard guy. East Coast. He should be ready. He should have a big family.
Oh, he'll be out there.
Big contingent.
He'll be out there. I think to me, first of all, I already decided what jersey I'm wearing.
What's that?
It's the Dwight Clark. The red Dwight Clark.
So if you wear Dwight Clark, should I wear Joe Montana?
If you want to do that. You are the Joe Montana show.
I know that. I mean, come on. I was going to wear number 1 Shasky because it's been on a heater. My red number 1
you should continue to wear it.
It's been on a heater.
Continue to wear it. I haven't worn the custom jersey you got me last year. I haven't worn it all year.
Did you wear it to Dallas last year?
I did.
And it was a victory?
It was a victory.
Did you wear it to SoFi?
I did.
And that was a loss.
So Tom Rathman, by the way, joined us on the Bud Light guest line. All posters and guests appear on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. I apologize for that. Bud Light guest line. Tom Rathman. Anthony Slater will join us on the Bud Light guest line. Again, Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. John Curley agrees with that. This defense everybody talking about with the Philadelphia Eagles, 21st ranked run defense. Now, if you get in third and long situations, obviously that's a recipe for disaster.
Okay.
But what the Niners have to do this week, they have to get back to it. And what they've done all along since Brock Purdy's been the quarterback is stay at third and long and second and long situations. And last week, Dallas, they were really good on first down. For the first 3 quarters of that football game, for the most part, Dallas won on first down. They forced the Niners into 2nd and 11, 2nd and 12, 2nd and 8, 2nd and 9. They have to get to 2nd and 5, 2nd and 4, 2nd and 3. 3rd and 1. You know what I'm saying?
Advantageous spots.
Yeah,
there were a lot of 3rd and longs in the last game.
A lot of 3rd and longs. So they have to get back to that 2nd and short and win on first down. What do they do on first down? Last year in Philadelphia, it was a mess in that football game. Remember that? With Jimmy Garoppolo, they couldn't run a screenplay, couldn't do anything.
And I'm very, very interested to see how much physicality they allow. There was a George Kittle 3rd down. The Niners got sacked. Purdy got sacked, but 3rd down, Kittle kind of got tackled in the middle of the field.
Mm-hmm.
I thought he sold it pretty well, actually watching the replay back.
Oh, that defensive hold?
Yeah, and the Niners got kind of lucky there.
They got 2 straight defensive holdings.
Yeah, on both on 3rd down, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
I think the other one was on first down or second down.
Okay, well, they gave him first downs. Right. Regardless, point being is that they did get a little lucky there. Like sometimes those guys, they miss that or they allow more physicality. I'm going to be interested to see how much physicality there is. But they have to run the ball better. And also, I felt like Shanahan, I think it was 19-9 at one point in terms of pass attempts to rush attempts. I get what he's trying to do, soften up the defense by throwing the ball a little. And so they're going to have to hit on a couple of those short ones, you know? Otherwise, you're going to be in 3rd and longs again. And then I look at it defensively, and I'm saying to myself, what does DeMeco Ryans have cooked up? All this chatter about him being a head coach, which is right. I mean, he
can't do any interviews until, during the week of the Super Bowl. So interviews are shot this week. He's not doing anything.
I'm just saying
just the rumors.
It's justified that he's a candidate.
Well, he went through it last season.
I know, but what I'm saying is that these are the kind of games where if you do some cooking, you elevate yourself. If you get cooked, not that you fall out of favor, but
people are going to be like, oh.
Exactly.
That's the modern day offense that Philadelphia is running. Simple concepts, college concepts, RPOs, going deep, spread them out, and space the wide splits with their offensive linemen. Now, defensively, it's simple to me. Nick Bosa has to show up. Nick Bosa has to show up and dominate this football game. By the way, Morelli, all the way out there in India, he loves us on YouTube. Morelli, what is up? Saying we need Frisco Shasky. We're going to win this game. Frisco Shasky.
It's Wednesday.
Don't worry, bro. Frisco Shasky's. I will make sure Frisco Shasky's ready to go on this red eye. And then we'll go to sleep.
Thank you, Boxer and Gerson, for paying for that red eye.
Boxer and Gerson. You're the best. You have no idea.
So if you have an injury issue at work, you got to hit up Boxer and Gerson.
Yeah, I mean, they've been doing it for 40 years.
Or if you want a Raider fan to talk smack to you, just ask for Hillary.
Oh, poor Hillary. Let's get to David in Brentwood. David.
Hi, David.
Hey, long time no talk. What's up, David?
Hey, guys. Good morning. That was a great interview with Rotman. I think.
Thank you.
He would be one of my 2 favorite fullbacks. The other one would be Mike Alstott.
Ooh, good call.
Good call. Something else as a fullback.
Yeah, good call.
Yeah. Now, with regards to the game this coming Sunday, I think, the only way you can actually defeat, a pass rush like the one the Eagles have would be the short passing game. Those quick throws to the middle of the field, the run after the catch. We do have the players to make that type of play actually work. You have McCaffrey, you have Debo, and you have Ayuk. Just throwing the ball, short throws. You don't have to make it, first, just throw it for 10 yards on the first throw. Just go, 3 yards here, 5 yards there. One of those guys is just going to catch the ball and just take off, okay? They may have good cornerbacks and good passing, pass rushers, but like I said, if the ball is not going for long, there's nothing much they can do. Just get the ball out quick. Don't give them a chance to go after Purdy.
Yeah.
That's I don't know what you guys think about that.
Good call, David. Good call. I'm just looking at some of the comments as David is spitting facts there. He's passionate about his Niners. San Jose Jazz fan, great question. Does getting egged at an Eagles game count as a workplace injury? It's a good question. I don't have the answer to that.
All the hype. Now, I feel like we're overdoing
Act like we're going to Iraq or something.
I mean, come on.
You know what I'm saying? Act like I've been to a Phillies-Giants game. Nothing happened. Nothing happened to me.
Well, I'm sure if you go out looking for trouble, it will find you in any corner of any city in America for any sports team or non-sports team situation. Right. I don't dismiss that Philly's got rough around the edges spots. I'm not trying to bait them or any of that or taunt or anything. I have very much respect for their fans and the environment we'll be going into, but we're acting like we're going into tier 3 of the San Quentin prison.
Well, if you guys do get injured on Monday, you may be featured on the injury report.
Oh,
now that.
Couple texts from the Xfinity mobile text line. Rathman got me feeling like Mully did in Game 4 of the NBA Finals.
I like that.
I do like that. He was quietly confident about what was going to go down on Sunday. And then 925, is this a game you would rather have a healthy Jimmy G starting over rookie Brock Purdy?
I'll answer that. No.
Nope. All right, the injury report. So we have some potential good news coming from the Warriors today. With the Grizzlies in town, center James Wiseman is listed as probable for tonight's contest. Wiseman has been taking part in team scrimmages over the last few weeks as he continues to rehab from his left ankle sprain. He told reporters yesterday that he expects to play tonight against his hometown team, the Memphis Grizzlies. He's been out since spraining his ankle in a 3-on-3 practice prior to the Warriors' December 30th matchup against the Portland Trail Blazers. Remember, Wiseman had a good stand against the Memphis Grizzlies on Christmas Day. Rebounded well, good positioning, contested some shots, finished around the basket. That's a big boost to the Golden State Warriors. Are getting healthier as they host the Grizzlies tonight at Chase Center. Don't forget, you can listen to that game live right here on 95.7 The Game with the great Tim Roy. The injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm. Help you get your workers get their lives back for over 40 years. As this segment was presented and is presented by Warriors Wednesday. Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Freeman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit freemansappliance.com today.
There's bad blood between the Warriors and Grizzlies.
Man, they was talking about dynasty and all that. You can't talk dynasty when you haven't won before.
Talking to the team that won a championship after they beat you, after they win a championship, is an entirely different level of oblivion.
And they face off tonight.
Clay gets a technical for going right into Brooks as he fell down.
Our pregame coverage starts at 6. Only on 95.7 The Game.
Kirby! They're your driveway mechanic, and they bring the shop to you. And our friends over at Kirby just won the Motor Top 20 Award for innovation, brakes and tire replacements, oil changes, and so much more. And they've just added Kirby's eco-friendly wash. It barely uses any water, and it makes your car look brand new. They use all biodegradable products that provide the ultimate shine and protection to both the exterior and interior of your car, all in the ease of your driveway. No, the ultimate convenience. Easy booking, transparent pricing, on-time arrival service in your driveway, no waiting rooms, no coordinating rides, direct access to your mechanic. Friendly and reliable service, no middlemen, and no upsells. Get $50 off your first oil change with the code OIL50. That's OIL50. Check out Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now aboard.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
If you're considering remodeling your home in 2023, talk with your architect or designer about utilizing Golden State Window and Door for your upcoming project. Each location across the Bay Area features beautifully planned displays. You'll be surprised by the variety of styles. Their respected partners include Anderson, Milgard, Marvin, and many other top brands. For locations, images, and more, visit goldenstatelumber.com. Since 1954, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Neuropathy pain? Call Dr. Robert Dees, DC, 925-393-0100.
The other day, I bought a cockatoo. Hello! He's a handful, but I'll manage. Just like I manage without home internet. Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable, but I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
It's mating season, Dad!
No home internet? It's not that bad!
Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
This is the final week of the Manufacturers RV Show. See hundreds of RVs from dealers all over the West Coast. Don't miss the 34th Annual Manufacturers RV Show at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. Show ends this Sunday.
At Fisher Investments, our clients know we have their backs. How do your clients know that? Because Fisher Investments is a fiduciary, the highest standard for a financial advisor. It means we're there for our clients and always put their interests first. So wait, you do it because you have to? No, we do it because it's the right thing to do. Our clients trust us with their retirement savings, and we know how important that responsibility is. So we take the time to really get to know them. Get to know them how? We make sure we understand their unique goals, finances, health, family, and lifestyle so we can tailor their portfolio to their specific needs. Our goal is to help them achieve a comfortable retirement. Sounds like a big responsibility. You must make big commissions then, right? No, we don't sell commission-based products. We have one single transparent fee that's structured so we do better when our clients do better. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you are switching to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
The NFL playoffs live on Odyssey.
Throws, caught, touchdown as time expires.
Unbelievable turn of events.
Non-stop coverage from the biggest sports radio stations in the country. Podcasts dedicated to each NFL team and postseason games streaming live for free.
Takes the handoff, looks right, throws right, end zone, caught, touchdown.
Your playoffs, your Odyssey. Get in the game and download the free Odyssey app today.
Every pro is an MVP to us. As a Lowe's MVP's Rewards member, you can earn bonus points when you shop select products and brands. Then redeem them for exciting rewards like tools, sports memorabilia, e-gift cards, and more. Join today to become a member and start earning. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. Subject to program terms. While supplies last. Points expire at end of calendar year. Visit Lowe's.com/MVP's bonus points for details.
If you owe back taxes to the IRS, have unfiled returns, or are worried about an audit, the IRS is hiring 87,000 new agents to address these very issues. That means if you need to get your tax problems resolved, now is the time to get started. I'm tax attorney Robert Goldstein, and my firm specializes in helping individuals and small businesses resolve their tax problems. We work to stop IRS and state seizures. We may be able to settle your tax debt for pennies on the dollar with an offer in compromise. We prepare your past due returns, even if you have no records, and represent you before the IRS and state in an audit. At the law offices of Robert Goldstein, the consultation is always free, and we have offices located throughout the Bay Area. To schedule your free consultation, call 1-888-TAX-EXIT. That's 888-TAX-EXIT. 888-TAX-EXIT and make us your last stop.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Oh, baby. What's happening, everybody? Good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. Good morning to everybody getting ready for work. If you're at work, if you're driving safe to work, good morning to you. Good morning to all the longshoremen, janitors, plumbers, bakers. Who else am I missing? Electricians, painters.
San Quentin, because they were hitting us up on the text line.
Yeah, San Quentin. Actually, we got a call from San Quentin.
Yeah.
A guard from San Quentin last week. Shout out to San Quentin. Shout out to Santa Rita. They listen too.
You going to do Lompoc next, or are we just going to go right down the list, or what?
850 Bryant? I don't know if they allow Odyssey app in 850 Bryant, but if they do, shout out to you guys as well. Good morning. As we get ready to roll, Anthony Slater, 8:30, wrote some interesting things about Bob Myers. We'll get to the Warriors and Grizzlies coming up at 8:30, but I want to continue to roll. It's NFC title week. It's Wednesday. You know, it's kind of midweek. We're all sitting back. Everybody's watching films. Shanahan's talking. We'll get the injury reports. We'll find out what's going on with Charles Omenihu. Nick Bosa, where is he at as we break down this game? How are the Niners going to win this game? Are you confident in the Niners? It's Wednesday now. We're just talking to Kyle Batson, who's going to co-host with Dan Dibley today from 9 to 12. And Batson, he thinks the Niners can win. You already know. You're always worried, so I know how it is. I know you want the Niners to win.
There's a cycle. You know, I hype up the opponent. And
I used to do that. You used to get on me. Remember that? Oh, you're scared of everybody. And I was like, hey, it's appropriate fear.
Hey, look,
I'm the cocky, arrogant fan.
This is why we're a great combination. I pick you up on certain days when you're feeling low. You pick me up on certain days when I'm feeling low. We just do it that way.
No, it's going to be a tough game. There's no doubt. Philadelphia is going to come to play. It's going to be electric in that atmosphere.
By the way, we could list like 50 million professions, and someone will come in, no love for utility workers.
Oh, utility workers. Good morning to you guys. Good morning to the UPS drivers. Good morning to the firefighters. Good morning to cops.
To lawyers.
Who else are lawyers? Yeah, well, depends what type of law
Boxer
you
and
study.
Gerson.
Boxer and Gerson. Good morning to them.
Yes.
Good afternoon to them. Good night to them. Hope you had a good night's sleep. I love Boxer Gerson. Some lawyers.
Thank you, bail bondsmen who are now texting in. I have to say,
good morning to radio hosts.
Our audience is very diverse.
Oh, good morning to the ushers at Chase Center and the security guards, because you better believe once I get there tonight, they're like, you just say good morning to us. Psychologists. Good morning to therapists. Who else? Techies.
Now I'm imagining you sitting down like Tony Soprano. I fainted at my kids' birthday party.
The gabagool.
Thank you.
I was actually thinking about getting back into therapy last week. It helps, man. Therapy is
does.
good.
Everyone should have therapy.
Yeah,
Did you hear about Brandon Marshall? Just for a quick aside, Brandon Marshall,
the former wide receiver or the linebacker?
The wide receiver, wanted to let his teammates know. So, like, for example, when a guy gets taped up, like, he can get taped up right at his locker or in the training room or whatever, but, like, it's not this thing that's, like, closed doors where, like, you're afraid to show that you get taped up because you're getting work done on your body. He said that he wanted the therapist to meet him right next to the gym where they're working out the weight room so that everyone could see that not only would he get work done on his body, he's also working on his mind. And to let everyone else in the room know, who are his teammates, that it's acceptable to work on your brain, work on your emotions, work on your soul, and that he had issues that he was going to work through, and that other people aren't alone if they're searching for that. I just thought that was really unique and cool from Brandon Marshall, because I think a lot of people from afar who weren't in that locker room were talking about him a certain way, and to hear him open things up years later, I don't know, I find him to be a fascinating, he's more relatable than a lot of the people that cover the game that ripped him.
He's been through a lot of things, right? But he's sought out help.
And he's not a perfect human being.
No, he's not, and he admits that.
Yeah.
He admits that. It's an everyday process.
I found that interesting, though, regarding therapy.
Yeah, no doubt. No, I used to go to therapy as a kid. It helped. We went to therapy a couple years ago during the pandemic, man, but it wasn't the same because it was all phone.
Zoom.
It was all phone.
Yeah.
It was all phone, so I may get back into it just because it helps. I just like talking to people. Venting.
You like talking?
Yeah, go figure. By the way, you're right. Xfinity Mobile Text Line. This is unbelievable. Local 617, shout out to them. Don't forget us, Cell Tower Climbers. We listen to your show, too.
Oh, Cell Tower
good
Climbers.
Morning. Good morning to the dad taking his daughter to school. No love for FedEx couriers. No, we love you guys. School cafeteria workers, we love you too. No love for Uber drivers. We love some of you. Shout out to Honey Bucket employees pulling all that crap up. We love you too. Coffee baristas, I love you. Ganja farmers, hell, we all love the farmers, especially ganja farmers.
Who calls it ganja in 2023?
I don't know. No love for Amazon drivers. I love you guys. You deliver packages right in front of my door. I love it.
You're starting a war here. UPS, FedEx, Amazon.
Street pharmacists. Good morning to the street pharmacists.
Who wants to sponsor us first, FedEx or UPS? Big Brown.
Well, as Bobby Boucher mentioned, I got canned from UPS back in 05 or 06. It was the best thing that ever happened to me. Trust me.
Let me tell you. Look, we are the blue collar and white collar show for everyone out there. The elasticity on this show is very unique. Stretch Armstrong ain't got nothing on us.
Bakers. Good morning to bakers. I mean, how far is this going to go?
Underwater welders. I didn't even know that was a thing.
Yeah, I didn't either. Jesus Christ. I started something. No more good mornings. No more good mornings. It's done. I started it off to say good morning, everybody. Now the list is like we could literally do the first segment, all good morning shout outs, and then we go straight to 626, and then we break. They were like,
good morning, Tom Raffman.
Good morning, Scott Rowland. You're a Hall of Famer.
Oh, God. Don't even, please. Please.
Good morning, everybody picking the Philadelphia Eagles. Good morning to Angelo Cataldi, who's going to join us Thursday, which is tomorrow at 7:20. Good morning to WIP 94, which is going to do a simulcast with us. I believe John Ritchie, the former Raiders fullback, as well as Philadelphia, he's part of that show. He's going to join us. A little simulcast. We'll see how that goes. I don't think there's going to be much trash talk there. No love for realtors. Good morning, realtors.
Okay, this is getting out of hand. I'm ready to put a bookmark in it.
Last one? Last one?
Last one for today.
Last one for today. Good morning to all the sperm donors.
I'm a roaster.
888-957.
I mean, I don't even know.
9570.
We've gone so sideways. I mean, this is a triple option play that you're running right into the ground.
9570. Tom Osborne would be proud of me. Come on, Shasky. Former Nebraska coach. He ran that option. The veer, the speed, the triple, all of it. The read. 888-957-9570.
You ain't trying.
I want to know how. Honestly, you know one thing, because I'm asking everybody, and I know you're a little concerned about the game.
I am concerned.
Appropriate fear.
I think this
How
is.
many people are in the camp of Joe Shasky where you're concerned about this game?
Look, why do people. Okay, I want to ask you this question. If I tell you, all right, I believe the Eagles should be favored in this game, and I believe they have the better team. Does that mean that they're going to win on Sunday? No. Like, we know that's why they play the games. Like, I understand that. But why is that me being scared? Why is that me not recognizing that that's the best team in 2022, 2023, and that has played the most comprehensive schedule? They've earned home field advantage. All of the data and the statistics tell you they're a very balanced team. You know, we could nitpick defense here, there, rush attack, their DVOA, all these advanced analytics.
What is DVOA?
I don't even care.
I know what it is.
I don't even care.
The Eagles have a terrible DVOA when it comes to run
but
defense.
You know what they have? A stud at quarterback who offsets some of those weaknesses. So
the Niners are 2.5-point underdogs in this football game. And I remember
I think that's right. I think that's a fair line.
You know what's wild to me? Is that we've completely flipped. Midway through the year, you're like, I want Philadelphia. I want to go to Philadelphia. I want to go there.
I want this matchup.
No, you wanted this matchup big time.
Yeah, because if they win, it's dream scenario.
But I was just like, I don't want the Eagles. I don't want the Eagles. I don't want them. That's a tough match.
It is a tough matchup.
They match up very well with the Niners. I don't want them. And now the roles are reversed. I want Philadelphia. I want them.
Well, then how can we do this in basketball? We're like, when the Warriors go through the Dallas Mavericks, we're like, the West wasn't even that good. Okay, and then we diminish the Warriors.
I don't think we. Yeah,
I'm just saying that casual fans will do that nationally.
Right.
They'll diminish the Warriors. Yet, if the Niners go through this gauntlet, right? This gauntlet, wouldn't it be more impressive than 2019? It'd be way more impressive.
Oh, this run would be because of the quarterback.
Exactly.
Because of Brock Purdy. And we'll get to some
Would this be their
sound.
hardest route ever to a Super Bowl appearance?
Well, they had 2 home games. So I won't say it's their hardest route.
I mean, Cowboys were really good. And
They were
Seattle
really good,
was a
but that game was
divisional
at
opponent.
home. That game was at home.
I know.
It was at home. So you had the home field advantage, and I felt a lot better than going to Dallas and playing that football game. Going to Philadelphia, though, in terms of NFC championships, there's Seattle, of course.
Which you lost.
Richard Sherman, Malcolm Smith.
And one thing that I think is relevant to this game, Seattle got a bye that week, that year, and by the fourth quarter, and this is my interpretation,
the Niners wore down.
They were gassed. And I'm worried that by the fourth quarter of this game, Philly's going to have just a little extra in the tank, whereas look at Bosa in the fourth quarter of that game. He was hands on hips. I've never seen him like that.
And that was a physical game against the Dallas Cowboys.
So I worry that the fourth quarter of this Sunday is going to be similar to that.
So that game, when I think about NFC title games, Seattle. We just talked to Tom Rathman about going to Chicago. That was a tough game.
Didn't they face the Rams one year?
They played the Rams at home when they blew them out.
31-0.
The Giants game was really hard, and I lost that game at home.
Yes.
Joe Montana, Leonard Marshall, we know what happened there. Last time we saw Joe Montana.
12-9?
15-13.
15-13. I knew it was an ugly
5 field goals for the New York Giants in that one. Yeah, Matt Barr. And the first game in the regular season was 7-3.
That
was the
Niners
won on Monday Night Football.
10-1 versus
10-1. They had both lost the week before. Niners had lost to the Rams at home. Giants had lost to the Eagles at Veterans Stadium. They were both undefeated.
Because 1990 is one of the teams
that's one of my favorite teams
of
ever.
all time. Yeah,
you know.
I also have the card. I kept it, even though I'm sick. It's a hologram, and as you move it, Lawrence Taylor recovers the Roger Craig fumble in the game.
Yeah, that's a tough one.
It's Steve Young was headed off.
Steve Young would have started that Super Bowl against the Buffalo Bills in a short week against Tampa. All right, let's go to the calls, man. I see some calls here. Let's go to Ryan SF.
But we're the underdogs, and I like it. I like this position. It's
but are
unique.
you a little worried? Are Niner fans a little worried now? It's Wednesday.
Yeah.
The high of beating the Cowboys is kind of worn down, and now we really shift our gears. Like I shifted yesterday. I told you I was fired up. I listened back to that opening segment. I was like, who the hell is that guy? I was angry.
Yeah.
Now we shift our focus to Philadelphia. We break down the film, and it was wild. It got a lot of views on YouTube.
Call you Matchbox 20.
Ryan, San Francisco.
Got a lot of views on YouTube.
You like that little
counting?
Yeah, he was counting. Because you put me onto it. I started looking back at something. It's like, wow, watch the simulcast with Dallas again. It's like, boy, those guys stunk. Bobby Boucher didn't talk for 15 minutes. Ryan, SF, what's happening? You worried about the Philadelphia Eagles?
I'll be honest with you. I am a little worried. Reason being, I went to that Cowboy game. That was actually my first game ever at Levi Stadium.
Wasn't that awesome?
So it was actually wild.
Did you have fun?
But yeah, oh man, I had so much fun. That I was literally starstruck at that stadium and the fans there. It's unbelievable.
That's cool. That's really cool.
I'm a little bit worried about the Eagles. I mean, they're a pretty good team.
Yeah.
I personally think they're unproven, but like we've always said, the playoffs, it's you never know what you're going to get.
Right.
I think if we contain Hurts, it's game over.
Well, I'm with you there. You have to contain Hurts.
Easy
but also,
to say, hard to do.
Also, this is one of those games, and I know how that Philly crowd reacts.
Okay.
They get nervous as the game goes along, and it's a tight game. So what does that mean?
I mean, Levi's got a little tense late in that game.
I'm saying.
Every stadium does.
Philly will get tense.
You think?
All that pressure will ratchet up there at Lincoln Financial Field. So what does that mean? You got to get off to a fast start.
Okay.
You got to be leading at halftime, in my opinion. Or if you're down at halftime, it can't be by more than 3 points, right? But you got to make them go into deep waters. They haven't gone into deep waters like this. You know what I'm saying? They've had a lot of blowouts.
That's everyone's favorite term now.
Deep waters.
Well, we'll drag them into the deep water.
I was telling the Cowboy fan. I told the Cowboy fan all fourth quarter. I was like, "You're in the deep end now, buddy. You're in the deep end of the pool, and we ain't got no life vest for you." And I was like, "That's pretty good material. That's your best work." I was in my bag in the fourth quarter. Screw the Cowboys. Screw them. But you got to make this a tight football game because they will start dieting them.
Tight-lipped this week for me. Really appreciate that.
Let's go to Matt in Philly. He's an Eagles fan. He's on the road. So what's happening, Matt?
Yo, what's going on, guys? I have to say, I love your show, but I have to admit, every time my Eagles have to play somebody, I always listen to the opposing team sports radio station. So I love that you're coming on with Angelo. By the way, backstory, I don't know if you know, but Angelo is 30 years in the business, and he's retiring at the end of this year.
Yeah.
After the Eagles season, so he'll retire after.
Where are you calling us from?
Brother?
We call it from Philly, right,
I'm
Matt?
calling from Philadelphia, baby. I told you I listened to all my Eagles opponents on their radio stations.
Is this the best show you listen to out of the market?
I have to say, yeah. This and I'll give the people in. I don't know if you know Sean and RJ.
We just dominated them on Friday.
We just backhanded.
I know.
They're garbage.
Last year you guys had that bet together. Yeah, I know. That's cool. Listen, I mean, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm afraid of the 49ers. And then all of a sudden, my fear got washed away when we took care of the Giants. Now, Brock Purdy's doing things we've never seen before. Like, he's a rookie, last pick, all that. But they got some weapons. You know, they got Debo. I mean, you guys know who you got. But my Eagles are ready this year. Nick Sirianni, he's a funny guy. You know, he like panders in the camera. Like, people aren't used to that. You know, we're used to guys like Andy Reid. He don't even move.
Yeah.
He don't even show any fight.
Stoic.
But I'm glad you guys are coming to the game. You're going to see the link. I mean, remember, 5 years ago, my team won their first chip in 2017 when we beat those Minnesota Vikings to get there, and we beat the big, bad Patriots and Tom Brady. So I want to know, seriously, homerism aside, how do you think this game's going to plan out?
23-29ers.
I think it's going to be a slugfest. I think it's going to be absolute slugfest. And before you go, is he still there or did he drop off?
Matt, you still there?
No, of course I'm here.
Okay.
All right. I got Niners 23-20 in an absolute backyard brawl.
Forget what I think. I hate prediction radio. Like, anything can happen. None of these games play out the way we expect them to. What's the thing about the Eagles that you hear nationally that you're like, no. I watch them every single week, and that's wrong. This is the little insight that you like. What's an insight you can give us that maybe we wouldn't hear anywhere else from a real Eagle fan?
No, that's a great question because you're right. A lot of these guys see our record, but they don't watch the team 16 without 17.
Exactly.
They don't watch them every week.
Exactly.
I mean, let's be honest. Nick, the Eagles are they've only lost one game. They're really 15-1 with Jalen. You can't count the 2 games that Gardner Minshew was in there, but we'll forget about that.
They did give up 40 in that Dallas game, though, Matt. They gave up 40.
I know we did give up 40. We have 5 turns, and we still almost won. But the thing with the Eagles are, and I'm an honest guy, you got to be careful because if you look at the 2 losses that really counted, was that first Washington Redskins. I know they're not the Redskins anymore.
Yeah, I know. We do it all the time.
They were 13-point favorites on Monday night. They were high as a kite. They were undefeated, and Washington came in with a game plan. Ron Rivera said, listen, we're going to hold the ball. We're going to run the ball. And you saw the clock management.
No.
And Nick Sirianni didn't do us any favors by throwing the ball. He only ran Miles Sanders 1 time before the half. So, but the Eagles defense, obviously, they lead the league in sacks. You know, they had some injuries. Lane Johnson's a beast. He hasn't given up in 2 sacks. He hasn't given a sack in 2 years. So you got to be careful of that. You know, I think this game is going to be like a 1-2 punch.
I do too.
And I think whoever wins is going to win the Super Bowl because I know Joe Burrow's cool as a cat and he's on fire right now. But I wouldn't bet against Pat Mahomes to lose his 4th straight against the Bengals.
Look at that.
You know, I can't wait for the game. I couldn't wait to.
Are you going?
I like listen to your bravado. You got to have that in you. You know, I was rooting for the Golden State Warriors years ago when they finally won their first chip. I was proud of them because I was watching them with Monte Ellis. You know what I'm talking about.
Hey, Matt in Philly joining us on the Butt Light Guest line.
Yeah,
all
seriously.
guests appear on the Butt Light Guest line.
My favorite
Butt
caller
Light,
ever.
Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Matt, hopefully we see you out there. DM us.
Angelo on.
Yeah.
I don't know if Angelo told you. Like I said, he's retiring. He said, I'm not leaving. That's how much football means to this city. He's not leaving until the season ends. So, you know, me, I don't want him to. Obviously, he doesn't want to go before. But, I mean, Sunday's going to be a ball.
Sounds like his last.
I can't wait to call you guys back.
Sounds like Tony
his last shows are next week.
Remember what happened to Tony Gonzalez?
Retired after the Falcons NFC Championship game?
Yeah.
That was a tough one. 17-0 down 17-0 to the Falcons. And I remember that week in the Bay Area. Thanks for the call, Matt. That week in the Bay Area, there was a lot of arrogance from 49er fans. I'll never forget. Oh, the Falcons. Oh, this is going to be a rout. I remember heard Brenton Jones talking, this is not even going to be close. And I'm like, guys, this is going to be a tough game. Because the pass rush wasn't there for the 49ers once Justice Smith tore his pec. Remember that? He was not the same. They got no pressure on Matt Ryan. I was petrified of that football game.
Crabtree fumbled inside the red zone.
Oh, my gosh.
Remember that?
Oh, yes, I do. Oh, yes, I do.
When Frank Gore hit the dirty bird, I almost threw my TV on the ground. I was so happy.
They were getting smoked in that game.
Remember when he dropped the ball and hit the dirty bird?
Yeah. Michael James scored the first touchdown in that game. You remember?
LMJ?
Michael James, 49ers legend.
That duck and fly.
I thought he was going to be the one.
I jumped out my seat when they drafted him. I jumped out my seat when the Niners drafted Trey Sermon. And now is he still in Philadelphia, by the way? Trey Sermon? Let's look that up. Matt Sarafel, what's happening? You're in the roast.
Pulling a Zito. He's not suiting up.
Hey, what's up, Matt?
Hey, so I was just listening, and, what you guys said about this will be bigger than 2019 because of the quarterback play. I think maybe it's more unexpected just because it's our third-string guy, Mr. Irrelevant.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think it's more impressive because I think the quarterback play is head and shoulders above what we've gotten from Jimmy ever, 2019 included. I mean, just look at the productivity. And I think in Philly, the biggest question marks, our secondary's been suspect for a while, and these receivers are tough.
Oh, we're losing Matt. He's right. The secondary is going to be put on notice here.
How is A.J. Brown looking at practice? I know today is a practice day.
Well, we'll see. We'll see when they report.
Have they said anything about his status?
I think he's playing.
Yeah, because he was hobbled, quote unquote, in that game. He looked fine to me.
He's going to play. He'll be out there as a decoy. You got to believe, right?
Yeah, or he's playing possum.
By the way, Trey Sermon, 4th string running back.
Oh, they suit up 4, huh?
Yeah, Miles Sanders, Kenneth Gainwell, Boston Scott, Trey Sermon wearing number 34.
Boston Scott, you've hit it really low in fantasy when you're over here like, do I have to play Boston Scott?
Hey, he has one of those games every now and then.
I know, but
yeah,
you're searching on one of them bye-week flexes when you're thinking about Boston Scott. Oh, God, whenever I see that name, I'm like,
Family League didn't go well
searching.
for you this year. I know. Family League did not go
Streamer
well.
Hall of Fame.
I lost in the whatever semis.
Yeah, I lost in one semifinal.
Josh Allen, don't even start me.
I lost in one semifinal. I lost in 2 championships.
Justin Herbert, he's the guy, the fantasy dud of the year.
Killed me in the
Glad
playoff.
he blew it in the playoffs.
Played me in the quarterback fantasy.
Are we doing a baseball one, by the way, for this show? I think we should do a baseball one.
Be fun.
Yeah, I mean,
only do one baseball league. I'd have to be talked into it. What's the incentive?
Sorry,
How
King.
much money are we going to have a trophy? Morning Roast Invitational.
McKing, would you be willing to join one of our baseball leagues? Would it fancy the King? Would you be willing to maybe throw a few shekels down on our fantasy baseball league? Could you find it in your heart? Oh, gracious King.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. The King will think about it.
Bend the
Move
knee.
along now.
I mean,
Move along
Jesus
now.
criminy.
Just kidding, man. I was probably going to play. I usually only do one fantasy baseball league. And it depends if it's a head-to-head. Is it roto? How are we going to do this? Maybe we'll do head-to-head. I don't know.
I'll let you. I just want in. I'll let you determine all of that.
Well, you brought it up. You got to be the commissioner. I'm done being the commissioner. Jay in North Carolina, what's happening? You're on the roast.
What's happening, guys? I'll talk to y'all on Monday, man.
What's
Glad
up,
to
baby?
get back through. Just wanted to say, these Cowboys, that's just blowing my mind. Every time I turn on the TV, all they saying is how the Cowboys lost it. We didn't do nothing, to deserve any of the mistakes they made, none of that.
And guess what, Jay? I'm looking right now. Hold on, Jay, real quick. I'm looking right now on ESPN Analytics. Eagles have a 65% chance to win this football game. So that's what they're going to do.
Right.
That's what they're going to do.
Right. And that's what I'm laughing at. They just sitting up there playing us. Oh, what have they done? We on a 12-game winning streak, and then if I do remember, y'all ain't played nobody either.
I know.
We ain't played nobody.
I tried to point that out yesterday. I tried to point that out yesterday, but go ahead, finish the call, Jay.
Right. And then one more thing to say about you guys. I want y'all to walk in that stadium like Shannon did last week going at them Grizzlies. That's how y'all walk in there against them Eagles. You know what I'm saying? I want you to take the front after you just walk in there in all your red and gold. And you got my main man, Bonta, right behind you. And he's going to come in with his red and gold and black. Y'all should get some camo hats. Some of them 49 camo hats.
Yeah, I just don't want to wear green.
Go in there and take care of business.
I just don't want to wear green. I don't wear green.
I ran into some people last night at the Reardon game. My buddy Jason Hart, he was like, "You going to Philly? You better bring it. You better bring it to Philly. I know you's going to bring it." And I was like, "Jason, I'm going to do my best I can."
All right, how about this before we hit the break and get to Anthony Slater? Chris and Dom, hang on tight. We got Anthony Slater coming up on the Butt Light guest line. Niner Nick, our boy Nick Newman. We love Niner Nick.
Yeah.
Sad I didn't get to run into him in the tailgate, but Niner Nick, hopefully he's coming to Philadelphia. He goes, here are the Eagles and Niners numbers against common opponents.
Did he
Washington,
text you
Arizona.
this?
No, I'm looking at his Twitter page. Washington, Arizona, Dallas, Chicago, and New Orleans. Because that's what we do now as radio hosts. We just jack from people on Twitter, and we put them into our data and say, hey, we took notes. No, we just jack from Twitter. I'm kidding, folks. I'm kidding. But this is a good tweet. Common opponents, Washington, Arizona, Dallas, Chicago, New Orleans. Eagles 4 wins, 3 losses, 6-point differential. Niners 5 wins, 1 loss, 101-point differential, plus 101. Niners are plus 95 points higher than the Eagles against common opponents. Now, if you want to point to Hurts being hurt against Dallas and New Orleans, fine. But what's the excuse for their defense giving up 60 points in those games? Points per game allowed against common opponents. Niners 12.3, Eagles 21.7. I don't know how much weight that carries in a game like this, but it is very interesting.
That's interesting. Well, the Niners...
That's from Niner Nick, by the way. Niner Nick.
A unique team playing the NFC East. Maybe the commonality or the familiarity with Philadelphia gives those divisional opponents an upper... You know what I'm saying? Offensively gives them some schematic advantage.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm asking out loud. That's interesting.
It's very interesting.
That's very interesting. I'm going to chew on that.
Look at Nick Newman coming out with the data.
Knowing him, he'd wear shorts to Philadelphia.
Is he coming to Philly?
I don't know. I don't think so.
He was in Jerry's World last year. He was at SoFi. He's got family money. His mama, they got long money there.
I don't know about that. I'm not talking about their money.
You know it. That's how you laugh like that.
I love their place up the Russian River. They've got a pool that my dog fell into, and he saved my dog's life.
See, that's what I'm talking about. I mean, that's what I'm talking about.
Leo's a French bulldog. He can't swim. Head's too heavy.
Clock, 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 clock.
All right, what's coming up on the game? Sponsored by the Road to Glendale. SF Sheriff's Office, your future begins here. Visit sfsheriff.com to apply today. The one and only 95.7 Game Insider, Anthony Slater.
Bay Area, it's your boy Shasky, and me and Bonte, we are flying out to Philadelphia, and you better get ready, because I'm about to ring that Liberty Bell like the 49ers are this Sunday, and it's all because of our friends at Boxer & Gerson. Without them, we ain't flying, Eagles flying to Philadelphia. Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
If you have a tax problem, then you have a legal problem. And that means you need an attorney. Hey, this is Joe Shasky here to talk about the tax and crypto attorneys and accountants at Kugelman Law. Maybe you have unfiled tax returns. Maybe you have offshore accounts or received money from a relative overseas. Maybe your small business is facing an audit. Regardless of the tax problem you have, the Kugelman Law team can help. So visit sftaxteam.com today. I've met with their attorneys and know about their honest and ethical approach to providing effective and efficient resolutions for all your tax needs. They strive to educate their clients about IRS practices and evaluate possible solutions, all while providing you with straightforward and transparent pricing. If you're facing a tax problem, then you're facing a legal problem. So you should contact the Kugelman Law tax and crypto attorneys today at sftaxteam.com. That's sftaxteam.com.
Alexander Kugelman, Managing Attorney, 21 Tamil Vista Boulevard, Suite 202, Corte Madera, California, 94929. This paid endorsement does not constitute a guarantee or prediction of results.
At Fisher Investments, we do things differently, and other money managers don't understand why.
Because our way works great for us.
But it may not work for your clients. That's why Fisher Investments is a fiduciary, obligated to put clients first. It's the highest standard for a financial advisor.
So, what do you provide? Cookie-cutter portfolios like the rest of us?
No cookie-cutter portfolios here. Fisher Investments tailors portfolios to meet each client's goals and needs.
But you do sell investments that earn you high commissions, right? And make commissions when you make trades for your clients?
No, Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission investment products, and we never earn commissions on trades.
So what's in it for you?
Fisher Investments fees are structured so we do better when our clients do better. When it comes to helping clients achieve a comfortable retirement, we're clearly different. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments, clearly different money management.
Investments in securities involve the risk of loss.
So, the other day, I bought an extremely chatty...
Boring story time!
Make that an extremely catty cockatoo.
You're welcome!
Apparently, the pet store won't take it back. But, hey, I'll manage.
I love that for you!
Just like I manage without home internet.
No, you don't!
Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable.
Aw, Bertie likes to stream!
But I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
My lady friend! It's mating season, duh!
No home internet? It's not that bad. No, not there.
It is that bad. Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
O'Reilly. When you need auto parts, O'ReillyAuto.com is just a few clicks away. We offer convenient options for you to get your parts quickly. Order online and pick up for free at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts store. We'll even bring it out curbside. Or you can have your parts delivered right to your door with free shipping on most orders over $35. Visit O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
I used to get frequent heartburn at night, so I made Prilosec OTC part of my morning routine.
One pill in the morning, 24 hours, zero heartburn with Prilosec OTC. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
Sunny skies this afternoon in Walnut Creek, highs near 63.
Weather brought to you by Pfizer and BioNTech. This winter, there are new COVID-19 booster shots designed to help protect against recent Omicron variants. Schedule your updated COVID-19 booster dose at vaccines.gov.
The other day, I bought a cockatoo. Hello! He's a handful, but I'll manage. Just like I manage without home internet. Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable, but I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
It's mating season, Dad!
No home internet? It's not that bad!
Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
It's JP with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to the morning roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky.
JP, Mr. Money Time.
Money time! Money time!
It's been a while since we played that. Ugh.
Money time! Money time!
Let's celebrate. Yeah.
All-time banger at any party, wedding, whatever. Daft Punk.
I was just going to ask him who it was. Why did you have to go on?
Because I was going to guess Daft Punk.
You don't.
I know about Daft Punk.
How do you even spell Daft Punk?
DAFPUNK, but it's the T after the F. Daft Punk, right? Am I right? Come on, I know about my Daft Punk. Bumping that.
Does Anthony Slater know about Daft Punk?
I doubt it. Anthony Slater hood, man. Dude's from the hood. Anthony Slater. By the way, Niner Nick said, my season tickets and trips are self-funded. I stopped asking mommy and daddy for money years ago. I got that post-SF State University bread.
I told you. Why are you trying to run my man over like he was a Cowboy fan ripping the TV off the wall and then running it over?
Damon's, I heard these dudes are ripping these low-budget Walmart TVs off the wall that are $75. Go rip a 70-inch TV off that Samsung and the smart TV. I want to see you do that. These dudes are doing it for the clout. I don't even believe it anymore. Well, let's rip my TV and bash it. Look at a little small-ass TV dude ripped off the wall, 15 inches. Come on, man. That is a joke.
TVs are very inexpensive right now.
Right. Stop. Let's bring in Anthony Slater, courtesy of the Butt Light guest line. all guests appearing on the Bud Light guest line. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Anthony Slater, our 95.7 The Game insider, he just dropped some heat this morning via The Athletic alongside Marcus Thompson and Sam Amick about whether or not these are the last days of Bob Myers being the president of basketball operations and GM of the Golden State Warriors. And with that said, Anthony, good morning. How you doing, brother?
The Bud Light line at 8:30 a.m.
Yeah, all postseason guests appear on the Bud Light guest line, Anthony. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy.
Don't hate the player, hate the game.
Hey, all right, NFL playoff Bud Light line.
Yeah, well, also a Warrior line, too. We got you. Yeah. Warriors are basically in the postseason right now. It feels like it.
I mean, put a little. What are you doing? Anthony, so I got a notification on my phone that basically says Bob Myers could leave the Warriors, okay? That's essentially what it said on my phone. You know, we all get these notifications. You wrote the article. What do you mean?
So one of the hottest topics in the league, just Bob Myers' future. Obviously, I mean, it's well known that he's on the last, at this point, not even just last season, last several months of his contract. I believe July 1st it expires. And it's undecided. And, it's not something where we know for sure if he is or if he isn't coming back. There's clearly, financial aspects of this to figure out. But also Bob Myers, I think, just needs to figure out long term if this is the franchise he wants to lead. And I think we talk about so much of the future of the players on this team, and I think the future of one of the biggest figures in the organization is also very unsettled. So like I said, it is when you go to any arena in the league at this point, people want to come up and talk about it.
Yeah, no, it is definitely a hot topic. Also, Joe Lacob, the owner of the Warriors, is a hot topic as well. And I guess in this article, you basically said that Lacob is more involved than ever in day-to-day personnel choices. Now, is that a good thing for the Golden State Warriors? And does that kind of irk Bob Myers from what you know?
So, I mean, it's, Joe Lacob's vision is all over this roster, right? I mean, it's been pretty transparent. Like, he is concerned, about the now, but also about the future. 2029 in Chase Center, along with this season. He wants to win this season, but he has continually said he doesn't want to have he's even termed it like a Lakers type run. Maybe remember when the Lakers made the playoffs 6 straight seasons? Mm-hmm. He's used that as an example, but he's trying to avoid that. And part of the ways he's trying to avoid that is a situation we all understand if you follow the team on a day-to-day basis. They together drafted, 5 teenagers essentially to kind of bridge to the next era. And it was, you could kind of see the clash coming. But it is arrived in full this season. Obviously, being 23 and 24 turns up the pressure on that. It makes everyone look around. Should there be more help now? Why aren't the young guys developing? All that. As far as, Joe is he's just more than other owners, or at least most other owners, just around the basketball decisions, right? You can see in LA, Steve Ballmer kind of just sits courtside. He's a fan. There's a lot that's good to what Joe Lacob does, obviously, particularly from a financial standpoint, from a competitive standpoint, just ambition. It's been very good for the Warriors, but, his basketball opinions carry a lot of weight. Is that good or not? It's tough to be in my opinion, overly critical of the Warriors over the last decade because of all the success they've had. But, however this era ends and as it transitions over the next decade, Joe Lacob's decision-making power will very much be judged, I think, over the next, half decade.
Wow, there is so many angles we could take this in. This is kind of an incredible story. Right. Bob Myers himself was a sports agent, became obviously a part, I think he was assistant general manager with the Warriors, rose to manager, and now he's doing the podcasting on the side. So it's hard for me to not think about someone like Sean McVay, who's been getting tempted back and forth to leave coaching and go into broadcasting, where you can make a lot of money and not have to deal with maybe some of the day-to-day stresses of the competitive fires and stuff. Is he burnt out with running the team day-to-day? Is it just an easier life that he's looking for? Do you think the broadcasting factors into this at all?
I think it's kind of TBD. And, I like that you brought up Sean McVay. Sean McVay kind of flirted with it all year, right?
Yeah.
Even by the week, whatever it was, 18, it was kind of thought that he was ready to walk away. And then he comes back, right?
Yeah.
So, there's pondering going on, and this is not just a Bob Myers thing, right? I think Draymond Green's probably sitting there pondering his future right now, and really everyone involved. This does feel like such a pivot point just from an organizational perspective.
Yeah.
And Bob Myers is right there in that group, we'll see. But yeah, clearly he's nibbled around different ventures. I mean, you mentioned the podcast one. There would be several teams in the league that wouldn't mind getting Bob Myers to run their basketball operations. Philadelphia in the past, before they got Daryl Morey, was quite interested.
Weren't the Lakers interested too at some point, like 2 years prior to the Philadelphia Sixers wanting him in 2018?
Yeah, I don't know the specifics on that, and obviously they got Pelinka however many years ago that was, and Pelinka. I remember when the Pelinka was hired, it was like they're trying to find Bob Myers 2.0, right? Bringing him out of the agent rank. They've always almost been connected speculatively, just because of Bob Myers' connection to LA and just the glamour of the Lakers franchise. But would the Lakers be willing to pay what it would take to get Bob Myers? I mean, they've kind of historically, at least lately, been a little bit cheap.
At the end of the day, when Bob Myers' contract runs out in July, I get the sense that Joe Lacob may cave in and make him the highest paid president of basketball operations, GM, whatever you want to give him, Bob Myers that title. It feels like Joe Lacob will cave in because he tends to do that when it comes to these big money deals. Do you see it like that, Anthony?
There are people I've spoken to who believe that who end of the day, like Joe Lacob pays, right? And this is non-tax money, right? This isn't like, you're paying, Bob Myers $16 million a year, and that's X amount in tax. It's untaxed, which I think matters here. Lacob would contend and has contended even publicly, like he's made good offers. So we'll see. I think again, part of it is what we were talking about earlier. Bob Myers needs to decide what, not only the future for what for himself, but what is the future of this team going to look like? How much of a transition will this be next season to the next era? Are they going to run the core back together? And some of that might matter what happens in the playoffs. If they win again, it's probably harder to break everything up. If this flames out, if this season continues to putter around 500 and they're in the play-in and it feels like 2 seasons ago, maybe that dictates things. And that's again the story that we try to lay out the situation, but I think we also are like nothing has been officially decided by anyone yet. Right. It is just these waning days and this dynasty was always going to break up at some point. It's honestly lasted a lot longer than all of us thought.
Yeah, absolutely. Right. I mean, Bill Walsh walked away at the height of his powers. Yep. I mean, there's lots of different guys in sports that, for whatever reason, walked away to pursue something different challenges, stress, you name it, health, money. There's a variety of things. There's a successor question I have in a second. But let's get back to the podcast for a second, because I listened to the podcast and it feels like for right now, a side project. And I'm sure it can become, a main source of income if he chooses to go that route. But the sense that I got from listening to him and Steph Curry, boy, it felt like he was tied to Steph Curry and him staying around. At least that's the impression I got. Maybe I'm off base here. He's going to stay around as long as Steph is here, and he recognizes how special what they've had, the run is. What sense did you get from that podcast? Was there something else you interpreted?
I didn't go too deeply on the interesting part was just him dipping his toes into the media waters, and I've had conversations, and you guys would probably agree, having interviewed Bob.
He's the best.
Are people in the media world who believe he would have to be good if he, committed to that.
Right.
He would be incredible.
That's one thing I took away. As far as him and Steph, I didn't need the podcast to know, Steph Curry, loves Bob Myers. That he is the conduit between players, coaches, and the ownership group. Bob Myers behind the scenes, as good as he is maneuvering questions and doing the media stuff, he's just as good in any environment behind the scenes, just problem solving. And his kind of bigger picture perspective and the way he views the world really is similar to Steph, right? You've had their conversations click so well. So I think just having Bob in such a position of power has been so beneficial to Steph over the years. And in the podcast that you mentioned, they really talked about it. They went back to the ankle injuries from way back in the day before the extension was signed. And
it was incredible.
Yeah.
Anthony Slater here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game, our 95.7 The Game insider. Look, I know Shasky wanted to ask a question about a successor, possibly. Kirk Lacob's a name to get floated, but I believe you were the one who tweeted this, so I'm not mistaken, that Kirk Lacob may be more suited to be the owner once Joe passes things down and not necessarily the GM and president of basketball operations.
Yeah, I hope it was pretty clear in the story. Like, the Lakers are not trying to push Bob Myers out the door. Right. This isn't, there was a recent story about the situation in Atlanta where, the owner's son, Nick Ressler, seems to be kind of like, gripping power in Atlanta. This Kirk Lacob is, he's got his hands on basketball operations. He's got his hands on business operations. And like I said, it was, it's speculative, but he profiles to me more as owner in waiting than GM in waiting. I don't know if they would go outside the organization if Bob left. I mean, at this point, they don't necessarily want to envision that future. Now, they might end up having to pay up or convince Bob or whatever. But Mike Dunleavy is kind of feels like he's risen to about number 2 in charge of basketball operations. It's been floated to me as a possible successor if this road materializes. But Kirk Lacob will have a very powerful position. He currently does and will deep into the future. I just don't know if that'll be considered like GM.
All right, so you kind of addressed some of the successors and whatnot. I guess the last question from Warrior fans is, and you kind of nailed it, like, this isn't a money thing, right? But when you hear, like, GM, owner, and I think about, and I'm not saying whether fair or not, I want to make sure we clear this up. Like, this isn't a Jimmy Johnson, Jerry Jones, like, I deserve more credit or anything like that. This just seems like, Bob, what do you want to do, right? Like, that's the interpretation that I'm getting from you.
Yeah, I do think money's matters here.
So money, okay.
Yeah, he wants to be paid. He wants to be the highest paid executive.
Gotcha. Okay.
He's like, what? I saw a new story. He's 7th, 8th, or 9th, and Lacob said he was top 3, maybe?
Yeah. Yeah, and part of, like, what we put in there, like, this isn't, like, player salaries where you can just go to, like, sportstrack.com or whatever. Right. Like, pull up, this guy makes this much, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Like, it's very much a more secretive world with, like, incentives and contracts are either hidden or artificially pumped up or whatever. Like, clearly there is a kind of dispute on where he necessarily ranks, and that probably matters. Like, who do you consider an executive? Do you consider Greg Popovich an executive, even though he has control power, Pat Riley, whatever? But Lacob's gone on record saying that Myers is top 3, and several of the people behind the scenes, more, I guess, on the Myers side of any, I guess, negotiation, whatever you want to say, don't think he is.
All right. So. Quickly here about the basketball team. Grizzlies in town today. Warriors, maybe their best win of the season Friday night in Cleveland. No Steph, no Wiggins, no Clay, no Dre. And then they all come back Sunday against the Brooklyn Nets, and they get outscored by 16 in the second half. Probably their worst. Well, I mean, there's like 9 candidates for worst loss of the season. Now the Grizzlies are coming to town. I kind of expect the Warriors to win tonight because this is the way the season has gone, Anthony.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing the Grizzlies do is, like, fire up the Warriors' engines. I don't expect a low-energy effort from the Warriors tonight. And 2 days off, Memphis is a little banged up. They're 0-4 on the current road trip. I was actually at the game in Sacramento the other night. Steven Adams is really limping around. I'm like, he does not look like a guy that's playing in 2 days, and then, boom, they hit you with the PCL strain. That's a pretty big deal for Memphis. John Morant sat the game against the Kings. He's going to be back tonight. So I think it's a good time for the Warriors to get Memphis. They're just like, their mojo's not there right now. But again, I mean, you kind of mentioned in the lead-in, like, I'm not predicting any game this season for the Warriors. I have no idea how any game is going to go. But the one thing I will say is they've gotten up against rivals, right? Celtics blow out at home, the Grizzlies on Christmas, and even the Celtics game in Boston, they didn't win it, but that was a really good effort. So I would expect them to bring it tonight, but Memphis is going to bring it too, right? You would, at least from an energy perspective.
Dillon Brooks for sure, right? It's just maybe we bring Shannon Sharp up.
I was going to say we should fly him up immediately. Thank you, Anthony. It was a great article. I'm
on the Athletic.
Yeah, we obviously love your success. We're happy for you, and we love when you come on here and break it down.
All right, fellas.
All right. Hey, any tips on going to Philadelphia this weekend? We're going to Philly, baby.
Get some cheesesteaks. There's about 95 different places to go. I like chicken cheesesteak personally. That's just me.
Oh, well, food is done. You know me. I love food, Anthony. You look at Shasky. We both love food. If food loves us, we love food. But what about the crowd? Lincoln Financial Field.
I was going to say, don't let any potential, Bud Light or liquor or whatever you might consume up there. Don't let it get you overly confident. Don't be saying some stuff that you shouldn't. I mean, that's you going deep into the Philly parking lot there. It's a cool setup. Have you guys ever been?
Yeah. They have Citizens Bank Park right across the street from Lincoln Financial Field, Wells Fargo Center, which, by the way, the Nuggets are playing the Sixers. We're trying to get some tickets from our old co-host, Kate Scott, trying to get some plug there for Saturday Embiid against Jokic. So it's a great structure over there.
Yeah, and they got a big, kind of entertainment area in the middle. It's cool. It's almost reminds you of what Oracle in the Coliseum used to be, except even bigger, and you add an extra arena to it. So it's cool. Enjoy yourself.
All right, Anthony. We'll talk to you soon.
How confident are you guys feeling though?
I feel good. Shasky's worried.
I'm
He's
about
always
a 5 on a scale of 1 to 10.
Yeah,
Eagles look good. Eagles look good.
Newsflash: Eagles are good.
Yeah, I'm at a 9, Anthony.
Very good.
I'm maybe arrogant. I'm a little arrogant right now, but I'm confident.
I'm teetering toward Emmanuel Mosley, Brett Favre, number 4.
All right,
got to find another number 4.
George Springer.
Brett Favre's canceled.
Yeah,
Anthony. We'll see you later tonight at Chase Center.
You're right.
All right,
see you, buddy.
All right, man. You got to find a number.
Derek Carr.
Yeah.
That's a bad number 4.
What about Dak Prescott? Anthony Slater joined us on the Bud Light guest line.
I hope you know that we are definitely going to get in trouble with the boss in this meeting.
All postseason guests appear on the Bud Light guest line.
Minutes.
Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. I already know what's going to happen. I'm not going to talk to you guys anymore about the guests. You already know how I've said it. 20 minutes. Just tune out. Just telling you.
I thought that was
telling you.
Incredible, though. The Bob Myers thing is fascinating.
It is fascinating because Warriors fans are going crazy right now about this.
The most fascinating thing about the Warriors this year is all the off-the-court stuff. Has nothing to do with on-court. On-court, I don't even know what to make of them.
Real quick, we got Matt Ramos on the line. We'll get to him in just a second. I want to play this Draymond cut real quick about Memphis before we go to Matt.
There's never any shortage of bulletin board material. Everybody's trying to build it up to be some rivalry. I don't think they've accomplished enough yet for us to consider it a rivalry, but it's always a great game, and it's one of those games that you're going to get up a little bit more than some other game. It's not the cliche, every game is the same. It's not that. It's a big game. It's a fun game to play in. We know they're going to come and bring the best out of us. We're going to bring the best out of them, and it should be a good game. Ultimately, I always feel I always say if we play a good game, they play a good game, we win the game. We play our best, they play their best, we win the game.
That's Draymond Green, courtesy of the Draymond Green podcast. By the way, Anthony Slater joined us on the Bud Light guest line. All postseason guests appear on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. This is a Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Freeman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit freemansappliance.com today. And the road to Glendale, brought to you by Bear West Credit Union. Work for you today, tomorrow, and together.
I recommend Freedman's big time. For the Russian River Cabin, I went and searched for door handle pulls for the gate outdoors, and I got some really, really, really nice, sleek-looking cast iron door handle pulls. They've got everything there.
Boy, the Shasky household raking in the money. Damn.
No, I went to Freedman's because they have good deals.
Yeah,
that's why I went there.
Yeah, I know.
Good quality products at good deals. That's why I was there.
State lumber. I mean, this is top quality though, man.
Well, you pay for what you get. That's why you go to the good suppliers. You go to the good suppliers so you can get their knowledge and their expertise so that they can explain to you why something costs what it does so that it lasts the longest.
Dude,
and it's functional.
Absolute baller over there, man. Damn. Must be good to be a Shasky. Changed my last name, man. See a couple more zeros in my bank account.
Coming from the guy who's draped in 2 chains because it's a vibe this morning.
Hey, no, these were gifts. One of these chains came from Turkey. One of them was an anniversary. A little bling bling. Ain't nothing wrong with a little bling bling.
I thought you were going to go R. Kelly on me. Ain't nothing wrong with a little bump and grind.
You would never
Speaking
hear me
of canceled.
Yeah,
Speaking of canceled.
You would never, ever hear me quote that guy. It's Xfinity Fast 5 coming up in a second. Xfinity Fast 5 coming up in a second. Let's get to Matt Ramos because he's a roaster. And you know what Matt Ramos did? He won Jerry Rice's NFL Blitz game, baby. Matt, what's happening? Who loves you? Let's go crazy, folks. Go crazy. Matt, NFL Blitz game, arcade console, going to your house. What's up, Matt?
What's going on, guys? I appreciate you guys. I'm real excited, man. I thought I won the lottery. I felt like it. station called me yesterday. I forgot my email address, where I live, and I'm excited, man.
Are you a gamer?
I am. I did play Blitz when I was younger. I don't remember which one I played, but I remember the late hits. It was fun. I got a 12-year-old son, so he's in for it.
Oh, that's awesome.
Oh, man.
That is awesome.
The game, it hasn't been delivered yet, correct?
No, not yet.
And it's coming. It will come to your house.
Where's it going to go?
Yeah, I was going to ask that.
No, I got a little bar. I set up a little bar before the season started. Right before the season started, I got a bar, a TV up on the wall. I got the 49ers Super Bowl newspapers framed up. I got a kind Ronnie Lott framed up, so it's going to be a nice addition.
Let's go.
How does wifey feel about the game console? Because did you run it by wifey? Is she happy that the Blitz game is coming? You and your son can play it?
She's excited on the radio. She's like, where's it going to go? It's going somewhere.
I love it. Good for you,
Hey,
man. That's
Matt,
going to be awesome.
Congratulations, and thanks for being
That's
a
really
roaster.
cool.
Where are you watching the game at? Are you going to Philadelphia?
Yeah.
And how confident are you about this NFC title game?
Yo, look, I was at Seattle. I was at the Dallas game. I'm going to be watching from home. But look, this game, I need Frisco Shasky.
Let's go.
I need Bonte.
Let's go.
I need you guys to turn up, represent the Bay and Philly. Look, they're writing us off. I'm looking at Instagram, Bleacher Report, everybody writing us off like it's Monday and the game is over. We're going to run it down their throat. We're going to run through that front five.
Let's go.
Our defense is going to shut it down. We're going to punch them in the mouth. 49ers win 24-17. Ludman, play the sound. Lock it in. 24-17. Niners Super Bowl. Let's go.
I love that, Matt. I love that, Matt. Hell yeah.
Matt.
Congratulations,
Hell
Matt.
yeah.
Give him an applause. Get him out of here. Celebrate. He's a roaster. Matt Ramos, man.
So I don't know if he deserves the applause there.
No, come on. Give it to him. He won Jerry Rice's NFL Blitz game, arcade console. You got to show Matt some love on the way out.
What did you say?
Yeah, you just... Ludman, what'd you say?
Oh, no, nothing. We can go on to Xfinity Fast 5, though.
No. What'd you say? I want to know what you said.
He's the best straight man in radio right now.
I said it's a compliment.
He doesn't even know it.
Oh, you were called Lubman. That's a compliment, you know?
Oh, yeah.
Look how happy he is.
By the way,
I'm always happy.
Do we have time for the fantasy playoff rankings? No, I guess we'll do that
we
tomorrow.
don't. We can do
I'll
that
tell you
tomorrow.
this right now. Me taking Burrow number 2 was the best pick of the draft. You were like, oh, you're going to leave me Josh Allen? Now who's feeling good?
The guy who took Brock Purdy number 3.
Simon.
Good pivot.
And not only is Simon feeling good, well, Tyler Miller may be feeling good, not after that Dak performance, but he may be there in the top 3. I think I'm eliminated. I have no more quarterbacks left.
Oh, you're out?
Yeah, I'm out. Josh Allen.
Guess you don't know football.
Yeah, I guess
I
not.
gotta hope Mahomes advances. That's the only way I get him.
Ludman, who did he have? Who did Ludman have? I don't know.
He had Carlos Correa.
He's so excited
Going to
about
the
this. He's so excited about the quarterback rankings. We're trying to get it in all show.
I had Trevor Lawrence and Kirk Cousins. So
you're
that's
done.
a fart noise.
Oh my God.
Yeah, so it's between Simon Shasky and Spadoni and Tyler Miller. Quarterback playoff rankings. All right, Xfinity Fast 5. Xfinity Fast 5, 30 seconds or less. Starting with Antonio. Antonio, what's happening? Antonio in Oakland.
Oh, man, that was a hell of a game. I was at that against the Cowboys. Man, I've been waiting for them to.
I saw you wearing overalls.
In a playoff game. Yeah, what's up, Shasky? Bud Light Patio Gang, you know? We was up there.
I know.
Crazy, too, man.
It was.
So you saw Antonio?
Oh, come on. Antonio's flossing every week.
Yeah,
I
he
was
is
cold as
flossing.
hell. Antonio was in a
His
T-shirt
is shorts.
and overalls, and I was like, damn.
Antonio feels
And he
confident
was
against the
dancing.
Eagles. Yeah, he's always
He likes to
dancing.
dance.
He loves to dance. He's got moves.
Next caller.
Chris in Arizona. What's happening? 30
What up?
seconds or less.
Hey, guys. I wanted to talk about 3 quick games. If you look at the Redskins, they ran the ball and they stopped the run. But the game that the Eagles fans don't want to talk about is when Dak was out and they played in Philly, and Philly went up 20 points, and then Dallas came all the way back. And what did they do? That was with Cooper Rush. They ran the football. That's right. They ultimately ended up winning by 10. But the bottom line, and then that last game that was in Dallas when Philly lost, that defense was locked and loaded, 100% healthy, and you hung 40 on them. Cooper Rush threw 3 interceptions that game. So run the football, stuff the run, and hit hurts, and you win this football.
I love it, Chris. I love it. Austin and Fresno. Fast 5, 30 seconds or less. What's up, Austin? Austin going once, going twice. He Gone. Let's
Zero
cut.
blitz.
Yeah, there we go. Let's cut Xfinity Fast 5 short. That was the Fast 5 brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet only from Xfinity. You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And do not forget that you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game and be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Kyle Matson in for Mark Willard. Dan Dibley running the captain seat. What's up, boys?
What's going on, fellas? You know the other Eagles game nobody's talking about is when Jeff Saturday and the Colts almost beat them in Indianapolis.
17-16.
They're up 10 points in the second half.
Well, don't
Indy
sleep
was.
on the Saturday Colts. They came out on a Sunday, I believe, and played
Great point.
and played quite well. The dead cat bounce. New coach comes in. Teams always play well, but the Eagles found a way to get it done. Yeah. Shout out the Eagles.
Who was the Raider coach who buried the football? Sperano?
Tony Sperano. Rest in peace.
Yeah, rest in peace, huh?
Rest in peace, Sperano.
Yeah, they got a little bump when they, brought him into the situation. Remember that?
Beat the Chiefs on Thursday Night Football.
Look at
Derek Carr's
you.
first win.
Yeah.
That was when Cook dropped 8 million balls at the goal line. I had him in
Moore,
fantasy.
Khalil Mack. Remember the celebration?
Their celebration.
Justin Tucker to call timeout.
Yeah.
Were they in all whites that game?
No, you're thinking of another game, Thursday Night Football, where they had multiple chances at the red zone on the last play of the game.
I'm thinking about where they celebrated behind the line.
Yeah, the C.O. Moore.
C.O.
Moore.
Yeah.
But they were in black uniforms that game.
And
the Raiders didn't have a win.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so
They celebrated behind.
They were celebrating. And Justin Tuck called a timeout. They start yelling at him. Was like, get your ass back behind us.
That was 2014, and I was so happy that the Raiders won that game because they played the Niners the next week, and I was certain they were beating the Niners. I was like, the Niners are losing to this team. And so I was so glad it wasn't their first win. Because they did lose.
Yeah,
FYI.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, boy.
And I thought Khalil Mack was involved in that as well.
May have been involved in that.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
The all-white uniform game was a Thursday night game against the Chiefs, but that's when they had like multiple touchdowns called back and remember the pass interference.
I remember the
It was a mess.
offseason leading up to that. Matt Schaub as a thrower of the football.
No, it's crazy.
Stop.
It's very few games I remember. Like, you guys remember things that are crazy. Like, your memories are unbelievable. I do remember being at the Carson Palmer game where they shook off the cobwebs and threw him in the second half, and he threw 3 picks.
Yeah.
I was at that game.
With the scar over the eye, he looked like a Raider.
Yeah, exactly.
He was one of the few that could actually double up as the logo.
And now he's at Grambling wearing velour
I
sweatsuits
like
with
Hugh.
Bentleys on the
Hugh's
field.
my guy.
Come on,
The
man.
only guy who likes Hugh more than me is Mike Silver.
Yeah.
Wow.
Mike Silver coming up tomorrow, 10 o'clock.
Look at that. Always cross-promoting. Kyle in for Mark today, and I want to start with we're going to start our show with kind of what Joe was talking about, and you were giving him a hard time. Like, Joe, that was like 6 worries in a row, and it's kind of emulating. It's an emulation sensation of where Kyle and I are, I think, in terms of our worry. You got a lot of confidence, Monte, and I want to get to where you
I
are.
talked myself into it.
I want to get to where you are.
You can't play both sides of the fence.
Oh, I'm not playing both
No,
sides
he's
of the
not.
fence.
I
I told
think-
you earlier in
Don't
the
put words
season
in
I
his
didn't want
mouth.
Philly. I didn't want Philly, but now we're here. And now I'm ready for war.
Yeah.
I'm ready to roll. I got confidence in this team.
I think we're all ready for war, quote unquote. But I think that Kyle and I won't speak for Kyle, but I'm a little bit more closely aligned with where Joe is in terms of worry as opposed to the confidence. I want to get to the confidence spot by Sunday, but right now I'm more in the worry space than I am the confidence space.
Let me put it this way. There's not a team in the NFL that the 49ers can't beat.
Agreed.
That's where, but this is the first team since the Chiefs that I've been like, oh, that might be the better team. Like that's just a different. It's a different sensation for a team that's been as good as the 49ers are.
Yeah.
Not that they can't win, but I think when you start to go down the list of concerns, their offensive line was not good against Dallas, and now they go against a better defensive line this week. Like, that's a problem, regardless of who the quarterback is. That's just a problem.
Yeah.
Their inability to defend the deep ball late in the year. They gave up a couple of deep ones to the Raiders. They gave up the 77-yarder to 106-year-old A.J. Green. They got the deep one to CeeDee Lamb last week. Like, that's a problem when it's Devontae Smith
DK.
and it's A.J. Brown. DK Metcalf got him.
Mike Evans they got called back with a questionable holding call.
That game would have been a lot different.
Washington dropped the bomb. Remember Washington? They threw a bomb in the first quarter. Dropped
Chris Olave had the one that he caught, but then they called it a non-catch. This is a real issue.
Did you mention
for
Trent
the 49ers.
Sherfield as somebody who got him?
No.
75 yards first play of the game.
Yeah, exactly. So I know it wasn't a deep ball, but it was an opening
it's a
play,
big
slant,
play for sure.
and to the house. And so certainly those things. And I think about how this game could play out and the ways that this game could play out that hurt the 49ers. To me, there's more ways of that than the ways that the 49ers can win. Obviously, if the Niners can get the ball, keep the ball, get the lead, keep Jalen Hurts on the sideline, that's their blueprint. But I think about the other side of the ball where this defense has given up early touchdowns in many games of late. And if Brock Purdy is going to be asked to lead this team from behind on the road against that D-line, that's the part that scares me maybe the most.
Yeah.
I think you start fast. You don't get behind, obviously. You got to play solid defense, right? And that starts with stopping the run, stopping Miles Sanders and Jalen Hurts. It's crazy, right? They have all these weapons, Dallas Goedert, A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith. But if you make them one-dimensional, and Jalen Hurts has to drop back and throw over and over and over with that shoulder injury, I do like the chances going up. The Eagles are dangerous because they're so balanced. They'll run the ball down your throat. They'll pass it. They ran for over 300 yards on the Green Bay Packers that Monday night game. I mean, they could do it all. So
they put 260 up on New York last week.
Right. And New York came in with solid defense. For more, New York had Dexter Lawrence and Leonard Williams up front. They ran all over them. So
that's where I'm at. If Miles Sanders is going to beat you, then so be it. Like that's kind of where I'm at. I just go hit Jalen Hurts.
I don't see Miles Sanders killing them. Like of all the guys on their personnel, like that's like I said, last guy I was thinking about. I think Jalen's going to have a bigger game than him. You know, I worry about this whole RPO mesh point thing. Like,
dude, just go hit the quarterback every time.
I know, but Bosa's not good. He's done that. He did that with Dak, and Dak, boom, handed it off. That is one element. Like, I don't have any analytics or any data to back this up because it's hard to look these things up. Them against the RPO, specifically Bosa, he's not good. He bites on the wrong one every time. I know that sounds crazy. I'm just going off my eyeballs.
Right. Okay. So maybe then as a defense, you sell out, like Kyle's saying, you sell out on the keep.
Yes.
You don't worry about Sanders getting the handoff, and you let the interior defensive lineman, you let your great linebackers, you've got fast linebackers, and you have linebackers who can tackle. Yeah. So, and the run fits in the interior have been great all year. So maybe you tell Nick Bosa, don't worry about the handoff. You just key on Jalen Hurts. Don't get beat by Hurts on the keep around the end.
Two quick things before we get out of here. First, Warriors, Grizzlies tonight. Do we fly up Shannon Sharp?
Why Shannon Sharp?
You have to.
You didn't see what happened on Friday?
No.
The Grizzlies and Shannon Sharp?
No.
And his $3,000 cardigan?
No, I missed it. Talk to me.
Shannon Sharp literally went onto the court during the Grizzly game. You didn't see this?
No.
Are you pulling
I feel like you're doing a bit.
No, I swear to God. I swear to God. Sometimes you miss things, and I must have missed this.
Dibs, I have a life. I don't live on the internet.
Oh, sorry. I have a baby. Oh, my God.
Shannon Sharp went onto the court and was like basically trying to fight Memphis Grizzlies. Basically said they don't want the smoke.
Okay.
Yeah.
Chirping at Dylan Brooks. Then Ja came over and started chirping. Then Steven Adams walked up and does whatever Steven Adams does.
Oh, yeah, it's great.
And Dylan Brooks said this.
T. Morant.
I know you said earlier you didn't want to talk about what Shannon said, but there was a report that he said he started the talk with you, saying that you're too small to guard LeBron, and you swore back at him. Is that what happened? Or what
no,
was
I told him he missed the shot.
What's going on me?
That's all.
You think it's appropriate for a fan to kind of go back and forth with you guys like that?
A regular pedestrian like him, no. He shouldn't have never came back in the game, but it's LA.
Well, the word is spectator, not pedestrian. I don't believe that Shannon Sharp was trying to cross a street.
Pedestrian.
He was not. I don't believe he was crossing a street. So is he a Clipper fan or a Laker fan?
He's a LeBron fan.
Oh, I got that.
It's a whole different breed.
Okay.
Yeah. He plays one on TV.
There's Laker fans, there's LeBron fans.
All right, so since you didn't see it, I'll let you watch
LeBron,
the clip.
Now that I have a little bit of background, and thank you so much. And no, I don't live on the internet, and I apologize.
It was a Friday night news dump.
Yeah, and I'm trying to think where I was Friday night. I think I was probably locked in on baby time because Saturday I ref 9 games. And Sunday was the Niner game, and Sunday's an all-day sucker, as we know, going to Levi's. So Friday I probably was immersed in family life, and I apologize. But knowing now what I know about this, you don't need to. If you need to fly Shannon Sharp up for a regular season game against Memphis, you got bigger problems if you're the Warriors.
But if whoever's playing Memphis in the playoffs has to put Shannon Sharp courtside.
Yeah.
You have to at this point.
Next to Lacob.
Absolutely. All right,
Instead of towels, give out Shannon Sharp jerseys.
I like that. Or Sharpies.
Not bad.
Not bad. Look at
Shannon Sharp. Not bad.
Maybe we can see what Sterling's doing.
Scott Rowling.
Not a Hall of Famer.
Really good player. Really nice player.
What we've gotten to in the Baseball Hall of Fame in Cooperstown, the pendulum now has swung to good guy, good player. Instead of Hall of Famer.
Thank you.
Instead of the juicers, because God forbid we allow Barry Bonds in, Hall of Famer before he juiced, fine. He juiced, allegedly, he
Clemens.
cheated. Clemens.
A-Rod.
But Piazza, Piazza, what? Bagwell, huh? Craig Biggio, scratch the head. Big Papi.
Oh, Big Papi.
I mean, we could go through
Rodriguez?
We can go through the whole list, Joe.
So wild.
We can play this game till the cows come home. All that we've seen now is the pendulum has now swung to good guy, good player. So if you're a good guy and a good player, you've got a chance now. And Scott Rowland, good guy, good career, good player. He's not a Hall of Famer.
He's not.
And one of the big things that they lean on is 8 Gold Gloves. The Gold Glove
is subjective.
And it used to be more subjective than now. At least now they look at like defensive metrics. But back in his day, they didn't have defensive metrics. The only defensive metric was putouts, assists, and errors. And that was percentage. It. And he was a good defensive player.
No, he was.
He's a very good defensive player and a very good hitter. He's not a Hall of Famer.
All right, so I went through my list because I love baseball. I'm like, all right.
The notepad is out.
Scott Rowland. During his era, these are guys who at his same position had multiple better seasons offensively than him, and I would say are either equivalent defensively for a short period of time or overall better. Ryan Zimmerman, Aramis Ramirez, Troy Gloss, Eric Chavez, 6 Gold Gloves, by the way, David Wright, Evan Longoria, Josh Donaldson has monster numbers for a couple of years. Chipper Jones, gold standard, Adrian Beltre, Alex Rodriguez. And you're telling me Scott Rowland is the one who gets it?
Well, 3 of those guys are Hall of Famers.
I know.
Well, A-Rod, Chipper, and Beltre will be.
A-Rod's not in.
Well, he will be.
And Beltre's not in yet. Chipper's
Which
in.
is insane.
Which is insane.
Adrian Beltre's resume is
incredible.
Is he eligible yet?
I think next year he's eligible.
Yeah,
next year.
Beltre's getting it.
Jeff Kent only getting 46% of the vote.
He drops
more
off
impactful
now.
baseball player. I know he's off the ballot now.
Which is ridiculous.
More impactful player than Scott Rowland. Benny Ramirez, juicer or not.
As impactful, yes, absolutely.
Gary Sheffield. What?
Top 10 in MVP voting one time. He was 4th.
Rowland.
Yes, in 2004 on a World Series trip team that had Albert Pujols, Renneria, Ray Lankford, Mike Matheny. He was like the 5th best player on that
line. They got
line.
swept by the Red Sox,
yes.
right?
And I'm not trying to hate on him. He had a really good career.
And I used to love the Hall of Fame voting season.
Exactly.
And shout out Ryan Thibodeau and the great Baseball Hall of Fame tracker. And, once they denied Bonds and Clemens and Kurt Schilling is another one. The reason why Kurt Schilling isn't a Hall of Famer is because he's a douchebag.
Exactly.
He's a bad guy.
He said
as a human being.
But even with
he's
that
a bad
said,
guy.
can you punish players who performed on the field? Because there's all type of guys in the Hall of Fame who are bad people, bad human beings.
Alan Kennesaw, who was the head of the baseball.
So is that enough to punish Schilling just because he's a bad guy? On the field, he was one of the most elite.
Go right down the list.
You know what I'm saying? It's a joke.
And I've had this discussion, and I actually hit Mark with this last week. Mark back in tomorrow. We talked about least favorite Giants of all time, and somebody else was doing this topic.
Okay.
And somebody threw out Aubrey Huff.
Okay.
And I said, you cannot have Aubrey Huff on that list. Granted, as a human being, he is the gum underneath the desk in your 6th grade classroom. But as a Giant, he's a hero.
26 home runs, 86 RBIs.
Dude, Raleigh Thong. He was holding court at City Hall. So, to your point, Bonte, a lot of times we try to we try to separate
mental
on field from
gymnastics.
off the field. Kurt Schilling is a great example. Turns out he's not a great guy, but on the field he was a Hall of Famer. Yet, the baseball writers, and God love them, they've done really well over the years. And now it's like Scott Rowland, good guy, never made me angry. He's a yes.
And then I'm just not a fan of one player getting inducted to a Hall of Fame class. It should at least be 4 or 5, right? You go to Cooperstown to see Scott Rowland. Right, yeah, Fred McGriff, who, by the way, should have been in 10 years ago.
Well, Gary Sheffield, same thing. But, this is my biggest problem. The whole process is completely flawed. We've talked about it. John Miller doesn't have a vote. Vince Scully, they're not discerning enough to know if a Dodger, the Giants broadcasters can't admit that Oral Hershiser was good? Come on. Seriously, So I'm listening to Ray Ratto yesterday, and I have a lot of respect for Ray Ratto. This is not, but
it's risky to do that.
This is one of my frustrations, and I listened to him, and I was like, "This is why the common fan has a disconnect with the people who cover the game in baseball for the most part." He goes, "Well," and Damon tried to press him in the beginning of their show. Who did you vote for? Well, it'll be public in 10 days. Well, wait a minute. Every time we speak into these microphones, we put our face on it. We put our name on it. Okay, if you're going to vote for someone's career, okay, they put their heart, blood, sweat, and tears into their career, and they pour it out into the field. You can't just be honest about who you voted for and why you voted for him. We want to hear some transparency. Back up your selection or non-selection. Or Don't vote.
Yeah, I don't know if I need the transparency. I mean, if I asked you who you voted for, like if we went through your ballot for all the propositions from the last election, it's not my right to know how you voted. I don't think in terms of the Hall of Fame process. Now, if we want to talk about the process, look at the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
We got to get in a room and sway everyone.
Matt Mayoko and 14 other individuals, and it's, grandstanding, and it's like, oh, Terrell Davis, well, he works for the NFL Network. Let's put him in. And their process is not any more transparent than the other one. Basketball is the one that's maybe the most transparent, but it's also the most broken.
Right. Because you let everybody in the Hall of Fame. In college and pro career. Grant Hill didn't have a Hall of Fame career in the NBA due to injuries, but he's in the Hall of Fame because you add the Duke career.
Exactly.
That's why Draymond Green, when people are going to be up in arms about Draymond Green making a Hall of Fame, well, it's the Michigan State career and your Warriors career.
And the Olympic career.
And the Olympic career. It's part of the process.
It's why my all-time favorite Warriors getting in, Andre Iguodala.
Yeah, it's a great point. Iguodala's getting in.
He will be in.
He's going to be a Hall of Famer.
No, he's getting in.
He's going to the Hall of Fame.
Actually, my sources tell me that he's asked me to introduce him in Springfield.
It was you and Olson.
I like Iguodala. We got Cam Inman coming on at 10 o'clock, and we're going to talk about some of the off-field Niner controversies that we're dealing with, which is unfortunate. And I wonder if the Niners are going to slow play that or how they're going to address. It's a misdemeanor domestic assault. It's not a felony, so a little bit of gray area. We'll get Cam Inman. 11 o'clock, Eric Hasseltine, friend of the program, friend of the station. Memphis Warriors, this is a big game. And as a gambler, Bonte, help me. I don't know what to do because Memphis is better, but the Warriors get up for big games, but you can't trust the Warriors. Bonte, help me. You're my only hope.
I'm taking the Warriors minus 3.5.
Do you know what that's from?
Bonte,
you're my only hope.
Bonte,
you're my only hope. I don't know.
You're my only hope.
Is that Star Wars?
God.
Yes!
It's the only movie he references. It's the only movie he's ever
Princess
watched.
Leia. It's the beginning of the movie.
Star Wars.
R2.
Star Wars.
Help me, Obi Hill. You're my only hope.
I can't recall one Star Wars movie ever.
Haven't heard that name in a long, long time.
Yeah, it's so good.
With that said,
11:30, Dr. Brian Feely, UCSF,
AJ
cleared to
Feely.
play. We're going to talk about. We're going to talk a little bit about Jalen Hurts, his shoulder, and we're going to talk about all the injury machinations.
And how does Patrick Mahomes play on a high ankle sprain?
Ooh,
that's the big question.
Lots of drugs.
Chiefs now underdogs at home at Arrowhead.
They should be.
It should be. Cincinnati is better.
Joe Burrow's a gangster.
You
bro.
keep hating on KC. Let me get that number all the way up to 3.5. I am laying heavy lumber on Kansas City. Cincinnati's a
Has
fraud.
it even gotten to 3?
No, we got up to 2 and it came back down. Yeah.
Oof.
All the way up.
All right, you guys have a good show.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dan.
My guy, Kyle Madsen, in today for Mark Willard as we are turning the page from Dallas to Philadelphia, getting ready for the NFC Championship game. Niners at Eagles, 12 o'clock noon. First, let's start there, Kyle. Noon kick. How do you feel about a noon kick? I know you've got pregame duties. You write for Niners Nation.
Niners Wire.
3, 2, and 1.
Here we go.
Kyle, I know you got pregame duties. You write for Niners Wire. Niners Wire. Very busy, Kyle. Very busy. How do you feel about a noon kick?
I appreciate the noon kick. Just pushes the schedule back a couple hours. It's all good. And I just watched football on the East Coast this past weekend. I got to admit, didn't hate it. I thought for sure I was going to hate having to wait till 3 o'clock for that first kickoff.
Oh, because you were in Orlando.
Correct. Yeah, but it wasn't as bad as I was anticipating.
Having the game be a little bit later. So it was a 6:30 for you, right?
Yeah, 6:30 Niners kick, yeah. That was a little bit brutal because it ends so late. But having to wait all day, I've always looked at the East Coast and gone, man, that must stink. On a regular Sunday, you're waiting till 1 o'clock for football to come on.
Right.
But man, I was so productive. I went out and got stuff. I was home and played some cards before the first kickoff. It was great.
What'd you play?
A little cribbage.
Okay.
Cribbage. Big cribbage family.
So do you travel with your own cribbage board? Seriously.
Yeah, of course.
Pinocchles on the phone.
Yeah.
Cribbage. You play any bridge?
2 decks of cards.
Two
no,
decks?
No bridge. Just cribbage.
2 decks of standard cards, and
Yeah.
then it's just you move the little pegs around the deal and the whole thing.
15, 2, 4 pair of 6.
Yeah, my parents played cribbage, and they were both born in the 30s. So yes, I love the old people.
My grandma plays. She was born in the
There
30s.
you go.
Look at that.
And you play with your wife and your other friends. You all play cribbage.
My family, yeah. It's kind of weird. It's a little bit of a niche game, right? But like
Very niche.
My entire family collectively plays it and came together separately on it. Like it wasn't like we all started playing together. Everybody just happened to play. So now it's kind of a family-wide thing. It's great.
Nice. Kyle's in for Mark today. It's Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game. Line it up. We'd love to hear from you. 888-957-9570. Where are you with this Niners-Eagles game as we sit on Wednesday? Wednesday, traditionally, in sports talk radio, in the football season is where we turn our attention from the game that happened to the game that's going to happen. And Kyle, you and I are kind of both in the same sphere in terms of how we're feeling about this game going in, both cautiously, I don't know about cautiously pessimistic, but certainly a healthy fear of the Philadelphia Eagles.
It's the first game I've gone into since week 7 against Kansas City where I've thought the Niners aren't going to just roll this team. Like that's just kind of that's what it is. It's not, oh, they can't win. Oh, they're not going to win. It's nothing like that. It's just they haven't gone into a game since they boat raced Miami. And then they beat the Saints, and then it was Tampa Bay, but Tampa Bay wasn't really any good. This is just the best opponent they've played in 4 months.
Right, the best opponent and maybe the best defense, as much as we talked about Dallas's defense, and we looked at what the Dallas Cowboys defense had done for the majority of the year. When you look at Philadelphia's defense, their defensive line is nasty. They've got game wreckers up front, and then you look at their depth chart, the second stringers, the third stringers. I think they have 7 first-round picks on their defensive line, which is almost mind-boggling to think about in terms of the depth.
Yeah, especially when you talk about the Niners' defensive line. Like in 2019, that was a big deal. It was DeForest Buckner and Nick Bosa and Dee Ford and Eric Armstead. And like, wow, look at all these high draft picks. The Eagles have twice as many.
Right.
That's insane.
And you got Ndamukong Suh listed as your third stringer, so you can bring him in for 20 snaps or whatever, and he's still
That's crazy.
He's probably a guy who's on a Hall of Fame track.
Yeah, Jordan Davis, who they took out of Georgia with the 13th pick this year, is like, yeah, you can get some snaps here and there.
Yeah.
He's a really good player.
If we find time. Brian Baldinger on with the Morning Roast yesterday gave the Eagles plenty of respect.
They're not as fast. They're more powerful up front. That's the best defensive line in football. And
the Eagles?
They're 8 deep.
Yeah, the Eagles. Yeah,
that's the best.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not knocking the 49ers, but that's the best defense line in football.
Okay. Yeah,
the 49ers don't have an inside presence the way the Eagles have, and Javon Hargrave and Fletcher Cox. And when they put Brandon Graham in there, like they've got 6 legitimate guys that can beat you one-on-one or can just crush you from anywhere. So they'll see a better defensive front, but they won't see a faster defense than what they just saw on Sunday.
Better defensive front, faster and nasty in the interior. And we'll get into this as the show goes on because my number one area of concern is the Niners' interior 3, the Killer Bees, who've been great, by the way, over the last 8 to 10 weeks. They've really come into their own. But the Niner guard, center guard combo against the Philadelphia Eagles interior, the defensive line, their front 4, that to me might be where this game is won, both in the run game and in the pass game.
Yeah, and I don't want to dive super far in, right, on the A gap.
Oh, let's do it. Larry Krueger coming on at 9:30. Let's get your Krueger on.
No, but it's as simple as when the middle of the pocket blows up, it's just really hard to do anything.
Right.
You saw that in the first half against Dallas, and they started to figure it out a little bit in the second half, which gives me a little bit of optimism going into this week. But if Philly is pressuring Brock Purdy on half of his dropbacks and any run up the middle is just destined to go nowhere, that just becomes really hard. Even with Kyle Shanahan, even with all these weapons, it's just really hard to see a team moving the ball consistently and effectively when a team's going to get interior pressure on them.
Yeah, interior pressure on any quarterback, but especially a rookie quarterback. And when you look at what Philadelphia does off the edge as well. You could be looking at a game where the Niners are unable to really set up and pass the ball. And the one thing that the Niners can do against Philadelphia's defense is exploit the linebackers, but you got to have time for the crossing routes unless you're going to use the tight end exclusively in order to get wide receivers over the middle. You're going to have time. And I do think that the big key for the Niners is time and the ability to get the lead and be ahead of the sticks and not have to really rely on passing the ball. If you're going to be in 3rd and 7, 3rd and 8, and Philadelphia can pin their ears back, they've got a great secondary. That would put Brock Purdy in a tough spot.
Yeah, and I thought, I don't know where you land on this, and I don't know if I don't think this is a hot take, but last week was Brock Purdy's worst game as a pro. And now he steps into a spot where historically, rookies just haven't performed well in conference title games. It's only happened a handful of times, but a rookie's never won a conference title game as a starter. They have not played well, and that's where I think my other concern comes in is not only do you have this rookie quarterback in a huge spot where history is not on his side, but now they're playing a team that might be more talented than the one that gave him more trouble last week. Like, this is just such a monumental task for Kyle Shanahan in this offense. And if anybody's going to figure it out, it's them. And that's why there's that piece of me that's optimistic, because Kyle Shanahan has all the same concerns we do.
Yes.
And he's smart enough to figure out how to combat those concerns.
Maybe smarter than you and I. I'm going to go out on a limb and say maybe.
It's on the table.
Yeah, I'm not ready to confirm that. But Kyle Madsen in for Mark Willard, he did a deep dive on rookie quarterbacks in this spot. We're going to break that down coming up on the other side. 888-957-9570. It's your chance to get in and weigh in on the Niners taking on the Eagles. We got a big show for you. Cam Inman, Eric Hasseltine, play-by-play announcer for the Memphis Grizzlies. He comes on at 11. Dr. Brian Feely from UCSF at 11:30. We'll get into all the injuries as it pertains to the NFC Championship game. It's Willard and Dibs, Kyle Madsen in for Willard here on 95.7 The Game.
Thanks, Kyle.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
They've been two of the most dominant teams in the NFC all year long.
That'll do it. The 49ers back to the championship game.
Philadelphia's going to head to the NFC championship game.
Niners.
Oh, what a catch by Kittle. Are you kidding? George Kittle.
Eagles.
Gainwell trying to get around the edge, and Kenneth Gainwell bomb away for another touchdown.
Keep it locked on 95.7 The Game.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's official. Fast just got a whole lot faster. Xfinity has the fastest internet with up to 6 gig speed. Plus, Xfinity Mobile is the fastest mobile service with 5G and millions of Wi-Fi hotspots. You heard that right. Xfinity just increased internet speeds again. And Xfinity Mobile gives you can't catch me speeds. The fastest internet, the fastest mobile service, and major savings? Can't argue with the facts. Now through March 21st, new customers can get started with 1.2 gig internet with unlimited data included. It's all just $50 a month for 2 full years with no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/faster. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After 24 months, regular internet rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
Have you considered walking through another door? I don't mean to pursue another opportunity, but upgrading a door in your home. Now, if you are in fact looking for another opportunity, Golden State Window and Door can provide you with plenty. You can create renewed function and design for use indoors and out. You'll find modern options like Marvin's Elevate In-Swing French Door, Barn Doors by Trustyle, or Anderson Big Doors that welcome in natural light. Golden State Window and Door features a variety of materials, sizes, and glass options. You can get inspired by the many possibilities when you visit goldenstatelumber.com. Click on virtual tours and you'll discover beautifully planned displays of doors and windows of all kinds that will spark your imagination. Then, talk with our builder or designer to see what might be a good fit for your home. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
Make connections that count at Evergreen Valley College and get free tuition when you enroll for 6 units or more. That's right, free tuition and no student fees this spring. EVC is an award-winning transfer college and has the 4th most diverse faculty in the country. And with EVC alum earning more money than nearly every other community college in the country, you can take classes and transfer or fast-track your career. Enroll for classes today and get free tuition for the spring. Visit evc.edu for more information and enroll for classes at evc.edu. That's evc.edu.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
The Venture X card from Capital One gives you premium travel benefits, perfect for seeing Taylor Swift The Eras Tour. Presented by Capital One. Ooh, I do love her. Earn 5 times miles on flights and 10 times miles on hotels through Capital One Travel.
Enjoy your stay in Suite 13.
Whoa, 13? That's Taylor's lucky number. The Venture X card from Capital One. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Are you ready? Every pro is an MVP to us. As a Lowe's MVP's Rewards member, you can earn bonus points when you shop select products and brands. Then redeem them for exciting rewards like tools, sports memorabilia, e-gift cards, and more. Join today to become a member and start earning. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any, subject to program terms. While supplies last. Points expire at end of calendar year. Visit Lowe's.com/MVP's bonus points for details.
Streaming only on Peacock. From the mind of Ryan Johnson, the writer-director of Knives Out.
Miss Gale, you've got this gift. Always knowing the truth.
I only know if something is a lie. The real trick of it is to figure out why.
Natasha Lyonne is Charlie Cale.
It wasn't an accident. I think there's been a murder.
You watch too much Dateline.
A new 10-part mystery series.
Wolves on my fender. I gotta keep moving. I have been kind of a death magnet.
Poker Face, streaming January 26th, only on Peacock.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome in. Kyle Madsen in for Mark Willard today. It is a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by SFO. Go to flysfo.com/winter for your chance to win $1,000 towards a nonstop flight from SFO today. We've got the Warriors and Grizzlies tonight from Chase Center. We'll get into that as the show goes on. Eric Hasseltine joins us at 11 o'clock. We got Cam Inman coming up at 10. All guests appear on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Kyle Madsen joining me here. Mark Willard is out, and we're going to talk about the rookie quarterbacks and their ability to make hay in this round because, Kyle, the track record, not great for rookies in terms of winning the conference championship game at quarterback and going to the Super Bowl.
I'd call it bad.
You think 0-4 is bad?
Yeah, I think it's not only 0-4, but just didn't like.
Not bad meaning bad, but bad meaning not great.
Yeah, like bad, like terrible.
Okay.
So not only are they 0-4, but only one of those losses has been by single digits, and that was Sean King in 1999.
Well, let's go through these one by one because
great.
I do think it's an interesting way to look at it, the historical comparative value of these rookie quarterbacks in this spot, because you've got on the list, you've got one Hall of Famer, you've got two eventual Super Bowl champs, you've got one butt fumble victim, and then you've got a friend of the station in Sean King. But let's start with Sean King, who was a rookie quarterback for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and I think he also is a Super Bowl champ, but he wasn't the starter on that Tampa team. Was he still on the Tampa team that won the Super Bowl?
Yeah, he sure was.
So 3 Super Bowl champs, in fact, even though like Jimmy Garoppolo has a ring.
Two of them.
Jimmy Garoppolo's got a couple of rings, so that needs to be pointed out. But let's start with Sean King and how he did as we try to project on how Brock Purdy will do this Sunday based on historical performances of rookies.
So Sean King had 5 starts his rookie year. He went 4-1. He was playing pretty well. And that Tampa team in 99 was really good defensively. They gave up 14.7 points a game. That was 3rd in the league. And that was that dominant Tampa Bay defense that eventually went on to beat the Raiders in the Super Bowl. But Sean King in that game, in the NFC Championship against the Rams, Tampa Bay loses 11-6. 11-6. The Rams got a
at
safety
home or in LA?
In St. Louis.
Oh,
St. Louis.
Yeah,
here we go. Okay, here we go.
Here
3,
we
2,
go.
1. No, so they lose that game 11-6. The Rams got a late touchdown to win that one. But Sean King, 13 of 29, 163 yards, 2 interceptions against the greatest show on turf.
And that's with a defense that was designed to keep them in the game, which they did, and a defense that kept the greatest show on turf down, which they did. But Sean King was unable to make the plays necessary to go out there and win the football game.
That's kind of my biggest concern, like with Brock Purdy. Like, Brock Purdy's been better than Sean King. Like, don't get me wrong.
Right.
But that's my biggest concern of this game is like, man, the Niners defense did what it had to do. They gave up a big play here and a big play there. But for the most part, they held the Eagles to 20 points. And it's just, Purdy just couldn't get him over the hump. They lose 20-14.
Yeah, QB rating of 34.1 in that football game. And he actually fumbled twice in the game, was able to get one of them back. Sean King, the moment was too big. And Tampa Bay, probably the second best team in football that year, especially in terms of their defense. And we know that they would go on to be Super Bowl champions in subsequent years. But Sean King, as a rookie, kind of had his chariot turn into a pumpkin. And so rookies in this spot, 0-for-1 at that point. Let's skip ahead a little bit to the greatest rookie season in quarterback history. Big Ben Roethlisberger. Ben Roethlisberger for Pittsburgh had a rookie year that you would dream about, yet his chariot also got pumpkinized in the AFC Championship game.
Yeah, you think Brock Purdy going 5-0 in the regular season was impressive? I'll give you 6-0. I'll give you the Dolphins game even. You think that's impressive? Ben Roethlisberger,
very impressive.
13-0 as a rookie start. 13-0. That's what I said. As a first-round pick in 2004.
Well, they didn't play anyone that year. They had a weak schedule, as we Brock Purdify it.
Famously weak schedule, for
Totally.
sure. They go at home. They face the New England Patriots. They lose 41-27. So they did put up 27 points, but Ben Roethlisberger, not great. 14 of 24, 226 yards, 2 touchdowns. He threw 3 interceptions. So far through the 2 games, we have 2 touchdowns and 5 interceptions for rookie QBs in conference title games.
Yeah, and 3, you mentioned the 3 picks, the 1 fumble for Big Ben, only 226 yards, 14 of 24. And again, a game that we might see emulated. It would be an emulation sensation if Kyle Shanahan follows a similar kind of blueprint in terms of the run-pass mix, because Ben Roethlisberger wasn't really entrusted to throw the ball a lot in that game. They fell behind 24-3 at the half, and then you had to turn to Big Ben to try to lead you back. Jerome Bettis with a touchdown. Corey Dillon made it 31-10. That game was never close, and that sort of a format is what I think scares you the most about this possible game against Philadelphia, because New England led 3-0, then 10-0. Jeff Reed gets a field goal at the end of the first to make it 10-3, but after that, it was all New England all the time. And if you think about how the Niners can protect Brock Purdy and put him in the best position to win, you cannot afford to fall behind, let alone 24-3 like Pittsburgh did on that game against New England, in New England, by the way. Actually, it was in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, at Pittsburgh.
At Heinz Field. My mistake.
So I actually kind of think if Brock Purdy's only throwing it 24 times, that's really good for San Francisco. Because you mentioned the Steelers were down 24-3 at the half, and Ben still only threw it 24 times. They did not, Bill Cowher did not have faith that Ben Roethlisberger was going to go make plays for his offense to get them back into that game. They were going to rely on their run game and their defense. I think the Niners, if they get down 2 touchdowns, I think you see Purdy drop back 40, 41 times trying to get them back into the game. It's not going to be, if he's throwing 24 passes, I think that's really ideal for the 49ers because that means whatever they're doing on the ground is working.
Absolutely. And I wonder about Kyle Shanahan in terms of abandoning the run, because we look at a team like the 49ers and they're so good at running the football, especially in the second half of games. And look at the Dallas game where they got bottled up through 2, even 3 quarters. They turned to Eli Mitchell and they changed their run scheme. They ran a lot less of the traditional zone read. They went to classic power. I was listening to Low Neal with Steiny and Guru talking about 40 power and 50 power and just...
I bet he loved it.
Oh, yeah. And
Low Neal was just eating
exactly. He was totally eating. And they didn't do a lot of fullback lead, but it was a lot of power where you pull the guard and you just try to, outnumber the defense in a certain side of the formation in a certain hole, and you just stick it up in there. And Eli Mitchell was able to make hay and get positive yardage. But I wonder if the Niners do fall behind. Sorry, Jim. If they do fall behind, if Kyle has the confidence in the run game to stay with it, knowing that it's easier to make up ground through the air because the clock won't spin as fast.
They had 3 possessions in the second half, the Niners did. And their first 2 took more than 14 minutes off the clock. That's the exact game plan they need to have against Philly. Because I think Jalen Hurts, no matter how you defend him, no matter how banged up he is, like that offense is just stacked. Their offensive line is so freaking good. And I think I think you're absolutely right. They're going to look at what they did against Dallas, and that's what they're going to come out and try first. And they'll make adjustments. I think that's one of the things Kyle Shanahan is best at, is saying, hey, this is not working. We're scrapping this at the half and going with something different.
Yeah.
And I think there's a lot of coaches who are afraid to do that.
And I wonder how much confidence he will have in Brock Purdy. It seems like he's had more confidence in Brock Purdy than he has in Jimmy Garoppolo. But if you fall behind by a couple of scores at halftime, I wonder how the adjustment is made. The Road to Glendale brought to you by the SF Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here. Visit sfsheriff.com to apply today. This is sponsored by calhope.org. It's Willard and Dibbs. Kyle Madsen in for Willard today. And we're looking at the history of rookie quarterbacks in a conference championship game. Sean King lost. Ben Roethlisberger lost. Let's skip ahead to Joe Flacco. It was 2009, Baltimore on the road against Pittsburgh. Joe Flacco, a rookie. He'd already won 2 playoff games. How do you do, Kyle?
Not great.
Not great, Dan. Back to you, Dan.
Totally. 23-14, the Ravens lose that one. Joe Flacco, 13 of 30.
That's not good, Kyle.
That's actively bad.
If you're a baseball player, you're a Hall of Famer going 13 for 30.
Scott Rowland of the NFL is what I've often called Joe Flacco. 13 of 30, 141 yards, no touchdowns, 3 interceptions.
Yeah, wow. And a quarterback rating of 18.2, which is not very good. That's lower than Jordan Poole's points per game. And I do know Jordan Poole before you throw Priest in my face. Exactly.
Jordan Poole?
Yeah, you're right. Actually, we've never met. 13 for 30. And you look at the team stats, Pittsburgh got 11 first downs in that game, and they won. It's because Joe Flacco continually gave them the football in a game where Pittsburgh led 13-7, and then they made it 16-7, and ultimately Baltimore could get nothing going offensively in a game that ended Joe Flacco's rookie career.
Yeah, 13 of 30, 141 yards, 3 picks. Like, that's the kind of game where you see those numbers and it's presented like, okay, hey, here's this rookie and he's playing in this spot. My concern about Brock Purdy on Sunday is so far away from him going 13 of 30 for $141 and 3
exactly
picks. Like, it's not going to be that dire. He might struggle a little bit. It might look like it did against the Cowboys. He might throw a pick or two. But I don't think we're going to walk away from this game going, he completed less than 50% of his throws. He turned it over 3+ times. That I think is when you're looking at the scope of these performances and you try and fit Purdy into one of these categories, saying, does he line up with one of these guys historically? That's one I'm taking off the table. I just don't think Kyle Shanahan or the Niners offense or Brock Purdy himself is susceptible to that kind of showing.
888-957-9570. What are you expecting from Brock Purdy in this NFC Championship game? What kind of a game do you think Kyle Shanahan is going to call? We know that ideally the Niners would run it more than 30 times. They win the majority of their games when they run it 30 or more times. Winning the turnover battle goes without saying. That to me is sports talk radio low-hanging fruit, because almost every game where you win the turnover battle, you're going to win the game. Although I do go back to the 1982 NFC Championship game, which, yes, Mike Silver, I know, was the 81 season, but the game was played in 1982. Right. The Niners lost the turnover battle. They were a -3 in the turnover battle, and they won the game. That's more of an anomaly than it is the trend.
Joe Montana, sneaky bad in that game, by the way.
No, he was terrible.
I had never seen it before. And then it was on NFL Network one year. I was home from college, so I'm 18, 19 years old. I'd never watched the full game. And my mom's like, my mom, huge Niner fan, is like, hey, the catch game is on. We're watching it. And I was like, great. Montana, interception. Montana, interception. I'm like, this is the guy?
Montana fumble, too.
This is brutal. And then Eric Wright never gets enough credit for that tackle on Drew Pearson there at the end.
All we think about is the catch, as we should. It's the single greatest play, I would say, in Bay Area sports history. There's other plays, like the Ishikawa walk-off home run.
Sure.
That's a play where you could look at the actual play itself. Cal Stanford, that play was an incredible one, but the catch may stand alone as the greatest play in Bay Area history.
And I think it's kind of there because Montana wasn't great in that game. It wasn't like, man, he just diced up the Cowboys and he did it again for the winner.
Right.
No, he had turned it over a bunch of times, and that play it looked like he was throwing the ball out of the back of the end zone, and it turns into a touchdown that kind of alters the course of NFL history. 4
turnovers for Montana, 6 for the team. They turned it over 6 times and won that football game. 888-957-9570. We'd love to hear from you today on the Xfinity Mobile text line, also the phone line. It's the same number. We talked about rookie quarterbacks. So far, 3 rookies in the conference championship game. Loss. Mark Sanchez. What a run as the Jets rookie quarterback. They beat Cincinnati in the wild card round. They beat San Diego, as Lowe would say, 17-14 in the divisional round. How'd they do against Indy and Peyton Manning in the conference championship game?
Yeah, so they went to, was it the RCA Dome, I believe it was at the time, and they fell 30-17 to Indy. Mark Sanchez, the number 5 overall pick that year, actually had the best game of any of these rookies. And this is the kind of game I could absolutely see Brock Purdy having. He was 17 of 30, 257 yards, 2 touchdowns, and a pick. If I'm getting that from Brock Purdy on Sunday, I think I would take it. I think if you just hand me that stat line and say, hey, here's what he does, I think I'm taking it.
Right now.
2
touchdowns and a pick, 17 of 30, about 240.
Yeah, I'm taking that.
Is that enough, though, to beat Philadelphia?
Yeah, because I think if he's doing that, I think it means the Niners are running the ball pretty well. Like 30 times, that means he's had to throw it a little bit. Maybe the Niners game script comes out a little more pass heavy because they're expecting Philly to be stacking the box, and so they're trying to get him with some play action. But I don't think it's the end of the world if he's throwing it 30 times. You'd like to see him complete more than 17 of them.
Right.
But maybe there's some screens that he dirts. Maybe there's a couple of throwaways in there. But you're getting 257 yards and a couple of touchdowns. Okay, so he throws a pick. Philly's got a couple of really good corners. I'm taking that.
No doubt. And I think what you just mentioned about him dirting a couple of screens is what he's done so well. Brian Baldinger came on with the Morning Roast yesterday and talked about some of the great decision-making and the poise that Brock Purdy has shown.
The kid is just, poise is a word. But this guy doesn't blink. Like, to me, he looks like he doesn't even work up a sweat. Yet he's making all these throws and making all these plays.
Poise is a 5-letter word. Moxie, also 5 letters. M-O-X-I-E. These are things that have been Purdy, 5 letters. it all kind of works in a symbolic mathematical combination.
Super, also 5 letters.
It is, and if he wins one more, he goes to the Super Bowl, which Bowl is 5, Bowl's only 4, so we should leave that alone.
So I kind of think that when we talk about Brock Purdy like not playing well against Dallas,
right?
Like statistically, not a great game, not a terrible game, but not great. We saw him, that play in the red zone where he rolled left and there were defenders in his face. So he turned his back to the end zone and sprinted the other way and then almost fell down. It's like, what are you doing? But
what are you doing?
I think the most impressive thing for Brock Purdy, and this has been the case, this was the case in Seattle. I think it was the case against the Commanders, where he didn't play great in the first half, and certainly against the Cowboys. We've seen him time and time again struggle a little bit in these games, but he never spirals.
Right.
He never gets out of control where it's like, hey, bad throws on 3 consecutive series, but that 4th series doesn't turn into a disaster. You're always kind of expecting this bounce back from him, and that's something that I would never think would come from a rookie. Like, you're expecting that from Aaron Rodgers, Tom Brady,
right?
These veterans, not comparing him to those guys, but just the vets who have been around, who make mistakes, and you're thinking, okay, they'll bounce back. That's what Purdy's done, and that, to me, out of everything, has been so impressive. And that has nothing to do with the coaching. That's nothing to do with the talent around him. That's just him as a player.
Right. And that's where, Baldy was talking about poise, and many people have talked about his moxie and his confidence and all the rest of it. And you look at his stat line, just 4 interceptions on the year. He's been remarkable. 13 touchdowns in the regular season, 3 more in the postseason. And so you think about if things go bad for the Niners, you fall behind, and Brock Purdy struggles early in the football game. How do they find their way out of it? And I don't foresee Brock Purdy going into panic mode. And I think Mark Sanchez is a great comp to it, because if you look at the next year for Mark Sanchez, he had 3 playoff road games again. He won the first 2, lost the third, and then his career from there kind of fizzled. But that same sort of confidence that Mark Sanchez had early in his career, you see from Brock Purdy.
And Mark Sanchez was more of a disaster than Brock Purdy was at times.
No doubt.
Like, Sanchez,
and I think
had really
also
bad
less exactly. And the offense was less built to overcome deficits. And, if you look back at Mark Sanchez, actually in that first AFC Championship game, they led Peyton Manning in that football game. They're up 17-6. And the Jets had complete control of that game. And then Peyton Manning and company scored the last 24 points and went on to the Super Bowl from there. But no rookie quarterback has ever won a conference championship game, which is why we wanted to bring up these comps of Sean King, Ben Roethlisberger, Joe Flacco, and Mark Sanchez. 888-957-9570 is your phone number. It's also the number on the Xfinity mobile text line. Give us a call. Give us a text. We'd love to hear from you. From the 415, can't stand the Cowboys, but they have good D. Purdy did fine in the 530. Who cares about trends? I don't think that we're bringing up the trends to say Brock's going to lose. The trends are the trends. I think from a historical perspective, it's interesting to note that Brock Purdy is doing something that only 4 quarterbacks have done before him. That, to me, is remarkable.
I also think that when you look at this, like, historically, Mark Sanchez, I mentioned that he had the best game of that group. Not a super high bar to clear. But in the wild card round at Cincinnati, Mark Sanchez, 12 of 15 for $182 and a touchdown. At San Diego, in that game that you mentioned, in the divisional round, they win 17-14, 12 of 23 for 100 yards and a touchdown and a pick. Like, Brock Purdy's better than all of these guys. Let me take that back. Not necessarily better, but he's been utilized more. His workload has been much heavier. So he has a larger, I think, NFL kind of resume to fall back on. And it wouldn't surprise me if he comes out. Not only would it not surprise me if they won, but it would not surprise me if he just has a performance that just blows every single one that we just went over out of the water. Like, that's why this matters to me.
And I think when you look at the quarterbacks, Ben Roethlisberger is a better quarterback, most likely than Brock Purdy will ever be. But in that time and with that team, you had Jerome Bettis. Mm-hmm. So you weren't going to look at Ben Roethlisberger and say, we need you to throw it 40 times. You had a defense and you had an offense built around Jerome Bettis to where Ben Roethlisberger was not going to be expected to make the plays that Brock Purdy likely will have to make. 888-957-9570 95-70. Cam Inman up in 5 minutes, but first, Angry Black in San Jose wants to weigh in. What's going on, my friend?
My man Dibs and the Causeway Classic kid. Hey, I remember those days, but here's the thing. Dibs, I can't wait till this game gets played because I'm kind of up to my neck now with most of the on-air personality at 95.7, and I'm not putting you in this category because you have a mindset that, hey, it could go either way, and I think Shasky's in that same boat. But most of these other guys got this game won by the Niners, or there's no way they can lose. Here's my question. What happens if the Niners and Brock Purdy play a very, very put-together tight game and they still lose? What are these guys going to say then? Okay? It's just kind of get the game played so we can get it shut up one way or the other. I appreciate you guys, and I love you the best. Deb, you're the best, man. We go way back.
Yes, thank you, Angry. I appreciate the call. And the Causeway Classic kid. Actually, I met Kyle at a Causeway Classic, Sacramento State, UC Davis, back in 2000. And you were just a kid, just a young little G eating value packs. And I think I gave you 5 or 10 minutes. I gave you some wisdoms at the time.
I feel like we'd met with the Ports first.
Okay, yeah, you're right.
Before that. We worked a little there, but
shout out my single A baseball career.
You still took some time. You still took time at those, even with your monogrammed suit jacket.
Oh, look at you!
Which I just thought was unbelievable. It's this brown suit jacket. It's so sick. It's a Dan Dibley, and then the Italian maker on the inside.
Oh yeah, Caceres in Dublin.
Unbelievable.
Dan Dibley here. Squirt. Right next to Hooters, by the way, in Dublin.
Yes, no, it was great. And you were always very generous.
Come for the wings, stay for the schwing. That was one of my taglines.
Not bad.
Yeah, thank you.
Chat wins.
I had a couple of other ones. But,
anybody that hates me can blame you because it was a phone call to you when I was living in Arizona. Not working in media. I said, Dibs, what do I do? You said, hey, keep grinding. Wherever you can get your foot in the door, get your foot in the door. Prompted my move home, and I got a foot.
I love it. The Dibber coaching tree, Kyle Madsen, has borne fruit. The road to Glendale brought to you by Marinwest Credit Union. Working for you today, tomorrow, together. And tune into Warriors Live on 95.7 The Game, presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi, unbeatable internet only from Xfinity. We go inside the 49er practice sessions with Cam Inman next. It's Willard and Dibs. Kyle in for Mark on 95.7 The Game.
Kyle runs the show.
Roasters unite, baby. It's going to be a party in the 215 this weekend as Joe Shasky and myself, Bonte Hill, hit Philadelphia. We're going to have some cheesesteaks. We're going to hit the Rocky statue. We're going to ring the bell, and we're going to go out there and kick the Eagles' ass. Thanks to Boxer and Gerson for sending us to the NFC title game where the Niners will hoist that NFC title trophy. Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping get your workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
If you owe back taxes to the IRS, have unfiled returns, or are worried about an audit, the IRS is hiring 87,000 new agents to address these very issues. That means if you need to get your tax problems resolved, now is the time to get started. I'm tax attorney Robert Goldstein, and my firm specializes in helping individuals and small businesses resolve their tax problems. We work to stop IRS and state seizures. We may be able to settle your tax debt for pennies on the dollar with an offer in compromise. We prepare your past due returns, even if you have no records, and represent you before the IRS and state in an audit. At the law offices of Robert Goldstein, the consultation is always free, and we have offices located throughout the Bay Area. To schedule your free consultation, call 1-888-TAX-EXIT. That's 888-TAXEXIT. 888-TAX-EXIT. And make us your last stop.
Don't waste time trying to get rid of your old or broken car. Cars for Kids is the easiest and fastest way to donate your car and get a tax deduction. Go to carsforkids.org today. That's cars with a K.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef, just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave, the quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
Hi, I'm Brian Bakhtiari,
Executive Manager of Stevens Creek Subaru. With all the recent storms in California, it's a reminder of the power and unpredictability of Mother Nature. At Stevens Creek Subaru, we understand the importance of all-wheel drive, whether it's getting you to the slopes or coast, but more importantly, getting you back home safely. No matter what the elements, there's no better place to buy your next vehicle than Stevens Creek Subaru. Subaru has been awarded the most IIHS Top Safety Pick Plus awards than any other brand since 2013, and Kelley Blue Book's most trusted brand 8 years in a row. As always, at Stevens Creek Subaru, you always get good prices, great selection, and truly exceptional service. So whether you stop in for service or to take delivery of your new Subaru, remember to stop by the Wilderness Cafe and talk to our Subaristas. It's just another reason why Stevens Creek Subaru is the Bay Area's preferred destination for all things Subaru. We're located on Stevens Creek Boulevard just off of Winchester or online at StevensCreekSubaru.com. And remember, buckle up and drive safely.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer and Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer and Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
What's it like to go to the South Pole? How do some animals change color? Can you catch a liar?
That's dangerous territory.
Can you trust a gut feeling? What about yawns?
Yes, yawning is contagious.
Mike Simpson here, and on my podcast, I've Got Questions. We go through all these things we're curious about and some stuff you probably don't expect.
Yo, strawberries are not even fruits at all.
So what are they? I've Got Questions. New episodes Thursdays on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Kansas City Steak Company, another AmericanEagle.com success story. Started in 1932 as a family-owned butcher shop, today they're a leading distributor of superior all-American steaks delivered right to your door, ready for the grill and your taste buds. When it came to their website, an average site wouldn't do. They chose AmericanEagle.com to take their website to the next level. With a dramatic increase in competition and a softening market demand, they had two challenges: improve their brand presence and message, and produce a positive return. AmericanEagle.com got to work and executed usability studies and detailed audits of site experience, digital assets, and marketing. The result? An integrated digital marketing and customer experience plan, organic traffic increase of 20%, and a long-term roadmap for success. If you love great steaks, go to KansasCitySteaks.com for website design, development, and online solutions that bring efficiency and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. If you need a results-driven website, call the team at AmericanEagle.com at 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
When you can't stop, there's Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub sends powerful medicated Vicks vapors right to the source of your... so you can experience cough relief and breathe easier. Generations of families have trusted Vicks VapoRub to help relieve the worst cold symptoms. So next time you have a cough, reach for the Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub. Cough relieving is believing.
As a Walgreens pharmacist, I talk with people all the time about little tips and tricks for filling their Medicare prescriptions, like taking advantage of Walgreens 90-day refills to save them a trip, or using Refill by Scan, which is super easy and right on your phone. And for anybody worried about prescription costs, I say, hey, we got you, with low-cost copays on many medications.
Let's talk about making things easier. Walgreens is here. Fill your way and save at walgreens.com/Medicare. See pharmacists for restrictions and exclusions.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Now back to Willard and Dibbs. Take it away, Mark.
Thanks, Steph, and good luck tonight. Big game against the Memphis Grizzlies. Don't miss a minute of it with the pregame show with JD right here at 6 o'clock on 95.7 The Game. Coming up in an hour, we'll talk to Eric Hasseltine, Memphis Grizzlies play-by-play. We'll take a quick look at the Grizzlies and Warriors. It is a big NBA regular season game, if there is such a thing, Kyle. We'll get into that coming up here at 11 o'clock. But right now, we're going to visit our good friend Cam Inman of the Bay Area News Group. All guests appear on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Cam, how's your championship week going, my friend?
Well, it's pretty good. I just got to Levi Stadium, and the grass is still on the field. The Niners aren't playing any more games here, but they're still playing a game on Sunday in Philly, so they got that going for them.
What's the future of Levi Stadium and that field? Because I know they just replaced the turf about a month ago. Do they got monster trucks coming? Is there soccer? Do you know what's up next for Levi's?
I believe Taylor Swift is coming for training camp. I think there's a couple other concerts. This place, it was funny because I was walking through the corridors here and a guy was wrapping up some of the sodas that weren't bought from the last game. I said, are those going away for a long winter's nap? And then I go, actually, no, because they have a lot of events here. That's why this is kind of a cash cow for the York family. And they're able to afford all these expensive players that got them to the stone's throw of a Super Bowl again.
Cam, thanks so much for hopping on. Let's chat about Charles Omenihu, who was arrested for a misdemeanor domestic violence. Is there any indication how the Niners are going to proceed with this outside of their fact-finding mission?
Well, that's what we're going to find out here in the next probably hour and a half or so once Kyle Shanahan addresses it for the first time. And, when I found out yesterday morning, as we were working on that story that Omenihu had been arrested Monday night on a misdemeanor domestic violence charge, obviously it's a really delicate situation. An understandably touchy subject that, the Niners have had to navigate in the past. We don't know the details of it. We don't know what Charles, what he has to say on the matter. So hopefully we get a chance to talk to him today too. But if you're Kyle Shanahan, what do you want him to say? What can he say in this situation? And, compounding it is Charles got hurt in the first quarter of the game Sunday against Dallas. He hurt his oblique. And so he probably would have been limited in practice this week. So, if they want to say his status is to be determined, that could be the case, on multiple fronts, whether it's from a discipline standpoint or whether it's from a physical standpoint of his own body, which, by having to go to jail and get bailed out, that took time away from his recovery. And obviously I don't want to minimize the alleged victim in this either. So it's not a great look. It's a really bad situation for what should be the biggest week of everybody's lives here at Levi Stadium.
Does the fact that it was a misdemeanor charge as opposed to a felony charge change the way that the team will and should go about disciplining Charles Omenihu?
Well, if it was a felony charge, that would have meant she had visible injuries, right? And I would think so. It's just that there would probably be a much more severe discipline forthcoming. So right now, I think it's kind of a to be determined. That's why I'm really curious to see how the Niners handle this. And for the last 5 years or so, they've avoided off-field issues. There were so many of them for about, I don't even want to, I guess maybe about 8 years where they had so many guys getting arrested for various deeds. And Reuben Foster was the last one. I remember just being in the courtroom with him because he was arrested for a domestic violence situation that really spun out of control and earned his release off this team. And the Niners, they brought in, I want to say, high character guys, but we really don't know them. And Omenihu, let me just speak on him just because I don't know him very well. He came to the team midway through the 2021 season. He's always been very nice and accommodating to us in the locker room. In terms of giving us insight on the field about techniques, about strategy, he can be a good quote. And he's the kind of guy who would end an interview just, respectfully say, I appreciate you. Not that he was kissing up to us, but it was very sincere that he knew that the NFL was a privilege to play in, that he didn't take it for granted. And so I'm sure this has shaken him to his core because, he's entering a contract year, or this is his contract year. He's got to hit free agency in 2 months. And he was hoping to cash in on a great year. He's very versatile. He had 4.5 sacks in the regular season, but he had the 2 sacks against Seattle in the playoff opener. So it's a strange situation, I guess.
If the 49ers do decide to sit him out of the NFC Championship game, is it as easy as just dropping Drake Jackson into his spot, or does somebody else have to step up?
I think the nice thing about the Niners defensive front is that they have such a great rotation, right? And it's not incumbent on one guy other than Nick Bosa to dominate. They can shuffle so many different guys through there. Drake Jackson's a different player than Omenihu, because Omenihu showed versatility this year where he would come in and he could play defensive end in place of Samson Ebukam, maybe in place of Bosa, rarely. But then on third downs, Omenihu would line up over the guard on the interior, kind of the Arden Key role from last season that worked out so well, where the Niners have, 3 or 4 really good pass rushers across the board rather than, a beefy interior guy that's clogging up holes and letting Fred Warner come in. And Drake Jackson's not that guy. He's more the outside rusher who's got incredible athleticism and length, and he's been a healthy scratch for the last 5 games. I don't think it's anything detrimental to what Drake's had in his rookie season. It's just that other guys offered more versatility or could do more on special teams. So if Drake Jackson can, suit up, that's great. He can help fill those pass rushing roles, and then some of the other interior guys are just going to have to do more on their end.
Cam Inman here on 95.7 The Game as we turn from Omenihu to the injury report. Any deep concern over any of the injured 49ers who came up a little bit gimpy, most particularly Christian McCaffrey, who seemed to be nursing a bit of a calf on Sunday?
That's where my eyes will be at practice today, just to see what if he's going to be doing anything. I'd imagine that he might, Christian, he came into the Niners with this injury history from Carolina, or everyone said, oh, he's an injury risk. But I will tell you what, the guy has not missed a game. He's played so much, and you can tell he really wants to be on the field and do as much as he can to win. And that's fits this team's model. Everybody right now, there's this urgency to win a championship. So how do they manage him on the field? I'm guessing that they'll take it easy with him during practice, let him test out his calf maybe, see how he does in some individual conditioning. Tomorrow is really usually their big practice day, Dibs. Their Thursday session is kind of their more extensive day. Today's more of let's get back on the field, loosen things up, and then Thursday's the big practice day. Friday they can work on some red zone and game plan specific stuff, and then they fly out Friday afternoon to Philly.
Cam, I want to turn the clock back real quick to Sunday night, because I watched Philly's celebration after they beat the Giants, and it looked a little bit like they just won the Super Bowl. Was the Niners locker room, was that the vibe that you caught after their win over Dallas?
I think it may have been a couple of years ago when they've kind of reached that, we're in the NFC Championship game. Right now, I think everybody on this team knows there's unfinished business, not just from last year, but even from the 2019 Super Bowl year. So it's this was great and all, but see, a lot of people thought it was a great win Sunday. I didn't think it was a great win. I thought it was a warranted win. I thought they were a way better team than the Cowboys. I don't think they played great on any aspect of their team. They're going to have to play great in Philly in every aspect. So, they went to Philly last season. Okay. In week 2, a lot has changed since then. A lot of quarterbacks have come and gone. But they led 17-3 in that game. It was Nick Sirianni's first home game as the Eagles coach. Jalen Hurts was doing pretty well, but he didn't wow me a lot. I mean, he kind of engineered this last gasp touchdown drive that made the score respectable. But the Niners did a really good job that game. But Brandon Graham, the Eagles defensive lineman, he got hurt in that game. And now he's back from that Achilles, and he's one of those guys that really appreciates and can celebrate like they did, Saturday by making it to that stage, because that's what they're supposed to do. Obviously, it's something that Green Bay failed to do last year as the number 1 seed when they lost to the Niners.
Cam, one more before we let you go. And 5 different 49ers members of the organization, finalists for NFL honors: Brock Purdy, Nick Bosa, Kyle Shanahan, DeMeco Ryans, and Christian McCaffrey in their various categories. Who's the most likely to win their award?
Come on, you know the answer to that.
Who's the second most likely to win their award behind Nick Bosa, Cam?
Thank you very much.
I tried to give you a softball, and you took it, so now you get the hard question, Cam.
That's good knowledge, Div. That's good knowledge. You've been paying attention this season. I like it. Yes.
So Nick Bosa will win DPOY. We all pretty much think so, but who's the second most likely to win, Cam, if anyone?
You know what? Okay, here's where it's going to be interesting, because I think it's going to be Shanahan versus Brian Daboll for East Coast versus West Coast bias, right?
For Coach of the Year,
Yes, for Coach of the Year, because I think the voters will recognize that Kyle Shanahan kept this team on the path to the playoffs with a third-string rookie quarterback that was Mr. Irrelevant. who's obviously played great. It's just an incredible coaching feat, right? It should not be minimized at all because he had a championship caliber roster that he and John Lynch built. I mean, Dable, credit to him, they made it to the playoffs. They did not win in the playoffs. They were the third best team in their division. So, and then Doug Peterson obviously kind of resurrected the Jags, but they're out too. So I think Shanahan deserves it. You could look at McCaffrey is just a great story. I think he deserves it more than Geno Smith. But then again, you got East Coast, West Coast. Saquon Barkley is also up for comeback player of the year. I'd imagine he wins it just because McCaffrey didn't even make the Pro Bowl. So there's some kind of stigma about him that I think voters have. So I wouldn't expect him to win that. What else do we got?
Assistant Coach of the Year, D'Amico versus Ben Johnson of the Lions.
Yeah, it's D'Amico versus two offensive coordinators, including the one he's going to go against. D'Amico's the one who's up for all these head coaching jobs. D'Amico should win it. I don't know when we start celebrating the Assistant Coach of the Year awards, but that's the way the NFL is. And
it's the ACOY.
I think Sunday should decide it. I think whoever wins Sunday between Shane Steichen and D'Amico Ryan should win the award. That's my thought.
And you know what? Then I will write a story on that, and I will win an award for the quickest person to write a story on who won the Assistant Coach of the Year.
Thanks, Cam.
Perfect.
So
we could work together.
All that answer without actually answering the question. Cam Inman, he's a veteran of many an interview.
Sports Talk Radio at its finest.
You're the best, Cam. Thank you so much. Fly safe to Philadelphia, and we look forward to talking to you next week.
All right, love you guys. Thanks much.
Love you more, Cam. Cam Inman, there he is. And touched on the 5 categories, Kyle. Offensive Rookie of the Year, Brock Purdy against Garrett Wilson of the Jets, Kenneth Walker III of the Seahawks. I don't think Brock Purdy's got much of a chance in that
quarterback
category.
award.
Offensive Rookie of the Year. Normally, you need to play more than 7 games, though, to get consideration. DPOY, it's Bosa, Micah Parsons, and Chris Jones of the Chiefs. I don't know if it's a slam dunk, but it's at least an uncontested layup for Nick Bosa, I think.
Yeah, if you look at odds, and that's usually a good indicator here, I think the last time I saw it, Bosa was minus 1,100.
They took it off the board in many places.
Yeah.
You can't bet it.
And Micah Parsons is plus 600. That's if it even is on the board.
Coach of the Year, Kyle Shanahan, Brian Dable of the Giants, your favorite, Doug Peterson of the Jags. I think that the sentiment is that it's Brian Dable's award here.
Yeah.
Even though Kyle Shanahan probably deserves it for having a third-string quarterback and doing what he did.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Thank you, Cam.
I think voters are going to look at the Niners roster and look at the Giants roster, which is an abomination, and they're going to go, wow, Brian Dable got that team to the playoffs. I think it's Dable's to lose.
Assistant Coach of the Year, or the ACOY, as we all know the acronym.
Of course.
D'Amico Ryans. I think D'Amico is the candidate that's going to win this one. Ben Johnson, the Lions OC. Great year for the Lions. Not a playoff team. Shane Steichen, you mentioned. Eagles offensive coordinator. He's got a great chance, but to me, it's D'Amico Ryans, DC, of the best defense in football.
And almost like a lifetime achievement award kind of thing, just for what he did last year, what he did this year. All we ever talk about is offense. Everything about this league is offense. And D'Amico Ryans has figured out a way with different personnel and in different ways to stop these offenses. He's so good at what he does. There are so many really good offensive coordinators. There's not that many great defensive coordinators, and he is one.
Yeah, he's absolutely a head coaching candidate, a strong one, and a great DC. CBPOY, the CB Poi, which is comeback player of the year. McCaffrey, Saquon Barkley, Geno Smith. I don't think he has any chance here. For me, it's Geno Smith, but Barkley coming back from the injury. Those two it's going to be a close vote. And McCaffrey's a distant third.
So it can be coming back from just not being very good.
Right, exactly. Comeback player of the year. I mean, what's your comeback from? It could be coming back from substance abuse or injury or just not being that good. It's a comeback.
So you think Geno Smith didn't write back because he was coming back?
Right, I think that's what it was. And they should rename this award to the Alex Smith Award for the single greatest comeback maybe in sports history from a guy who not only might have lost his leg, he might have died based on the infection level that he had. And to even make it back on the field at all, to me, is one of the great comebacks we've ever seen. 888-957-9570. What do you think of this Eagle matchup? We're getting closer to Sunday. Kyle's in for Mark Willard today. Mark will be back in tomorrow. here on 95.7 The Game. Top of the hour, we'll talk Warriors with Eric Hasseltine of the Memphis Grizzlies. He's their play-by-play announcer, friend of the program. Dr. Brian Feely at 11:30. What's the deal with Jalen Hurts and his shoulder? And Patrick Mahomes, Kyle, can he play on that high ankle sprain? I know that you saw a little bit of news that came out earlier this hour.
Yeah, Andy Reid said not only is Patrick Mahomes practicing, but Andy Reid expects him to be a full participant. Like, he's not expecting him to take anything off. He's going to do individual drills. He's going to do team drills. Patrick Mahomes is going to do everything with a high ankle sprain.
That's crazy. I mean, that's beyond crazy. And I was saying to Mark yesterday about the nature of the high ankle sprain. It's kind of an umbrella term. We don't know exactly how severe the high ankle sprain was, and we never know how an ankle is going to respond to treatment in the days following the injury. And it's still a long run up until Sunday. If he had a classic high ankle sprain with the ligament damage, because normally it's torn ligaments which lead to that sprain. And, one thing I've learned from all the doctors I've talked to, not only Dr. Feely, but Dr. Nirav Pandya and all the doctors who I've been lucky enough to consult with in my long career on radio, is ligaments get sprained, muscles get strained. So when you talk about a sprained ankle, it's really the ligaments in and around the ankle that are either stretched, partially torn, or completely torn. That's what leads you to have an ankle sprain. And so when you deal with the high ankle, it's the area obviously above the knob in the ankle connecting to the leg. And depending the severity of the tear, how much of the fibrous tissue has been torn, will determine just how severe that ankle sprain is.
Well, remember, Trent Williams had a high ankle sprain late last year.
Right.
And played on it in the playoffs. And go watch Trent Williams move around in the NFC Championship game. You can tell he's just not right. And so for Patrick Mahomes to play, it's like, wow, that's pretty incredible. How effective can he be, though?
Right.
Is it just Patrick Mahomes who's a statue in the pocket and he can't I don't know if it's his right or left ankle, but he either can't plant or he can't push off properly.
It's his right ankle.
So he's not going to be able to push off properly.
Exactly. And I wonder how it affects him in terms of getting the snap and being able to drop back to pass, because that ultimately is the anchor foot. So like you're saying, when you hit that back step in your progression and you got to plant your right foot and drive off it, step forward with the left and deliver the football, that's where we're going to really see. I don't think you're going to see Patrick Mahomes out running around, underhand throws, backhand flips. Andy Reid's going to scheme it up, if he plays, to keep him in the pocket a lot more.
And that's where I kind of think Mahomes' ability to throw from weird arm angles and just get the ball to his receivers in different ways is actually going to be helpful here. Because he doesn't need to have that traditional, like, set on 2 feet, push off the back, push off that right leg and throw to get enough juice on the football to get it to where it needs to go. So I think they're going to get a little bit creative, but it's not going to be a ton of Patrick Mahomes running around.
888-957-9570. We're taking your calls and also your texts on the Xfinity mobile text line. If you've got any thoughts on the game coming up on Sunday with the Eagles hosting the 49ers, 12 o'clock from Philadelphia. From the 925, the comeback from mediocrity award just seems silly. That's from Rob, and we appreciate you putting your name on it, Rob. And that's kind of what Kyle was saying. Just you weren't very good, and now you're good, so you get comeback player of the year. It feels like this should be reserved for players, especially in football. You come back from injury, which is a lot of these guys, and then you have a good year. That, to me, I'm with you. The award should be reserved for those people.
Yeah, Ryan Tannehill won it in 2019.
Ryan
Tannehill won it in 2019, and he played 11 games in 2018. And he got benched for Brock Osweiler in that year. He basically got CBPOY because it was like, yeah, you weren't very good. You weren't very good in Miami, but you were really good in your first year with Tennessee, so here's this award. That's kind of what Geno Smith, like, he came back from just not getting a ton of opportunities.
Right, and not being very good. Exactly. He gets an opportunity in a new system, and he gets the keys to Seattle, and they let him on a great year, let him to the playoffs. And that's a nice comeback, but I'm with you. Comeback player of the year should be reserved for people who come back from injury.
There needs to be a separate, like, actually this guy doesn't stink award.
Exactly.
Actually, this guy doesn't stink of the year.
It's called most improved, which is what we always. And when I coached a lot of high school sports, I would always give out MVP, MIP, most improved,
of course,
and the coaches award, which was most inspirational. So you give MVP to your best player usually. You give most improved to the player who stunk and then actually turned out to be halfway decent. And then you gave out the coach's award or the most inspirational to the player who wasn't very good but tried like heck all year and had a great attitude.
That's me.
Well, that was always me too, by the way.
Shout out.
I could show you all my awards from basketball camp from the likes of Steve Lavin, who gave me Mr. Scrapper Award, which was the same kind of award where, Steve Lavin was my coach at Pirate basketball camp. And, I got an award as Mr. Scrapper. Basically, you stink, but you try real hard, and you were fun having around. So
I won a Carlton Fisk Award one time on a travel baseball team I was on, and the explanation for it was like, yeah, you played a lot of games. It was like, you were really good at this. It's just like, man, you were just around. We just couldn't get rid of you.
The only award I ever won was in Pinewood Derby. Shout out Boy Scouts. I had the best looking car. Got dead last in the race, but it looked cool at least.
Spadoni.
That's the award I want to win in the Pinewood Derby, though. It's like, dude, your car looked sick.
The Italian's not known for too many vehicles. The Ferrari, of course.
And the Lamborghini, obviously.
And the Lamborghini,
yes.
But the Pinewood Derby is more about, gas mileage and economy.
All style, no substance.
Thank you. You probably had a souped-up car in the Pinewood Derby.
Joe rolled out a Hot Wheels of a Lambo.
It's Italian flag colors. Repping.
Oh, I love it. I would love to see that vehicle. 888-957-9570 is the phone number. We're open until 11 o'clock. Eric Hasseltine will join us at the top of the hour. We will get into a little bit of Dubs. Grizzlies, I want to get your thoughts, Kyle, on where you see this Golden State Warriors team in terms of, not only this game, because I was saying to the guys in the changeover, I can't bet the Warriors. I don't know who this Warriors team is. Nobody knows night to night. Now, you would figure they will be motivated against Memphis, a team that is their rival and a team that gets under their skin, but you can't really trust this Warriors team.
No. They couldn't beat a KD-less Nets team.
Right. And they blew a couple of big double-digit leads.
And at what point in the calendar do we stop saying, it's only X?
Right.
Like when you're in danger of like, hey, there's a very real possibility that they wind up in the play-in tournament. Like that's bad.
Yeah.
At some point you need to start stacking wins. And Draymond Green said weeks ago, hey, we told the young guys, this is the part where we start stacking wins. We turn it on now. Switch is going to flip.
Switch
and it
the
just
flip.
hasn't.
It hasn't, yeah, exactly. So we'll get into that as we get closer to Eric Hasseltine. But we got open phones for you in the next segment. 888-957-9570. It's the same number for the Xfinity Mobile text line, 888-957-9570. What are people feeling about this Philadelphia game? Kyle and I are cautiously pessimistic about the Niners' chances. I want to have somebody out there convince me. Tell me why the Niners should go in and feel really confident going up against Philadelphia. The road to Glendale is brought to you by the SF Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here. Visit sfsheriff.com to apply today. It's Willard and Dibbs. Kyle is in for Mark. Mark back tomorrow. Come on back with us. 888-957-9570. Your phone calls next on 95.7 The Game.
So, the other day, I bought an extremely chatty...
Boring story time!
Make that an extremely catty cockatoo.
You're welcome!
Apparently, the pet store won't take it back. But, hey, I'll manage.
I love that for you!
Just like I manage without home internet.
No, you don't!
Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable.
Aw, Bertie likes to stream!
But I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
My lady friend! It's mating season, duh!
No home internet? It's not that bad. No, not there!
It is that bad. Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
Hey, I'm Andy. If you don't know me, it's probably because I'm not famous. But I did start a men's grooming company called Harry's. The idea for Harry's came out of a frustrating experience I had buying razor blades. Most brands were overpriced, overdesigned, and out of touch. At Harry's, our approach is simple. Here's our secret. We make sharp, durable blades and sell them at honest prices for as low as $2 each. We care about quality so much that we do some crazy things, like buy a world-class German blade factory. Obsessing over every detail means we're confident in offering a 100% quality guarantee. Millions of guys have already made the switch to Harry's, so thank you if you're one of them. And if you're not, we hope you give us a try with this special offer. Get a Harry starter set with a 5-blade razor, weighted handle, shave gel, and a travel cover, all for just $3 plus free shipping. Just go to harrys.com and enter code FRIEND at checkout. That's harrys.com, code FRIEND. Enjoy.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Get in zone, AutoZone. Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Starting trouble. No one likes that. We'll get you set up for some stronger starts. You might just need a fresh charge, and we'll take care of that free of charge. But if it is time for a new battery, we've got replacement batteries that'll fit your needs, starting at just $79.99. You can learn more about our battery selection at AutoZone.com. That's what makes us America's #1 battery destination.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Claim based on data from the NPD Group 2021.
O'Reilly.
O'Reilly Auto Parts provides more than just the right parts for your repair. Our professional parts people can also offer free check engine light diagnosis. We can scan your vehicle and provide a list of possible fixes. Find the right parts for you or recommend a great local repair shop. Don't ignore your check engine light. Stop by your local O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hey, I'm Andy. If you don't know me, it's probably because I'm not famous. But I did start a men's grooming company called Harry's. The idea for Harry's came out of a frustrating experience I had buying razor blades. Most brands were overpriced, overdesigned, and out of touch. At Harry's, our approach is simple. Here's our secret. We make sharp, durable blades and sell them at honest prices for as low as $2 each. We care about quality so much that we do some crazy things, like buy a world-class German blade factory. Obsessing over every detail means we're confident in offering a 100% quality guarantee. Millions of guys have already made the switch to Harry's, so thank you if you're one of them. And if you're not, we hope you give us a try with this special offer. Get a Harry starter set with a 5-blade razor, weighted handle, shave gel, and a travel cover, all for just $3 plus free shipping. Just go to harrys.com and enter code FRIEND at checkout. That's harrys.com, code FRIEND. Enjoy.
The other day, I bought a cockatoo. Hello! He's a handful, but I'll manage. Just like I manage without home internet. Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable, but I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
It's mating season, Dad.
No home internet? It's not that bad.
Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
Hey, it's Jermichael Green with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to Willard and Dibbs. Take it away, Mark.
Mark out today. Dan in. Kyle in for Mark. Mark Willard will be back tomorrow. And Mark Willard's living the dream life right now. Work a day, take a day. Work a day, take a day. And I'm giving Mark a hard time. Mark will be back in tomorrow. He's dealing with some of the problems you have, Kyle, when you have these little kids. They get sick, and you got to deal with it, you know?
No, totally. As a father of 2 cats, I know exactly what it's like.
No,
you
don't
wake
tell
up.
me. It's Patrick Willis.
That's one.
And Brock Purdy.
No.
No. I know this one. Buster Posey.
No, I'm not. No.
No, oh, wait. I know this. Catrick Willis, and it's another pun. It's another pun. Brandon Belt?
that would be funny. And here's my one cat, Brandon Belt. No, Steph Curry.
Steph Curry. I knew it was Purry. I thought it was Brock Purry.
It's always
maybe you can rename it if Curry has another bad game.
It's always a like fun idea to name your cat Catrick Willis, because he retired like 2 days before I got my cats, and I adopted, and they had names. I was like, those are stupid names. They're not keeping those names. I'm gonna name them Steph Curry and Catrick Willis,
right?
And it's gonna be great. And it's great.
It's gonna be great.
It's great right up until you have to tell the vet what their names are. Because the vet goes, okay, yeah, you need him for a checkup. What's their name?
Whiskers, buttons,
and I'm
mittens.
Like, Stephen Purry. Stephen Purry. Name is
security.
He thought our name was bad. Come on,
seriously.
So I go now. They're just Steph and Cat. So I look like the least
Willis. I mean, you know,
I look like the least creative cat owner of all time. I'm like, this is Stefan and this is Cat.
Yeah, I mean, naming pets is always tough. You got to go one or two ways. You can either go with like a human name. This is Fred. Or you go with, something completely random. This is Lunch Pail or whatever.
The human name is undeniably the funniest thing.
Yeah.
When people are like, hey, here's my cat, Greg. I'm like, hilarious.
That's pretty funny.
Yeah.
We let, back in the day, we let Quest name the cat. Quest wanted a dog. I denied him forever. He still holds it against me. He's now 21. But when he was about, 12 or 13, he had a cat, and he named it Clifford after the big red dog.
Hilarious.
It's a black cat.
That's a great bit.
Great bit of irony. So he goes by Cliff, a.k.a. Cliffy, the goat. He's the goat of cats. But
right.
Anyway, Mark Willard back in tomorrow. 888-957-9570. Your chance to weigh in on Niners-Eagles. Before we go to the phones, I want to ask you, Kyle, about last year's game between the Niners and the Philadelphia Eagles. It was week 2 when these two teams tangled, and it was one of those games where the 49ers didn't look great on offense, but they did enough to beat Philadelphia. 17-11, your final score. Niners rush for 117 yards on 38 carries. Not a huge number of yards, but they were able to control the ball. 35 minutes, TOP, time of possession. Jimmy Garoppolo, yes, that Jimmy Garoppolo, 22 of 30, $189, 1 touchdown, no picks. The team, I don't believe, turned it over at all in that game. Yeah, no turnovers either way. Is this the sort of blueprint that the Niners need to execute in order to win on Sunday?
I think so.
Boy, that's a great question.
It is. No, because you mentioned this is
great question.
This is such a different game this year. And last year, remember, the Eagles, they tested the Niners deep a lot. It was a lot of deep throws from Jalen Hurts. They connected on one to Quez Watkins, and it went for like 91 yards. They ended up not scoring on that drive because Nick Sirianni tried a Philly special and on a 4th down, and it didn't work in the red zone. But the Niners had a blocked field goal in that game. Jalen Hurts didn't have, A, he was not as good as he's been this year, but B, they didn't have A.J. Brown yet. Devontae Smith was just a rookie. Like, this is just such a better Eagles team. But if the Niners are able to do like you said and run it 30-plus times.
Right, 35 minutes of time.
Yeah, that's I think that was their game plan last year was, hey, keep the Eagles offense off the field. I think that's exactly what they're going to try and do this year.
Jalen Hurts, 12 of 23 for 190 throwing it. He didn't throw an interception or a touchdown. He did run it 10 times for 82 yards and a touchdown. That touchdown came near the end of the game, 4 minutes to go, that made it 17-11. That ultimately was the final score. When I look at this game and I think about how the Niners would want it to go, I think about last year's game where the Niners were able to pound the rock, and they didn't run it very effectively. They ran it well enough to get by. Elijah Mitchell, 17 carries, 42 yards, not big numbers. JaMychal Hasty, remember him? 5 carries for 38. Jimmy Garoppolo, 11 carries in that game.
Yeah.
For 20 yards.
A lot of scrambling.
And a lot of sneaks, too. A lot of sneakery on 3rd and short and 4th and short. So I think that may be the blueprint in terms of how that game's going to go.
Yeah, the other thing that the Niners were able to do last year against Philly, Jimmy Garoppolo had 189 passing yards, 127 of those were after the catch. And that, when you talk about like offensive game plans, like obviously they're going to want to run it a lot. But I also think that Philly can be had a little bit after the catch. As good as Darius Slay and James Bradbury, their two corners are.
Big play, Slay.
I don't think they're great tacklers. Like they have really like good, effective, athletic linebackers, but are they going to be good enough if the Niners can get Brock Purdy going over the middle like they did against Dallas with George Kittle, with Brandon Ayuk, with Deebo Samuel? It's just this onslaught of players where I think the Niners can make some hay after the catch.
George Kittle, only 4 catches for 17 last year in the game. Deebo, 6 for 93. Brandon Ayuk from the doghouse, just 1 catch for 6 yards. 888-957-9570. That is also the Xfinity Mobile text line from the 408 Jimmy Garoppolo. I'm reading the text. It's a possible name. I see Curtin Oakland's got some pet names. We'll get to you in a minute. But first, let's go to Joe in Redwood City. Joe, you're on 95.7 The Game. What are you doing?
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm on my way to work and stuck in traffic.
That sucks.
Yeah, that's
Sorry,
a bummer.
Joe.
What do you got on Brock Purdy, Joe?
Well, I got a lot, but I'll keep it short and simple. A lot of people saying, I feel like we're on a week-to-week basis in the regular season with him. Everyone's like, is he ready for the challenge next week? Is he ready for the following week? He proved what he did with Seattle and honestly impressed me in that Seattle game. And he didn't do much in that Dallas game, but I think we kept it tight that first half. Dallas's defense, they showed up where we were trying to run the ball a lot. But I feel this game, they're going to let him throw that ball for sure. We got to put up some points fast, and we don't want to run behind this game in the first half in Philly.
Yeah, thank you, Joe. I agree with you. Kyle and I actually were just having that conversation during the break about worst-case scenario, Niners win the toss, defer, Philly gets the kick, and just marches right down and gets the 7. And now, even though you probably still have 55 or so minutes left in the game, that feeling of being behind, I wonder if Kyle Shanahan, obviously not that early in the game, but if they fall behind by 7, by 10, late in the first half, does he abandon the run if the run's not working like it wasn't against Dallas?
Yeah, I think it would take, because he's going to go with his script. And he's said, he'll move things around and scratch. If the Eagles go down and score on their first possession, I think Kyle Shanahan has so much faith in his defense, and we see that with the way he manages the clock. I don't know how much you guys got into it on Monday, but that end of first half clock management bit was wild.
I thought it was great.
And, well, it turned out to be great.
Yeah.
But it was a clear indication of Kyle Shanahan just hey, it's okay if we don't get any points or we only get 3 here, because he was going to trust his defense to get stops late in the game.
And they didn't want Dallas to get points. That was his real emphasis. And that's why he let the 30 seconds go off the clock. And I thought his explanation was sound in that he didn't know they were going to get the first down. So if you call timeout right away and then second down, you don't get it, third down, you don't get it, you punt the ball back to Dallas, they've got clock and they've got timeouts and they've got the ball to start the third quarter. And I also think that the way that game was going predicated the decision that he made, because that game felt early like it was going to be one of those real tight, low-scoring kind of ball games. And I wonder if he's in the same spot against Philadelphia. Let's say it's 17-17 in that same spot. Maybe he reacts differently knowing that offenses are having their way with the defenses in that ball game.
I think maybe a little bit, but just to get back to Kyle Shanahan and the defense and what happens if they go down 7-0, he's not going to pull the plug on trying to run the ball. I don't see that happening. Even if they get down a couple of scores.
If they're down 17-0 late in the second quarter, in the first half.
Yeah, late in the second quarter, they're going to try and get points however they can get them. And if the run game's not working, then they'll go to something else.
If they're down 17-0 at half and they get the ball to start the third quarter, you still think he'll be steadfast about still trying to run the ball?
No, because they'll make some kind of adjustment at halftime.
It's a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by SFO. Go to flysfo.com/winter for your chance to win $1,000 towards a nonstop flight from SFO today. And we'll look ahead to tonight's Warriors-Grizzlies matchup with the voice of the Grizzlies, Eric Hasseltine, at 11. Eric will join us on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. 888-957-9570. It's the phone line. It's also the Xfinity Mobile text line. I want to run some of these cat names by you, Kyle, because you like a punny cat name.
I sure do.
Kirk Fuzzins from Joe in American Canyon.
That's really funny. I would never name an animal after that player, though.
But Kirk Fuzzins.
Very good name.
You give it a 4, you give it a 5?
That can, but only give it a 5. I trust his judgment.
Well, because anytime you give like an audible, I can't help myself laugh, to me, that qualifies for 5.
No, you're right. You're right. And if I was a Vikings fan, then maybe I'd go with that, but I'm out on Kirk Cousins.
Joe in American Canyon says Jalen Hurts.
Good. That's fine.
It's a 2? It's a 3?
It's a 3. It's
Catrick Beverly?
No.
Cat Riley, the great president of the Miami Heat?
I feel like all that's doing is taking the same Catrick Willis pun and just throwing a different last name on it.
And from the 510, George Cattle.
That's very good.
Okay.
Thank you. That's a 4.
Okay,
maybe if you had a cow, I don't. Yeah.
No, I get it, but cattle.
Maybe if you have a dog, George Kibble.
I appreciate it.
I thought you had George Kitten almost.
Okay, that's not bad.
good.
Sam Lubman joining us. I appreciate you weighing in. Xfinity Mobile text line. Yeah, boy, do you. I gave him a hard time on Monday because Chatterbox back there, I was up in the press box for the first half. That's a 3. And I looked down and Sam Lubman is just not cheering, which is a cardinal rule. Don't cheer in the press box. But he was just chatting it up like he was at the Alpha Phi sorority mixer.
Full Bruce McGowan?
It was a partial McGowan.
Okay.
It was a partial McGowan. And I love Bruce McGowan.
He's great.
But he will talk your ear off.
My man, the whole game.
Your boy Lubman was having some conversations, and so that's why he's saying, see, I like to talk, because he's making fun of me for making fun of him. 888-957-9570. Christian McCatfree coming in from the 707.
It's good.
Okay, just keep them coming on the Xfinity Mobile text line. Back to football. Rich in Fremont.
Back to the
Rich,
Niners.
convince me why the Niners have a good chance of winning.
Well, I think of when you look at, and thanks for taking my call.
Thank you, Rich.
Look at who Philadelphia's played. They have not, in my opinion, played a stout defense yet. Okay, and for the first time all season, they're going to see one. Okay, and the defense that D'Amico Ryans is coaching right now, in my opinion, is the top defense in the league. And then you consider the fact that if you're able to contain Jalen Hurts and take him out of his rhythm, which is something he hasn't really, experienced this year except for the injury, then that's another reason why I think that the Niners can get this win. Because really, at the end of the day, that guy Brock, he's pretty good.
It's a nice uptick. And
the uptick.
The pun gets a 2, but the uptick upgrades it to a 3 based on the Jolo and Dibbs reference. I appreciate that. But he is pretty good. Brock Purdy, he's going to have to be better than pretty good, I think, in order to beat Philadelphia in the Sunday spot.
Rich said they haven't played a stout defense yet. Cowboys defense is pretty good. They averaged 30 a game in 2 games against Dallas this year. And one of those with Gardner Minshew.
And also, you can't say that the Niners had a tough time against a stout defense on Sunday and then still say Philadelphia hasn't faced a stout defense. And if I'm not mistaken, Kyle, these two teams, Philadelphia and the Niners, played the 2 easiest schedules in football this season.
By DVOA, correct.
Right.
Yeah, so the whole test and who's been tested thing is out the window. It's the NFC Championship game, man. Hey, it doesn't matter. They're going to play each other.
Right. 60 minutes will decide it. And that's I've always thought the same thing, especially this deep in the playoffs where Philadelphia's won 1 game. They got the bye. They won once. They're at home. The Niners have won twice, and now they go on the road. If the Niners are good enough, then they're going to be able to beat Philadelphia. And they've won 12 straight football games against professional football players, professional teams. It's not like they took 2 months off to go play an FCS schedule, and they were able to, to beat
a lot of Weber State,
Mankato State, and all the rest of it. Shout out Mankato and Weber. We don't mean to dish you, but they played against real pro football teams in the NFL. So for me, there's a certain sense of, your schedule may have been a little bit softer than other teams, but still you're playing and winning games in the NFL. That counts for more than just something.
And when you get into the postseason in a one-and-done scenario, it becomes harder to fall backwards into wins. We saw that with Minnesota, and then we saw it the following week with the Giants. Like, the cream just kind of rises to the top in the playoffs.
No doubt. 888-957-9570. Eric Hasseltine joining us at the top of the hour. We'll get into a little bit of a Grizzlies Warriors preview as we start the final hour of our show. And by the way, the cat names are flying in on the Xfinity mobile text line.
Great.
You got something for me before I read some of these gems?
Yeah, I have something for this Niners-Eagles game that the Niners did last year that I think we can pull to this year, but go ahead with the cat names.
Oh, Brandon Clawford came in.
Good.
Okay. Carl Anthony Meowns. Thank you.
Good.
Purdy Ellis. Where
like Perry Ellis.
Yeah. Meow Ming, which
That's
is a bit of a throwback.
very strong.
Yeah.
Very, very strong.
Colin Kaepernick, Meowkle Strahan, and Dante Felincenzo. He's a tabby. So there you have it. Kurt in Oakland wants to add to the thread. Thank you. Appreciate everyone on the Xfinity mobile text line. What do you got, Kurt?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Thank you,
So if I had 5 cats or 5 dogs, I would want to name them who, what, where, when, why for Abbott and Costello.
Okay.
And people would hopefully get the joke pretty quickly. Or if you just have 2 and the names can be somewhat fun to say, would be Finkel and Einhorn, because Einhorn is
Oh, of course.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Kurt.
Ace Ventura reference.
Thank you.
I thought he was going to say Laurel and Hardy.
That's a Joe Fortenbaugh throwback reference. Back when he used to do the Sleep Train ad, he did this whole thing about Finkel as Einhorn, and I don't even know how it tied into the mattress pitch, but every time I hear Finkel and Einhorn, I think about Joe Fortenbaugh and the Jolo and Dibs days.
Sure.
It's, you know how things get connected in your brain?
Yes, big time.
So, and I know it's from Ace Ventura, Pet Detective, one of the great movies of the early 00s. Was that the 90s, maybe?
Early 90s.
Early 90s.
Wow.
Yeah, probably 93.
Want to say 92, 93.
Okay. You guys will see when you get older, because I'm now in my mid-50s, and I'm not afraid to admit it, but
I love the young people.
Spadoni, don't do it.
30 in 6 months, Dibs.
Yeah. Over the hill. So when you get to, like right now for you, anything that was 20 years ago, you were a kid, so you remember because you were a kid. For me, 20 years ago, I was already a grown blank man with kids. It's like everything from like 96 to 2020, wherever we are, it all kind of smushes together in a, I have no idea when that happened, kind of an ether.
I'm 32. I have this problem.
Love the young people.
I have this problem with people that I can't remember if I know them from high school or college.
Yeah.
I'm like, we've met. We hung out. I can't remember when. Did we go to school together? Yes. Which one?
It gets worse. And
can't wait.
It's not so much of like forgetting things. I do forget more than I used to forget, but now it's like Ace Ventura, Pet Detective. I could have thought, I thought it was early 00s. I was thinking like 03, 04, but I'm at least a decade off, and it's like, oh my God, that's...
Can't go wrong with Jim Carrey in the early 90s. Just any big Jim Carrey movie,
Thank
90s.
you for that.
Living color.
Yeah, appreciate that. 888-957-9570.
When he goes under center with the hedge and does the QB keep over the hedge, I lose it every time. It's the greatest play in football history.
He had a good, like, 5 or 6 movie run that I thought was just incredible. Almost Adam Sandlerian in just what Cable Guy I thought was underrated in terms of the movie wasn't great. His performance I thought was hilarious.
Liar, liar. We were just talking about it off the
Truman Show, fantastic.
Have you seen the documentary about him playing Andy Kaufman? I think it's called like Man on the Moon.
Yes, absolutely. Fantastic. And
Have you seen
I'm
the
old
doc?
enough to remember Andy Kaufman, and Taxi was a show that we watched as kids that was next level in terms of its nuance and its comedy.
Jim Carrey became Andy Kaufman for this movie.
Yeah.
And it's like behind the scenes footage of him being Andy Kaufman, just like off stage.
Oh, yeah.
And his descent into like madness because he learned that basically like we're fake. Like everybody's fake. And like, who am I in this world? Because I just became somebody else.
Yeah.
And wild.
When it mirrors what happened to Andy Kaufman, who was a brilliant comedian, and all the things that he did in his career, and Jim Carrey absolutely nailed it. Eric Hasseltine coming up here in 2 minutes, and Kyle's 60-second Warrior take in just mere moments. But first, Mitch Wishmiowski has come in from the 209.
He had a clutch punt the other night, by the way, dropping Dallas on the 6 at the end of the game. Really well done by Mitch.
Yes, somebody from the 408 Shakespeare shouting out William Shakespeare. It's an effort. George Litter has come in, which is, and Barack Obama meow, which is a bit of a stretch, but
Obama meow? That doesn't work.
Yeah, I'm from the Xfinity mobile text line. I'm trying to give people their just desserts. They're out here trying. Kyle, the Warriors, Eric Hasseltine coming up here in 6 minutes' time. Where are you with this Golden State Warrior team, and what do you think about tonight's Grizzlies game?
Maybe I'm insane. And
we all are.
Oh, good. Jim Carrey taught us that.
How do you see the Warriors? Do you see the Warriors as
they're a middling team?
You look at it as one of two things. Either you look at them and say, they're 2 games out of 5th. Or you look at them and say, they're 2 games out of 12th.
They're the latter. They're a middling team right now. I have no evidence based on this year with these players that they have in 2022, 2023, that there's some switch that they're just going to flip and holy smokes, look at that. By the end of the year, they're the 3 seed and they're going to go win a title. Like, last year was awesome and it was so fun and I'm so happy it happened. But you can only draft off of that for so long. It's late January.
Yeah.
We can't.
35 games to go.
I was fine going, hey, you know what? It's October. It's November. Hey, it's December. Wait till Christmas. Okay, we're a month after Christmas, and we're having the same conversations about this team that we were having in October. That's a problem.
Yeah, it's definitely something. They tend to get up for these games, though. And I look forward to talking to Eric Hasseltine about the Memphis Warriors rivalry and where it ranks from the Memphis side of the ledger. You look at the Warriors right now, and they are a game and a half out of 5th place behind the Clippers. But they're also a game and a half ahead of the Lakers, who currently sit in 13th in the Western Conference. So one good run, the Warriors could vault up into real significance. One bad stretch, and they could fall out of the play-in scenario. We'll have Eric Hasseltine coming up here on the other side. The Road to Glendale, brought to you by Merrill West Credit Union. Working for you today, tomorrow, together. This is sponsored by calhope.org. Final hour coming up. Eric Hasseltine previews Grizzlies Warriors. Kyle Madsen in for Mark Willard. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
Bay Area, it's your boy Shasky, and me and Bonte, we are flying out to Philadelphia, and you better get ready because I'm about to ring that Liberty Bell like the 49ers are this Sunday, and it's all because of our friends at Boxer & Gerson. Without them, we ain't flying. Eagles flying to Philadelphia. Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Listen for the latest ski, snow, and road conditions with the Toyota Tahoe Report every Thursday, Friday, and Saturday throughout this snow season with Johnny Mosley. Brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Toyota, let's go places.
Hey, Dan Dibley here. Are you making plans for 2023? Now's the time to consider a remodel or upgrading your windows or doors. This winter, you may realize your home is not as energy efficient as it could be. If you're feeling a cool draft, talk with your architect or designer about dual or triple pane windows and well-insulated doors. Golden State Window and Door provides the latest options in style and lower cost energy efficiency for your clients. Before you take a look at the many options in person, visit goldenstatelumber.com. Choose a showroom location, then start the 3D video for a virtual tour. You'll see windows and doors from Marvin, Anderson, True Style, Therma-Tru, and others. Homeowners, you're also invited to take a tour or visit a Golden State Window and Door showroom near you. Think of Golden State as your resource for future plans. Family owned since 1954, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Secrets, cover-ups, and strange phenomena.
UFOs and ideas that challenge reality itself.
My name is George Knapp. I dig into news stories that others can't or won't.
I'm Jeremy Corbell, and for some reason, people tell me things they probably shouldn't. And this is Weaponized. Follow and listen to Weaponized, the presentation of Jeremy Corbell, George Knapp, Dark Horse Entertainment, and Cadence 13 Studios. Available now for free on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your shows.
My heart was racing just making spaghetti. I could have waited to tell my doctor, but I didn't wait.
I was short of breath just reading a book. I could have delayed telling my doctor, but I didn't wait.
They told their doctors and found out they have atrial fibrillation, a condition which makes it about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. If you have one or more of these symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness, this is no time to wait. Contact your doctor.
Brought to you by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Wendy's knows cold and soggy fries are the worst.
So soggy.
That's why we're serving up hot and crispy fries all day, every day.
And all night until close.
With natural cut potatoes, sea salted to perfection.
Show me that potato skin.
Wendy's hot and crispy aren't like other fries. We're your dream fry. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's hot and crispy fries.
Guaranteed to be hot and crispy. If yours aren't, bring them back and we'll replace them.
1877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Donate at carsforkids.org and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Make connections that count at Evergreen Valley College and get free tuition when you enroll for 6 units or more. That's right, free tuition and no student fees this spring. EVC is an award-winning transfer college and has the 4th most diverse faculty in the country. And with EVC alum earning more money than nearly every other community college in the country, you can take classes and transfer or fast-track your career. Enroll for classes today and get free tuition for the spring. Visit evc.edu for more information and enroll for classes at evc.edu. That's evc.edu.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
The Prophetic Matrix. Unlock the secret code to your destiny. A new revolutionary book by Michael John Toste. The first ebook to make history by being filmed in space. Discover your unlimited future. Get The Prophetic Matrix now on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com.
Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
This is the final week of the 34th Annual Manufacturers RV Show at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. Show ends this Sunday. There's hundreds of RVs from dealers all over the West Coast, like motorhomes, travel trailers, toy haulers, fifth wheels, van conversions, and truck campers. Go to RVshows.net for more information. Last chance for the Manufacturers RV Show at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. Show ends January 29th.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Back in here in the big room, Dibber in the big chair today. Mark Willard is out. Mark Willard back tomorrow, revved up for a couple of days as we get geared up for the NFC Championship game. The 49ers on the road, taking on the Philadelphia Eagles, but it is a Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by SFO. Go to flysfo.com/winter for your chance to win $1,000 towards a nonstop flight from SFO today. And our guys with, I assume, a nonstop flight coming up. I think it's Friday night. Butcher Boy and Bonte Hill. Bonte and the Butcher, the morning roast. The Roasters are going east to take on the Philadelphia Eagles.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, 95-7 the game. Represent.
I love Philly. I was in Philly for 36 hours once. Love the city.
I'm a roaster.
Yeah, I was in Philadelphia for about 20 minutes one time, drove through, and I looked nice from the freeway.
Yeah, no, totally.
Looked lovely.
Sure.
A couple of big buildings and some people.
Wonder if Eric Hasseltine's ever been to Philly.
I bet he has. Now, it was a great time to ask him. What a transition right there. Kyle Madsen with the transition of the day. Eric Hasseltine joining us, and all of our guests come on courtesy of the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Eric Hasseltine, Philadelphia as a city, your thoughts?
Top 10 on the NBA tour, no question. They've got a great place called Reading Terminal, which is like this enormous food court in one of the best sandwiches I've ever had. It's a place called Tommy DeNick's. And in fact, Adam Richmond, the guy that had to retire from all the eating competitions, did a best sandwich in America competition. And he said Tommy DeNick's was the best, so I had to try it, and he wasn't far off. It was really good. But the rumors are not untrue. The people in Philadelphia, it's not the city of brotherly love. It's the city of brotherly fighting at the dinner table. They're not exactly warm and friendly if you're not a Philadelphia Eagle, Philly, or Sixer fan, or Fire fan.
When you go to a city, do you have a routine? Or do you try different restaurants or different experiences when you're in that city?
Oh gosh, why would I try something I don't know about when I know what I like? So no, I have a routine. I'm about as boring as you can get with that. We do try new things, but I think what ends up happening more than anything, like for example, in San Francisco, being from here, I know places to go, and so kind of people on our travel party rely on me giving them some information on where to go, where not to go, which there's very few places in a restaurant type situation not to go here, but I always hit up Original Joe's in North Beach because the owner, John Dugan, and his family have always taken such amazing care of us when we come in. And then I got to hit up the Buena Vista for an Irish coffee to tribute my father, who introduced me to that once upon a time when I was on the road before he passed away. And, then after that, who knows where we go? But yeah, we kind of find the similar spots. It's usually somewhere near a hotel. We don't really get rental cars, so it's as best walking distance as you can get. Uber's obviously been a godsend for people like us that travel to cities without transportation. So yeah, man, it's one of the perks of the job. There are times where it's not great, like when your kid's playing sports and you miss games, but being able to, especially like this city, be able to come back to where the area where I grew up and see friends of mine from high school and college at games, it makes the job that much better, and it already doesn't stink because we get to watch basketball and make a nice salary doing it, and it's ridiculous. I'm pretty sure we're all going to jail one day for stealing.
Yeah, and I wonder if there isn't some comeuppance on our own individual judgment days for how good we had it in this life, Eric. But this is
right, exactly. I don't want to know about that. I'm gonna forget about that till that day.
Yeah, and I try to have the same appreciation that you do. That way, when I do meet my maker, I can say, hey, mighty Father, I didn't take it for granted. I appreciated how good I had it, and especially when it comes to this Memphis Golden State rivalry now, appreciating how good we have it. And for Memphis, it's got to feel a little bit more of an edgy business trip after the way the first game happened.
Yeah. It's I think so. Unfortunately, they're going to be without a guy who I really think is the unsung hero of this team, and Steven Adams, who got injured in the game in Phoenix. This road trip has not gone the way the Grizzlies would like. They let one slip away. Or I don't want to say that because I think that's disrespectful to the Lakers. The Lakers took one from them with an aggressive nature at the end of a game that kind of slowed things down by getting fouled and disrupting the Grizzlies' rhythm. And I didn't think the Grizzlies executed down the stretch like they normally can. But winning on the road is always hard. They came out flat a couple nights later against Phoenix. They played a marvelous second half, but it was too little too late, and then ran out of gas, I thought, fourth quarter in Sacramento, and that's a team that can help you run out of gas with as fast as they play. And it does turn out, I don't know if you guys have ever told your listeners this, making only 2 shots in the fourth quarter really isn't a great strategy to win a basketball game.
If you wouldn't mind me writing that down, if you can go ahead and fill time, I'm going to have to write that one down, Eric.
I'm not big on analytics, so I'm going to skip that.
2 of 19 on the analytical stage of winning basketball games, going 2 for 19 should be ranked right at the bottom, to be honest with you. So, this one has an edginess to it. The Grizzlies did not put their best foot forward on Christmas. Part of that was because the Warriors played really well. Dante DiVincenzo, Jordan Poole, those guys were terrific. They had guys show up that the Grizzlies really, I don't think, had ever heard of, and that's not something that should ever happen. We on the broadcast said, hey, these guys aren't wearing Warriors jerseys in the game because they were at the local Walmart, hit the sale rack and said, hey, maybe I can get some run if I wear this jersey. They earned them, and they're NBA players. And I think that's part of the maturation process for this group. They're still a young team chronologically. They've been together for a couple of years, but it didn't happen overnight for Steph Curry and company either. They had to go through some of the bumps and bruises of learning how to win in the NBA, then learning how to be the hunted, not the hunter, so to speak, where teams use you as a benchmark for a victory. And that's kind of where the Grizzlies are. They're near the top of the Western Conference standings. They had a good run last year that was ended by Golden State. They're quickly, as we like to say, becoming one of the more hated teams in the league, which some of them thrive on that. I think sometimes maybe too much, where you're trying to play into that role where I love our guys to death, but sometimes I'm just kind of sitting back going, if you just play, it's a better situation than you playing up to the crowd, playing up to the reputation. But that's part of the growing up process of this league. And I think it's funny to me when fans will be like, well, how many rings do you have? Like the Warriors have won 4. Yeah, absolutely. And they earned all of them. But Steph Curry didn't come in his 3rd year and win a ring. He had to take his time and grow. And that's the way this league is. You can't be a dominant young team without some veteran influence and expect high levels of success without some bumps along the way.
Talking with voice of the Grizzlies, Eric Hasseltine here. Eric, I'm curious your thoughts, just as an outsider on the Warriors. They're 23-24, 47 games in. We kind of talk on this station all the time about where's this team at? Are they good? Are they just waiting to flip a switch? Where do we kind of think this team is? How do you view the Warriors as somebody that's not in this market? Are they like a title contender, or are they a team still figuring it out?
I think anytime you have Curry and Thompson and Draymond Green, you have to be considered a contender. There's no question. For whatever reason, they have not found a good rhythm on the road. They have not played well on the road. I mean, I think the stretch was every game other than a game in Toronto. They had given up 115 points or 113 points, some ridiculously non-normal number for them. But they're also defending champions and 4-time champions for most of those guys out over there, and or for a lot of them, and a group that, let's be honest, sometimes when veteran teams get to this point, the regular season gets a little tedious. See what's happening with the Clippers, see what happens. And the Lakers is more injury induced, but after they won that title the first year and the bubble year with Anthony Davis, the next couple of years, they look a little like, all right, let's just get to April and then we'll do our thing. And I do think that's a dangerous game to play, but if there's a group that can pull that off, certainly it's Golden State, because when you start, I think, not focusing in on the regular season, as good as these guys are, I think you do your team a little bit of a disservice in that you don't know what your opponent's going to look like on the other side. Do you have home court advantage? Obviously, that didn't matter in the second round last year, and the reason the Warriors weren't the number 2 seed was injuries. The Grizzlies were very good, but the Warriors were ahead of them and then got hurt, and that's where the Grizzlies were able to overtake that, and the home court advantage was taken away in Game 1 and never relinquished back. It was a tremendous defensive play by Klay Thompson that prevented the Grizzlies from winning Game 1, and a lot of people say, well, if this and if that. Well, those don't get you anything. Ifs don't matter. So I think this team knows what it takes to win down the stretch. Steve Kerr has just been a phenomenal head coach. I got along great with him as a broadcaster. I thought as front office exec, he had some challenges that weren't necessarily all his doing, but As a coach, this guy is phenomenal, and I love the way their teams play. And I think a lot of teams have now, people wonder why is the scoring up. It's because teams have patterned after the way the Warriors share the basketball. Teams have patterned after having a bench that can go in and not miss a beat, and players are better and your rosters are deeper. And we're seeing essentially this Warriors system kind of being hybrid, tweaked out with other teams, and it's great for the game because, no offense, I really don't want to watch 1990s basketball where finals were 88-84. That's not fun. For a guy to hold the ball and just sit there and watch, people beat up on each other. I want to watch the ball move. I want to watch these guys play at a level that, a rec ball player could only dream of, and think about how good these guys are. So I believe anybody gets these guys in the first round, it's going to be a dogfight no matter what seed they are. I think they will eventually be out of the play-in situation. I don't think they're that type of team. I think they're easily one of the 6 best in the West. And, now that they're healthy and Steph is back, and, as they stay healthy moving forward, they're a tough out. This one's going to be a tough one for the Grizzlies, who right now desperately need a win after an 11-game win streak, losing the first 3 on this road trip.
An unfortunate start to the trip, and always a big game when these two new rivals, get together. Eric Hasseltine, thanks for joining us. Have a good call tonight. We appreciate you coming on.
Thank you guys for having me. Always appreciate it, and have a great afternoon. Looking forward to a great one tonight over at Chase Center. What a great building that is, too. So it's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, absolutely, Eric. Thank you so much.
Thanks,
and could be not a far-fetched to think about this as a possible first-round playoff preview in terms of where the Warriors are. Memphis right now, the 2 seed, 31-16, and they have a little bit of a cushion ahead of Sacramento. Sacramento, Kyle, the 3 seed right now, coming off of that demolishing of Memphis. They've won 7 of 10, and then you get really bunched up from 4 all the way down to the Lakers at 13. This West is going to be wild heading down into April.
Sacramento in that game the other night finished the game on a 30-4 run.
Man,
they won it by 33, and they outscored Memphis by 26 at the end of the game. That was nuts. That's a good team. And that's a good team.
Eric mentioned it. Just 2 field goals for Memphis in that fourth quarter. I was about to hit you with a John Curley, former producer, current sales guy. His go-to was always fair or foul, real or fake. Sacramento Kings, real or fake. Now, it looks like they're going to be a playoff team, but are they good enough to win a playoff series for the first time since you were in high school?
Yeah, 2006 was the last time. No, 2004, I think, was the last time they won a playoff series. That is. But no, Sacramento's good. Now, it depends
real
on
or fake.
I think they're real, but they have a tough time playing defense sometimes. And in a playoff series, we've seen time and time again with the Warriors, when they figure a team out, it's when they figure them out defensively. So that would be my big concern with Sacramento. But when you're talking real or fake, they're absolutely a very, very good team.
But good enough to win in the playoffs is, I think, where, and now the bar's been moved, obviously, for Sacramento because they've been so good for so long. Now the number 3 seed in the West, 27-19. Even if they were to have some sort of a fade, they still wind up about 500, most likely in that top 6 in a playoff spot. And, the West is going to be difficult no matter where you are. The Warriors right now sitting in 10th place. They're tied with Oklahoma City in the 10 spot. So not a lot of margin for error for Golden State.
Yeah, they've got to, and this is where my concern comes in, because Eric mentioned they're really healthy kind of for the first time in a while. And that's what happened with the Niners, right? They dealt with all these injury issues through the first 5, 6, 7 weeks. And then they just kind of got healthy. And yeah, they had guys banged up here and there, but they started getting chances to play together, and they have now 12 in a row. Maybe that's all Golden State needs. Maybe they need Jonathan Kuminga healthy and James Wiseman, playing his few minutes here and there, and Steph Curry's back in the lineup healthy. And maybe we do see them kind of turn it on down the stretch and wind up as the 4 seed, something like that. Like, it's not off the table. But the problem is I'm basing that off what we know about this team from years past. I've not seen them play well enough, consistently enough this year with this group of players to go, oh yeah, that's a team that's definitely going to figure it out. Just wait for it. Like, Mark's putting his panic meter away. He's letting it ride.
Right.
No matter what happens. Mine's out, man. My panic meter's out.
No, mine's been out, and I've said this, from the start when they opened up 3-7, and we were coming off the Draymond Green punch of Jordan Poole, and this team has not shown yet a real long stretch where they have coalesced and they've really played that well together. They do have a 5-game win streak, all 5 of those games coming at home. They had that 8-game homestand. They won their first 5, and then they lost to Detroit, Orlando, and Phoenix in succession. And since then, it's been 1 step forward, 2 steps back, 2 forward, 1 back. It's been very uneven. If you do look at the schedule between now and the All-Star break, mostly favorable. You've got some softer opponents. Toronto's in there. Washington, they're not playoff teams. Portland's a team that is on the cusp of maybe give-up mode. Oklahoma City is a team fighting for playoff relevance. So a lot of winnable games, and only a couple of games you look at and say, that's a loss. Like Denver on the second half of a back-to-back, and the Clippers also on the second half of a back-to-back.
Yeah, both of those on the road, which makes it even harder. But no, the thing I come back to with the Warriors is they have some really good wins on their schedule too. They've shown they beat Boston at home, and then they throttle Memphis on Christmas Day. And it's like, okay, that team is there. They go to San Antonio and blow out the Spurs 144-113. Like, hey, they crushed a bad team. So those flashes have been there. But again, I need to see it consistently. Can you beat Memphis tonight and then beat the Raptors on Friday and get a couple of wins before you go on the road? And then Oklahoma City, Minnesota, Denver, go 2-1 with your loss to Denver. Like, you feel good about it. Like, they just need to start beating teams that they should beat and not losing to Orlando and not losing to Detroit and not losing to a super shorthanded Phoenix Suns team. That's why I said before that game, if they lose to Phoenix, the homestand, the 5-game winning streak is just for naught. And Mark said that's a rational fan response.
Right.
It's like, but it's not, because they started stacking these wins, and it's like, great, there's the Warriors.
Exactly.
Here they are without Steph Curry. But then, here's the bad Warriors that's going to lose to Detroit, and it's going to let Orlando hang around and then pull away and win by 14, and then is going to get blown out by the Suns. I know they made it close at the end.
Exactly.
But we got blown out for most of the game by a Suns team that was playing nobody.
Then you beat the Spurs in front of a record large crowd. You got up for that one, and then you go to Chicago. You lay an egg. You gut it out over Washington. You had Boston by the short hairs. You let them off the hook. You bounce back impressively without anybody
Really
against
nice
Cleveland.
win.
The
Really
baby
nice
dubs come out. You beat Cleveland. Okay, you stole one. Then you give one back to Brooklyn with a blown lead. So since that 5-game win streak, they've lost 6 of 9. And of the 6 they've lost, 2 of them were straight giveaways. So I'm still of the same mindset as you. But you look at the upcoming schedule, 6 of the 11 are at home. You've got OKC, Minnesota, and Denver on a 3-game road trip, 3 games in 4 nights. You hope that you can get the first 2, and that way you can punt on the Denver game, because that one feels like a classic Wisnowski. Third game in 4 nights.
Give me Denver right now minus 25.
Well, and you never know with this team, though, because we saw that against Cleveland, where the Warriors punted on that game. They didn't play anybody, and yet they came out and they won that game outright. And that spread went from 8. It opened Cleveland minus 8, and it immediately jumped to 10.5 or 11.
Wow.
And then the Warriors won that game outright. So that kind of is where I am with this Warrior team. You just never know which team's going to show up night to night. But the one thing I think you can bank on is the Warriors against Memphis. They're going to be up for tonight's game. They're going to give their best effort. They're going to play everybody that they can possibly play, including, by the way, James Wiseman, listed as probable.
Yeah. Yeah, I was going to say good to have him back in the rotation, but is it?
Well, is he back in the rotation?
Yeah, right.
It's good to have him back.
Yeah, he's healthy. That's A+. Good. I'm happy for him.
And honestly, if he is able to go tonight, you would imagine that he'll play 6 minutes, maybe 8. Yeah. And if he plays great in the opening stint and things are going well, he might get a second stint, but he's not going to get more than 12 minutes, I would imagine. So, yes, he's back, but I wouldn't say that he's back in the rotation.
I think part of the thing that's so frustrating for me with the Warriors this year is you talked about Brooklyn. That's a game the Warriors had.
Yeah.
They just couldn't close it out. Same thing against Boston. Like, they just couldn't close that game out. they've had so many losses this year where they've snatched defeat from the jaws of victory. And that's, I think, why I have this concern, is because they're losing games the same way, it seems. If you just didn't get up for Orlando because you'd won 5 of 6 at home and, you know what, they sneak up on you and they beat you, okay. If you're going to lose to Detroit because Sadiq Bey made a sick fall-away 3 at the end to avoid overtime and beat you, okay, you know what, that happens. But the amount of games that they've had, I go back to that one in Utah where they blew like a 5-point lead in 8 seconds or whatever it was. Like, that's just a game you can't lose.
Yeah.
And they've had so many like that this year where it's like, hey, play well for 3 minutes here at the end and you got it. And they can't.
And they unable to close. I was listening to Tim Roy on my drive, my quote-unquote drive back, my parking lot experience back from Levi Stadium on Sunday night, which you didn't miss anything back when you were in Orlando. Worst traffic in Levi's history, right, according to sources. But where is your concern meter greater? Warriors' chances to make a run this year, or Warriors' chances of keeping Bob Myers? Because a report out that the contract negotiations are generally uncertain. This from Tim Kawakami in The Athletic. A little bit of a murky situation. The longer this goes on with Bob Myers not signed, the greater the speculation as to whether or not he'll leave. Where's your concern-ometer higher? Bob Myers' future or the Warriors' ability to go on a run?
Bob Myers' future. Because if Joe Lacob is going to put his hands into decision-making processes and decides that there's a direction he wants to go, I don't think Bob Myers is the kind of guy that's just going to sign a contract and go with whatever Joe Lacob wants. Like, if Joe Lacob's going to say, we're doing it this way, whether you like it or not, Bob Myers is going to peace out. And that's where I have concern for the Dubs, because it's pretty rare that you get an owner that's super hands-on that you find success with. And that's not that Joe Lacob's been great. He's been incredible. But it's really hard to be a team owner that doesn't have a basketball background, by the way, who does not have nearly the gravitas, the bona fides, if you will, that
anything like that
a Steve Kerr or a Bob Myers have.
Right.
Like,
even Mike Dunleavy and the rest of the front office. And that's where a lot of Warrior fans are concerned, where if Bob Myers leaves, maybe you turn the keys to the kingdom over to one of his sons who have been around the organization, and they've done great things in the front office, but they haven't done what Bob Myers has done in terms of basketball operations and running a team. So there is cause for concern, and only time will tell. And according to the report, the Clippers, the Knicks, the Suns, the Wizards, all lining up, licking their chops for maybe the ultimate scoop and score in terms of a front office find. So we'll keep an eye on the ongoing Bob Myers situation. Apparently a couple of contract offers have been made, and Bob Myers obviously hasn't signed alleged offers. So that's something that's kind of hanging over the organization as they continue this odd sort of year. The Road to Glendale brought to you by the SF Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here. Visit sfsheriff.com to apply today. A lot of medical questions, not only around the 49ers, but around the NFL. As we head into Conference Championship weekend, Dr. Brian Feely from UCSF Health, cleared to play, comes up next. It's Willard and Dibs with Kyle Madsen in for Mark Willard on 95.7 The Game.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 7
877-4518.
As a Walgreens pharmacist, I talk with people all the time about little tips and tricks for filling their Medicare prescriptions, like taking advantage of Walgreens 90-day refills to save them a trip, or using Refill by Scan, which is super easy and right on your phone. And for anybody worried about prescription costs, I say, hey, we got you, with low-cost copays on many medications.
Let's talk about making things easier. Walgreens is here. Fill your way and save at walgreens.com/Medicare. See pharmacists for restrictions and exclusions.
Streaming only on Peacock. From the mind of Rian Johnson, the writer-director of Knives Out.
Miss Kale, you've got this gift. Always knowing the truth.
I only know if something is a lie. The real trick of it is to figure out why.
Natasha Lyonne is Charlie Kale.
It wasn't an accident. I think there's been a murder.
You watch too much Dateline.
A new 10-part mystery series.
Wolves on my fender. I gotta keep moving. I have been kind of a death magnet.
Poker Face, streaming January 26th, only on Peacock.
So, the other day, I bought an extremely chatty...
Boring story time!
Make that an extremely catty cockatoo.
You're welcome!
Apparently, the pet store won't take it back. But, hey, I'll manage.
I love that for you!
Just like I manage without home internet.
No, you don't!
Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable.
Aw, Bertie likes to stream!
But I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
My lady friend! It's mating season, duh!
No home internet? It's not that bad. No, not there.
It is that bad. Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
When a cold comes on strong, knock it out with Vicks DayQuil Severe for max strength daytime relief. Just one dose of Vicks DayQuil Severe starts to relieve 9 of your worst cold and flu symptoms to help take you from 9 to none. Power through your day with Vicks DayQuil Severe, the daytime non-drowsy, coughing, aching, fever, sore throat, 9 to none medicine. Use as directed.
You might get wireless data everywhere, but do you have to use it all the time? If that's not really you, there's TracFone. You can get the same nationwide 5G coverage as big carriers, but you pick a plan that you need for a lot less. Unlimited talk and text plans start at $15 a month, no contract. And now you can get the Samsung Galaxy A03s for just $49.99. TracFone. Now you're in control. While supplies last, 1 month equals 30 days. 5G capable device required. Actual availability, coverage, and speed may vary.
Business owners, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify at paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. Paychex.com/ERTC.
My simple solution to the problem was remove people from the scene and help them feel safer.
In response to attacks against Asian Americans, Maddie Park raised over $250,000 to donate cab rides to the Asian community.
There is so much more work to be done. We really need to come together and tackle this issue as a community.
Support the Asian community. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
Meet Joe A,
Hi.
Joe B,
Hello.
and Joe C.
What's up?
3 everyday Joes perfecting their banking with Chase. Joe A is locking his lost debit card with the Chase mobile app. Joe B is cruising toward his new ride with Autosave. And Joe C's Chase banker is helping him budget to go back to school. Tools that help protect, support for what's next. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Messaging and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
When you can't stop, there's Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub sends powerful medicated Vicks vapors right to the source of your... so you can experience cough relief and breathe easier. Generations of families have trusted Vicks VapoRub to help relieve the worst cold symptoms. So next time you have a cough, reach for the Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub. Cough relieving is believing.
Nature Valley has helped restore access to 10,000 miles of national park trails. And we're on our way to restoring even more, because every mile is a new memory. Life happens out there. Nature Valley.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. It's Willard and Dibbs. Kyle Madsen is in for Mark Willard, who is eagerly champing at the bit to get back in the mix tomorrow, up in 15 minutes. Final thoughts from Kyle on the Eagles and 49ers matchup. It's Wednesday, Kyle. We start to really turn our attention toward the weekend's football action.
Yeah, the page-turning day.
Always,
the day the page turns, as the page turns.
Yes, that's a soap opera, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe not. And, you always want to turn the page while also respecting the past. But we're done talking about the Cowboys, although the Cowboys and Niners do play next year. So when we get into the offseason and the schedule comes out, Kyle, we can ramp up Cowboy talk again. But right now it's time for Cleared to Play, where we take you inside the tent to get you updated on the latest injuries in the Bay and beyond. We're proud to partner with UCSF Health on this segment as we bring in Professor and Chief of Sports Medicine at UCSF, Dr. Brian Feely. Dr. Brian Feely, how you doing today?
I'm still recovering from the Dallas win. That was nice.
Yeah, super nice. And we can all bask in it, but as we get closer to Sunday and the Niners being the team that gets to play again, we need to look at some of the injuries. And let's start with Christian McCaffrey, who was clearly nursing a bit of a calf strain on the sideline. What do you think about the situation that he's dealing with?
I think all signs point that he's going to play. I think the nice thing about being at the end of the season, most players are going to play through anything that they can play. The hard part for McCaffrey or either of the running backs, him or Mitchell, with these day-to-day injuries, is that it'll probably limit him a little bit in terms of his ability to push off and drive forward. So if you think about if you've ever had a bruise in your calf or you've strained your calf, you don't get that quite the same push off. And for the change of directions, he might be slightly slower. But realistically, how much is that going to slow him down in the middle of a championship push? Probably not that much.
Yeah, that's and how do they treat that during the week? So they limit him in practice. They're, taking some of the workload off that calf. Is it just constant 24-hour treatment there, or do you just have to let it rest? How do they go about that?
Yeah, it's usually a combination of both. It's a lot of rest and just letting your body do what it does best, and that's let your muscle recover. Your muscle has a tremendous blood supply, so for these mild to moderate injuries, if you just give your body time, it's going to get better. Other things that you typically do is a fair amount of stretching so the muscle and the soft tissues around the muscle don't get too tight. And then something to really accelerate healing, icing, keeping the inflammation down. It's not something that we usually talk about doing injections for, but it is something that will get better, especially on days 5, 6, and 7. Will make a difference in how he feels as he gets closer to that game.
Elijah Mitchell dealing with a groin issue as he heads into Sunday's game. What can a running back do in terms of trying to limit the pain in the groin heading into Sunday's game at Philly?
Yeah, same thing. I mean, we saw with Andrew Wiggins. This is really something that, depending on the severity of the strain, can keep you out for a few weeks. So hopefully two things. One, it's not that severe. And the fact that he's listed as day-to-day really suggests that this is a less severe strain than Wiggins had. And the fact that we'll have another game in 2 weeks after this, so we've got time to get better for the Super Bowl.
I want to shift over to the Philadelphia Eagles and their and their quarterback Jalen Hurts, who injured his shoulder back on December 18th. So he missed a couple of games. They had the bye week. Is the expectation that his shoulder would be fully healed by now, or is there maybe some concern on Philadelphia's side that he could hurt that worse come Sunday?
Yeah, I doubt it's fully healed. I think it's all about how much does it affect his performance. And for a mobile quarterback, it's plus and minus. The plus part is he's always a threat to run. If you remember last year, he ran for over 80 yards against us. But the mobile quarterbacks are at risk for being tackled and landing on that shoulder. So as we saw with Garoppolo last year, you can be healthy enough to play and healthy enough to be pretty effective. but you're probably not 100%. And if I were the Eagles, I would be trying to tell him slide as much as possible, really protect that shoulder so that your throws are going to remain accurate.
When we look at the other quarterback in the other game, Patrick Mahomes is dealing with a high ankle sprain. How can we know how severe the high ankle sprain is? And is there anything that he can wear in terms of a brace or an injection in order to be able to play so quickly after sustaining that injury?
Yes, I think the fact that he was able to come back into the game and the fact that it looks like he's practicing today suggests it's not that severe. Obviously, it's easy for me to say as somebody who's just going to walk around today and I'm not trying to plant and throw a football. But if they're going to let him play, and the fact that he's already back at practice suggests that there's no widening of the bones in his lower leg, which would mark how severe this injury is. He can't really wear anything around his leg that's going to tighten that enough. As soon as he steps, anything that you wrap the leg with is going to stretch out. Possible they do an injection into that area, but a high ankle sprain really covers about 7-8 centimeters, so it's not something that you can inject all that easily. My guess is it's going to hurt, but if he's stable and he's able to plant and throw, he's probably the best quarterback out there, even not at 100%.
It's going to be interesting to see how the week plays out. Dr. Brian Feely from UCSF, appreciate you coming on, and thank you for the insights.
All right, man. Go Niners.
Yeah, absolutely. Hopefully we're talking football injuries again as we head into the Super Bowl. The preceding was sponsored by UCSF Health. Interesting what he said about Patrick Mahomes in terms of injection, because the site of it, he said 7 to 8 centimeters. So you're talking about 2 inches, I think 3 centimeters per inch. So you're dealing with 2 to 3 inches in terms of the injured area. So when you go to inject pain medicine into an area, it's a very finite location where you put that in. And if the injury is over the entire length of a ligament, hard to really get enough injection in there to mitigate the pain.
And that's probably what it's just going to be about, is how functional can he be? And you said this earlier, and I thought it was a great point. You have Andy Reid as their head coach, one of the best offensive minds in the game. He's going to watch what Patrick Mahomes can and can't do, and they're going to base their offensive game plan around that. They're not going to ask Mahomes to do anything that's going to make him a detriment to their offense. They're not going to do a ton of hey, we're going to roll out a lot because we think that'll work against the Bengals. No, he's probably going to be pretty stationary.
And also, I don't think that they're going to put him in a position where he could hurt his leg to the point where it risks the rest of his career. And yeah. I know the ankle's a little bit different than if he had, let's say, a partially torn Achilles and maybe a complete rupture could happen, so you don't want to put him out there. I don't know if a high ankle sprain could get to a point where it would endanger his career, but it's a tough one because you're one win away, and if you can play through the pain and win, now you've got 2 weeks to get better before the Super Bowl. So be interesting to see how Kansas City plays it. You had the report earlier that Patrick Mahomes was out there today, and he was a full go at practice. I don't know how much practicing they're going to do, but the fact that he's able to be out there and is a full go, and I'm sure we'll get an update from Kansas City a little bit later as to how it went. The Road to Glendale, brought to you by Marowest Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together. On the other side, we'll get more into the Eagles and the 49ers. Kyle and I, a little bit concerned about the 49ers' ability to go to Philadelphia and win. If you've got reasons why the Niners will win, give us a call, 888-957-9570. You can hit us on the Xfinity mobile text line as well. Steiny and Goo are revved up. They'll come in for the changeover as well. It's Willard and Dibbs, Kyle Madsen in for Mark Willard on 95.7 The Game.
Roasters unite, baby. It's going to be a party in the 215 this weekend as Joe Shasky and myself, Bonte Hill, hit Philadelphia. We're going to have some cheesesteaks. We're going to hit the Rocky statue. We're going to ring the bell, and we're going to go out there and kick the Eagles' ass. Thanks to Boxer and Gerson for sending us to the NFC title game where the Niners will hoist that NFC title trophy. Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping get your workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
We're on a journey to make healthcare more accessible and more equitable, to treat the most complex diseases and offer hope where often there is little, to provide better care to more people across the Bay Area. We are more than a hospital, more than a university, beyond science and technology. We are the people of UCSF. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
There's a reason Golden State has become the trusted partner for professional builders and contractors. The breadth of what they offer is remarkable. Their product knowledge can save you time. They're the largest distributor in NorCal of many of the brands they carry. Golden State's newly refreshed app offers installation guides, building codes, and much more. And the GSTV link on their homepage is a useful resource. Family owned for 3 generations. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Thinking of selling your house, but you don't want to deal with repairs, cleaning, realtor photos, and showings? With John Buy's BayAreaHouses.com, you don't have to do any repairs or pay any commissions. Call 510-426-7000 and John will give you a fair cash offer without any inspections, showings, or other headaches. That's 510-426-7000. When you sell to John Buy's BayAreaHouses.com, you decide when you want to move, according to your schedule and your terms. John buys vacant houses, inherited houses, beautiful houses, fixer-uppers in any condition, as is. John Buy's BayAreaHouses.com provide you the easiest sell possible and assist you in every step of the way. If you want to sell and have any questions, please call 510-426-7000. That's 510-426-7000 and get the offer you have been waiting for.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now aboard.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to see Signature Kitchen Suite's full line of luxury built-in appliances, including the first pro range on the market with built-in sous vide, induction, and gas all on one cooktop. And now it's easier to build the kitchen of your dreams with the Dream Suite Savings Program with additional bonus rebates. You can see all of the Signature Kitchen Series appliances displayed beautifully in live working vignettes at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Is your tub worn out, but you're not sure who to trust to replace it? With over 2 million successful bath remodels, people trust Bathfitter because we know how to do it right. We've been custom designing and manufacturing baths for over 35 years. Our unique tub-over-tub installation takes as little as a day with no demo to fit your busy schedule. And we offer a lifetime warranty on every tub. That's how confident we are in our quality and durability. Bathfitter, it just fits. Visit bathfitter.com to book your free consultation.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
In San Anselmo, highs of 66 degrees, sunny skies.
Weather brought to you by Pfizer and BioNTech. This winter, there are new COVID-19 booster shots designed to help protect against recent Omicron variants. Schedule your updated COVID-19 booster dose at vaccines.gov.
Huge butt.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, we're back in. It's Willard and Dibs. Kyle Madsen in for Mark Willard. Mark is back tomorrow, and it's a reminder that all our guests are brought to you on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. We thank Cam Inman for joining us, Eric Hasseltine, and Dr. Brian Feely, who just came in. And Kyle, I wish I had this news before. We could have asked Dr. Brian Feely about the latest that's come out from 49ers practice today. Deebo Samuel added to the DNP out list today with an ankle issue. How concerned are you by this news that Deebo won't practice due to an ankle? Is this just old injury maintenance or maybe something that cropped up against Dallas?
Well, he hasn't been on the injury report the last couple weeks, which is makes me think that it's something new. But Shanahan also said they expect Deebo to play. So maybe this is one of those like, hey, you know what? Your ankle's a little bit sore. We're going to sit you out because Deebo doesn't need to practice on Wednesday. Wednesday's mostly, like Cam said earlier,
right,
mostly a walkthrough type of day. So as long as Deebo is at least limited by Friday, and I'm guessing he'll be a full go on Friday, I don't really have a huge concern. But it's not great that a new injury pops up unexpectedly on the first practice report.
Yeah, Christian McCaffrey won't practice with the calf. Elijah Mitchell due to the groin. Jimmy Garoppolo, he gets a mention in today's show. He also will not practice due to the foot. Ambry Thomas limited due to the ankle. And here's the other piece of news, Kyle. Charles Omenihu, due to the oblique, will be limited. And Kyle Shanahan spoke about Charles Omenihu, who was arrested on Monday on suspicion of misdemeanor domestic violence in an incident with his girlfriend. Shanahan, speaking before practice today, said, quote, "We're letting the legal process take care of itself. So if he's healthy, he'll play this week." And Shanahan added, quote, "We've looked into it the last 48 hours, not only himself, but other people. We don't feel we should kick him off our team at this time." The NFL's weighed in on the issue as well. Quote, "The matter will be reviewed under the league's personal conduct policy. There is no change to his status." So looks like Charles Omenihu, unless something else comes out from the incident that happened Monday or a previous incident, looks like Charles Omenihu, health pending, will be good to go Sunday at Philadelphia.
This was the expected response.
Yes, I would imagine. Yeah, absolutely.
If you had told me to write what Kyle Shanahan was going to say, it would be something almost exactly what he said. Like, they're not going to, like we said, if this was a felony, then it's probably very different.
Yes.
But how we've seen NFL teams handle these domestic violence situations, they're going to wait until the last we would all love to see any domestic violence be like, pull the plug, they're gone. That's not how a team's going to handle it, realistically. As bad as we might want them to. So this is about what I was expecting.
And the reports are that Omenihu, quote, pushed his girlfriend to the ground during an argument. She complained of arm pain, but officers did not observe any visible physical injuries. She declined medical attention. So I think those are significant pieces of information in terms of how the team and how the league would proceed. The fact that she declined medical attention and that officers did not observe any visible physical injuries. And you add to that piece the fact that it's a misdemeanor charge that he's facing. All of those things, to me, add up to the league and the team taking this tack in terms of their approach.
Yep. And that's what they're going to do, because they don't want teams, as bad as we might want them to, teams don't want to set. They're going to tell you they have a no tolerance policy. But that's no tolerance once the legal system is played out and once they've gathered all the facts and they've seen where it goes. It's not zero tolerance the second there's an arrest, they're gone. That's just not how it's worked. And a team doesn't want to set that precedent for themselves where they have to do this anytime. Like, they're not going to.
Right. Exactly.
Even if that's the right thing.
Even if it were week 4, especially now that it is week 21 and you're heading into the conference championship game where you want to make sure you have all the players you can possibly have. Charles Omenihu has played a big role this year on the defensive line, and he's heading into free agency, and for him and his sake, hopefully he can put this behind himself and then be able to go out there and get a free agent contract in the offseason. And if he does go out and gets compensated, then the 49ers would get another comp pick. And I was just looking at the reports out there. I think Matt Mayoko had it, that the 49ers going into next year's draft are going to have 6 compensatory picks, 3 for players in rounds 5, 6, and 7, and 3 third-round players for the minority candidates that they've lost to other teams.
Yeah, they're in line right now to have 10 picks in this year's draft. That's after the Trey Lance trade. That's after the Christian McCaffrey trade. They're still projected to receive 3 comp picks for players. You mentioned 3 comp picks for head coaches and GMs.
So walk me through that, because they traded their first-round pick in the Trey Lance deal, which now will fall no higher than 29, based on how they finish. Actually, it'll be no higher than 30, I think, because they have a better record than the Bengals. If the Bengals lose, then the Bengals would be ahead of them on the draft. They also traded their 5th, 6th, and 7th, right? The third, 4th, and 5th. And
second and
the
third.
5th was next year.
Right.
And the 2nd and 3rd was for this upcoming draft.
Correct.
Okay.
And the 4th. 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, and a future 5th.
So they already didn't have their 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th in this upcoming draft due to trades.
Right.
But now they get 3 thirds and they get a 5th, 6th, and 7th coming their way.
Right. So they have 3 compensatory thirds for the Robert Saleh, Martin Mayhew, Mike McDaniel, Rand Carthon hires. The new expanded Rooney Rule. So they have 3 comp picks in the 3rd round for that. No 4th, no 1st or 2nd, no 4th. They have their own 5th. They have a 5th rounder via Miami from the Jeff Wilson Jr. trade. And then they get another compensatory pick in the 5th round. They have a compensatory 6th round pick that they're going to get for, who did we say? DJ Jones?
Right.
So they have a compensatory pick in the 5th for DJ Jones, a compensatory 6th for Arden Key. They have their own 7th. They have a 7th via Denver because of the Jonas Griffith trade.
Wow, forgot about that one.
Yeah, of course. The greatest athlete to ever come out of Indiana State University, Jonas Griffith. That's a true fact.
Don't say that to Steiny. That might hurt a little bit. Steiny and Guru coming in here in just mere moments.
Running material.
You could have saved that for the changeover. That would have played
not.
very well. Yeah, coming up.
So they have a 7th rounder for that, and then they get a 7th round compensatory comp pick for K1 Williams. And you hear, late day 2, day 3 picks, and you're going, so what? Give me the first rounders. But Fred Warner, George Kittle, Talanoa Hufanga, Eli Mitchell, they've DJ Jones. All of these guys are finds from day 2 and day 3 of the draft. So the Niners.
Did you mention Brock Purdy?
Brock Purdy, of course.
Okay, thank you.
Purdy, yeah. Dre Greenlaw.
Yeah, exactly.
Fingers crossed that compensatory 7th round pick is the 262nd pick, by the way.
They've done well with Mr. Irrelevance in the recent past. So, yeah, it's fantastic. And I can't wait until we see how Brock does this Sunday and we look at the draft when we get to the draft. But just looking at it from 10,000 feet above, this is not a team that's going to have a lot of needs going into next year. You're looking at another edge rusher, if possible, maybe a future tackle as Trent Williams gets toward the back end of his career. But I don't know if you can find a real elite left tackle that late in the draft.
It's really hard.
Yeah.
It's really, really tough. That's the other thing. When you talk about how this team got built, and maybe we'll get into this a little further tomorrow, but just whether this is sustainable. The model of not having a Joe Burrow or a Patrick Mahomes or a player like Jalen Hurts has become, and can you just build a team around a kind of generic quarterback? And the fact that the Niners acquired Trent Williams the day Joe Staley retired for a 3rd round pick and a 5th round pick in future drafts, or a 5th round pick in that draft, 3rd round future pick, that's a coup.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. And it speaks to what Washington had done in terms of the treatment of Trent Williams, a guy who was going through cancer, and Washington tried to recoup his salary based on his unwillingness in their eyes to play through that sort of an incident. And so Trent Williams double guns to the Washington organization, and the Niners in a great spot to scoop and score. Trent Williams obviously going to play a huge role on Sunday against a nasty Philadelphia Eagles front, which to me is if I look at the things that scare me the most about this matchup, it's the Philly defensive line against the Niner offensive line. Mike McGlinchey has struggled at times in pass protection, and Philadelphia with a very tough interior defensive line against a Niner interior 3 that had a little trouble against Dallas.
So that's one of, I think, the saving graces for the Niners is while the Eagles have an excellent pass rush. Like, I don't want to make this sound like I'm diminishing the Eagles. They're awesome. But they don't have, like, Micah Parsons is a game-wrecking edge rusher. Like, you see that play where he just tossed Mike McGlinchey with one hand? That's unbelievable. So they just don't have a player like that. And so that's where they have a lot of excellent, really good players, are really deep, but they don't have that, like, game-wrecking edge rusher, which should help a player like McGlinchey and certainly will make life easier on Trent Williams.
No doubt. Kyle, good stuff today. I really enjoyed it. And at this point, we tell you that you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1, San Francisco, always live on the Odyssey app. We bring in the dynamic duo, noon to 3, Steiny and Guru, Matt Steinmetz and Daryl the Guru Johnson. What's going on, boys? Wednesday, we're getting closer.
Yeah, and you asked, what people would be worried about if they're 49er fans. I've been in touch with Philly. I've been talking to Philly, and I think the big thing here is I'm hearing the Link is going to have something in store for Brock Purdy on Sunday. That's just what my sources are telling me.
Are we going to be throwing things at him?
Are they going to yell at him? Oh, my God. Are they going to cheer against him?
I'm just saying, it's going to be a hostile environment.
Damn, there's another hot take from Steiny.
Do you think that the Eagles...
Home team makes it difficult on road quarterbacks.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
That's breaking news.
That's right up there with make more than 2 field goals in the fourth quarter.
Thank you. Outscore your opponent is a key to victory in most sports.
What was just, I don't know why I can't think of it. What was Brock's best road win this year?
Seattle.
That's right.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Thursday night football.
Yeah. Short week. He was hurt.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Seattle. And the Niners are a team that teams get up for. They get team's best shot every week. So I think they're going to get the Eagles' best shot.
Eagles' best punch, no doubt. Yeah.
We've been doing radio about 5 years, and I know you're a P1, both of you.
Yeah.
And yesterday, the beautiful Robin called, and the Reading PA came out in this dude because she was about to do her speech about, I can't stand Philly. And he turned Lou Ferrigno, like the PA, he stopped her. But I had to lobby for her. She called back. But the green coming out a little bit.
Yeah, she called Monday and she could barely speak because, she was struggling.
I almost heard that.
Yeah, it was tough. I mean,
get your damn dog.
Yeah, I was trying to, slow your roll, sugar.
That's
she didn't have any of her usual swagger in there because she was voiceless.
We're running out of days to get to it, but it's all been spurred by your normal partner, Mark Willard.
Back tomorrow.
Who I just have to ask him a simple question. Do you think he truly believes from his bottom of his heart?
I'm not answering questions on behalf of Mark Willard.
Don't put words in his mouth.
Do you think?
Don't tell me to calm down.
Do you think he thinks 49er fans are better than Eagles fans?
I don't know. I don't know what he thinks.
He definitely thinks
But so. Kyle,
that's what I think too.
Kyle.
I think he does too.
And what makes a fan better? And this is,
exactly.
Ask him again. We want to answer
that. I take that back. I don't know if he thinks that.
He ripped the Philly fans, saying they don't like their self-loathing, they hate themselves.
Damn.
He.
Did you hear the Philly caller on the morning roast today?
I can say that.
Stuff.
What? I
was great. He was great.
What did he say? Can you give me
just a guy from Philly and he
let loose?
He's just super knowledgeable, really measured, just good takes, good thoughts. Yeah, he's really good.
I think Mark's probably the most knowledgeable fan base.
I think Mark's whole thing
country. Philly fans
is Philly is not like, and this is Joe Shasky made this point too. They're not walking into like
Baghdad,
right?
Of course,
they're not it's a football game. That's what Mark's saying. He's been to Eagles Cowboys games, and it's a football game.
Right.
It's not more hostile than another game that you might go to.
And so I'll ask you again, Matt. And I say Matt because I actually want an answer, knowing full well you won't answer it because you dodge questions like Neo dodges bullets in the Matrix.
That's a 3.
You lost me.
I don't have a strong opinion.
It's a movie reference.
Yeah. I don't have any opinion. I've never seen the Matrix.
What makes a fan base a good fan base in your eyes? Is it the ability to boo Santa Claus, throw batteries at the opponents,
My feeling
to be verbose, drunk, and obnoxious?
I see. Are you singling out Philly fans?
No, I didn't say anything about Philly.
Okay. Listen, I talked about it a lot
Oklahoma
yesterday.
City. Talk about the Raider Nation.
The bottom 10%.
Yeah, I've seen some stuff.
The bottom,
for real.
The bottom of the barrel fans, that bottom 10% are the same in every city. They're bottom of the barrel fans. They swear, they get unruly, they spill beer, they get into fights, that kind of stuff. Every fan base has 10% like that, I believe.
So what makes a fan base
The Philadelphia fans are hard on their players, but if you perform for them, they will love you. You just got to play hard. They love
if you go Ben Simmons.
They love Iverson. They'll always love Iverson without a title. Ben Simmons is dead.
We heard it.
Dead.
Yeah.
Dead.
Niedermeyer.
He
He got up out of there.
It's a movie reference.
Yeah, Animal House.
Yeah. Steiny probably never seen Animal House.
Oh, no,
You've seen Animal House for sure.
Yeah.
Have you really?
That's in his wheelhouse, yeah.
Wow.
I'm a zit.
No, somebody made a Debo reference on your show yesterday. Not Debo Samuel, but Debo from Friday.
Debo.
And you totally missed it. Somebody said that Joe Montana was dressed like Debo.
With the flannel. That's what they said. And I missed it, Dim.
So funny.
He should have texted me. I
was
missed
driving.
it.
I try not to text and drive. Sometimes I have to because you two knuckleheads.
I'm doing it a lot more. I'm being I got to stop.
Yeah,
But hold on a sec.
It was a Debo reference
that was
from the
the
movie.
flannel, and we didn't
and
know.
you missed it.
Hold
Damn
on.
it.
Yeah, I missed it. No doubt.
I knew you missed it because I know
Steiny
you haven't
rubbing
seen
off on
Friday.
me, Kyle.
But let me tell you what. So when we went to the practice, and Debo Samuel's always has this like half shirt, and that, you know what I mean? It's like bunched up to here.
Zeke Elliott.
Well, Joe Montana's flannel had 2 levels to it. Did you see it? Was
There's
like
levels to it.
It was like
It was like
two
different materials.
Yeah, it was like 2 different patterns.
Yeah.
So it almost looked, when you said Debo, I was like, oh, it must be Samuel because he, you know what I mean?
It was
like,
Debo
Joe
from
was
the
going with
movie.
the crop top.
Because Debo in the movie Friday has his flannel button all the way
Bonte
up.
used to have one before he went to Hollywood. Yeah. I used to tell him when he'd be on the camera.
He's the king of Bay Area media now, so you got to.
Yeah, he is.
You know, when you're the king, you got to.
So Steiny can speak to this because this is where it started. They're going to the game. I've been to the Coliseum and I told Steiny, I saw things jump off for the visitors where I felt sorry for them. If you come across that wrong, you go down the wrong, you know. So I told them, don't be out there. Give me an S. Give me an A. And Philly is for real, Steiny, and he laughs. But I keep up with Philly. Philly is. It can get hot.
That's the case
The
at
block
every.
is hot.
That's the case at every
Shout out
stadium.
Schmurray.
though.
You know, go ahead, Kyle.
That's the case at every single stadium. If you go to an opposing stadium and you get in somebody's face, somebody's going to swing on you.
Yeah, you're right. Hey, or
you know
throw
what?
something, Kyle.
Yeah.
You're right.
Go ahead and rack this so that the morning show has content for the next 2 hours after they hear this. I've been thinking about Shasky and Bonte going to that game in Philly. And I'm not worried about Shasky. I'm a little worried about Bonte. Because, see, Shasky knows how to be good-natured. That's fine. Hey, we're going to get Hurts today. Who's stopping Bosa? Who's stopping Bosa? That's fine. You have fun.
It's actually Lane Johnson.
Yeah, whatever, but Brock Purdy already better than Jalen Hurts, whatever.
Well, see, you can't do that.
Of course you can. That's fine. I'm worried about just an improper word slip, like calling the fans frauds, or you guys are fraud, or you guys. You gotta say the right words. It's got to be good natured. You got to be smiling.
Less is more. Don't say nothing.
Don't say anything.
But B went to Dallas and they won in Dallas. Came back in one piece. So I think
Shasky
he's
went
got
to Boston. He went to Boston for the
I think
NBA
that's
finals.
And he
overblown.
said he put his head down.
So I think it's
and we
overblown.
clapped.
I have no concerns for either of them.
Because we don't condone violence.
No, and especially to me. Well, again, if I'm going to engage in fisticuffs, it's going to be for something that involves me or my family. It's not going to involve a team that I happen to be a fan of.
You ever been in a skirmish all you three, at a public? I've never have.
No. What are you talking about?
I've never been in a skirmish.
Jeffries.
No, I'm talking about in a sporting event.
Oh, sports.
Can I take you to
That was
the Stanley Cup semifinals 2008?
Oh, talk to us. Tell us about
After a show at a now rundown station in town, a guy named Primetime and I, former producer,
Deion Sanders,
jumped in the car. We drove down to the Honda Center, Sharks and Ducks.
Let's go.
Sharks score early. And it's a 4. I may have over-celebrated the goal. So I go down the aisle, and I'm pumping my fists, and it was rally rag night. And so as I'm coming back to my seat, I get whipped in the face by one of these rally rags. And I turn to look, and it's a somewhat elderly man who had whipped me, and he's giving me the face, and he's glowering at me. And I leaned in, and I said, whip me again. Whip me again. And granted, I wouldn't have said this if it was a 27-year-old.
Right. You're signing up your opponent, right?
I like my chances. Security grabs me, pulls me out, and I said, sir, I simply was responding to a man who whipped me with the towel. They went down, and I see the guy on the radio. He's like, we've apprehended the whipper. So the whipper comes up. The whipper gets thrown out.
Wow.
Your boy Dimmer Claus escorted back to the seat.
He was almost a literal whippersnapper.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah,
he was
very good. Dude, that had to hurt, too.
I love that.
I'm Joe Namath when I drink. I'm just not one of these violent guys. Yeah. And then you want to fight. Who does that?
Kiss you. That's the reference.
You can't be kissing people, though, either.
I'm not a fighter.
You're beautiful.
When I have too much to drink, I'm going to tell a Philly fan how much I love them.
That's
who I
that's
am.
me.
I'm in this. That's what,
read the room.
I would never. I'm not a fighter to begin with. If you could tell, I'm not a fighter to begin with. I'm certainly not throwing hands over a bunch of dudes who don't know I exist. Like that's. I could die there, and the game is not going to be altered at all. Like nobody's life is going to change.
Unfortunately,
and I would die if I can't fight.
The 408 has got me pegged on the Xfinity mobile text line. The 408 just said Mervin's.
The potato?
No, I got Mervin's in Petaluma.
Different Mervin's story.
I told this guy what he could do with his motocross bike tire, and he came back and hit me with the one piece. So,
did he catch you?
Oh, he caught me good. Oh, boy, I went down sprawling at the Mervin's in the Petaluma Plaza. I'm the guy who, if I'm overserved, I'm more likely to run my mouth. Steiny knows this and get myself into a skirmish. I'm less a lover, more a fighter.
I just ask more questions. Than I normally
would. You go pretty quiet.
Oh my gosh.
You're pretty quiet, pretty happy.
What if I told you this? I forgot.
Uh-oh.
I wanted to tell this story from yesterday. This is on. Okay, so I go over to my buddy's house.
I know him. Yeah.
Okay, so he lives in Alameda. Okay,
That's so funny.
I'm parking across the street, and there's a house there, and. Yes. Could you fit 2 cars in there? Yes, if they're parked right. Absolutely, positively. So I park in front of the house, and as I'm parking in front of the house, I'm mindful of it, but something crossed my mind, and it was my daughter who got into an accident backing out of our driveway when the cars are too close to the entryway.
I'm hearing Larry
then
David theme music right now.
Then if you start to turn your wheel too fast, you're going to hit the car. That's how she got in her accident. Now, she's an inexperienced driver. So there were empty parking spots on the street at this point. So I pulled up to what I thought was good enough. And I said, I said, you know what? I'm going to back up even further. Well, now we were getting into the danger zone. Okay.
Kenny Loggins.
So I go inside. I go inside for 90 minutes. I come out.
No, Steiny.
There's a car parked in back of me, blocking one of the driveways now, I would say 3 inches from my bumper. And there's a car parked in front of me, 2 inches from my bumper. So 2 people have closed me in.
You're screwed.
So I'm like, you got to be kidding me.
Right.
So I noticed that one of the parkers was walking on the porch of their house.
Oh, Steiny.
But this is the new me. Excuse me. I'm sorry, did I make a mistake? Yeah, it's 2 spots. I said, you know what, I'm really sorry. I said, I was actually thinking about it when I was parking. My bad, but, They're like, okay, yeah, it's really, really bad. And they start going back into the house. I'm like, well, you going to help me out and back it up a little bit so I can... And they're like, okay. She gets in her car and backs it up, I would say a foot.
Oh, man.
Oh, my God.
And so now you're trying to get out of, you got a foot.
Now you're biting your tongue.
I'm biting my tongue. And
that's where you got to go straight bumper cars.
I'm really proud of you for that.
I'm
disappointed.
I left and I was just like, I was like, I didn't get angry.
Well, good.
I got angry. They don't know it.
There you go. That's all that counts.
But
I have one.
How did they know I wasn't going to just play bumper cars regardless?
Exactly.
Because then it's on you. Like, then you're out some money.
But here's the societal thing. And this really bothers me. I made an honest mistake. I made a mistake.
Right.
I said I made a mistake.
Show me some respect.
Retaliate with vindictiveness.
Yeah. Just be
Their
nice to
answer, you know how many times people have parked in front of our house? It's like, look, he's coming over into our driveway.
Right.
I don't do anything.
Well, your
I
spot's
don't even put a
tough
note in the
because
car.
parking is unbelievably precious, and it's a little bit of a tourist spot. People do want to park by your house to get access to
The Rose Garden.
some of the accoutrement therein. So, yeah, it's interesting. And, as we bring this back to Butcher and Bonte going to Philly.
Back to the Niners.
They'll be fine.
And you can't make that same mistake when you're on the road and, you're trying to verbally park your car in Philly.
I have another similar issue that I want to run by you guys because I was genuinely thinking about this today as I pulled out. Parking on my street is you can only park on one side. The other side is all fire lane. We don't have a sidewalk.
Gotcha.
So our neighbors across the way, we have a great relationship with them. They're about mine and my wife's age. We hang out. They come over, play cards. We go to their place. We have dinner. We have a great relationship with them. The husband's sister lives with them. She's in her early 20s. She parks, and again, limited space, where her front end kind of hangs into our driveway.
Okay.
And kind of a little bit the same issue. But I don't know how to address this.
Tire slash.
Look at and he says
I don't know how to address this with them
off the top.
Because you can get out of the driveway, but it's like, man, it just makes it a pain. I gotta turn and
Does she have plenty of room in front?
No, so she parks between the house next to me and my house. There's almost a car length space because my neighbor has a big truck and his back end hangs out. So she parks, but she can't back up more because of the truck. So it hangs out a little bit. And I don't know how to address this except outside of being like, dude, park elsewhere. Yeah. There's not enough space for your car.
Oh, my wife would be knocking on the door.
But they're so sweet.
Come on,
and they're so nice.
Well, you may
They're
have
willing to
already
watch our
addressed it if they're
cats.
P1s.
They're not.
No, yeah.
I've asked.
It's
like,
this
hey,
is
you're the
classic.
show?
You write a note in this case. You write a note.
What do you
windshield.
say on the note?
I'd appreciate it if you didn't block my driveway with your vehicle. If you choose to do this again, there will be.
This is a face-to-face.
There will be.
Yeah, no,
this is a face-to-face.
Yeah, over a cocktail.
That's it. I'm going to go to I think that's the move. I'm going to go to their house, get super wasted, and then just bring it up.
What? By the way.
That's not a bad idea.
That's the move.
Yeah, I
just
think so.
Hey, while we're all in a good mood.
Louisville
Thanks,
Slugger
guys.
left rear panel.
Bronx tail over
Carrie
here.
Underwood.
That's a great song.
It's a really good song.
It is a good song. She's hot.
Oh, my goodness.
No, I mean mad.
Oh, yeah.
She's mad
Yeah,
in that
very
song.
angry.
Okay,
Yes,
yeah. It's well played.
What's the name of it?
Before he cheats.
No.
I
I bet she's
Took the
hot.
Louisville Slugger to both headlights, slashed a hole in.
Yeah, from
all
the
four times.
510, putting her on blast on the radio is a good way to make your point. So go ahead and cut that, and Kyle can email that.
Are you like Willard? Or you?
Yeah, I mean, I'm like Willard in many ways.
I'm fighting for my life. You tired over there?
I felt like this portion of the non-Niners material has gone on far enough, and I want to give you guys plenty of room. Steiny and Goo coming in. It's Eagles week, boys. Let's lock it in. It's coming up next here on 95.7 The Game.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is whack. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they are Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Wednesday. It's a Warrior Wednesday with a strong smell of Niners. Let me plug in here, Goo. Say hello to the audience.
Hey. It's I was gonna say Wild Wednesdays, but it is Warrior Wednesday. I'm juiced.
For the Warriors tonight
Everything.
or the 49ers?
Just the rest of the week. We got Warriors tonight. I'm going. Evan going. The guys from the station going. Ja. Where is Ja? He's in town. Dibs. We got football
Dibs
Sunday.
is going?
No, he's a coworker, friend.
But so he has nothing to do with tonight.
Yeah, but today, right now.
I got you.
He set the tone. He was John Stockton on the check.
So he's been John Stockton.
He's doing a great job.
He forgot his water bottle, I think.
Oh, look, that is.
Unless that's Devone's or Bonte Hill. It's a white one. It's a cream-colored one. It's Dan Dibley's because
Don't spill it. You put it down.
It says the
put it down, Steiny.
Cal Pacific Golf Classic, and I've been a part of that tournament with Dan.
No.
So that's
I'm not shooting 93s. That's for my triple-double comment when I came in.
Yikes.
Oh, boy. Yeah. We got Warriors-Grizzlies tonight, so we're not going to sleep on that game on a Warriors Wednesday. Zaza Pachulia, executive show at 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock. And then we'll have Sam Amick of The Athletic at 2:30. And I don't know if you saw the story in The Athletic about Bob Myers, but how do I want to put this? I was going to say the chickens are coming home to roost, but that's not the accurate description. The accurate description is probably like things are starting to come to a head. I mean, we're more than halfway through the season. We've got an executive, the president and president of basketball operations, general manager of a 4-time championship team in the last 8 years. Say what you want, the architect.
Yeah.
He didn't have a contract for next year. So this thing's only going to pick up steam as the end of the year approaches because there's a cloak over the Warriors as to whether this is going to be it or not.
Man.
So we got Myers, we got whether Draymond's going to opt out, and Sam Amick and Marcus Thompson and Anthony Slater wrote a terrific piece kind of about where we all are with this. And look, the bottom line is he may not be here next year, and I'm talking about Bob Myers.
And I got to tell you, it's the first time since I've known you, Steiny, and the first time during this Warrior run and them being Billy Badasses, it was the first time I read this story that wasn't something about the court that bothered me, that was on the court. And just like these players, Dub Nation has gravitated to Bob Myers because we know his worth. But my question is, as they're one game under 500, and I'm still scratching my head, I still got that bet. I still feel like it's dwindling. They're playing possum. But, Steiny, they're only human, and you got to start wondering now when you read this story, is this affecting the players? It's because there's a Draymond issue. There's the attachment that all these players rightfully so have with Bob. And you start thinking about the future and the question marks. And I'm just saying, does this have anything to do with the play, the subpar play on the court? I don't know. But when you come at me and you did early on this season about The Last Dance, I scoffed at all that. Steiner, your boys, I'm on that street now. I just ain't as far down the street as you and others. But I'm like, damn, I don't like talking about non-basketball human things that could impact the basketball day to day.
I mean, it's a fair point. One of the things that this story in The Athletic addressed was, how terrific of a relationship Bob Myers has with not just Steve Kerr, but with Draymond Green and Steph Curry. So he's been here for the whole run, Bob Myers. And obviously, he may not come back. Clearly, there's still a window he could. But the bottom line is a man and a general manager and president of his stature not having a contract past the last game of the season, or sometimes it's the last day of June. I mean, that's a big deal. That is a huge deal for a guy who put this thing together as the executive. Now, it leads me to this question, Goo. And I can throw this out to Warrior fans at 888-957-9570. I was thinking about the Warriors and what makes them the Warriors.
Yep.
And I'm going to throw the big four at you. Here are the big four that I see it as, and I'm going to put them in no particular order.
Number 4.
That was
Lacob, Myers, Steve Kerr, Steph Curry.
I love that.
Those are, to me, the big 4 in the organization. How would you rank those guys in terms of the importance to what they've done and what they need to do?
I would go Steph Curry 1.
I agree.
I would go Steve Kerr 2. You know what? I'm going to go Bob Myers 2. No shade to Steve, because
of course not.
Steve Kerr 3 and Joe Lacob 4.
Joe Lacob 4?
Yeah, and Joe Lacob 4 is because you got blessed with number 1, and that's Steph Curry. And Joe knows that we love him. But, Stoney, at the end of the day, you got great owners that don't got the player. And they can do everything behind the scenes, but if you don't have that talent, you ain't winning. So right now, what was troubling about this piece, and we're going to talk about it with Sam, is Steph should have, and I'm not saying he doesn't, the cachet, the clout, to go say, Joe, take care of my dude.
What dude?
Bob.
Myers.
I mean,
that's where.
What does a guy have to do to get a, like, it's, I got to be, I'm not being nosy. I got to be careful because.
Go ahead, I'll tell you.
There's no way a guy like Bob Myers, all that he's done and what he's built with help, should be a lame, like, we shouldn't be at this sector.
Maybe he's asking for too much money.
What's too much? We got 4. I facilitated the trade for KD. I closed that.
Okay,
though he
so if Bob Myers comes to the table to Joe Lacob and says, it's simple.
I want to be the highest paid GM in the league.
You think,
here's the blank check, B of A.
That's not the way it works.
How's it work?
That's not the way it works. It just isn't. That's not how Joe Lacob got to be Joe Lacob.
How do you justify saying, Bob, I can't give you what you want?
I'll tell you how, and I'm playing devil's advocate, but I'm going to tell you how. Joe Lacob will probably say to Bob Myers, listen, here's why I'll make you the top 5 paid, but not number 1. Is because the way we do it here, are you the GM? Yes, but I have input.
Okay.
Schlenk had input. Dunleavy did his thing. Steve Kerr is a big part of it. Larry Harris. Okay. My 2 sons who are getting to that age. So we're a team here.
Right. We
do it a little differently. Maybe he's like, that's why I'm not giving you Pat Riley money, even though I think he's a part owner.
So with that said, I got to be careful here because I don't have money like this and on this level. I ain't got none. You're talking about me being the highest paid, but you'll feel comfortable putting me in the top 5. I feel like that's pennies to sever the relationship. You would rather me be gone over some chump change? If you're talking top 5?
Don't call it chump change.
Okay. But that's what it feels like.
These top execs are making like $10 million, 10, 12 a year.
Let me ask you a question. I'm going to put the right on the table. Yeah. Bob, if putting words in his mouth, if he says, I want to be the highest paid GM in the NBA, how would that, wouldn't you say that? I would say you got no problem. I got no problem with that, Jack.
Well, we don't.
No, would you?
From the outside, I think it's easy to say, I would.
Okay.
But we're on the outside. We're on the outside. It's Joe Lacob's team. Maybe Bob isn't as maybe Bob's at a point where he's thinking, you know what?
I got my son who, if that's what he wants to do, that's a big deal. Kurt.
Oh.
Because that family thing is strong, Stoney.
Who knows? I just
can't imagine Bob not being here, man.
Well, and what I can't imagine is, like, I don't know. The thing about Joe Lacob is that this is what I keep telling you. I mean, no man or woman is bigger than the organization.
Did you say some stuff and it ain't all the way? Obviously, we don't want to be right here. You don't want to be, but I mean, just with this team,
we got to go. 888-957-9570 is the number. It's also the Xfinity mobile text line. Let's put the rat on the table. Like, how important is Bob Myers? How important was he to this thing? Are you more if Bob leaves, is it like, you know what? We still got Joe Lacob, so we don't have any worries. We'll talk about it more on the other side.
There's bad blood blood between the Warriors and Grizzlies.
Man, they was talking about dynasty and all that. You can't talk dynasty when you haven't won before.
Talking to the team that won a championship after they beat you, after they won a championship, is an entirely different level of oblivion.
And they face off tonight.
Clay gets a technical for going right into Brooks as he fell down.
Our pregame coverage starts at 6. Only on 95.7 The Game.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-978-5309 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-978-5309. That's 800-978-5309. What do you have to lose? Call 800-978-5309. Again, 800-978-5309.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's official. Fast just got a whole lot faster. Xfinity has the fastest internet with up to 6 gig speed. Plus, Xfinity Mobile is the fastest mobile service with 5G and millions of Wi-Fi hotspots. You heard that right. Xfinity just increased internet speeds again. And Xfinity Mobile gives you can't catch me speeds. The fastest internet, the fastest mobile service, and major savings? Can't argue with the facts. Now through March 21st, new customers can get started with 1.2 gig internet with unlimited data included. It's all just $50 a month for 2 full years with no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/faster. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After 24 months, regular internet rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
Make connections that count at Evergreen Valley College and get free tuition when you enroll for 6 units or more. That's right, free tuition and no student fees this spring. EVC is an award-winning transfer college and has the 4th most diverse faculty in the country. And with EVC alum earning more money than nearly every other community college in the country, you can take classes and transfer or fast-track your career. Enroll for classes today and get free tuition for the spring. Visit evc.edu for more information and enroll for classes at evc.edu. That's evc.edu.
All guests appear on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. 21 and over. Please enjoy responsibly.
For all contest rules, go to 957thegame.com/rules.
Business owners, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify at paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
You've got advanced prostate cancer, but you're not waiting around. You want straight talk. The facts about Orgovix.
Orgovix Relagolix 120 milligram prescription tablets is a treatment for adults with advanced prostate cancer. Fact: Orgovix is a different kind of androgen deprivation therapy treatment, a pill, not an injection. Orgovyx may cause serious side effects, including a heart condition called QT prolongation. Tell your doctor right away if you feel dizzy, faint, have a racing or pounding heart, or chest pain. Orgovyx can cause harm to an unborn baby or miscarriage. Use birth control during treatment and for 2 weeks after Orgovyx treatment. The most common side effects include hot flushes, increased blood sugar and blood fat levels, muscle and joint pain, decreased blood hemoglobin levels, increased liver enzymes, tiredness, constipation, and diarrhea. Other side effects include weight gain, decreased sex drive, and erectile function problems. Orgovyx may cause infertility. Talk to your doctor if infertility is a concern for you.
Go with Orgovyx. Ask your doctor. For more facts, visit gowiththefacts.com.
Streaming only on Peacock. From the mind of Rian Johnson, the writer-director of Knives Out.
Miss Gale, you've got this gift. Always knowing the truth.
I only know if something is a lie. The real trick of it is to figure out why.
Natasha Lyonne is Charlie Cale.
It wasn't an accident. I think there's been a murder.
You watch too much Dateline.
A new 10-part mystery series.
Wolves on my fender. I gotta keep moving. I have been kind of a death magnet.
Poker Face, streaming January 26th, only on Peacock.
This is how you remind me of what I read.
Nickelback with special guest Brantley Gilbert is coming to Shoreline Amphitheater in Mountain View, July 9th. Enter at 957thegame.com for your chance to win a pair of tickets to the show.
It's a bad time, Bob.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
All righty. The road to Glendale is brought to you by the SF Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here. Visit sfsheriff.com to apply today. It's also a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today. And, of course, we have the executive show brought to you by Yellow Sack. That's coming up at 1 o'clock with Zaza Pachulia.
Nothing easy.
We were talking about, you have some 49ers? I don't know. You said something about the 49ers. I was walking out the door and you said something about
what? Three guys, important guys. I know it's Wednesday that didn't practice. Debo, Mitchell, and McCaffrey.
Now, why would they? Why would they practice?
To get ready for the NFC Championship game, sir.
They don't need practice right now.
Oh,
they need recovery.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, nothing to see here.
All right.
Nothing.
Can't wait.
Nothing. We're talking about Bob Myers, who doesn't have a contract extension for next year. There's a big story in The Athletic written by Marcus Thompson, Sam Amick, and Anthony Slater. Anthony Slater was on with the morning show. And look, Slater said something, in his story, he has this line, Goo. This summer is trending towards the culmination for the Warriors.
I read that.
He said it could involve a choice between whether to part with either Draymond Green or Thompson. Now, that's on court. And we got Bob Myers up in the front office, who his status is kind of unknown. If it weren't the Warriors, would we be saying there's nothing to see here? I mean, because it's the Warriors, it feels like we're all glossing over maybe how important it is that Bob Myers might not be back, or doesn't it matter? Steiny, is Bob Myers a player? According to the 408, no. So what are we really talking about here? If he goes, so what? This is Lacob's team. That from the 408. That's a sentiment.
Well, and that's
a sentiment.
I'm not mad at that, but that's not the case.
We don't know that.
Bob Myers works for Lacob, and he was part of helping Joe Lacob build what this is now. And it's a dynasty. So just to say somebody could come in and pick up and do what Bob has done, that's what obviously the players are speaking. Curry, I mean, he's close with Bob, but we're talking about just the job aspect of it, the component of, I've done a great job. I've been a part of it. And to Bob's credit, he never pats himself on the back or the players did this and that. But to call, he's right and say the next guy or guys or gal can do what Bob did. I don't think that's fair to Bob. And I would just say slow down, because that next person stepping up to fill Bob's shoes, if there's shoes to fill, they could air left and right. And this thing could get off the track, Jack.
Well,
don't take what Am I wrong to take what that caller just wrote? Now, hey, is his that's how he feels. But you're making Bob sound unimportant.
Right. And this is where you and I have the biggest fundamental disagreement about Joe Lacob, about loyalty, about how to run a business, and who's dispensable and who's not. And here's why I'm saying that. I was prompted by this text from the 650. Don't forget, he kicked Jerry West to the curb.
Gotcha. That did happen.
Okay. So why is Bob Myers any different than Jerry West?
He's been here way longer, and they've enjoyed way more success.
Jerry West
together.
was here before Bob Myers.
Right. But I'm talking about with Joe. Okay. He's been here with Joe. So they are.
What do you think that was over?
Control.
And
Skrilla?
Of course. Had to be.
But I can't, you can't. I'm not, hey, Jerry West is a bad boy. But that's way down the road when you talk about what these two have accomplished together for it to be over if it's going that way. See, I'm just a romantic Steiny. Like,
I know.
If you want to be the highest paid, if it's about money, you got that because you earn that. And you ain't playing. We ain't got to worry about Bob popping his Achilles. Do you know what I mean?
2 sons.
Torn labrum.
He's got 2 sons.
Now that's on the flip side.
That, in fairness, they have been involved.
No doubt.
And the team has had success while they've been involved.
No doubt. And what did I tell you? Both of us, Donnie, family means a lot. I get that.
Doesn't it feel like? Come
on. Oh, it does.
It
does.
Let's face it. It's a natural transition point.
Yeah, because he shouldn't be without a contract.
No, because they're done.
Who's done?
The Warriors.
No, they're not. What are you?
Perfect. I'll tell you right now, if money weren't an issue and I were Bob Myers, I'm absolutely going to walk away with a firm handshake, nothing but good feeling, and good luck.
And his iPhone 14, if that's what he's using, would blow up from New York, the Clippers, the Lakers. I mean, it would blow up.
What the hell can Bob Myers do here from this point on? He can't.
Well, he's from here.
He can't rebuild this thing to what it was. Steph can't play forever. You know what I mean? Like, it's a natural sports site. I tell you, I wouldn't want to be the GM of this. I wouldn't want to be the GM after Bob Myers sitting with what I'm sitting. Now, he got to come into the organization. Steph Curry was here. Myers.
Yeah. Gosh.
Well, I'm not.
But if you want a job, you'll do it.
Yeah. You know what? They had bad general managers in the past, too. And guess what happens when that occurs? You don't win. So
Oaktown A on YouTube, Guru's so naive. Why do you think they write that? Like, if I were Joe Lacob and you were Myers, you are my ride or die. Unless little Daryl or Donovan was in the business and they wanted to be, hey, Dad, I want to be a part. That would be the only thing, family, that would make me sever ties and say, you know what? We've had a good run. So if it's about Kirk Lacob taking over, hey, Stoney, I will step off this and be like, I get that. These are dreams.
Okay, what if Bob Myers was the driving force behind Wiseman, Kuminga, and Moody, and Lacob's looking at that saying, these guys are all behind schedule. They're all behind schedule. Every single one of them. That's a blemish, Bob.
Well, wouldn't that be
that's what people who run a company. What have you done
fall on the coach too?
What have you done for me lately?
Joe don't seem like a guy that says, "Hey, who you drafting? Come back and tell me you're drafting." And like, he's hands on, and we know how fond of Wiseman he was a couple years ago when he was like, "I don't know what everybody else is talking about out there."
Maybe he was sticking up for Bob.
You're right.
And you know what? As far as Steve Kerr goes, he's up at the end of next year, so that's also gonna be something that probably.
But see, we're talking about, and Joe can do it his way. Frank Sinatra's not, and I guess every good story comes to an end, but we're talking about stuff that's not on the court. And then when you say, hey, Goo, let's talk about what's on the court. 23 and 24. You look small. So this ain't helping. Right. That's all. Whatever umbrella, hey, I'm at my lunch break. I don't want to, but this ain't helping.
I don't know how, I don't know.
Because Bob would be wrapped up.
I don't know how it's
Steve would too.
Well, Steve's under contract.
Well, what did my P word always use on you, Stoney?
I don't know.
There's prestige in calling a presser and saying, hey, Stoney's staying with us 4 more years, and you're smiling in your 3-piece suit. I'm smiling. Sorry ass teams, they yearn to have that stage. And that's why I was shocked when we found out where Bob was. Like, oh, you going down to the 24th hour? Why?
Well, because there's a dispute. And Anthony Slater referred to it as a dispute. I understand it. I don't think it's one thing. I think money's probably part of it. I think Bob's thinking about something different. I mean, don't forget, 10, 12 years ago, he walked away from being an agent to become a GM.
Yeah, all right.
So he's not afraid of making a career switch.
But wouldn't he have? You asked him on the executive show about a month ago, and here I go, Stoddy. Wouldn't you think he would have answered it or gave us some insight if it was something that maybe, hey, I'm talking to the missus, and he didn't have to break that down. Like I'm getting bored. He could have threw some nuggets out there to where, oh, it's on him, as opposed to
he kind of did.
I want my chicken, and my boss thinks I deserve, a little less chicken.
Well, he wouldn't say that.
Yeah,
but
that falls under Steiny. I'm just focused on the now.
I mean, we asked him about it. He goes, first of all, I don't want to be a distraction. Secondly, we're true. I don't have a contract for next year. We're talking. If it's meant to be, I'll be back. If not, it's the way it goes in the league. Instead, I
just can't imagine somebody besides Bob.
There was life in Golden State before Joe.
I'm Steiny.
There wasn't light.
I grew up,
but there was life.
Yeah. I do like this. Drew down on YouTube. Guru's P word, PTO. Now, why do you laugh?
You laugh louder than me there.
Because it's pretty funny.
Gabriel's in Napa. Hey, Gabriel, what's going on, man?
It is almost Thursday.
Hey.
Hey, fellas. Happy Wednesday.
We'll get odds on Guru being here tomorrow.
Fandom,
all you, buddy.
Sorry about fandom, but I'll skip right to the Warriors question and hit you back later on best fans. Time passes quickly. If you're talking about the most important Warrior, it's Joe Lacob, A, and Steph Curry, B. Steph Curry's got 2 or 3 more years. Lacob's got 20 years to pay off that building and pay for everything. If you want to know what's important, take a look at the luxury tax. That's what's important. That's how you got your championships. Steph is the universe. Everything circles around. Steph is the sun. Everything circles around him in the universe. Everybody talks with gravity. But, he's a humble dude. Probably the greatest player ever, under 6'2", 6'3", but he can't play forever. And lastly, I would say about Bob Myers is Bob Myers doesn't make a single decision about the personnel without Steve Kerr and probably Steph Curry, but certainly Joe Lacob signing off on it. Steve Kerr is not PJ Carlissimo. He's not Mark Jackson. Steve Kerr says, this is who I want. And Bob Myers has done a great job presenting that to him. But, he can walk and they'll find somebody else. They'll have to find somebody else in about 12 to 36 months because, as you said, we're a little behind schedule on the young boys. Thanks. Love your show. Talk to you later.
Appreciate the call, Gabriel. So he's saying if you got a guy that you already know has won titles, I'm talking about Lacob, and he's gone into the luxury tax.
He's done that.
So that's where you want to start. If that's your starting point, we can go get another great GM.
And I'll say this to that.
Zaza Pachulia coming up at 1 o'clock. And that's the executive show, sponsored by Yellow Sack, 15 minutes from now.
Did I hear you in the green room? I was talking to Ratto, and I was asking about Wiseman, and I got I didn't get heated, but I'm like, this opportunity, man, how did he break his leg? And then did I hear you say he's probable for tonight?
Yes, he's probable for tonight.
Wow, Wiseman. So it's imminent. It's coming.
Back to Wiseman.
Well, just because he's probable doesn't mean
that's
he'll play.
Not OUT.
No, but it's also not IN.
No, Friday against Toronto.
He may be active and not play.
It's coming.
Because the game's too important or the game's too close.
They need some size.
Oh, they need some size against Memphis tonight. You've been saying
they're punks.
Wiggins is rusty. Steph is rusty.
Oh, I don't say it with that energy.
Okay, so Wiseman's going to come back and get him 20 and 10.
Right, I see where you're going.
Come on now.
No, we just need you out in the court, young fella. I'm going to say this about Joe Lacob.
You need more than him being just out in the court.
Reading that article.
You need him to be halfway decent.
If you're right about Bob and it's, Joe, and it's just a business, this is going to send shockwaves to multiple people if somehow Bob is not retained.
I think the league probably knows.
But I'm talking about Steph and the rest of the gang. And that's when I'll step back and be like, Stoddy was right. Joe is running this like a business.
Well, I don't want to be like, duh, but yes.
Yeah, but this is the first shot to, hey, if I'm Joe Lacob, like, if I do this, Steph might not approve. You know, Steph's going to still be cool. But
Steph has not approved of every move they've done. I mean, Avery Bradley is the one that everybody talks
I forgot about him.
Like, and I mean, like how many times do you have to hear Joe Lacob say, I'm the boss, before you realize he's the boss? I mean, hell, he came on our show, and when we asked him about Curry input, Clay, he said, yeah, they have input, but they're just players.
But yeah,
he said they're just players. He was on earlier a month ago, and he talked about we have depth in the front office. Like, how many times do you have to see that he's the big boy? It's his team.
I get it. I understand. But when he said all that, everything was good in the hood and there were no departures or contracts pending. And then all of a sudden, that infamous night against Boston, I believe, Saturday night, or we find out that Bob has no contract for next season. And that's where all this is manifested from. And now you talk about, when I read that article, there's some discrepancies on how much Bob said Joe said Bob was getting, like, little stuff.
So
like
the 408, Steiny, in my opinion, Myers is below in the pecking order when it comes to who's responsible for the Warriors' success. I might not agree with that, but that's a fair take. If you want to say, you know, Lacob's more responsible or kind of rank them, if you're doing that as a fan, how important is Bob? Well, you know what? I think Lacob's more important. And, you know, they Curry. Well, maybe that's probably why they haven't come to terms yet, because there's obviously Bob wants to be either the highest paid or something. He wants to be the man.
Yeah.
But there's people probably, Joe Lacob's like, you know,
he can be replaced.
People don't understand. He's not R.C. Buford or he's not Pat Riley. But maybe Joe only knows that and the front office because they're with him every single day.
I love Uncle Looney.
Yeah, here's the other thing. Here's the other thing. You know, Joe Lacob is not easy to work for. Just because they won 4 titles, like, in a way, people say, he's hard to work for because he's won 4 titles. Like, he's got a standard that maybe some people feel is a little bit unrealistic.
Joey Lightyear.
And he's too hard on non-success when it's only a short, even if it's a short period of time. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, he might be saying, well, wait a minute.
And I would think Bob's mastered that.
What happened to 2 years? What happened to 2 years before this?
Yeah. Nothing wrong with that.
I'm supposed to make you the highest paid GM in the league or because we caught lightning in a bottle last year when you and I both knew or thought we had no chance.
Yeah. If money's behind this, and Uncle Looney on YouTube has said, Guru, in all caps, Donnie, what can't you understand? Bob may want to do something else. I do understand that's a component of it, but what we know right now, that was Monday. What we know right now, these tea leaves don't reek of that to me. And again, I'm purely speculating. They don't. Bob, I feel like, is a lifer if he got taken care of here in Golden State. That's just me knowing the man. It doesn't feel like something else is on his mind. He wants to do something else. That could totally be it. But what I'm reading is a lot of stuff coming from not Bob. A lot of, like, the trails. We got depth in the front office. That podcast, Joe was saying a lot without saying a lot.
He always does.
Yeah.
One of the reasons we love him. When you win.
No, man.
I think it's very possible that, okay, I'm going to take Joe Lacob at his word that he gave Bob a couple contract offers. For whatever reason, Bob probably looked at him and said, you know, No, I need something. I need something. I need a little something more.
Yeah.
Here comes another one. You know what? This isn't going to do it either. So listen, and maybe Bob's already thinking. I don't know how old his daughters are. I want to say like 8, 10, and 12.
Yeah.
I mean,
and he's from the Yay.
So Bob, if he can kind of wait, and if he's thinking about if he's not crazy about being here, then he'll just be like, you know what, let's go our separate ways. Bob will be all right.
Imagine
give Bob some credit.
Yeah, Dre. Imagine him doing that if they were to pull it off and go back to back.
Who?
Bob.
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
If it didn't get worked, what's not going to happen?
Warriors going back to back.
You don't know that. We got to bet, Jack.
You're
but
right.
if it does, I think that this will work out itself.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Winning
cures all.
Right, and they don't win anymore.
They
don't win anymore.
The season, come on, bud.
They're 23 and 24. When do you have to start winning?
Evan, I didn't know we were going to a playoff game tonight. By the play, when you want to be playing your
Fair
best
enough.
ball. But I am
keep saying that.
They're 10th.
Keep saying
No,
that.
Lakers lost last night. Let me check.
Western Conference Finals preview, perhaps?
Listen, here's the bottom line. I know people think that, do I think they're going to win it? No, I don't. But if you think they're going to win it, you're going to be able to stay in the argument for months. I mean, there's no doubt about it.
Right.
They're it's not out of the realm of possibility.
Are you willing to admit that they can win it, Steiny? Not will, but can.
That's a hell of... Yeah, I'm waiting to hear this.
Okay, you know how literal I am. And it's why I rarely get caught in a word trap. So do I believe the Warriors can win it? Yeah, they can win it. I wouldn't why would I box myself into a corner like that? Do I think they're gonna? No, I don't.
And we got
There's too much crap going on. It's still Agenda City. It ain't Thrive City right now. It's Agenda City. We got Bob Myers.
I was going to say, give me
We got Draymond Green.
Okay.
We got the 3 underachieving young players. We got Andrew Wiggins, who's going back to K-Wig since the injury. Andrew Wiggins, since he's returned in his 7 games, 34% from the floor, 22% from three-point range. And, oh, by the way, it's extending into his rebounding. He's averaging less than 4 per game. So I'm going to give Andrew Wiggins a benefit of the doubt and say he's either rusty or he's not 100%. Nevertheless, he's playing very poorly since he's been back.
I agree.
So...
And what did we talk about yesterday?
This team's got to put some Band-Aids on some stuff.
In regard to Wiggins, and you pointed this out, and I knew it. This small ball lineup with the insertion of Poole, that's taking some pie off the plate as opposed to it being loony and letting the brother work it out. Now, Wiggins was just so at a place, Steiny, it was almost like you could just count on him. And now... And I know you could put
maybe
a number
last year was a contract year for him.
Nah,
I know. See, and there you go.
It's the adductor.
Now listen, let me tell you something. All right, I'm not saying it is a contract, but this is what I mean. Any other player like Wiggins, if you're in another city and you really followed basketball, you might say, "Well, yeah, he's the Minnesota now. He's the Minnesota. He's back to the Minnesota Wiggins because he got paid."
Or he got hurt.
Right. Yeah, exactly. And you'll say hurt because you live in the Bay and he's our team. But we're Golden State Warriors.
Let's say your name's Tony from Pennsylvania. If you've been watching, you know it's not he got paid.
How do you know that?
Because you watch Wiggins master his role last year.
For a short...
So
how
you
long
think
has
him
Wiggins
getting hurt... This is physical. It's not mental.
Okay,
That's why
well,
I'm
if you're
disagreeing with you.
yeah, great. You're sure of yourself on that. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying Andrew Wiggins has had one great year in his career. And it was when the Warriors needed him most. And I believe he's a stand-up guy. He's a pro.
Yeah.
He's not dogging it or anything like that.
Rusty?
He's probably rusty. He's probably not 100%. But we got to acknowledge that before he turned it around here, he was somewhat maligned for playing like this. So he's got to get back. Wiggins got to get back. And we'll have Zaza Pachulia on the other side about Andrew Wiggins. But, and I don't think Wiggins is an issue. I just think he's not playing well. All right, here we go. The Road to Glendale. It's brought to you by Marawest Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together. This segment also sponsored by the Department of Healthcare Services. Coming up next on the Bud Light Guest Line, it's the Executive Show with Zaza Pachulia, brought to you by Yellow Sack.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
If you owe back taxes to the IRS, have unfiled returns, or are worried about an audit, the IRS is hiring 87,000 new agents to address these very issues. That means if you need to get your tax problems resolved, now is the time to get started. I'm tax attorney Robert Goldstein, and my firm specializes in helping individuals and small businesses resolve their tax problems. We work to stop IRS and state seizures. We may be able to settle your tax debt for pennies on the dollar with an offer in compromise. We prepare your past due returns, even if you have no records, and represent you before the IRS and state in an audit. At the law offices of Robert Goldstein, the consultation is always free, and we have offices located throughout the Bay Area. To schedule your free consultation, call 1-888-TAX-EXIT. That's 888-TAXEXIT. 888-TAX-EXIT. And make us your last stop.
This is the final week of the Manufacturers RV Show. See hundreds of RVs from dealers all over the West Coast. Don't miss the 34th Annual Manufacturers RV Show at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. Show ends this Sunday.
From carriage house to glass aluminum doors, R&S Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
When back to the office means back in traffic,
Blocking the 3 right lanes, multiple emergency crews on the scene.
you can rely on your Northern California Honda Dealers Traffic Center.
On the shoulder now, so that
Network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now aboard.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Go to 4hims.com/joy. At Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation and discreet shipping if prescribed. You'll love your results. To start your free online visit, go to 4hims.com/joy. That's FORHIMS.com/JOY.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-978-5309 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-978-5309. That's 800-978-5309. What do you have to lose? Call 800-978-5309. Again, 800-978-5309.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to getrefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's time to go inside the boardroom.
It probably is timeless. You know why? I respect anybody that was on the Warriors beat during those years.
And take a seat at the conference table.
Guru's great too.
Welcome to The Executive Show.
Nothing easy.
On 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by Yellow Sack. Try a dumpster bag for easy waste removal. Less mess, reduce stress. Budget friendly, clean freely. Call 833-3YELLOW or go to yellowsack.com.
All righty, let's get right to it. Go to the Bud Light guest line. All guests appear on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. This is The Executive Show, brought to you by Yellow Sack. Let's go out and talk to Zaza Pachulia, who joins us every other week. Hey, Zaza, how you doing?
Hey, guys, I'm pretty good. Excited for tonight's game and looking forward to it.
Yeah, we definitely want to get into the Grizzlies in a sec, but I was hoping you could share some insight with us. So, today in The Athletic, there was a story about Bob Myers and Joe Lacob, and it's now getting out there that Bob doesn't have a contract extension for next year, and it's a little bit unusual. My question to you, and fans are very interested in that, obviously. My question to you is, having been involved in tons of negotiations as a player and as a free agent, like what's something about this process we don't understand from the outside?
Hey, guys, before I answer the question, I want to share my condolences to the victims that got affected in the shooting in Hawthorne Bay. It's really a tragic day for us in that Bay Area, not only Bay Area, but the country, the people who live here. And I just want to start with the condolences.
Appreciate that.
Regarding your question, yes. I mean, I didn't read today's article, but I read the article that Joe Lacob had to share. And, one thing is it's so glaring, it's so obvious that, both sides wants the deal to happen. And that gives me all kind of confidence that since both sides are motivated, to deal to happen, it will happen. Obviously, sometimes it takes longer. There are some details. There is not only about today, it is about tomorrow. I'm not part of this negotiation, honestly. I have not been in the room or in the call between the two parties. But my sense and my understanding of what I'm hearing and what I'm seeing and what I feel as a part of the Warriors family, that both Joe wants Bob to continue to do whatever he's been doing for years now and done a phenomenal job, an amazing job, obviously. And he's the one who's the best, if not the best, in the business. And Bob, obviously, native, Bay Area guy, grew up with, as a Warriors fan, and, obviously, whatever he started, it's not over. It's still process. It continues, and I know he wants to stay here as well. So that's giving me the confidence, as I mentioned, that deal's going to happen, no matter when.
Zaza, my partner and I were talking, and a lot of times I got to check myself because I think these athletes and these players are like robots, like it's a video game. And Andrew Wiggins, for the last 2 years, Zaza, I don't got to tell you, you saw it up close. He's been so reliable. He's been in a rhythm, and he can do so many things. But since his return from injury, I'm going to call it rust. And I'm telling the people, that's all it is. You've been a player. Walk us through watching Andrew Wiggins and what you see from him and how long you think it'll take before he can get his groove back like Stella.
I agree with you that he's been phenomenal. The last 2 years that we've been seeing since he joined the Warriors. But one thing we're forgetting that it was a very unusual situation for him. He has not missed a lot of time throughout his career with injury. He has not. He doesn't have experience, and it's funny we're talking about an almost 30-year-old Andrew Wiggins, a player. We can call him obviously he's an NBA champion. We can call him a vet, right? He's a veteran in this league and for this team. and doesn't know how to how to deal with after injury comeback. And that's normal. He doesn't because he's never been in the situation. Luckily him, obviously, I'm jealous, and every athlete, I'm pretty sure professional athlete would be jealous of talking about almost 30-year-olds for the first time getting injured. But this is part of the game, and it's he has to experience it, and he's going through the experience. But like I said, most importantly, he feels healthy, so that's the key part, right? And there's no limitations with minutes. There's no limitations with pressure and with load, and he's gonna figure out. It's a matter of the time.
Zaza Pachulia joining us on 95.7 The Game. You know what? That's a great point that you just made, and it's one that I hadn't, and I think a lot of us haven't put in the equation about the fact that he's not used to coming off injury. So really, that, I really appreciate that insight. Let me ask you about the team in general. You're 20. We've kind of had the same conversation all year because when do you start to worry? But do you give them the benefit of the doubt because they're champions? But this year's different, so we can't count on what happened last year. This year, I was talking to Raymond Ritter, and he's like, well, what do you want to ask Zaza? And I said, one thing I want to ask him is, you guys are 23 and 24. When do you have to start getting moving here?
Well, of course, we would like to, reach that consistency part as soon as possible, right? If you ask anyone, starting from Coach Kerr or, the front office or, even the players, right? So, yes, we would love to. And it's just work in progress, but I don't know how you guys feel and see, but I see signs moving towards that direction, guys. And, seeing the bench playing better than any other time throughout this year, right? So the best that we've seen. And individuals and Dante, with his feeling like, he's been part of the team for a long time. And it's not like, he just signed and he's just trying to figure out how to adapt to the Warriors basketball. I see signs. It's a matter of consistency. I think we need to get consistently, put the things together for 48 minutes and game by game. And I think we're moving towards the right direction.
Zaza, it's kind of unfair, but I'll ask you. Last week, I heard Draymond. He was on his podcast, and he opened up and talked about, what happened with him and Poole early on kind of affected his leadership skills and abilities. And, from my vantage point, he's been locked in all year. So the things I'm asking you are behind the scenes, and I know you're around the team. Can you kind of speak to, have you noticed any difference in his leadership? Because when I watch the games, the mannerisms are the same, but can you kind of speak to us about what he kind of was talking about in that clip?
Yeah, probably Jeremiah is the best who can actually tell us or share with us what he feels and how he feels about, prior to that incident versus post the incident. His comfort zone. He can share best, but what I see like a lot of conversations. I see what we've been knowing Draymond of, talking to his teammates and on the court, off the court. Now it might be less, more. I don't know. I'm not just watching Draymond and watching the whole game and other players as well, especially youngsters. But his presence definitely felt, and it's better than what it used to be last month for sure. And we already talked about it. That incident is very unfortunate that it happened. With us, and especially we've been knowing such a great team on and off the court. We've been talking about the chemistries and etc. So it's very unfortunate. But I think we moved on, and yes, there was a damage happened, and at the same time we all understood it was going to take some time to fix it. It would not come overnight, and obviously she started between those two individuals, and Draymond and Jordan. So, I think it's better than what used to be last month, I would say. But beautiful thing is as I'm seeing the Draymond and being who he is. Even talking in the locker room after the games, or talking in the huddles before the games. Obviously, this is something that's not showing on TV or not showing on social media, or the fans not having the opportunity to see. But I'm seeing it. I'm seeing it all. So it's just beautiful because we need his leadership, right? I mean, that's why he's been down for years and years, and I know a lot of players we benefited, and there's a reason why we're talking about dynasty, because every single individual who's been part of the dynasty is contributed their own way, and Draymond's leadership very, very valuable.
Zaza Pachulia joining us on the executive show with Matt Steinmetz and Darryl the Guru Johnson. You got Memphis coming in tonight, and obviously, I don't know whether it's a rivalry or not. You got a little bad blood with them. Let me ask you this, and tell me if I'm right. When you guys were in the championship era, I felt like even though Houston never got by you, I feel like deep down inside, you guys respected Houston for pushing you as far as they did. Now, I may be wrong about that. Maybe your team says they were never going to beat us, but where's Memphis on that respect level, knowing that you guys are 4-time champions, and, like, with all due respect, they haven't even become Houston yet?
Yeah, I got to tell you got to respect every opponent. You better respect every single opponent, especially in today's reality, right? And where it's so balanced and nobody knows who's going to win. Compared to 17-18, we were obvious favorites to win, right? And it's not like I started playing basketball with the championship team and I finished my 16-year career with playing for the championship. I've been on the other side too, where we had a lottery team, right? We had we couldn't even make the playoffs. So you better respect every single opponent because, bottom line, you're playing against the NBA teams. And I think that's important for, especially us having the young players, the kids are listening, and probably they're going to hear me answering this question. You got to respect your opponent, So talking about Memphis, obviously they're an exciting team, with amazing player, with John Moran, obviously, and really well coached, too. I want to give the coaching staff the credit for what they've done since getting the job, getting the opportunity to lead and coach this young team. And, they've been amazing. They're coming. I think everybody would agree, until they win, until they upset, until they beat the teams in the playoffs and go as far as possible, play finals and win the championships. It's hard for me to say, it's a rivalry or whatever, but yeah, they make you think because they play hard and they have talent out there and they're really, really well coached. So either you're Memphis or you mentioned Houston, so any other 29 other teams, I talked about when you have a combination of talent and the blue collar mentality, and there's a team that plays hard, right? While using the talent and skills, and they're well coached. Hey, you better be prepared. You better be focused, right? So you better take it seriously. So that's just my mentality, honestly, and that's how I've been, especially lately after I got my experience.
Zaza, I don't hide my myself rooting for James Wiseman, man. I'm just rooting for him. And today, I feel like I got good news. He's probable. Okay, I feel like he may not play tonight, but his return is imminent. And I look at this Warrior team, and there's not another option. There's not another Wiseman. And I'm like, can he do what JaVale did? Can he do what you did? There's 35 games left. When he does come back, is it realistic for Warrior fans, Zaza, to think he can contribute and help this team going into the playoffs?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, great. It's good. I love the news, too. He's been working hard, especially here. There's such a good stretch of a couple of weeks, with the G League, with coming to, Warriors. He played minutes, got minutes, maybe not, 20-plus or 30-plus, but he's still part of the rotation. So it was a good stretch of a couple of weeks, and then he gets injured. He rolls his ankle. Here he missed, I think, 11 games. And it's just exciting to see him back on the court and being able to contribute and play. But, same time, I want to remind you guys how Steve always finds those minutes during the playoffs for these young guys. Talking about Jordan Bell, talking about Patrick McCall. I still remember Game 5 in the finals at home against the Cleveland Cavaliers. how amazing Patrick was, right, in his rookie year, and if somebody can figure out, if somebody can put these young guys in a situation to succeed and contribute and help this team, I think it's our coaching staff and Steve Kerr, obviously, because he's done it, he's proven, and you never know. Obviously, it goes from series by series. It depends who we're going to face. It depends who we're going to play against, because especially for the big man, his matchup thing is serious. It's real. We've seen it, from small ball to the big lineup. But again, toughest job, one of the toughest job actually, is to be ready, to stay ready, and just waiting until your name is called, until that opportunity comes to you, right? And it might be the game where you're just not expecting, right? You might not be thinking, actually, you know what, when we're playing against Denver, for example, right? It's Jokic is somebody that we focus on. We need bodies. We need big men out there, right? So, or it can be any other game, right? Against Houston or whoever, right? So, anyway, so that's the toughest part. And actually, Ty Jerome was talking about it. I mean, he went through. I don't know if you guys heard his podcast when he was talking with Andre Iguodala, and that was the biggest challenge for him, right? I mean, even though he knew he was ready, he knew he could play to contribute, especially having such a successful career in his college. NBA offers you different challenges, and one of the challenges for the youngster is, when it's not consistent, when my minute is going to come, when my name is going to get called, right? So there's a mental aspect, I think, most of that. I don't want to say every, because there are rookies that are getting consistent minutes, but there are some players that, it's not guaranteed that they're going to play consistently every single night. So it's a matter of stay ready physically and mentally.
Yeah, it's always an issue for a young player. Hey, Zaza, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. We'll talk to you in a couple weeks.
Always great talking to you guys.
All righty, that was Zaza Pachulia, and this was The Executive Show, brought to you by Yellow Sack. Try a dumpster bag for easy waste removal, less mess, reduce stress, budget-friendly, clean freely. Call 833-3YELLOW or go to yellowsack.com. And Guru, I don't know if you've noticed, but the sun's been out a lot lately.
Guns out too.
Which means that the rain has passed, and I know a lot of people out there probably got water in their basement. They're probably looking at some of their crap with some mold on it. They probably want to get rid of it now that the sun's out. I tell you what, there's nothing better than Yellow Sack to address that problem. Call up Yellow Sack. They'll drop a big yellow sack wherever you want it on your property. You fill that sack with crap, and they take it whenever you want it. Yellowsack.com.
Look at my boy. Dude, that's a walk-off.
Get that one to sales. Okay.
Zaza.
All right. Now, how do I want to start this?
Hey, I love him because we didn't even bring up Half Moon Bay. Because thank you, Zaza. But go ahead.
So, what do you say that? Okay, Wiseman's okay, so he's coming back. You asked him about Wiseman. What do you say? What do you say we stop talking about James Wiseman until he plays?
I can give you that.
Let's not talk about Wiseman anymore.
But I'm anticipating him. When I saw probable,
no, we're not doing
it ain't out.
Yeah, no,
it's changed. Well, the big fella's coming back.
Here's the problem.
Might be Friday against the Raptors.
If we fake his importance, which we've been doing, and then tonight he doesn't play because he's not in the rotation, we're going to come in tomorrow. What about Wiseman? Well, how come Wiseman?
Well, I stated I don't expect him to.
He's the 11th man on the team right now.
Yeah, but listen, see, we look at the world different. Everything you said is factual. But damn, can we fake his importance? I'm about to use that at home. Listen, they don't have what he is.
He doesn't have what he is.
Stop. Let me finish. We haven't seen him. It was baby steps gaining some traction. And I know people think I'm crazy. He's still on this team. And if Andre's on this team and you're telling me, and I know he's a seasoned vet, but we're going to watch that, whatever that is, I'm going to hope and light candles that James can get back with 35 games left and somehow, with a little buck knife, carve his niche in this team, because I was there opening night when they got the rings against the Lakers, and I never, this is where I'm going, in a million years would have told you, Ian John, that after 47 games, this team would be 23-24. So they need what you hope he can be. Well, they don't have a Zaza. If JaVale McGee was in town, he might be starting.
They'd be 26
no,
and 23.
But they need that. They need a big and active. Throw up the line. When the last time the Warriors threw an alley-oop? I can't even remember. Think about it. When was the last time the Warriors threw somebody a oop?
Here we go.
But
been 5 minutes of James Wiseman.
No, just 5 minutes of hope in church.
Okay, well,
I'm rooting for the kid.
We're doing sports talk radio.
Yeah, and I'm hoping.
We ain't praying for stuff. When's the last time he played now?
This bothers me, but give it to me.
December 28th. So now he's been out a month. Oh, but he'll hit the ground running. Please. Why don't you do what?
No,
why don't you do what a realist would do?
Best ability is availability.
I'm
Steiny.
going to. Why wouldn't you be this kind of fan? I'm just going to assume Wiseman's not going to give us anything. So if and when he ever does, it'll be a bonus. That's the way I would look at James Wiseman.
But what if I tell you I sniffed that 23-24 record without him? And I'm like, that might be able to help. And I know it's a long shot.
But you're basing that on nothing.
He has a uniform.
Okay. Well, touche. Touche. You're basing this emergence
I'm hoping.
on no evidence.
I'm hoping.
Okay.
Hey, and real quick, Zaza touched on it. I'm not telling you this was A1, but before he got hurt, there were just watching him run up and down the court would hit me in the cardiac muscle. Wiseman.
Oh my God.
Yeah,
I thought we were off him.
No, I was just telling you, there was something, just the fact that Steve James getting the game. That was happening a little more.
30 points against Brooklyn, Steiny.
How can Wiseman be 11th player?
I haven't with 30 points against Brooklyn.
There's a starting 5, and then Looney or Poole 6, DiVincenzo 7,
I'm rooting
Ty
for the
Jerome
NFL,
8, Anthony Lamb's 9, JaMychal Green's 10. Did I forget anybody?
But like Zaza said, there might be a spot.
Yeah, of course
in the
there's going to be.
Remember,
where they need
Moody got into
size.
that.
Yes, there might be 3 spots. Desperation, significant foul trouble, or we're down 18 in the second quarter, and I'm just going to try something to change the momentum of this game. That's how he'll see the floor. All right. You had asked me, do you mind? I don't usually do this. Do you mind if on the other side I'm gonna play devil's advocate?
Oh, I would. Man, why would I mind?
I'm gonna present an argument
Keanu
from
Reeves.
one point of view, and
let's go.
Kind of
yeah,
debunk some of but I want to get into it.
I feel like that's every day.
I want to get a little more into the Myers and Joe Lacob thing. If you want to talk about Memphis, we can talk about Memphis.
They're punks.
Of course, they're punks.
I don't use that
because
word.
You're in the Bay.
No, I never.
You always use that word.
They just leave you just hanging. They lost that lead to the Lakers. They're talking to Shannon Sharp, Dylan Brooks. Ball up, man. Jackson, stay out of foul trouble. You're the biggest in the league, and your ass is always in the CYO foul trouble. I watch them, and they bother me. And I used to be
the leader in the clubhouse, apparently, for Defensive Player of the Year.
It's bigger than that. We got to go.
We do. He's right. The Road to Glendale is brought to you by the SF Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here. Visit sfsheriff.com to apply today. It's also a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today.
They've been 2 of the most dominant teams in the NFC all year long.
That'll do it. The 49ers back to the championship game. Philadelphia's going to head to the NFC championship game.
Niners.
Oh, what a catch by Kittle. Are you kidding? George Kittle.
Eagles.
Gainwell trying to get around the edge, and Kenneth Gainwell. Bomb away for another touchdown.
Keep it locked on 95.7 The Game.
So, the other day, I bought an extremely chatty...
Boring story time.
Make that an extremely catty cockatoo.
You're welcome.
Apparently, the pet store won't take it back. But, hey, I'll manage.
I love that for you.
Just like I manage without home internet.
No, you don't.
Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable.
Aw, Bertie likes to stream.
But I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
My lady friend. It's mating season, duh.
No home internet? It's not that bad.
No, not there.
It is that bad. Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
Wendy's knows cold and soggy fries are the worst.
So soggy.
That's why we're serving up hot and crispy fries all day, every day.
And all night until close.
With natural cut potatoes, sea salted to perfection.
Show me that potato skin.
Wendy's hot and crispy aren't like other fries. We're your dream fry. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's hot and crispy fries.
Guaranteed to be hot and crispy. If yours aren't, bring them back and we'll replace them.
Dancing crew, trip for two, nailed the final interview. Game with Doug, brand new mug. Come here, kid, give me a hug. The more you want to do, the more we want to do. New COVID-19 boosters designed for recent Omicron variants are now available. Learn about eligibility and schedule a free, updated booster today at vaccines.gov. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Come into Friedman's Appliance and see the full line of Fisher & Paykel appliances. Experience them in person in live vignettes, including their famous dish drawer dishwasher and unique sizes of refrigeration designed to fit seamlessly into your kitchen space. Fisher & Paykel products deliver perfect results with exceptional design and performance. And for a limited time, receive up to a $2,000 rebate when you purchase a qualifying Fisher & Paykel kitchen package from Friedman's Appliance. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at friedmansappliance.com.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
He's the best interview in the Bay Area.
Steve Kerr, Warrior head coach here on 95.7 The Game.
When those nights happen, I kicked myself afterwards for not walking into the locker room and banging on the walls, during our pregame meeting and yelling, do you guys understand what's about to happen?
And he's on with Damon and Ratto every single week during the NBA season.
Wow.
Steve Kerr on 95.7 The Game. Presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet only from Xfinity.
Guys, fellas, men, are you Roman ready for Valentine's Day? Right now, generic Viagra, aka Sildenafil, is just $4 per dose at Roman. Just complete a free online visit with a U.S. licensed healthcare professional. If medication is appropriate, Roman sends everything right to your door with free shipping and in discreet packaging. Go to ro.co/Viagra to get generic Viagra for just $4 per dose. Do it by February 8th for 20% off and guaranteed shipping by Valentine's Day. That's ro.co/Viagra.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting a Teenager. Learning the lingo.
Jelly. Jelly adjective. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will love you just the same. Visit adoptuskids.org, brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
Guys, fellas, men, are you ready? I mean, Roman ready for Valentine's Day? Some say it's the sexiest day of the year. Flowers, chocolates, candlelit dinners. That's all great. But I think we all want something a little more physical, too. Because a strong sex life can deepen your feelings of intimacy with your partner and lead to increased happiness. So if you're prepping for Valentine's Day, right now is the perfect time to check out Roman. Roman has genuine medication that helps you achieve and maintain a strong erection. Roman has discreet wipes that help you last 4 times longer in bed. Roman has testosterone testing and treatment. Treating low testosterone can help revive your sex drive. And better yet, with Roman, everything is online. There are no waiting rooms and no hassle. Roman sends everything right to your door with free shipping and in discreet packaging. So men, for better sex this Valentine's Day, go to ro.co/vday. Do it today and get 20% off. That's ro.co/vday.
This is how you remind me of what I read.
Nickelback with special guest Brantley Gilbert is coming to Shoreline Amphitheater in Mountain View, July 9th. Enter at 957thegame.com for your chance to win a pair of tickets to the show.
I'm the voice of reason.
It's JP with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to Steiny and Guru.
Who is this?
Wu-Tang.
ODB. You know me.
I did. Okay, so, all right, he is part of Wu-Tang.
Yeah, rest in peace. He's no longer with us.
Oh, no.
Yes. Oh, dirty bastard.
I don't know if, see, I knew
That's
what
his
that,
name.
I know, but that's, are you sure about the B word?
We're talking music. We got to get into the triple-double.
What do you mean?
24-hour fitness. I played yesterday. I came in this morning. You said, what are you hot? I said, I got a triple-double. He turned around, wanted to hear it, and then I think you threw your pins. You never counted how much you had.
Are you? In a pickup game?
In any game. Like Lil Durago, my son, he would know.
It's not hard to keep track of 3 points, Goo. All right? Now, when you're averaging 18... Who knows where you're at on a given day?
I got some new cleats, Donnie. I'm working.
First of all, nobody wears cleats to play basketball. Sorry,
when
that's
you
not
got
the terminology.
Swag, you call the shoes cleats. They're LeBron forces.
You know, I'm amused by.
I think you're ready to come out.
I'm amused by 90% of your stories. The pickup basketball crap does not amuse me.
But I think it hits
you're
the core.
such a pretender. It's unbelievable. I'm sorry.
Now that I played, I filmed it.
Yeah, I know.
But what's the pretend part? Because you can help me.
Sometimes we talk about guys that we played against, and I'm like,
James Daly.
Yeah, I don't think you played against him.
At Club One, we used to bang.
So.
I used to go to the Golden Bear and see him and B-Shaw all the time.
They don't remember you.
That's fine. Should have said back then the face was Slimmer Denzel. It's Ketchum and Jeffries.
Well, if your face was
Wake
thin,
up Saturday morning, busting ass.
There's no way you banged with James Daly if you were thin.
I feel handy, Steiny. I used to go up there. I played against Adonal Foyle up at Club Sport. I was there, Relaford.
It doesn't count if you're keeping score of the game. If you're not playing.
Well, now I'm 50. I was proud of myself for running up and down yesterday. I kept stats. And the triple-double was multiple games.
I want to move on, but it's one of those things.
But I think you want to play more than you want to move on.
I think I want to punch you more than I want to play.
Don't do that. I did some bench press yesterday, too.
Let me play devil's advocate. Well, I don't know if it's devil's advocate because it may just be Joe Lacob. And if you're just joining us, we've been talking about a story in The Athletic written by Anthony Slater, Marcus Thompson, and Sam Amick, triple byline. We're going to have Sam Amick on from The Athletic at 2:30 talking about this article. And the article basically was talking about how, this could be it. That Bob Myers, without a contract extension, he could be gone. I mean, it seems plausible. Not a long shot, not crazy. And Slater and Amick and Thompson they said one of the sentences was, this summer is trending toward the Warriors' culmination. In other words, of the team that, and maybe franchise as we know it. So with all that said, and it's so easy for everybody to say, and Goo, you're saying it, just pay Bob Myers. Just pay Bob Myers. Pay Bob Myers. Okay. Pay him the most. Blank check. Okay. Joe Lacob is a ruthless businessman. All right?
Damn.
And you may look at it as though, Myers is the architect of this legacy, 4 championships. Okay, fine.
Okay.
Joe Lacob will clearly say to Bob Myers, Steph was here before you. So if you're going to try to minimize a guy's value or argue for your side of the equation, the bottom line is the biggest factor in this organization you weren't even here for. So, again, I'm playing the role of Joe Lacob. Here's the other thing. We think Joe Lacob is not a patient man. He's very impatient. And everything I've heard about him in a working environment is he's very driven and he's really into winning to the point where he really doesn't like excuses as to why they don't and this, that, and the other thing. Not unlike a lot of... Okay. 4 years ago, again, I'm playing devil's advocate. They were 15-50. All right. Were there reasons? Of course there were reasons. The following year, they were 39-33. Didn't make the playoffs. Lost 2 play-in games.
Oh, my gosh. I'll never.
Okay, so they don't make the playoffs for 2 years in a row. Okay, now they go in to last year. And what I can tell you is most of the people in the organization and even some players didn't believe. Last year's title kind of caught the franchise by surprise. It was the gravy one. It's not that they thought they were done winning titles, but I believe they thought they would have had a better chance to win it this year than last year. And I think they were kind of surprised. Okay, but they won it. Boom. And number 4 for Bob Myers. Well, if you're in that organization day after day and you're working with people, you get to know them and you know who we get along with, who we don't. We know what decision he made, what decision we should have made that he wanted to push, all that kind of stuff.
All right.
And you're 23-24. Now you're 23-24. You missed the playoffs 2 out of the last 3 years.
I remember.
And now you're 23-24. And maybe if you're Joe Lacob, you're like, you see, because you're inside, we're not going to be able to turn this around. Well, how do you know, Joe? Because I've been owning this team for 12 years. And last year, while it surprised us, I could see we had a shot. This year, it's just nothing's going right. Guys aren't locked in like they used to. I don't think we'll get... Okay. So then why would you make Bob Myers the highest paid GM/president in the league if the last 4 years, believe it or not, you're not that crazy about? Because you're Joe Lacob. 1 title in 4 years. And I'm saying this year they don't win it.
Okay.
Which is, a stretch. But
because I got you.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Bring it on. How you describe Joe Lacob, I love, and that's how I want my owner to be. And if you're correct, I don't feel like there was any move that Bob made solo dolo. So if you talk to me about the miscomings or the misfortunes or a mistake here or there, the young guys haven't panned out, there is not an ounce of my being that believes Lacob looks at it like it was Bob's fault. It was us together. And the 2 years you talk about, yeah, you're right. The 15-50, Steph got hurt, extenuating circumstances. But the fact that they came back last year and won it all supersedes those 2 years of mediocrity. That's me. And the fact that you won it last year and the year before you won it, Steph went ham when they lost to Memphis in the play-in game at home, did score in overtime, but averaged 32 points a game. That tells me we still got the big 5. And that's Looney, Wiggins, and Dre, Clay, and Steph. So with that, now you're boiling down, or you're trying to tell me, Steiny, okay, The reason we're not going to win it this year is because Otto Porter Jr. wasn't retained. The reason we're not going to win it is because Gary Payton II is not here, and both those dudes they're done. My thing is, I feel like it's so easy for your argument that you make to play advocate because you're saying this, and it don't look good right now, and it wasn't Miss McMillan that wrote in the meantime is another author. But right now, you're writing it off. I still think they got action.
What if Lacob's starting to write it off? One.
Joe Lacob, if you are who I think you are, I'm not saying nothing about welfare. I'm not saying anything about handouts. My umpteen years on this earth, Bob Myers has earned. Forget what jumps off and culminates in this season. He has earned that right to be, if it's about chicken, the highest paid exec.
Well,
now let me finish. I want one more. I got to You got kids. I got kids. FOE. Shout out G-Nut. Family over everything. If it's about I want my son or sons to be right next to me and work with me in my business and my baby that I got booed at on retirement night with Chris Mullin, and I've turned it into this machine. I get why Bob doesn't have a contract. But if it's because you think he's not worth that, that's where I have a problem. And karma is a no. You know what, Steiny? If he, that's too cutthroat. Because that's your right-hand man. And I know you got 4 and 8. And you should have 6.
How do you think Joe Lacob ended up with the Warriors? How did he beat out Larry Ellison? Because he got him. He got him.
Right.
He did whatever he had to do.
Not
you know
cheat,
why?
Though, right.
Because he's a killer.
Right.
I don't understand. I don't understand what you don't get about that.
I wish you would break that down. Steiny, what do you mean? What
shortcuts
did he take?
There's no shortcuts. In fact, it was long cuts. He had a strategy to get the Warriors. Okay. It involved certain things. One was building a relationship with Chris Cohen and his wife.
Yeah.
And there's a lot going into it. But I'm going to use an argument against you. You just said, Steiny, I can't believe that it's because maybe Myers has made some mistakes because we're a team and we do that together. And that's why Joe Lacob might say, well, Bob, I'm not going to make you the highest paid GM right now because we're making our decisions as a team, and you know that. You hit on Peyton II, but hey, you know what, Bob? I mean, Moody's not doing well. I'm just saying.
But what about
stop thinking you can't make the argument because you can't.
But what about the credit? If it's really about that, what about the parade we just had that nobody saw? You and I thought they couldn't even do it again. What about that? We're not even a year removed from the parade.
Well,
that should be positives, though, Steiny.
What? They're 23 and 24.
Right. But the residue from the chip that we just got.
I was just telling you all about how Joe Lacob's a killer. That's last year. He expects a standard that might be unreasonable, maybe.
Okay.
Or that's really hard to reach.
Let me rebuttal with this. And this is, I'm going down a different street.
Let me make a clarification here for everybody who just might have caught us. Yeah. I'm playing devil's advocate right now. I'm playing the role of Joe Lacob as to why, if it's an issue of just making the highest paid, well, I'll present the side of Joe Lacob saying, you know what? Maybe you shouldn't be the highest paid. That's what I'm doing here today. All you.
Okay. Is there anybody you think, forget the chip last year, is there anybody you think is walking around that loves basketball that thought after 47 games the Warriors would be 23 and 24? And the reason I bring that up to you is I feel like you think that is more the norm. I feel like you think that with the guy's age and all, everything on the table, I'm starting to think, Steiner, you feel like that's more who they are than the team that won the championship last year.
It is. Because they're 23 and 24, and the team
that normally doesn't happen.
The team is entirely different. And here's the other thing. And again, I'm not saying they can't pick it up.
Right.
But none of the starting 5 have played as well as last year. They just haven't. If that's a championship hangover, if they can flick the switch, that's their chance. You're 47. And here's the other thing. I'm going to say this. Don't you dare try to blow smoke up my you-know-what and say, oh, it's a big game tonight. Big game. And then they win the game and say, oh, yeah, we're back.
They did that on Christmas. They punked Memphis on Christmas. So.
I'll believe they're not a 500 team when they're not a 500 team, which means essentially they're going to have to rip off 7 of 9 at some point.
I agree.
Okay.
And they're not going to win the chip in 2 games. If they get hot and win 3 in a row, I ain't coming in here like, oh, I'm right. No, this is about, can you get Wiggins back right? Can you get anything? Well, Kuminga, he's getting more playtime. Can you get anything from James? Forget James.
Who cares about Wiseman?
I want whoever the Warriors play in the offs, they're 10th now. And I'm telling you, I go to bed and wake up thinking, oh, it's playoffs for sure. On a bad day in the wrong concoction, I'm looking at 10th seed like, what if it goes to 13? Like, I want to shake the team. Wake up. You've used your mulligans. So, with that said, Denver and Mike Malone do not want to see the Warriors 4 out of 7. I know Memphis doesn't want to see the Warriors in that pedigree 4 out of 7. Let
me tell you something.
When if
the Warriors go 41-41, all right, and they're in the play-in game and they win,
gosh, that's a nightmare.
To get to 7, I don't know if they play. They're not going to win. They're not going to win at all.
So you don't think Steph, Clay, and Dre and Wiggins at that point
as a non-home court team?
Well, that's what it looks like it's going to be
every round.
Yeah.
Well, give me a number. What do they end up?
7.
No, they can't win it from 7.
That's not that. Like,
I mean, of course they can. Okay. I must acknowledge that. I don't think they are.
I'm looking at.
Can I do this?
Go ahead.
I haven't done this today. 650.
What you got?
Come on, Steiny. The starters are number 1 in plus minus.
I was gonna say.
Oh. Well, then why did you just change the starting lineup?
No, it's actually appropriate because I think the text specifically denotes a division sign and a minus. So dividing by subtraction, that's how they changed up the starting lineup.
That's a 0.
I like that, E.
From the 650? Yeah. Readers.
They're working on stuff, Steiny. Okay. I don't like that they broke. Kerr had to feel like he had to break this out this early.
You're going to be able to win this argument for a while. You're going to win this argument for a while.
Clippers looked scary last night, and I've been down on them. But in a series, see, I know how to project.
I think it's going to be harder for them to win a series because even though there's no back-to-backs, the games just don't stop coming. They just don't. So I like what I've seen is that they like. I don't think they have the wherewithal to play 2 months of basketball at their highest level. 2 months is a long time. What's the longest stretch they've had this year playing what we think is acceptable Warrior basketball?
Not long. And then there's an injury on top of that. That's throw a monkey. Okay.
Look, it's just, the only disagreement is you're giving them every benefit of the doubt for being champions.
Just get to the dance.
Well, I must recognize they're champions. Okay. That's why I'm saying, of course, it could happen. But that's
okay.
That's irrelevant this year. I got to
throw this at you on the Steiny meter because the people want to know. Be real, Steiny, and I know you will. If somehow they do win it this year,
I was wrong.
No. Would you be shocked more than you were last year?
Oh my God, yes.
Oh my God.
It's not even close.
Becky. I couldn't believe they won it last year.
But you're gonna hate why? You're gonna hate why?
I'm listening.
Whether you like it or not, and it's okay. It happens. They fell into some real good luck last year. That's the way I interpret it. Does it mean that they're not champions? Okay. Of course not. Of course. Every champion needs good fortune. So what are you talking about, Steiny? What was their good fortune? Well, their good fortune was 18-2.
All right.
Okay.
They earned that.
18-2.
Okay.
They start the season like, you know what? Okay. We know what time it is. We're good. Okay. Then they have a malaise, whatever. They're this, that, and the other.
Gets hurt.
Couple injuries. Yeah. And the break they got was that everybody came back for the playoffs. It just worked out perfectly. Okay, so it works out perfectly. Now, Steph takes 11 days off, playoffs. Draymond took 30 playoffs. Clay's only played half a year, playoffs. Boom, it gels just like old times. They get a couple breaks along the way. Ja Morant, Denver's without Murray.
True.
Does it take away? No, it's just a fact. Boston, it's their first time there. The Warriors won over Boston, to me, because of the pedigree they have. That was championship pedigree
Williams
related.
got hurt for Boston.
Right. So I look at this year. It started out completely different. There are agendas all over the place, and there have been since the beginning of the year.
Okay.
They have not had one stretch of consistency. These champion players, who we know had it in them, they've all dropped a level. Your bench isn't as good. You're going to be starting in the playoffs from a worse position because you're going to have to be on the road all the time. It's just adding up to a hole that is too big to be dug out of, especially if you're not a team that is kind of in your prime.
Okay, I'll say this about that. The rotation shrink in the playoffs. We know that.
That doesn't help the Warriors.
The 18-2 that you point out last year, they're fat cats to me. So their 18-2 is look at my ring. So they know they can do it collectively, I believe. Now, is this their goal and part of the plan, 23 and 24? Hell no. But Steiny, that pedigree was on blast last year. The fact that they went and did it, I honestly believe they're giving their A effort, and some things are just off. So this is not part of the plan, but there's not a man in that Warrior locker room, I believe, that counts, that's been here and done it, that feels like, Bob, you can put us anywhere, we can get this done. And especially if you give me $1 for every time I told you, Evan and John, the league is just watered down. It's like, hey, I feel like the Warriors know why they're doing and playing subpar, but the rest of the league has no excuse. And that's where you get
Phoenix doesn't have an excuse.
I mean,
Phoenix doesn't have an excuse.
Bringing DeAndre Ayton back after what went on
and
how
hurt.
They
had 4 starters out for 3 weeks.
No doubt.
And they were the best team in the West until they got hurt.
But if you're going to use the same Warrior list of concerns on the Warriors about age and injury, you got to do that with Phoenix and them losing Game 7 last year to where they didn't even get to the Western Conference Finals. So, hey, I hear you, but they did it when nobody thought they could do it. And I get you on the Gary Payton second and Porter, but that bench is going to shrink in the playoffs naturally.
And that means the starters play more minutes, which is not good for this particular team at this particular time.
And I will argue with you about Clay.
You're not wrong.
I think Clay's better. Now, I got to be careful here because I know, Steiny, the lights on. And when I say the lights on, he's not an all-star. He's not 2019 Clay.
Not even close.
He can win you a game.
That's great.
And he's going to.
That's great.
That's inevitable.
That's great. They need more than one win.
Okay, gotcha.
But again, Goo, if you look at Klay Thompson's numbers, since he's returned from injury, it's basically been a full season now. 50 games last year. His numbers are down.
Right.
They're dramatically down.
I got you.
He never shot under 40 from 3. He's doing it the last 2 years.
Yeah.
He's down to 42. His defense isn't as good.
Yeah, he's chucking him up.
He's just not as good of a player. Now,
but he can get hot. We've seen that.
Of course he can for a game.
Yeah, but
two.
There'll never be a game, Steiny. Hey, Steph, you guys, Jordan, sit this one out. I'm going to go ham. No.
Okay.
If he can do it in increments. And
they're not good enough to do that
And I'm going to ask you
anymore.
this. I know he missed a game the other day with a knee. When the last time you seen him, hey, coach, take me out? Just from a physical standpoint, in those more minutes you talk about in the playoffs, he's ready to meet that, I believe, and a day off in between games.
How'd the day off do before last game?
Oh, okay, but that's
well, that's what you do.
But you
take a great game and say, see, Steiny? Like, if Clay has 40 tonight,
they can do
then
that
it's 0 for 7,
with less
doesn't matter.
ramifications than if it were a playoff game.
Here's the other thing I want to address before we take a break. Oh, here it is. Last season, Boston was around the same record as the Warriors have now. All we have to do is peak at the right time. The wins are coming.
They were young bucks.
I'll tell you why that's wishful thinking, too, on the other side. Let's talk about it, though. Let me ask you this. when do you get worried if you're a Warrior fan? If I'm Chicken Little, you've been saying this all along. Well, when will you get worried? Do you ever get worried? The Road to Glendale brought to you by West Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together. This segment also sponsored by the Department of Healthcare Services, 888-957-9570. That's the Xfinity mobile text line, and also how you can reach us by telephone.
Roasters unite, baby. It's going to be a party in the 215 this weekend as Joe Shasky and myself, Bonte Hill, hit Philadelphia. We're going to have some cheesesteaks. We're going to hit the Rocky statue. We're going to ring the bell, and we're going to go out there and kick the Eagles' ass. Thanks to Boxer and Gerson for sending us to the NFC title game where the Niners will hoist that NFC title trophy. Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping get your workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Listen for the latest ski, snow, and road conditions with the Toyota Tahoe Report every Thursday, Friday, and Saturday throughout this snow season with Johnny Mosley. Brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Toyota, let's go places.
If you're considering remodeling your home in 2023, talk with your architect or designer about utilizing Golden State Window and Door for your upcoming project. Each location across the Bay Area features beautifully planned displays. You'll be surprised by the variety of styles. Their respected partners include Anderson, Milgard, Marvin, and many other top brands. For locations, images, and more, visit goldenstatelumber.com. Since 1954, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Do you have neuropathy? Are you experiencing numbness, tingling, and pain that just won't stop? Are you taking dangerous drugs that have serious side effects and never fix the pain? If so, please listen to this message. Neuropathy is a serious, progressive condition that only gets worse if not treated properly. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE to get back to doing the things you want to do. There is no drug, exercise, or surgery that can heal nerves. Don't wait until your condition gets worse and stops you from living your life fully. SF Bay Wellness has a time-tested, proven track record of helping hundreds of patients to improve and reverse their neuropathy. If you're ready to regain your independence, contact SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE. Call now for your $99 neuropathy special and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE and start to enjoy life again.
Don't miss taking them to school.
Quick move, good decisive drive over Walker. Took him to school.
Every weekday morning after a Warriors game.
Shoots on the way, it's up and in. Taking him to school.
Brought to you by Evergreen Valley College. Get free tuition at Evergreen Valley College when you enroll in 6 units. Enroll in 15 units for $1,500 towards textbooks. Apply today at evc.edu.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Donate at carsforkids.org, and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at repairclinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. Thinking about gas mileage? If your check engine light is on, it may be affecting your MPGs, but the free AutoZone Fix Finder service can help. With the most complete free warning light report backed by technician-verified fixes, you'll know what's affecting your gas mileage and more, and you don't have to drive too far to find the fix. The free AutoZone Fix Finder service is available at all 6,200 stores.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
See details at AutoZone.com.
Thinking of selling your house, but you don't want to deal with repairs, cleaning, realtor photos, and showings? With John Buy's BayAreaHouses.com, you don't have to do any repairs or pay any commissions. Call 510-426-7000 and John will give you a fair cash offer without any inspections, showings, or other headaches. That's 510-426-7000. When you sell to John Buy's BayAreaHouses.com, you decide when you want to move, according to your schedule and your terms. John buys vacant houses, inherited houses, beautiful houses, fixer-uppers in any condition, as is. John Buy's BayAreaHouses.com provide you the easiest sell possible and assist you in every step of the way. If you want to sell and have any questions, please call 510-426-7000. That's 510-426-7000 and get the offer you have been waiting for.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
This is a legacy game.
This is James Wiseman. Now back to Steiny and Guru.
Which one? Memphis Warriors or 49ers Eagles?
No Stinny.
No, he's got to get serious. That's why. Matt Steinmetz, Darryl the Guru Johnson with you. We can get into some Niners. I'm going to take these calls on the Warriors. We'll get into some Niners. They have an important game themselves.
It's humongous, man. NFC Championship.
This weekend. Let's go to Eric. Eric wants to talk about Joe Lacob. Eric in San Francisco. What's up, Eric?
Hey, guys. So I wanted to talk about billionaires in general. I've had the pleasure of working for the family office of several self-made billionaires.
Yes.
And I think there's two different types of billionaires. The ones who think that their success is completely in their control, who are kind of narcissistic, and the ones who are like Piero Midyar, the founder of eBay, who I had the pleasure of working for, who credits Meg Whitman, his top lieutenant, for basically transforming eBay from a nice, novel idea into a multi-billion-dollar business. And as a result, I think Joe Lacob is getting too hung up on this obsession of being the next Jerry Buss, and that his ego is undercutting the value that Bob Myers brings to the franchise. And I mean, one telling quote was, earlier this year, Bob Myers was quoted as saying he thought that LaMelo was the top talent in the 2020 draft, but we still drafted Wiseman. And who was the one who said that Wiseman was a generational center? Joe Lacob. In Anthony Slater's article, he's keeping a big board. What owner should be scouting players? That's not his job.
Well, but thanks for the call, Eric. I want to,
that big board was in the store.
But we've known since day one Joe Lacob's been hands-on. We just have, and that's who he is, and we all know it. And he's won 4 titles in 12 years since he bought the team in 10.
But that wasn't his point. His point is normally the general manager does that.
Right, but Lacob's got 4 titles with his hands right there, so he has every right to think, I'm a part of this. Lacob, in terms of decision-making.
Also, to clarify, Bob Myers didn't specifically say LaMelo was better. He was on his board. They went to go scout him. He went to see him in Australia, also saw James Wiseman. But, of course, they ended up taking Wiseman because he ended up being the highest on the board.
Well, where the hell did they see Wiseman play? In an empty gym. He only played 3 college games. Rich in San Leandro. Let's wrap up the Warriors, get to some Niners. What's up, buddy?
Oh, hey, how's it going? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Oh, so I was just saying, I think that Bob, he's good at facilitating trades and free agency acquisitions, but under his reign, like the drafting and scouting is not so good. Like he doesn't get credit for Curry Thompson or Green. That was Jerry West and the Hawks GM. If you look at
not anymore.
I mean,
Travis Schlenk.
Okay, well, all right. Well,
no, but you're right. You're right. I'm just
Night,
made a joke.
But 2016, Jacob Evans, crap. 2019 Poole, okay, good. But Smiley, Geese, and Pascal could have had Bobo, who's averaging 11, 12, and 7 a game. Now 2020 Wiseman, big mistake. You could have had Wendell Carter Jr. The Bulls opted him and their 4th pick. And you know the Warriors weren't interested in Halliburton during the time, so you could have had Wendell Carter Jr. and Halliburton, who's averaging 20.2 and 10.2 assists per game.
Damn. First of all, Poole was a great pick. Jordan Poole was a great pick at the number. Looney was a very good pick at the number.
You think?
Yes. He's a starter.
Smart. Yeah,
oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm defensive.
Yeah, wow.
But also, and that's part of the problem is, so it's really unfair. Bob Myers' title was general manager when they drafted Draymond Green and Klay Thompson. Actually, Myers might not have been there. I should double check that. But my point is if Bob was definitely there, I think, for Draymond. So, wait, Bob doesn't get credit for Draymond?
Well, he's the best in the business, and I ain't just saying that because we have him on the station.
It's going to happen on Sunday.
Wouldn't that be like not giving Kyle Shanahan credit for Brock Purdy, but killing him for drafting Trey Lance at this point?
Well, he's offset that.
Right.
I believe, to your point, Evan, and Niner fans, I believe what he's done with Brock Purdy has superseded what he could have did with Trey Lance. If Trey was supposed to be the savior, right? He got drafted where he got drafted for a reason. What he's doing with Mr. Irrelevant, and I'm going to stop calling him that, this is incredible. So I feel like, Kyle, you did something wrong, but you did something better. The mistake was,
wow,
but
interesting.
What you're doing right now, what it looks like you're on the brink of doing Sunday, you got a rookie quarterback at your disposal, and you went through Dallas, you beat Seattle, you've won 12 in a row.
You're leaving out a big point.
Did it holler at me?
They gave up 2 firsts.
Oh, no, right.
For Trey Lance.
Right.
So, when you
but
say...
who's going to be saying that at the parade if they go get this done or even go to the Super Bowl?
What I'm saying is, what did they do? They gave up 2 picks for Trey Lance. They ended up drafted Brock Purdy. Okay, they could have done a lot better. They could have drafted Brock Purdy and never made the trade for Trey Lance, who may not be able to play in the NFL.
But if you're getting ready for Super Bowl Sunday, who's saying that, though?
It's like that. I'm talking about when you assess what he's done.
Okay?
What he's done and how it's gone.
But he still comes up like the mistake is...
Well, I don't know. What happened? What
if they win this Super Bowl?
Okay, what if they don't?
Okay, let's start with what if they do? Then that noise is quick. Nobody's saying that. Unless you really, hey, I messed up. Hey, we won the Super Bowl. Parade down market.
I'm the first guy who will say if Brock Purdy wins a Super Bowl, and it looks like even if he doesn't, to hell with Trey Lance.
Well, it's not Trey Lance. It's the cost. When do you bring? That's just part of the story.
But that ship is sailed.
Yeah, I'm with you.
So it's like,
but you sounded like it didn't. You were like, "Nah, Goo."
What are you talking about? I'm saying if
just a second ago you said those 2 draft. What you spin on Trey?
Right.
I thought that was going to allow you, if you were a Niner fan, to not enjoy this success because of that mistake.
What I'm saying is that the fact that it's also looked at it could have been better.
Oh,
had they not made the Trey mistake. Yeah, it's good. He absolutely gets credit for Brock Purdy's success and the drafting of him. But doesn't that just make it even Steven because of Trey Lance?
I think winning the title goes higher than even
Let's say they don't
Steven.
win the title. Let's just say Brock Purdy's a good quarterback.
Then I wouldn't feel, honestly, Steiny, comfortable answering that until 2 or 3 years to see what we got with Brock. And
but you're already saying this is genius.
Because it looks great right now. And only a hater would say that it's not.
But football, he could throw 3 interceptions.
No he could be a bum next year. Exactly. What are you going to do when they adjust to you? And right now, with Kyle Shanahan, Is this bodyguard? I'm going Whitney Houston, Kevin Costner, Steiny. I don't know if there's an adjustment to be made because Kyle is so prolific at what he does.
If they lose Sunday, all of a sudden he's not prolific.
I mean, there's so many ways for that to happen. What if the D has a bad day? What I'm telling you, Steiny,
if the offense sputters on Sunday,
he's no less of a genius.
Okay. I'm going to hold you to that.
They're going to be people that say that.
Well, yeah, you.
He's playing with house money. I really feel like the Niners are playing with house money, man.
No, they're not.
So, and that's shocking you that I'm saying that.
Because if they don't win it, you're going to say Kyle Shanahan can't win the big one.
I learned from Andy Reid, and I told you that. That was an error I made. Like, okay, let's say they lose Sunday. Fast forward to next July or training camp. How would you assess the Niners' chances? I believe Brock Purdy's the real deal. Now, I may be proven wrong, but they're going to be one of the final four. They're going to be a top 3 to win it in the NFC. Top 2.
When?
Next season.
Oh, we don't know that at all.
Well, they're top final 4 now, top 2 in the NFC. If Brock is who we think he is, this team is going to be right back. And that's what Willard was saying where he caught hell. And I called him on the carpet talking about it just feels good to be a Niner fan right now.
For sure.
And that means something to me.
I mean, this is just me in football.
How you feel? You want to win.
I don't think you pencil in, they're going to be good next year.
Stuff happens.
Brock gets hurt.
Look at Trey Lance.
Thank God.
Well,
sorry to say, but
now that's
who knows?
Okay, and I know this ain't about Brock. It's about Niners, Philly.
True.
There is a part of me that wants to see what the kid has to offer.
Who?
Trey.
You will. When Purdy gets hurt next year.
Or in training camp. Yeah.
Let's go to the coach. You know I'm right, though. You're worried about Lance. I'm worried about Wiseman.
I was worried about how he was used.
Oh, boy. Maybe.
Tell him, Nick.
We got the coach. Hello, Coach.
Hello, sir. How are you?
I'm doing well. I'm going to let Guru in on a conspiracy theory.
Hey, what you got, Coach?
Well, you know what? First of all, love hearing you guys. I've been working my butt off, so I haven't been listening to you guys as much. So it's really great to hear your voices. It's great to be a Niners fan right now. It's fantastic to be a Niners fan, and it's looking forward to the game Sunday. And I think we have a shot at it. So
absolutely.
Here's sort of my take though on the Trey Lance thing. So first of all, I tweeted way back before they even drafted, I thought this is the guy they should pick. Don't take the other QBs. Don't take the guy with the Jets, Zach, whatever his last name is,
Wilson.
And don't take the guy with the Bears. So I have to say that I was wrong, because when I think about that draft, imagine if they would have taken quarterback later in the draft, and maybe also Brock. But also imagine they could have taken Micah Parsons.
You think that would have made him better?
Imagine if they could have taken Micah Parsons in that draft, and they'd have Bosa on one end and Micah Parsons on the other.
No, I mean, Coach, you make a great point, but that's a game I think every team can play.
But when you do it, though, there's some big L's,
For who?
Just teams in general, when you do.
You can do that for any team.
If the Sacramento Kings could have had Kobe, they could have had Clay. They got some other ones
they couldn't have had Kobe. He would have never showed up.
Had he been on board, he could have been in the Kings.
Sure, but he was only on board for one team.
But still, they could have had Clay. They could have had Luka.
650. Steiny, you can't do that in the NFL. They've made the NFC title game 3 of the last 4 years, meaning you can't do that. Count on next year. That's right. The 49ers have made the playoffs in the Shanahan era 3 out of 6 years.
Which you said is big, because now you're putting together a portfolio of...
Why didn't they make the playoffs after the first year?
They were injured.
That's right. Their quarterback got hurt.
Yeah.
So if Brock Purdy gets hurt next year, they're not a lock to be a great team.
But I'm not saying you're wrong, but you haven't learned.
People get injured in football, especially quarterbacks.
This is where I'm going with that, and I can't believe you're missing this.
Josh Johnson can get him to 12-5?
I don't know. I don't doubt it. Okay. Because if I would have told you the Niners were going to be in this game with their third-string quarterback 7 weeks ago, you would have said, Guru, go use this cup and go to the restroom.
I'm not there yet. I'm not there.
But
No, I'm not. I think what happened is Brock Purdy has turned into a really perfect quarterback for this system right now.
And what's part of the reason? Who gets credit for that?
Kyle.
Okay, I'm with you.
But Purdy ain't a chump. Like, why is he a great quarterback? Why has he been so good? Well, he's smart. He's evasive.
No, I'm with you.
He can run Shanahan's system. He doesn't make mistakes. He loves getting the ball. Like, gotcha. If he gets hurt, all bets are off for the 49ers next year.
I'm done saying all bets are off because this man.
Well, let me tell you.
And I'm not calling Purdy a
chump.
You
named me a quarterback under Kyle Shanahan that has looked any better than Brock Purdy has in the last 7 or 8 games.
I was talking to Ratto before the show. You were in there.
Yeah.
If you compare his numbers to,
I disagree with him.
Yeah, and I told him, I said, Ray, my eyes are telling me something different. But he's saying Purdy is doing what Jimmy was doing.
Let's let Ray make his own argument.
All right, got you. All right,
but if I'll say it, but if he thinks
Brock
Garoppolo
and Jimmy
isn't like
Jimmy's been to a Super Bowl. Jimmy's been to 2 NFC championship games. Hey, and this ain't saying Brock's not.
Brock Purdy.
That's the bar.
Brock Purdy and Jimmy Garoppolo are not the same quarterback.
Are you looking at me telling me one's better than the other?
Yes, Brock Purdy's better than Garoppolo. Well, I don't know what's going to happen Sunday. He may be terrible.
What about next year? What about the adjustment they made?
I don't know about next year. What I'm saying is, for this 7-game stretch for Purdy, he has put together a half season of football that has been better than any. Who's been better than Brock Purdy in these 8 games?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
In the Shanahan tenure.
Jimmy's been to this plateau with lesser. He's never got to go to an NFC championship game with Christian McCaffrey. So
you agree with Ray that
no,
Purdy's
I just can't believe you're
better.
going like it's a landslide.
I think it's okay.
This is
what do you guys think, Evan?
Yeah, help us.
Has this 8? Well, how many games has it been now? 8? 2 playoffs. Yep. Have the 49ers had a better stretch of quarterback play at any time under Kyle Shanahan than they have this last night?
That's so unfair.
Why?
Because he's working with Christian McCaffrey. Jimmy never had that. And oh, by the way, that offense you speak of real quick, they scored 19 last week. Guess what? 19 ain't going to beat the Eagles. I'm not taking anything away from Brock, but I've never seen you jump in the pool early. You're jumping in the pool. The party ain't started. This Purdy thing is off to a great start, but you told us, Steiny, Christian McCaffrey was the thing that unlocked everything. So to judge Jimmy not being able to have that to utilize at his disposal, I think it's totally unfair.
Fine. You don't think Purdy's special. That's fine.
No, stop.
That is it.
I'm still watching. He's off to a great start. But damn, you're acting like Jimmy didn't go to a Super Bowl in 2 NFC championship games.
You have completely missed the point here. I don't know what Purdy's going to be next year. He may stink.
Well, you're saying he's better than Jimmy right now?
What don't you understand about this 9-game stretch that we've just watched? The 9-game stretch that we have just watched Brock Purdy play in. These 9 games have been the best quarterback play we have seen under Kyle Shanahan. Now, it may be he may throw 7 interceptions against the Eagles. Right. He may stink next year. That doesn't change the fact that what Purdy's done in the last 9 games has been better than Garoppolo's, not any 9-game stretch Garoppolo's ever had.
And all I was pointing out was he doesn't. Jimmy has never. He hadn't played.
I'm not saying you're wrong about that.
That's all.
I'm not saying you're wrong about that. I'm not saying you're wrong.
Jimmy's taking him to a Super Bowl with a running back not named McCaffrey. Like that just don't go away.
Okay.
And he did it for a couple seasons.
So you think anybody can play the quarterback position for the Niners, essentially? I don't.
You know what, Sonny? I'm leaning like I'm watching it, but then your boy didn't do it. Nick Mullins couldn't do it. Beathard couldn't do it. But I'm telling you, that's where I'm looking at like, hey, Brock, this is great. But I'm like, it's tiny. And you're going to laugh. Okay. I was like, Johnson gets in there.
Well, Brock Purdy's over? Brock Purdy's, well, first of all, would you agree he's already better than Beathard and Mullins?
Yeah, I give you that.
Okay. And now you know that this is a fan base, many of whom, they don't think Jimmy Garoppolo is very good. They don't. They think he's mediocre.
Yeah, right. Okay? And you've even said sometimes it's not fair to him.
Yeah, but it's whatever, 10 to 15.
I ain't telling you he's Montana. I hate that Jimmy Remember I came, Stoney, he looks like a different, I'm talking about Jimmy, with that outlet of having McCaffrey. So, yeah, you're right. These are the 8 games.
Do you think Garoppolo would look as good as Purdy, even with McCaffrey? Didn't we see a few of those games?
Yeah, game and a half. But, Stoney, I'm going to answer your question. I do. He would look like a better Jimmy.
Who's more accurate? Who's more evasive? Who does Kyle Shanahan trust more?
Brock.
I don't know how we got here with Brock Purdy, but we're here.
I do.
And
like
now that
Purdy.
we're here,
I just somebody texted in. I don't.
Now
like
that we're
him.
here,
I do.
Let's acknowledge this is the best quarterback play they've had in the Kyle Shanahan tenure over a 9-game stretch. I think it is.
Well, there's only one. Okay, again,
What?
I'm going to the McCaffrey. There's only one quarterback that's had McCaffrey at his disposal for those 9 games, and that's Brock Purdy.
All right.
But I mean, for the people in the Jimmy took you to a Super Bowl. That's all, Steiny.
Well, and half the fan base would say he did not take us to a Super Bowl. That's the way this argument has gone for 5 years.
I'm not arguing. Oh, yeah, that one.
The 49ers took Jimmy to a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Half the fan
But you
base.
can do that with every quarterback.
No, you can't. You can't do it with Brady.
Well,
you can't do it with Mahomes.
Jalen Hurts?
We'll see.
Like, what? Is he the dude? Like,
Who?
do you believe in Hurts? Like, is he? Like, I feel like they're forcing him down my throat. And I know he's got something to bring to the table, Stoddy.
He's 24 years old.
But they're expecting the narrative, if you've been looking, is, he's going to carve up with this weaponry.
Hey, stop
He's
that.
going to carve up the Niners.
I haven't heard that. I have not heard the national media essentially unanimously saying Hurts is going to carve up.
Steiny, they're picking the Eagles to win this easy.
Who?
The
Who's
4-letter
they?
network, all the talking heads.
All of them.
Not all of them, but a majority. I'll cut the sound for you. Have it for you tomorrow.
Well, you're going to have to cut 10,000 pieces of sound because that's not like
this is the Niners can win this game. Bosa's got to be dominant. They can't crash. The RPO, all that stuff, man. But offensively, what are they going to be? Because last week, Dallas did a pretty damn good job of keeping them in check. Can Philly do that? And Philly don't got a Dak. By all accounts, Hurts, MVP candidate before he got hurt, Donnie.
Who?
Jalen.
24 years old. It's not a legacy game for him. It's not a legacy game for Brock Purdy. It's just a big game early in their careers that we cannot define a guy by at this point. I mean, I know people are going to be like, it hurts if he throws 2 interceptions.
But if he wins, it looks damn good. He's that guy then. Until he ain't. That's how it goes. It's called a cycle. Who is full of it?
Yeah, that's...
You sent that. Jesus.
Please. I would never do that.
I've done
In fact, I got to listen to Willard and Dibley tell the whole Bay Area that I don't text at all.
I heard that. I didn't think you would like that. I didn't bring it to you. Cheer up.
Get off me, text line.
We breaking bread after the show.
You know what? I think I'm out.
Dude, I will force you in the car.
Oh, now you'll force me.
Because if that means it's off, then you're going.
There's no doubt.
Me, Evan, and John.
It's a free meal. I'll be there. The road to Glendale. It's brought to you by the SF Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here. Visit sfsheriff.com to apply today. This segment was brought to you by the Department of Healthcare Services. Sam Amick coming up on the other side on 95.7 The Game.
He's the GMOAT.
There's bad blood between the Warriors and Grizzlies.
Man, they was talking about dynasty and all that. You can't talk dynasty when you haven't won before.
Talking to the team that won a championship after they beat you, after they win a championship, is an entirely different level of oblivion.
And they face off tonight.
Clay gets a technical for going right into Brooks as he fell down.
Our pregame coverage starts at 6. Only on 95.7 The Game.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
So, the other day, I bought an extremely chatty...
Boring story time.
Make that an extremely catty cockatoo.
You're welcome.
Apparently, the pet store won't take it back. But, hey, I'll manage.
I love that for you.
Just like I manage without home internet.
No, you don't.
Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable.
Oh, but Marty likes to stream.
But I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
My lady friend. It's mating season, duh.
No home internet? It's not that bad. No, not there.
It is that bad. Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
I had a nighttime routine for my frequent heartburn. I would drink milk. I would sleep upright with more pillows. But that painful burning stayed. So I made Prilosec OTC part of my morning routine. With just one pill each morning, Prilosec OTC prevents excess acid production, blocking heartburn day and night. Now I have a new nighttime routine. I call it sleeping.
1 pill a day, 24 hours, 0 heartburn. With Prilosec OTC. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
By now, you know that sound. It's the sound of the Home Depot. But what about those sounds? Those are the sounds of an LG wash tower with ultra-large capacity, serving up a powerful yet gentle clean in just 29 minutes. Making this the sound of savings on the best appliance brands. The Home Depot. How doers get more done. Shop final days to get an LG wash tower now up to 25% off. Pricing valid January 5th through January 25th, 2023. Gas Dryer Extra. U.S. only. See store or online for details.
This is the final week of the 34th Annual Manufacturers RV Show at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. Show ends this Sunday. There's hundreds of RVs from dealers all over the West Coast, like motorhomes, travel trailers, toy haulers, fifth wheels, van conversions, and truck campers. Go to RVshows.net for more information. Last chance for the Manufacturers RV Show at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. Show ends January 29th.
Guys, fellas, men, are you Roman ready for Valentine's Day? Right now, generic Viagra, aka Sildenafil, is just $4 per dose at Roman. Just complete a free online visit with a U.S. licensed healthcare professional. If medication is appropriate, Roman sends everything right to your door with free shipping and in discreet packaging. Go to ro.co/Viagra to get generic Viagra for just $4 per dose. Do it by February 8th for 20% off and guaranteed shipping by Valentine's Day. That's ro.co/Viagra.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
The other day, I bought a cockatoo. Hello! He's a handful, but I'll manage. Just like I manage without home internet. Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable, but I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
It's mating season, duh.
No home internet? It's not that bad.
Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Nachos!
Hey, I'll take some.
And some Frank's Red Hot.
Nah.
You're just gonna eat these boring nachos with no flavor. Frank it up! Frank it up!
Oh.
You this guy finally gets it.
It's the perfect blend of flavor and heat. Frank's Red Hot. I put that on everything.
In San Anselmo, highs of 66 degrees, sunny skies.
Weather brought to you by Pfizer and BioNTech. This winter, there are new COVID-19 booster shots designed to help protect against recent Omicron variants. Schedule your updated COVID-19 booster dose at vaccines.gov.
Go Doves, baby! Hey, it's Moses Moody with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to Steiny and Guru.
All righty, welcome back. Matt Stein, Matt Stowell, the Guru Johnson. Let's get right to it. He writes for The Athletic, and he chips in here when we can get him here, courtesy of the Bud Light guest line. All guests appear on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Sam Amick. Sam, how you doing, man? Long time no talk. Hope you're doing well.
Steiny, Guru, thank you for having me, guys. Likewise, I hope life is treating you well. I'm in the car. Hopefully I'm coming through okay, but appreciate you guys having me.
Yeah, loud and clear.
Sam.
Obviously, you were one of 3 bylines on the story in The Athletic about Bob Myers. If somebody's listening and all they know is, Bob's not under contract for next year, how would you kind of summarize what you think is going on here?
To me, there's layers to it, but not surprisingly, the first one you certainly focus on and highlight is the money factor. Bob, and we don't pick sides, obviously, when we report these stories, but I'd be lying if I didn't admit I certainly see his side of it, which is, when you win 4 championships as the top executive, I think it's pretty fair to expect to be one of the highest paid guys in the league or executives in the league, if not the highest. And that's where the money side is an interesting debate because, Joe Lacob had gone on the podcast with our Tim Kawakami and said publicly that Bob was currently already a top 3 paid GM in the league with his current contract. And the reality is, on the other side, that's just not how we were told that Bob sees it. And that, and as far as front office salaries, that, he's in the upper echelon, but you might be talking about top 6, top 8. So, money is part of it, and it's just you talk to people who love Bob, respect Bob. It's just a matter of kind of respect, like they think that he deserves his just due, given the role he's played. But from there, you could take it a bunch of different directions. You've got relationship stuff with his Warriors team, potentially facing a real difficult transition time if the playoffs don't go the way they're hoping they go, and only Bob knows how he feels about the possibility of being part of that.
Sam, I totally agree. And I was just telling Steiny and the listeners, you talked about it. You used the word relationships. Like, Curry and Draymond gravitate to Bob. And it's like, if you were to allow Bob to go, you're sending messages to those guys that have been a fixture of this dynasty. The Warriors currently are 23-24. They're human. And, Sam, can I ask you, why do you think the team's 23-24? And do you think trouble's ahead?
Well, the injury stuff obviously is the biggest thing with Steph being out and whatnot, and then you got, to me, Clay coming out of the offseason, and one of the more unique situations for a player that I've ever run into where, he comes back from these 2 devastating injuries. He has an impact on basketball's biggest stage in the finals, and he'll rattle off his stats to you about the postseason at large, that he hit shots and he was a major part of what they accomplished. And then to have him, to learn that he didn't play 5-on-5 in the summer and that he wasn't ready to go do his thing again, and he got off to a slow start. Then you got the integration of all these young guys. Joe and their group was extremely bold with the attempt to have 2 timelines during a time when you were obviously at championship level. And for now, it is not working. It has not worked. And it makes the trade deadline certainly pretty compelling for them a couple weeks from now because, Steph Curry on down, the old heads of this group remain in win-now mode, and they don't want to let this opportunity pass. So, it's all those things, and defensively, they're not the same team. The role players they lost, that played a part. So a lot of layers to it again, but not the same team we thought we'd see.
Sam Amick joining us on 95.7 The Game. Let me ask you this, with the trade deadline coming up, if you're another team and you're looking at the Warriors, is there an overlap Is there any player that both you want and that the Warriors would part with?
I mean, I can't speak for those guys. You know, the Moody situation, you know, you continue to hear that they're committed to him, but then in terms of how he gets used, you know, it's kind of one of those actions speak louder than words type of thing. So what's the shelf life there? You know, Kuminga, and this is the media guy in me, you know, to see Kuminga do a pretty extensive interview this week where he shared his perspective and his thoughts on his situation. You know, I mean, it's only natural for him to do that, but it also makes you wonder, like, is he getting itchy? You know, like you want to tell the world, like, I can do a lot more than this. So, you know, duplication-wise and in terms of guys that the Warriors might be willing to give up, you know, I don't know if those guys check the box, but, you know, they've got plenty of guys they can have conversations about. And, you know, and they do also have the leverage that comes with, you know, the ability to stand pat if they want to. They can wait and see how things look in the summer, but I think they're going to be pretty vocal on the phone.
Sam, Steiny and I got a bet, and I got to be careful here because I watch a lot of NBA, the League Pass, and I come in every other day, and I'm telling Steiny if it's not load management, it's everybody just jacking threes that can't shoot team-wide. And I just feel like the league is down this year, and the Warriors have that pedigree. And I'm like, give me a team, Steiny. You know, Denver, Memphis. I don't think Memphis is buttoned up. That can beat them 4 out of 7. Do you say, you know what, Guru, that's a nice take on that? I'm not, like, where are you at with the Warriors and their chances of going back-to-back?
No, Guru, I don't blame you for that at all. And I think I largely agree. You know, I actually just got back from Denver last week, right? And it hadn't been out there in a very long time. And it was no more complicated than, like, all right, the Nuggets are pretty legit. Let me go ahead and see what I think and almost put a scouting hat on. And they're a fantastic team. But they've got defensive questions. They've never been on the mountaintop like the Warriors have, and you can pick apart what they do and see a world that exists where the Warriors beat them again, and even though they're fully healthy now. You know, New Orleans has got health stuff. Memphis tonight will be a fascinating game, but you know, against Memphis talks more than anybody. They still haven't actually done it. You know, Boston, if you're talking about pedigree, you know that's the one team that you know, I think would be a hell of a matchup if they saw them again in the finals, but. It is as wide open as I can ever remember. In the West, it's wide open, you know, down to 6-7. And I think the Warriors absolutely should have this aggressive attitude at the deadline that even with the stuff that we wrote about today and all the nuance and complications and uncomfortableness that they are trying to get through, you know, that window is not closed. I 100% could see, you know, this thing turn in their direction and have them on top of it.
Sam, let me ask you this. Just you as a basketball guy, do you think there's a number in terms of a seed that would make it impossible for the Warriors to run the table?
I mean, I feel like, and this is where it gets really tough for them the next couple of months, because I just talked them up and said they could do it, but there's part of me that says, like, when you don't have home court in the first round, like, psychologically, you know, I think that tugs at you. Even, you know, if you get out of the first round, and so it's going to be obviously incredibly hard for them to get up to top 4. You know, going from play-in to the title, I don't know. I mean, that's hard to kind of stomach as well. So, I mean, I guess my premise would be that they do find their stride down the stretch here, and they do start doing some things to look like the team that we thought they were going to be again. You know, I don't have the history in front of me. As you guys know, I think the Rockets were, you know, one of the lowest back in the day to win a title, you know, with the low seed. It just doesn't happen all that often. Some of this stuff, you know, you can focus on narrative all you want. You know, history is a pretty good indication of future, and they need to work their way up the standings.
You talk about night and day, Sam, or the biggest metamorphosis I've seen a player go through from maybe not playing good to great is Jordan Poole. And you know, I'll come in some days and ask Steiny, what was he doing? And he's like, oh, you're putting it at his doorstep, and I'm not, because I know what he is. But are you at all shocked at what you've seen from him this year? Because I'm a bit disappointed. That might be strong. I know he's a badass, Sam, but, you know, you could say, hey, he's not starting, but I feel like, you know, this arrow was going aimed so high, I feel like it's just come down some. What do you see from Jordan Poole?
Yeah, I mean, listen, he's an offensive player, and he's a guy that is, 2-3 years from now, he's going to be a significantly better defender than he is now. I think with good coaching and development and hard work, like that's just a fact. Steph Curry got better on the defensive end, but that's the long game, and that doesn't help this Warriors team. And then you add into that on the offensive end. I wrote this at the time. Like, first of all, this whole entire season could have been derailed if Jordan decided to handle the Draymond situation a different kind of way. So I think we can't forget that. Like, he allowed them to even have a shot at this because he kind of took the high road. Not kind of. He did take the high road in that situation. But, his style of play and the reality that, I'm sure he believes that he'd be a starter on the vast majority of teams, that's an imperfect fit. It's an imperfect relationship. And that's going to lead to imperfect results. And, that's where this summer, I know I'm getting ahead of myself, but this summer is going to be really interesting. If you go down that rabbit hole of, okay, the Warriors did not defend their title, and then let's say fell short, early on in the playoffs, it's become a game of musical chairs. Who's got to go? Clay, Draymond, maybe Jordan. You talk to people about it, like if they want to run it back, if they do get deep in the playoffs, then, Jordan certainly would have value. And I guess to take it back to Bob's situation, that's where, only he knows, but he's got a lot to chew on because this is going to potentially be a really challenging, uncomfortable summer.
Sam, as always, we love it. Thanks you so much. Appreciate it. And hope to talk to you soon, man.
You got it, guys. Appreciate you. Be good.
Yes, sir. Sam Amick, the Athletic. Quietly turning into a legend in this game.
Look at Sam. And a cool dude. You see him, he'll chop it up with you.
Great guy.
It's not even all right, I got to be careful here because he just touched on it. I never once in a million years when you always ask me, Goo, what do they got? What do they got that's attractive? Poole, and I know this is off season, he's super duper attractive. And I kind of mentally, when he got his deal, took him off the table. But if somehow this season it ended up not going the way that they wanted, oh my gosh, Steiny, you talk about a line around the corner for the services of one Jordan Poole, and obviously would they entertain that? But that's
what happens
a commodity you have. If they decide that they wanted to move them or get something different, I mean, that is something, okay, now we're talking A1.
Okay.
So that, hearing Sam say that's even possible.
Forget this, Poole becomes easier to trade after the year's over, and we're in the next year. So you're gonna under this scenario, we didn't win the title, clearly.
Right? No doubt.
And how'd we do? How'd we do though?
You know what? We lost series before the Western Conference Finals.
Okay, you won a round, lost the round.
Yeah.
Okay. And who's your best young player?
Kuminga. Well, no, it's Poole.
Jordan Poole.
Yeah, it's Jordan Poole. Okay.
So you're going to give up your best young player to give the Fossils another run at it when clearly, and I shouldn't have done that. I'm just messing.
Yeah.
The older guys,
I got mad.
If the Warriors win a round and lose a round, as I always say, it's going to be because of the big boys for the most part. So that'll mean the big boys for the most part didn't get it done. So then you're looking at, well, we won a round, lost a round. If we trade Poole, can we really get the old guys enough help to realistically challenge for a title when now we know they're on the decline because we lost in the second round?
And the reason I brought that up is it takes two to tango, and I'm not trying to start anything here. But, Steiny, I'm looking you dead in the face, and if you don't think I don't think the Warriors have an issue with Jordan Poole ready to be a starter and Clay's in his way, if Clay were to have a good playoffs and they feel like, you know what, we're going to retain he's a lifer here, then that move would be easier to me. Like, wow. I think Jordan Poole thinks like he should be Samson. There's so many teams he could be starting on, so we don't know. And he did do the best. Stoney, the thing with Draymond, he did take the high road. But how much of that do they know exists, if any? Man. And that would be behind what could we get for him?
I was kidding about fossils.
Yeah, no, I got mad.
But what I will say is
that boy is still
I'm sorry,
good.
and this is where we talk about Joe Lacob and being tough and this, that, the other thing. It's like, I'm sorry. I am just sorry. If Clay has a good playoffs, great. The numbers are the numbers. He's declining. I'm not trading Jordan Poole, a guy who's 23 and has 10 good years in front of him, hopefully where he'll improve. He's already shown you he's one of the hardest workers on the team.
Yep.
But you're going to go ahead and keep Clay around, even though his numbers the last 2 years are clearly declining. His defense is, with the eye test, is declining. But, hey, you got to be loyal. That's where I think we're naive. I'll say we're naive about Joe Lacob's ability to cut the cord if he needs to.
And if you told me, again, with that scenario I just painted to you, that it was Clay that was gone, that I would be.
What if Clay comes to you after this season and says, I got one more so we can renegotiate, or not renegotiate, you can extend me. Hey, Bob, or whoever, hey, Mike Dunleavy, hey, Joe, I want to be here for the rest of my career. I want you guys to show me that you want me here. Give me that 4-year extension for $160 million.
Then the dude you say Lacob is, that would be the first time he utilized that. Because it's been so good around here, Steiny. When you talk about cutthroat, what's been his hardest decision? I think they're coming now. Bob's one of them. The Dre, the Clay, if the Clay and the Poole scenario that I just
let's think about this.
It's been easy, kind of easy street.
Mark Jackson? Is Mark Jackson an easy decision?
And he earned that. And as much as I'm the biggest Mark Jackson fan, he earned that, Steiny.
Trying to think what else.
Kevin Durant didn't want you. He left. So
Jerry West.
Lacob respects West, but we don't know if he likes to do it. He trying to take on it. Man, we can do it without you. They've done it. But I'm just like the Draymond, it starts soon as this season's over. And it's probably right now with Bob. Like, that's heavy. And Jordan Poole, that was magnificent. He may be like, Guru, what are you smoking? Clay, Former? This is run its course. I got Jordan. But I'm just telling you, Jordan ain't going to take a backseat forever.
Well, he doesn't have a choice because he's under contract in a way.
But the choice is for Lacob to know right now who should be starting. You know what I mean? Like, he's having that talk at dinner.
This is
you know what it is? Is Evan ready?
Maybe I'll put it this way. The reason these are monster decisions is because these guys are champions.
And
that's why when and how this starts to
relationships.
It's if it were I don't want to do it. If it were David Lee, I shouldn't have used him. He's a champion. If we're talking about Monte Ellis, he's a favorite.
That's my guy.
We're talking about Corey Maggette or Mark, or we're talking about Eric Dampier. We're talking about Bobby Sura. Yeah, do what you got to do. We're talking about Clay, Steph, and Draymond. By the way, just to let everybody know that I'm not a total jerk, we got a guy on the phone, Brian, 101. The comment says, Brian thinks Steiny is right on fossils. I'm not taking the call. I threw a word around.
You know how I get when nobody can talk. I don't know what that meant.
What do you mean?
When you're like, they can't get on.
Sorry.
Because you said the word. And
right,
now
I was just kidding.
Right, but still, he should be able to say what's on his mind.
He can say it, just not on the radio. So everybody who calls in just gets to talk on our show?
No, I just have a problem when you go Pentagon on people. You can't talk. Like, what? It ain't going to kill us.
He's going to come on and say Steiny's right. Like, because he's saying, well, I don't want to, I don't need that right now. And I don't need
But there's some people that agree with that.
That do or don't?
That do.
Sure.
Yeah.
The
Warriors are champs. Dude, these decisions, man. That's why I enjoy this season. We'll be in the house tonight, Evan, Lucas.
How easy has it been to enjoy this season? You enjoying this season?
Oh, no. Because I'm disappointed. But it ain't over.
Yeah. There's something to watch every night, though.
Oh, that part. Yeah, Evan is
they're still defending champions.
Yeah.
I mean, they're the worst defending champions of all time at this point of the season.
Was there something written?
2020 Lakers on line
That's
one.
not true.
Okay.
I think I mean a road record. Because the year after the Bulls went south right after their last title, didn't they?
Yeah, but
maybe not. No, they didn't.
The
actually,
99 Bulls?
99 Bulls won, didn't they, with Pippen? They might have won a round or two. Think about that. Well, I'm going to check that for tomorrow because that'll be something that...
Well, that was the strike-shortened season.
Okay.
They went 13-37.
Yikes.
I don't think the Warriors will get that low.
Yep, please. Hey, Sam was...
But what's the stat that they're giving about the Warriors that's the worst of any defending champion?
After 47 games, the road record.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Just the road
Yeah,
record.
it's the worst.
Gotcha.
But Sam, it's not like he ain't impressed with... Not that he's not unimpressed. Come on. You telling me Denver got home court advantage, this version of the Warriors, played 4 out of 7, it's the playoffs. Oh, my goodness. That's where I win.
This version of the Warriors can't beat anybody.
Well, they'll tell you this ain't them.
Okay.
Yeah. Starts
because they're going to become a lock. They're the worst.
Light switch.
Okay.
The switch.
Okay.
I can't stop thinking about Light the Beam. I should ask Sam about that. You'd have been like, really, Guru, we were talking Warriors, and you asked them about Kings? Come on.
I expect the Warriors to put together. What are we out here today? What do we got?
It's coming close rapidly.
30 seconds.
Oh,
yeah, dude.
Well, you mean 18? 15?
Up to you.
All right, Warriors Memphis, JD, Warriors Live, coming up at 6 o'clock. I expect them to play hard tonight.
They'll beat the Punks.
Oh, yeah, they'll play hard tonight. Memphis. Let's see about Toronto Friday. But I'm getting ahead of myself on 95.
Here's home improvement news for the new year at Dolan's. Replace those old interior doors with ones you design yourself. Create your own style with personal choices at Dolan's and doors that are made just for you. The door experts at a Dolan's showroom will help you design your own amazing interior doors. Visit the ideas section at dolanlumber.com and have a safe and happy new year.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Hi, I'm Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager of Stevens Creek Subaru. With all the recent storms in California, it's a reminder of the power and unpredictability of Mother Nature. At Stevens Creek Subaru, we understand the importance of all-wheel drive, whether it's getting you to the slopes or coast, but more importantly, getting you back home safely. No matter what the elements, there's no better place to buy your next vehicle than Stevens Creek Subaru. Subaru has been awarded the most IIHS Top Safety Pick Plus awards than any other brand since 2013, and Kelley Blue Book's most trusted brand 8 years in a row. As always, at Stevens Creek Subaru, you always get good prices, great selection, and truly exceptional service. So whether you stop in for service or to take delivery of your new Subaru, remember to stop by the Wilderness Cafe and talk to our Subaristas. It's just another reason why Stevens Creek Subaru is the Bay Area's preferred destination for all things Subaru. We're located on Stevens Creek Boulevard just off of Winchester or online at StevensCreekSubaru.com. And remember, buckle up and drive safely.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
The NFL playoffs live on Odyssey.
Throws, caught! Touchdown as time expires.
Unbelievable turn of events. Non-stop coverage from the biggest sports radio stations in the country. Podcasts dedicated to each NFL team and postseason games streaming live for free.
Takes the handoff, looks right, throws right, end zone, caught, touchdown.
Your playoffs, your Odyssey. Get in the game and download the free Odyssey app today.
Wendy's knows cold and soggy fries are the worst.
So soggy.
That's why we're serving up hot and crispy fries all day, every day.
And all night until close.
With natural cut potatoes, sea salted to perfection.
Show me that potato skin.
Wendy's hot and crispy aren't like other fries. We're your dream fry. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's hot and crispy fries.
Guaranteed to be hot and crispy. If yours aren't, bring them back and we'll replace them.
Straight Talk Wireless knows there are plenty of reasons you might need a new phone. But switching to a better wireless provider doesn't have to be one of them. Keep your own phone and save when you switch to any Straight Talk Wireless plan, like our $45 Silver Unlimited plan with unlimited high-speed data and 5 gigs of hotspot, plus nationwide 5G. Keep your own phone. Switch to a better wireless plan. Straight Talk Wireless. No contract, no compromise. Requires a compatible unlocked phone and KYOP kit. 5G capable device required. Actual availability, coverage, and speed may vary. See latest terms and conditions at straighttalk.com.
Come into Friedman's Appliance and see the full line of Fisher & Paykel appliances. Experience them in person in live vignettes, including their famous dish door dishwasher and unique sizes of refrigeration designed to fit seamlessly into your kitchen space. Fisher & Paykel products deliver perfect results with exceptional design and performance. And for a limited time, receive up to a $2,000 rebate when you purchase a qualifying Fisher & Paykel kitchen package from Friedman's Appliance. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at friedmansappliance.com.
The other day, I bought a cockatoo. Hello! He's a handful, but I'll manage. Just like I manage without home internet. Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable, but I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
It's mating season.
No home internet? It's not that bad.
Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Live from the corner of Broadway and Battery, you're listening to Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, welcome to you. It's good to have you here on a Wednesday, technically a Warriors Wednesday. And it's not just one of those technicalities. It's an actual matter-of-fact Warriors Wednesday because we got Warriors basketball coming up for you later tonight. We got Warriors and Grizzlies, which is worth the price of admission. And we got an awful lot for you until then. A little bit later tonight, Sal Palantonio joins us in about an hour from now. Herm Edwards is going to stop on by, and we got an awful lot for the both of them. We got an awful lot for Ray Ratto today. Hi, Ray.
I don't want an awful lot. I just want to cruise.
How about a medium amount of stuff?
How about slightly below average?
A slightly below average amount of stuff on today's show, guaranteed.
Good.
And that should keep everybody's full attention, including yours.
A quick negotiation is always best.
How about this? We have a little history here on our side, Ray. A little history. Do you realize that we're about to watch the first NFC title game ever played where neither team played anybody that could have ever proved them worthy of even being there? How about that? Isn't that something else? Because apparently 49ers fans are looking at the Eagles schedule going, I'm not impressed. You didn't really beat anybody. And we got Eagles fans looking at the 49ers schedule going, I'm really not impressed. You didn't really beat anybody. You know how hard it is for two untested, lucky to be here teams to navigate their easy path to success all the way to the NFC title game. What a remarkable accomplishment for both of these just happy to be here franchises.
Yeah,
How
they
about
went
that?
They went 27-7 and didn't play anybody.
Nobody. Absolutely nobody. Didn't even lift a finger beating an opponent of circumstance all year long, either team. So, really, it's an extraordinary happening.
That's why you don't listen to fans. They can't help you.
I'm seeing this in the media, though, too. And it's what's crazy, and I was saying this last week when I was popping in with Steiny and Guru, is that you can't, in the NFL, really ever argue about who's got a strength of schedule what if you're willing to also agree that it is an any given Sunday league. Because when you say it's an any given Sunday league, you don't mean that, well, no one here is good enough to beat anybody. What you're saying is everyone here is good enough to beat anybody at any time. That's what any given Sunday means. So to try to look at a strength of schedule, try to, well, you and your win total is worth X because your entire division did Y. I mean, it's cockamamie sports math.
Well, but of course it is. But the raw numbers would lead people to said conclusions because there were only 4 teams that won more than 9 games all in the NFC. The NFC is clearly, not just by reputation, but by raw numbers, the weaker of the 2 conferences. The difference is that Philadelphia played in a harder division. And above and beyond that, since the 49ers are none of those teams, it sort of doesn't matter. This is strength v. strength, and it's maybe the only NFC matchup that would have satisfied anybody. So take that for what it's worth.
Yeah, you could frame it as, well, these 2 teams haven't played anybody yet, or you could also say, this is the best versus the best in a down conference this year. And what
they're trying to say is that the 49ers' strength schedule blows, which it does.
Kind of.
Well, I mean, it's
sure.
It's second
I'll
worst
agree with
in
you.
the conference. So, and it's the weaker conference. So you could make that case. But I don't know how much that matters at this point when you're this far down the funnel. Because all there is left is Eagles and 49ers. And everything that happened in the past, injuries, lucky breaks, turnover, all that stuff doesn't matter anymore. I mean, that's the one good thing about this level of the playoffs. And it's the one bad thing is there aren't a lot of other possibilities. You're stuck looking at 2 teams trying to figure out how they will play only against each other, not about how they looked against the Cardinals, because that's not relevant anymore. It's, the regular season is 1,000,000 years ago, and 2023 is 1,000,000 years away. There's just this. So strap into this.
We got an awful lot to get to today. And what the 49ers need to accomplish is really the only thing you need to do to win a Super Bowl here is to basically measure yourself against a hard-to-find NFL historical feat, which is winning 14 games in a row. The most amount of games in a row the 49ers have ever won in franchise history is 18 straight games. That happened, playoffs included, over the 1989 into 1990 seasons. It's a remarkable run. It's a remarkable feat. It's a feat basically not equaled by many franchises in the history of football. As a matter of fact, Carolina and Indianapolis both won 14 straight in a season. That doesn't include any playoff run. The Patriots have the longest winning streak in the history of the NFL at 21 consecutive games. The Patriots ended up closing out the 2003 regular season with 12 straight wins. Then they won 3 playoff games that included the Super Bowl. And so what was a 15-game winning streak became 21 when they opened the 2004 season with 6 consecutive wins. So 21 is the longest streak in the history of the NFL. And all the 49ers do to need to be Super Bowl champions is rattle off win number 13 and then 14 in a row. Basically, to win a 6th Lombardi trophy, the 49ers need to complete a 14-game winning streak for that to happen. For those who do not know, and I'm guessing there are those out there who do not know, because Lucas, who I was talking to about this before the show started today, was like, they used to only play 14 regular season games? Yeah. Before the league was a 17-game league, before it was a 16-game league in the regular season, it was a 14-game league. And when you're talking about the undefeated Miami Dolphins, they went 16-0 that year. They won 14 regular season playoff games, 1 conference championship game, and 1 Super Bowl. So what the 49ers need to do to win their 6th Super Bowl is basically have the Miami Dolphins undefeated regular season and win 14 in a row to get there. That is a massive ask. It's a massive ask, and it is a huge, huge accomplishment if this team were to actually do it. It would be remarkable.
They went 17-0 that year.
Was it 17-0?
Yeah.
So 2 playoff games for the Dolphins?
Yes, they beat Cleveland, then they won at Pittsburgh, and then they beat Washington.
Okay. I thought it was
going
straight to the AFC title game.
Yeah, no, they. I think back then it was I think it was 4 teams per conference, if I remember correctly.
Okay, well, either way, it is
14
nothing.
is many.
It's nothing short of a historically significant winning streak that the Niners need to polish off in order to be Super Bowl champions this year. We have really the fact that they're on a 12-game winning streak right now is historical in its own right. There are very few teams, there are very few franchises in all of sports that have ever enjoyed a 12-game winning streak, especially throughout professional sports. And I'm talking hockey, I'm talking basketball, I'm talking baseball. It doesn't sound like a lot, but it is. Winning 12 in a row in any professional league is a very difficult thing to do. The 49ers have done it, and if they get 2 more, it's really an oh my God season. I've got a couple of oh my God things for you this afternoon. I've got a Travis Kelce oh my God stat that I'm officially teasing, and I will start next segment with, because there's a very good chance if the 49ers do get past the Eagles, they will be facing a man who is so climbing up the all-time playoff catches chart, you will not believe where he is. We have the With My Own Eyes list of players that there's definitely a new one on it. And I got to tell you, we're not going to spend much time on it here, Ray, today. But after saying yesterday, oh, good for Scott Rowland, I'm glad he made the Hall of Fame. I really sort of deep dove into his numbers and compared him to someone else who is not going to be in the Hall of Fame. And it's sort of absurd that Scott Rowland is going to be in the Hall of Fame, yet Jeff Kent will not. We're not even going to go to the Barry Bonds uber controversial, never going to happen. We're going to talk about Jeff Kent and how if Scott Rowland is a Hall of Famer, Jeff Kent should be a Hall of Famer. Obviously, the Hall of Famers that are on the Golden State Warriors are going to be back in action tonight. They are all ready to go. They've had a little rest. And they got the Memphis Grizzlies coming to town. No Steven Adams. John Morant is going to be back in the Grizzlies lineup. They have not found any success since coming to the West Coast. The Grizzlies got a 3-game losing streak, right?
Yeah, and the one the other night in Sacramento was without Morant. That said, they probably would have lost it anyway because they looked awful. So, yeah, they are still the livest team in the conference, not named the Denver Nuggets. And I think that's going to continue to be proven as the year goes on.
Game on tonight, no doubt about it. It's a Warriors Wednesday here on 95.7 The Game, brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name in the Bay Area since 1922. You can visit friedmansappliance.com today, and all guests will be joining us this afternoon on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. We got Sal Paolantonio, who is, I believe, ESPN's longest tenured beat writer covering any one city, one team. Sal Paolantonio is obviously synonymous with all things Philadelphia. At this point, he might even be like ESPN's longest consecutively employed on-air talent. I mean, that's how long Sal Pal has been with ESPN. He joins us at 4 o'clock today. Herm Edwards at 4:45, longtime coach, longtime Eagle. and the college coach of Brandon Ayuk. So we're going to be talking to Herm Edwards a little bit later on today, and we're going to be talking to you all day long. It's good to have you here, Damon and Ratto, on 95.7 The Game.
Bud Light is brewed to be a delicious, easy-to-drink beer. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Pick up Bud Light at your local retailer today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
They've been two of the most dominant teams in the NFC all year long.
That'll do it. The 49ers back to the championship game. Philadelphia's going to head to the NFC championship game.
Niners.
Oh, what a catch by Kittle. Are you kidding? George Kittle.
Eagles.
Gainwell trying to get around the edge, and Kenneth Gainwell dom away for another touchdown.
Keep it locked on 95.7 The Game.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's official. Fast just got a whole lot faster. Xfinity has the fastest internet with up to 6 gig speed. Plus, Xfinity Mobile is the fastest mobile service with 5G and millions of Wi-Fi hotspots. You heard that right. Xfinity just increased internet speeds again. And Xfinity Mobile gives you can't-catch-me speeds. The fastest internet, the fastest mobile service, and major savings? Can't argue with the facts. Now through March 21st, new customers can get started with 1.2 gig internet with unlimited data included. It's all just $50 a month for 2 full years with no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/faster, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After 24 months, regular internet rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
Make connections that count at Evergreen Valley College and get free tuition when you enroll for 6 units or more. That's right, free tuition and no student fees this spring. EVC is an award-winning transfer college and has the 4th most diverse faculty in the country. And with EVC alum earning more money than nearly every other community college in the country, you can take classes and transfer or fast-track your career. Enroll for classes today and get free tuition for the spring. Visit evc.edu for more information and enroll for classes at evc.edu. That's evc.edu.
Thinking of selling your house, but you don't want to deal with repairs, cleaning, realtor photos, and showings? With John Buy's BayAreaHouses.com, you don't have to do any repairs or pay any commissions. Call 510-426-7000 and John will give you a fair cash offer without any inspections, showings, or other headaches. That's 510-426-7000. When you sell to John Buy's BayAreaHouses.com, you decide when you want to move, according to your schedule and your terms. John buys vacant houses, inherited houses, beautiful houses, fixer-uppers in any condition, as is. John buys BayAreaHouses.com provide you the easiest sell possible and assist you in every step of the way. If you want to sell and have any questions, please call 510-426-7000. That's 510-426-7000 and get the offer you have been waiting for.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef, just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave, the quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Guys, fellas, men, are you Roman ready for Valentine's Day?
Right now, generic Viagra, aka Sildenafil, is just $4 per dose at Roman. Just complete a free online visit with a U.S. licensed healthcare professional. If medication is appropriate, Roman sends everything right to your door with free shipping and in discreet packaging. Go to ro.co/Viagra to get generic Viagra for just $4 per dose. Do it by February 8th for 20% off and guaranteed shipping by Valentine's Day. That's ro.co/Viagra.
In this market, you'll find Fisher Investments is different than other money managers.
Different how? Aren't we all just looking for the hottest stocks?
Nope. We use diversified strategies to position our clients' portfolios for their long-term goals.
You don't just provide cookie-cutter portfolios?
No. We tailor our clients' portfolios to their goals and needs.
But you still sell investments that generate high commissions for you, right?
No, we don't sell commission-based products. We're a fiduciary, the highest standard of care for a financial advisor. It means we're obligated to act in our client's best interest.
So when do you make more money? Only when your clients make more money?
Yep, we have one transparent management fee structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Sounds like you really look out for your clients.
We do, because our priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. That might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investments in securities involve the risk of loss.
My heart was racing just making spaghetti. I could have waited to tell my doctor, but I didn't wait.
I was short of breath just reading a book. I could have delayed telling my doctor, but I didn't wait.
They told their doctors and found out they have atrial fibrillation, a condition which makes it about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. If you have one or more of these symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness, this is no time to wait. Contact your doctor.
Brought to you by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
The road to Glendale is brought to you by the SF Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here. Visit sfsheriffs.com today. That is sheriff, not sheriffs. It is a singular sheriff. Visit sfsheriff.com to apply. Ray, how do you think you'd be as a sheriff? Long arm of the law, Ray Ratto.
Oh, I'd have been arrested for corruption on day 4.
Just judge, jury, executioner, Ray Ratto.
Oh, they just take me out in the woods and put 2 in the back of my neck.
You'd be a horrible law enforcement officer. There's no doubt about
I'm
that.
horrible at everything. That's the beauty of America, that I could still survive with this.
There's one thing you are good at, and that's detecting a little line movement that makes you not suspicious, but makes your eyebrow go up. And tell me about this Bengals-Chiefs line movement that made your spidey senses tingle.
Okay, the Chiefs opened -2.5, which means they're a 2.5-point favorite. And that was Sunday evening.
Right.
It immediately moved to Bengals -2.5 with the news that Patrick Mahomes' ankle is wonky. It's now moved back to a pick'em. And this is all in the space of 3 days, which means that the wise guys who usually bet early in the week are seeing 2 different versions of this game, 2 radically different versions of this game. One in which the Chiefs are fine because Patrick Mahomes will be Patrick Mahomes even if he has to play on a peg leg. And the ones who look at his leg and go, he's finished. And with that much volatility this early in the week, I mean, I suppose we could call Fort and Bob, but why challenge our senses with that?
I heard he might be popping on by tomorrow, reluctantly.
You bastard.
I know.
You have to clear this stuff with me so I can get more sick days. I'm just fascinated by the fact that nobody can make up their mind what this game is yet. While everybody seems to know what 49ers-Eagles is, which is Eagles -2.5.
I mean, what we got here is people hopping on a hunch with big money because everyone sort of understands that Joe Burrow is that dude. And for a young quarterback to just go and keep on winning road playoff games, it's absurd how often he's doing that. And he's had an awful lot of success at Arrowhead. The Bengals have had a lot of success against the Kansas City Chiefs, and that's with Patrick Mahomes under fully operational Death Star conditions. What I think a high ankle sprain does to Patrick Mahomes, it does less to him than most quarterbacks, that's for sure. He's so good at moving around the pocket. I'm not even talking scrambling. Just feeling a pocket. 2 steps to the left, 1 step back, 3 steps into the pocket. He's great at navigating it, and I think he'll be able to do that from the shotgun all afternoon long. My God, he just did it on the day he suffered his high ankle sprain. I'm guessing he'll be able to do it at home in the AFC Championship game. But if it turns into a game where he needs his legs, like to really scramble and make things happen that way, that's when we have something a little different going on.
Yeah, I think, that's the wild card with Mahomes, is because he can scramble, but that's not his best attribute by far. I mean, it's his ability to throw under pressure to the right guys at the right time. I mean, that's why he has games where he's throwing for 420 yards and, say, Jalen Hurts doesn't.
The feet allow him to buy the off-schedule play, and he's wonderful at making off-schedule plays. And if he can buy himself 2 more Mississippis, he gets that much more dangerous.
Yeah, and the fact that he's almost functionally ambidextrous helps him too.
Yeah, it is nuts. There are very few quarterbacks that you see go with some sort of shot put pass with their offhand where you think, it's probably a good idea, but that's who he is.
Yeah.
He's ridiculous. He's ridiculous, and thanks to his ridiculous level of talent, he has turned a current teammate and a former teammate into guys who are now so fast climbing up the all-time playoff catches list. I got a Travis Kelce oh my God stat for you, Ray. This is an oh my God stat. Heard it on Colin this morning, Colin Cowherd. Only Jerry Rice has more playoff catches than Travis Kelce. Isn't that amazing? Isn't that in NFL history? Only Jerry Rice has more catches in the postseason than Travis Kelce. Rice is at 151. Kelce is at 120. He's 31 catches behind Jerry Rice, and honestly, that could be 2 games for him. And don't tell me it couldn't be. He just had 14 catches last week. But he will, when his career is over, have caught more postseason passes than anyone in human history because he's got at least 3 or 4 more playoff games in his future.
I will go ahead, and I don't want to interrupt you.
No, go ahead.
Because I have 2 more amazing Kelce playoff stats.
Even more amazing?
One, he's played in 16 games. Rice played in 29.
That is amazing.
But not the most amazing. Rice has the greatest percentage of catches to targets in playoff history. It's 88%, which means if you threw the ball near him, he caught it 88% of the time. Kelce is second at 80. And he runs more routes in more traffic than Rice ever did, which means that in some ways, he is as much a bailout for Mahomes as Mahomes is for him.
I don't think it's an exaggeration to say that when we sit down to piece together the all-time NFL offense, your starting tight end is going to be Travis Kelce when his career is over.
Oh, there's no question.
He's the greatest tight end in the history of football.
Well, I mean, there's an asterisk there, and it needs to be said. It's that he's not used as a blocking tight end almost ever. He is essentially a glorified wide receiver. But he's a great glorified wide receiver.
I mean, that was Graham, too. Remember, Jimmy Graham was a guy who looked for wide receiver money because he lined up in the slot as often as he did on the line of scrimmage. Yeah. And that was sort of a breaking point with him in the St. Louis the New Orleans Saints. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, there are a few guys who were better blockers and nearly as effective as pass catchers. Antonio Gates was one of them. But Kelce's just pass catching numbers essentially take him out of the realm of tight end. He is almost positionless. He's just a PC pass catcher. And he's as efficient as anybody in the history of January, except for Rice. So, yeah, it's all extraordinary stuff.
Travis Kelce, he's got oh my God statistics all over him. And one of the things that I think a lot of people would say, well, of course, Travis Kelce is moving up the all-time catches list. I mean, look at, how quickly Derek Jeter became the, baseball's all-time postseason hits leader, if that's indeed what he is, because of all the rounds of playoffs that he had afforded to him in his era that, Mickey Mantle did not. And the fact that Travis Kelce has almost played half the games that Jerry Rice has played is amazing. That is amazing. Again, Jerry Rice, 151 playoff catches. Travis Kelce is second at 120. Julian Edelman is at 118. Gronk is at 98. Reggie Wayne, fifth all-time playoff catches, 93. And that brings us to number 6, is Tyreek Hill. Like, that's how good Patrick Mahomes is. And just a small handful of playoff games over the last 5 years, which I guess is a bigger handful than any other franchise in the last 5 years. But you've got Travis Kelce being the second most pass-catching target in the history of postseason football, with his former teammate Tyreek Hill, who has not made a postseason appearance. Well, no, he has made a postseason appearance, but it wasn't a long-lasting postseason appearance with the Miami Dolphins.
And it wasn't fun to watch.
It was not. But Tyreek Hill is already at 91, 6th all-time. A tie for 7th with Hines Ward and Wes Welker. By the way, every single one of these guys is attached to a Hall of Fame quarterback, right? You got Rice to Montana or Young. Kelce is obviously, we're going to see Patrick Mahomes in the Hall of Fame. Gronk, we all know who his tight end or his quarterback was. We all know who Reggie Wayne's quarterback was, and Peyton Manning. Tyreek Hill, we've already talked about it. Hines Ward, obviously, with Ben Roethlisberger. Wes Welker, we know. Michael Irvin, weekly guest here on Damon and Ratto, comes in 8th all-time playoff catches. Andre Reed, another Hall of Fame quarterback, in Jim Kelly. Andre Reed is at 86. And right behind Andre Reed is Thurman Thomas, again, Jim Kelly, at 76. It's a lot of postseason catches.
Yeah, I mean, it just, again, the standout thing for me is that when Patrick Mahomes throws the ball to Travis Kelce, it is a completion, period.
All the time.
That's it. If you see a game, if you see a moment on Sunday where he drops the ball, freeze frame that. You won't see it again.
Guess who's 15th all-time playoff catches? Anquan Boldin. And I just wanted to bring that up because when I saw that, I had to officially put him on the With My Own Eyes list, which we'll get to in a second. But Anquan Boldin is 15th all-time catches. His 3 years with the Niners, he officially qualifies for the didn't know how good he was until he was on the team that I was covering every snap of, which puts him on a very short list. Ray, since 2005, when I officially came back to San Francisco to cover sports full-time as a radio host, here is my couldn't believe how good that guy was until I saw him with my own eyes list. Again, career started somewhere else. I knew he was good, but I didn't understand how good he was. Here's the list. Kevin Durant, Christian McCaffrey, Justin Smith, Baron Davis, Omar Vizquel, Anquan Boldin. I'm going to put Frank Thomas on this list because you know what? I went to a lot of A's games back in 2006, his 1 year with the A's. Frank Thomas was at the end of his career. He was pretty much washed up at that point, and he finished 4th in MVP voting with 39 home runs and 114 RBI. And I went to a lot of A's games because I could afford it. It was easy to get to. I didn't have a car, but I had Bart. So I went to a ton of A's games in 06 and watched a ton of Frank Thomas at-bats with a buddy of mine who grew up a White Sox fan. And I would be like, all right. Like, I knew Frank Thomas was good, but I didn't think he was still this good. So I put him on the list. I'm also going to put Andre Iguodala on the list. He had massive impact. Andrew Bogut, I think he's in the same boat too. He had massive impact, and I knew he was good, but I didn't know he was that good. Richard Sherman, I want to put him on the list, Ray, but he only played 34 games in front of my own two eyes in a 49ers uniform. Those are just regular season games, by the way. But, yeah, you know, Richard Sherman's there. I knew he was good, though. I knew he was a total stud. I knew he was a Hall of Famer, and then he came here and he didn't embarrass his Hall of Fame chances, obviously. Carlos Rodon, almost almost makes my list, but in just one season. You need more than that. So it's a pretty good list, though. I mean, did I leave anyone out? You probably want to say Joe Thornton.
Oh, no, you definitely left Thornton off, but that doesn't surprise me. The Bolden one is interesting, though, because 2 of his 3 years here, they did not make the playoffs, and in one of them, he only cost 36 balls.
Right, but the other 2 years, he was a 1,000-yard problem.
Yeah, but, he's hard for me.
There are very few 1,000-yard receivers in recent Niner past, too. So
true, but different coach who would throw the ball more often. And in 13, they threw the ball a ton.
I'm also going to drop a little like he gets badass points too, because Anquan Bolden was a capital M-A-N man. He was.
Well, if you want to count that ethereal thing, I can't find it on Football Reference, but
they don't have a man points.
He was
his statistic.
No, he was also a fearsome blocker, and I think you get credit for that. I mean, the one thing you can debit Travis Kelce about is that he's not a diligent blocker. But in that offense, they don't want him to be. So I don't know if he's a bad blocker or just somebody that they don't want to see blocking. And that's the thing about sort of raw numbers and the eye test. Nobody watches blocking tight ends, which is why sometimes when you say, George Kittle I didn't see him today. You didn't see him, but there are guys who felt him. He's never not involved to one extent or another. And if he's not targeted one day, he's still making himself useful. And that's in games where they win, where they lose. I mean, he doesn't mail him in if he's not getting the ball.
Xfinity Mobile text line asked the question, what about Debo? He's also a man, but Debo didn't come here from somewhere else. So that's what this list is. Your career started somewhere else. I knew you were good, but then not until you got in front of me did I realize how good you really, really were. Someone else suggests also Hunter Pence. Yeah, I mean, Hunter Pence was good, but he wasn't breathtaking. Like, to me,
he's a guy who commanded your attention, though.
Right, he was good.
Because
he certainly had big
Bolden
moments.
was never breathtaking either.
No, but he had moments, man. He was just.
But so did Pence. I mean, I think that's not a bad comp at all.
Yeah, no, I'll put Hunter Pence on the list. That seems like an oversight, the only true oversight maybe on this list here.
Except for Thornton.
And again, I knew enough to bring him up. Baron Davis, to me, is one of those guys, too. Like, Baron Davis, I knew he was good. I knew he was good at UCLA. I knew he was good when he was in New Orleans. I knew he was good. But I didn't understand that he was basically like the only real NBA player the Warriors had for a time there.
But see, that's the thing about Baron Davis. Is they had the 1 year where they eased into the playoffs at 42-40. The same year that Don Nelson declared in February that they were done after a loss in Chicago. The next year they went 48-34 and didn't make the playoffs. And Baron Davis had issues with Don Nelson, and that was the end of that. So he sort of was almost a shooting star in this town.
He was.
But people have held that We Believe team to a ridiculously high standard based on what they actually did, which was be a rare Warrior team of that era to make the playoffs and then go 2 and done. I mean, they came and then they went. And if you want to talk about Baron Davis, it's posterizing Andrei Kirilenko more than anything else.
What a moment. Still the loudest moment I've ever heard in a gym, I think, in my life. It was unbelievable. Someone says, what about Steven Jackson? Yeah. I mean, I knew Steven Jackson was good, and he came here, he was good. I never thought Steven Jackson was like an oh-my-God level breathtaking. Someone says, Damon, Barry Bonds? Barry Bonds came to the Bay Area long before I arrived in the Bay Area, so our timelines are off for him to be on my list. Somebody says, has Christian McCaffrey done enough on the list? I got him second. I've already put him second on the list. Kevin Durant is the single... Kevin Durant. It's Kevin Durant. I mean, what more do you need? It's Kevin Durant. Christian McCaffrey is on his way to being that. If they win a Super Bowl, he's like sitting on that one line with Kevin Durant. He really is. Justin Smith, already on the list. I had him there. Emmanuel Sanders, get out of here. Emmanuel Sanders was a nice player. Nothing more. He's a good player. That's it. I won't be telling the kids about Emmanuel Sanders.
Yeah, you will, because you're going to bore your kids every night with bedtime stories of, here's today's Bay Area athlete of the day. And your children will just weep into their pillows, wishing that they could be adopted by a better dad.
Marge in Dublin says, what about GP2? Well, no one knew he was good. Like, he was a huge surprise. Like, when he showed up without expectation, without fanfare, and he turned into a wonderful piece. But the fact that he was able to dribble a basketball and play any for the Warriors during a championship run is still, a remarkable accomplishment. But he's not on the list.
I think you've got to do this for more than a year. And even at that, Baron Davis doesn't clear that standard by a lot.
Well, Baron Davis does, but
no. I mean, Baron Davis was not here
very
long is what I'm saying. Yeah. He doesn't clear the standard of be here for more than a year by a lot is what I meant.
Trent Williams? Yeah, I think Trent should be on the list. Wiggins, he's approaching it, right?
I think he's on the list.
He's probably on the list. David Lee? No. David Lee was a nice story more than he was a great player.
He is probably most famous in this town for being the guy who was Draymond Green's placeholder, to be honest.
Right. And David Lee, what year was he brought here? Was that on my watch? Was that after 2005?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, I'm not doing it. Cespedes, no. Deion Sanders, again, before me.
1 year, too.
Right. Jeff Kent. I'm glad you brought up Jeff Kent, but Jeff Kent, he started in San Francisco. So.
No, he didn't.
No, he didn't? Who did Jeff Kent start with?
I believe he started with the Mets, but in fact, no, he started in Toronto, then he went to the Mets, then he went to Cleveland, then he went to the Giants.
All right, well,
then Houston, the Dodgers.
What I mean is Jeff Kent was here before I was. What year did Jeff Kent arrive?
97.
Right, I got here in 2005.
Well, by then he was a Dodger, so you actually never technically saw Jeff Kent as a Giant.
I with my own two eyes. You're right. That's why he's not on my list.
Well, whose eyes could you see them with?
Own two eyes list.
Yeah.
I wish I could see the world through your eyes, Ray. What a lovely tapestry of hope that must be.
You'd claw your eyes out of your head. And then where would I be?
It is a Warriors Wednesday here on 95.7 The Game. We do have ourselves an interesting Warriors game tonight. Golden State equaled its win total on its last road trip, right from the entire road season. They went on the road trip with 3 wins. They came home with 3 more wins. Now they got 6 grandiose road wins to point at and be proud of. But then they come home and they stub their toe against the Kevin Durant-less Brooklyn Nets. So that sort of took some of the wind out of their sails. Here come the Memphis Grizzlies, 0-3 on this road trip with losses to the Lakers, the Suns, and the Kings. I can tell you that John Morant is back tonight after missing the game up in Sacramento. Steven Adams is out tonight, will not be on the court. James Wiseman, according to Anthony Slater, is probable after missing the last 11 games with a sprained ankle. Andre Iguodala is out. Other than that, it is going to be all hands on deck. Johnny Cueto, yeah. Someone said Robbie Gould. See, I was a Bears fan. I knew he was good.
You didn't know he was this good.
Well, I know. I did almost he was addition by subtraction, or the other way around. He was the minute he wasn't a Chicago Bear, the Bears were double doinking themselves out of playoffs. So I mean, I knew he was that good. Look at it this way: nobody knew Robbie Gould was this good. The Niners didn't think that they would have a streak like this.
That's the thing. A lot of these guys. I mean, when Kansas City got Travis Kelce, they didn't know he was going to be this good. When the Chiefs drafted Patrick Mahomes, they didn't know he was going to be this good. Most guys this good, the teams that drafted them never know how good they're going to be, except maybe Cleveland and LeBron James. And even at that, he's exceeded all rational things. Did you see him last night?
Yeah, we'll talk about that in a little bit. Career high 9 threes. He was a workhorse. Lakers lose.
He hates his team so much.
Damon, can you do a reverse list? You thought they were going to be great, came to San Francisco, and then weren't? He's like, where you got Jason Kendall on that list? I mean, Kendall was all right. He wasn't that bad, but
Carlos Beltran.
We could do a reverse list. Yeah, we could totally do
Speaking
a reverse
of guys
list.
On the Hall of Fame list.
For a minute there,
For a minute there, Barry Zito was on that list, right? I mean, come on. He was good, but then they didn't even have him on the playoff roster, which was kind of embarrassing.
Well, then he made another one and helped them win a World Series.
But that's the thing. He sort of made up for it when it was all said and done, but it started early on a little awkward, shall we say, at least. I will think about the reverse list here. And when we come on back, we will ask the question that Anthony Slater, I know, was talking about earlier today on the Morning Roast. And that question, it's a big question around the NBA these days. And the question is, what about Bob? We've got that for you when we come on back here. It's Damon and Ratto, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises.
Bay Area, it's your boy Shasky, and me and Bonte, we are flying out to Philadelphia, and you better get ready, because I'm about to ring that Liberty Bell like the 49ers are this Sunday, and it's all because of our friends at Boxer & Gerson. Without them, we ain't flying, Eagles flying to Philadelphia. Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Hey, it's Damon for Kugelman Law, and if you have a tax problem, you've got a legal problem, and you should call tax and crypto attorneys and accountants at Kugelman Law, and they can help you through it. Maybe you've unfiled tax returns, maybe you've got offshore accounts, or received money from a relative from overseas, maybe your small business is facing an audit. Regardless of the tax problem you have, that's officially a legal problem, and Kugelman Law can help. So visit them today at sftaxteam.com. I have met Alexander Kugelman and his partners, and I'll tell you, they're straight up. They are straight shooters, and they strive to educate their clients about IRS practices and evaluate possible solutions available to you while providing you, again, with transparent pricing and straightforward advice. If you're facing a tax problem, you've got a legal problem by definition, so make sure you know guys who know that definition. Kugelman Law, tax and crypto attorneys. Contact them today at sftaxteam.com. That's sftaxteam.com. Alexander Kugelman, managing attorney, 21 Tamil Vista Boulevard, Suite 202, Corte Madera, California, 94925. This is a paid endorsement, does not constitute or guarantee or prediction of results.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to see Signature Kitchen Suite's full line of luxury built-in appliances, including the first Pro range on the market with built-in sous vide, induction, and gas all on one cooktop. And now it's easier to build the kitchen of your dreams with the Dream Suite Savings Program with additional bonus rebates. You can see all of the Signature Kitchen Series appliances displayed beautifully in live working vignettes at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
There's a reason Golden State has become the trusted partner for professional builders and contractors. The breadth of what they offer is remarkable. Their product knowledge can save you time. They're the largest distributor in NorCal of many of the brands they carry. Golden State's newly refreshed app offers installation guides, building codes, and much more. And the GSTV link on their homepage is a useful resource. Family owned for 3 generations. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
It's time to say goodnight to that check engine light with the free AutoZone Fix Finder service. It'll help troubleshoot the likely cause of your light for free, so you can drive with peace of mind. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now aboard.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile Savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
The NFL playoffs live on Odyssey.
Throws, caught! Touchdown as time expires.
Unbelievable turn of events.
Non-stop coverage from the biggest sports radio stations in the country. Podcasts dedicated to each NFL team and postseason games streaming live for free.
Takes the handoff, looks right, throws right, end zone, caught, touchdown.
Your playoffs, your Odyssey. Get in the game and download the free Odyssey app today.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Starting trouble. No one likes that. We'll get you set up for some stronger starts. You might just need a fresh charge, and we'll take care of that free of charge. But if it is time for a new battery, we've got replacement batteries that'll fit your needs, starting at just $79.99. You can learn more about our battery selection at AutoZone.com. That's what makes us America's #1 battery destination.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Claim based on data from the NPD Group 2021.
Streaming only on Peacock. From the mind of Ryan Johnson, the writer-director of Knives Out.
Miss Gale, you've got this gift. Always known the truth.
I only know if something is a lie. The real trick of it is to figure out why.
Natasha Lyonne is Charlie Cale.
It wasn't an accident. I think there's been a murder.
You watch too much Dateline.
A new 10-part mystery series.
Wolves on my fender. I gotta keep moving. I have been kind of a death magnet.
Poker Face, streaming January 26th, only on Peacock.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
The Road to Glendale is brought to you by Marowest Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together. Damon and Ratto together with you here on 95.7 The Game. We're going to be joined by the one and only Mr. Philadelphia himself, Sal Paolantonio. Not at 4 o'clock. That was the original plan. He's going to be joining us at 4:15. Also in the 4 o'clock hour, Herm Edwards is going to be joining us on the Bud Light guest line. All guests appear on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Ray, I was earlier putting together the list of, man, I thought that guy was good. And then they showed up, they played right in front of me, in front of my own 2 eyes, and I realized I was wrong about how good they were. They were even better than that. And not that we really take requests, but somebody here on the text line says, hey, can you do like the reverse hype list where the guy proved to be a huge disappointment? So just quickly off the top of my mind, there were 2 Raiders that came right to the top of my mind, and it was Randy Moss and Warren Sapp. Randy Moss, also a little bit of a disappointment with the 49ers, but he was so late in his career, I don't think there was really any expectation for him to be that. I thought Isaac Bruce was going to be a bigger difference maker, but he was at the end of his career, so I'm not going to hold too much against him. Carlos Beltran, he's definitely on the list. Randy Wynn, God, he had that great September, and he looked like he was going to be great with the Giants, and then he was just Randy Wynn. Nice player, but disappointed after the big trade, right? Matt Holliday, Mark Melanson, those guys just fell flat. Kelly Oubre, I don't know if I had that much of an expectation for him, but he was a huge disappointment. And D Ford, to go a little bit more modern on everyone, D Ford was a massive flop with the 49ers. Ray, what came to the top of your head? You got a little reverse list?
Eric Carlson, the Sharks.
Sure.
Came here highly anticipated. Might have been the best defenseman in hockey when they traded for him. And between the injuries and the other stuff, I think it's fair to say, well, I mean, they're desperately shopping him now to other teams. His stay here has been largely unproductive. And even though he's having kind of a good year here, it's only to primp up his trade value. So I think he jumps out as a glaring one, because he's the sort of guy who, before he got traded here, he was a lock as a Hall of Famer. Now I'm not sure.
John Lester, not bad. Not bad.
Not long enough, though.
Yeah,
and he wasn't. I mean, he was pretty good, in fact.
But the fact he couldn't throw over to first to keep a Royal on was pathetic. But that's kind of who he was.
Well, yeah, he brought that with him from the Midwest. But he was also very good and got them to that game. So
Alden Smith was a disappointment, obviously, but he had, there's a demon quotient in there too. A.J. Jenkins. Well, yeah, no, but he showed up here. He started here. He was just a flop from the minute they pulled his name out of the draft hat. So he doesn't qualify for the list. Eddie Belfour, Sharks, not bad, not bad. I hear someone opening the mic. What do you got?
First name that came to mind for me is Aaron Rowand on the Giants.
Yeah, with a batting stance that made him look like he was sitting on a toilet.
Well, the reason why he came here was because
he broke his nose catching a ball on a fence.
And Peter McGowan saw that and said, that's the kind of guy we need.
Yeah.
And then promptly gave him $60 million over 5 years. And once he got here and Bruce Bochy saw him, he said, he's a part-time player. And he and Bochy hated each other. I mean, like, Bochy's good at, like, not letting grudges get in the way of the job. He hated Rowand, and Rowand hated him. The fact that he stayed as long as he did was an amazement to me.
$60 million will keep you in one place for a while. By the way, that's still, I believe, the second largest free agent contract ever handed out to a position player by the Giants.
I think so. And
is it the first?
If that's the example, then I'd say I wouldn't sign a free agent again ever, because between him and Beltran, they've gotten their hands burned twice.
Jerick McKinnon, again, he got hurt. I'm not going to hold that against him. Randy Johnson was close to the end. I'm not going to hold it against him. Troy Smith, come on. Troy Smith showed up without expectation. Longoria, again, I didn't have any expectations for him. Jeff Samardzija, yeah, kind of, because I guess he did come with a certain degree of expectation to pop
I think
a little.
if you think Samardzija's on that list, then Longoria has to be on that list, because he was a tremendous player in Tampa, and he wasn't done when he got here. He got done quickly, but I think people thought that was a great get for the Giants. It just didn't turn out that way.
I mean, I thought it was going to be okay, and he was about okay. He was sort of what I thought he would be. Again, whatever his fanfare was at the time. Nah. Nate freaking Clements.
What?
Nah. Evander Kane. Oh, but I got to stop reading the thank you.
Evander Kane is an interesting name, because he did come with fanfare and he's got talent, but he's got demons.
He does.
I don't know if you've been reading the latest stuff. He was at one point $46 million in debt.
Yeah. Woof. No wonder why he has a gambling problem.
Oh, no, well, he's got a gambling problem. He's got $48 million in debt exactly because of that.
Oh, here you go. I think we have the official winner. Antonio Brown.
Yeah, I think
frostbite feet and all, and the balloon trip in. Yeah, not bad.
Well, the excuses sure put him out of the realm of possibility, but he did come with the notion that he could be a difference maker, and he nearly burned down the team, and they got rid of him before he could do it.
Burnt out his feet, right?
But he certainly helped get John Gruden out of here.
You want another possibility list coming from the San Jose Sharks? Danny Heatley.
Yeah. Had a drinking problem through most of that.
He had a drinking problem
that he acknowledged.
Well, I mean, he killed someone.
Yeah, but that was years before he got to the Sharks.
That's right. Yeah,
but
when he was the Atlanta Thrashers, was that what?
Yeah.
How about me, Ray? Come on. Danny Heatley, Atlanta Thrashers. Your boys.
Well, that's from your time at ESPN when you had to pay attention to some of that.
I mean, when I was contractually obligated to watch hockey.
Yeah.
Look, I still like hockey. It's just hard to find these days.
No, it's not. It's on ESPN all the time.
Yeah.
ESPN and TNT. It's got more visibility than it's ever had.
Yet, no one's ever talked about it less.
Well, but that's your choice. That's not a matter of visibility.
It's literally the entire United States of America's choice.
Not all of the United States.
The vast majority of the United States, right?
The vast majority of the United States, by that definition, doesn't pay attention to college football either. That's a Midwest and Southeast thing only. But it's huge there.
And it's still maybe the third most popular sport in the country.
Because there are still people in the South and the Midwest who watch TV rather than stream.
Well, they're watching TV in every state of the union, and they're not watching much hockey anywhere.
They're watching enough in enough places.
Oh, stop defending it, Ray. Come on. Stop.
Don't pick a fight with me on this.
There's nothing.
Just don't.
There's nothing to pick a fight with.
No.
It's the least consumed major sport in the United States, bar none. Nothing to debate.
If you consider that a major sport, and I'm not sure
Hockey?
it is anymore. I think soccer's a bigger sport now than hockey is.
Well, look at it this way. Hockey would love to be a major sport. The fact that you're not even willing to classify them as major sport means you've made my argument for me.
No, the reason why it's no longer a major sport is because basketball sailed past it about 15 years ago.
That's got nothing to do with basketball.
Sure it does.
Where are you in your universe? Hockey doesn't even have a universe to exist in beyond like 5 Canadian bars and a couple bars in Minnesota, Philadelphia, Chicago, and Boston. That's
New
the
York.
list. That's the list. Maybe one bar in Tampa.
And Washington and Pittsburgh.
Which is also like a strip club.
And Philadelphia for sure. Philadelphia is probably, next to the Eagles, it's a hockey town more than it is anything else.
A couple decades ago, you're maybe onto something.
Even now.
The Phillies were just in the World Series.
Yeah, and barely drew 25,000 in a year in which they got to the World Series.
It's a bigger number than Flyers games get.
Well, the Flyers don't have a place that seats 25,000.
If they played in a 50,000 seat arena, they wouldn't be pulling 25.
I probably would.
Nah, come on, stop it.
No, you stop it.
No, you stop it.
No, I'm ordering you to stop it.
No, you stop it. Welcome, everybody, to your 4 o'clock hour. Just a tick or two early because it feels like the right time to change the subject.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Damn well better be free.
Damon, I thought Corey Maggette was going to be great. Thank you very much. Corey Maggette has never been anything more than all shoulders. First team, all world, all athlete shoulders.
Any player who played on those Warrior teams that were bad all the way through, they get a pass because I don't think you can correctly evaluate any of them. Joe Smith had a sensational career, came here and was considered a massive disappointment because he was supposed to fix what ailed the Warriors and found out that what ails the Warriors could not be fixed by any mere mortal.
No. Ownership officially mattered. The man who has been tinkering with the Warriors for years now as their general manager, Bob Myers, is definitely becoming a topic du jour around the NBA, and I am seeing more and more. I'm not going to say it feels like they've been planted or people are now starting to create an expectation, or if this is, a savvy negotiator using the media to start forwarding the, hey, Joe Lacob, I might be walking away from you cause, if that's indeed a true cause. But what about Bob Myers is what I want to talk about a little bit here on a Warriors Wednesday. And we'll get back to the NFC Championship game with Sal Palantonio on the Bud Light guest line coming up at 4:15. But Bob Myers is, to say that his options seem to be endless is a little bit of, that might even be a conservative statement, because true or false, the vast majority of NBA teams would dismiss their general manager that they liked to hire Bob Myers or install him as some sort of director of basketball operations, even above the general manager that they currently employ and like. Like, Bob is a huge asset in the eyes of every single NBA team.
There are probably 5 teams that would not fire their guy to hire Bob Myers. But the other 24, in a heartbeat.
Yes, he is a huge commodity. We're watching Bob gain an even bigger profile as he moves into, are we going to call it a broadcaster's space, a podcasting space? He is now working with Omaha Productions and doing a podcast about leadership. And what is that an indicator of? I mean, did Bob really dream of hosting a podcast one day? Or was just a big enough pile of money put in front of him where he said, I'll do that? Or is he strategically going about raising his profile by getting his name out there in avenues and in places it normally would not be? I think there's probably a little bit of that going on too. Bob is smart. He is playing checkers, not chess. He's 2 or 3 moves down the board. And he's also always struck me, Ray, as smart enough to know that it's probably time to leave before the getting is good, even from a good situation. I think he understands that.
I think he understands that, but the podcast has nothing to do with it. Podcast is a toy.
Right.
He doesn't
It's a vehicle.
He doesn't need that visibility because people already know who he is and what he's done. This is literally about whether Joe Lacob wants him back. Because I think he'd like to stay, but he wants to be rewarded commensurate with his deeds. And I think Joe Lacob is starting to have doubts about whether that's something he wants to do. And I don't know whether it's because he looks at Moses Moody and Jonathan Kuminga and James Weissman and goes, where's the magic? Or whether he thinks that his son is ready to become the head of the front office. I mean, I'm not sure. I mean, Myers has done enough and has enough sort of chips on his side of the table that this should have been done by now. And the fact that it isn't, and still isn't, even after it was first mentioned 3 months ago, is an indication that Joe Lacob is not sure.
Thinking about it. And I remember when we were talking to Anthony Slater about this a little while ago, we asked him, what do you think? Is this setting up a launching pad for Kirk Lacob to step into that role as the full-time GM, president, basketball ops, whatever title Bob would be walking away from, whatever his daily responsibilities he'd be exiting? Would it be Kirk Lacob who would enter? And Anthony Slater basically, he thought that Kirk was being groomed for an even bigger job.
This is not something that, I've discussed at great length. This is not some deeply sourced conversation I'm about to have, but I would think Kirk Lacob to me profiles as the owner in waiting, not the GM in waiting, the next Joe Lacob. He's got his hands on some of the basketball side, but Kirk Lacob has his hands on a lot of the business side too. So I'm not maybe that's what would, materialize where Kirk would step in if Bob, like you said, for any reasons left. But I would predict no. I would predict that Kirk just remains in a very powerful position in the organization, which he currently has, and, will be the successor to his father whenever that comes.
That was Anthony Slater with us weeks ago, when we were just asking him about the first bit of the, wind that blew this Bob Myers speculation our way. Well, today, Anthony Slater was on the Morning Roast talking about this Bob Myers contract situation, which has become a story not only in The Athletic, but on ESPN.com about, this incredibly successful general manager is sort of in limbo right now with a franchise that has no qualms when it comes to spending for winning formulas. Here's Anthony Slater on the Morning Roast talking about Bob Myers.
So one of the hottest topics in the league, just Bob Myers' future. Obviously, it's well known that he's on the last, at this point, not even just last season, last several months of his contract. I believe July 1st it expires. And it's undecided. It's not something where we know for sure if he is or if he isn't coming back. There's clearly, financial aspects of this to figure out. But also Bob Myers, I think, just needs to figure out long-term if, this is the franchise he wants to lead. And I think, we talk about so much of the future of the players on this team. And I think the future of one of the biggest figures in the organization is also very unsettled. So like I said, it is when you go to any arena in the league at this point, people want to come up and talk about it.
And look, Bob Myers has had his hand on the wheel of this long enough to know probably better than anyone, how much tread is really left on the tires of this ride. And not that he's about to crash the car or the Warriors are about to crash, but, running out of gas is very much in their future, this core group. And does Bob Myers want to be in the driver's seat as this car runs out of gas if someone else, say, I don't know, Steve Ballmer, the single richest owner in basketball, is willing to break off a chunk of change to come and get the Clippers their first championship ever, because you're not going to be able to do much more with the Warriors. And if Joe Lacob was worried about paying you X amount of dollars, well, Stevie Ballmer ain't.
No, I think the credibility that the Clippers still struggle to attain would take a huge jump if Steve Ballmer just said, I'll not only give you money and power, I'll give you some equity. Because I think that's the coin of the realm now. Bob Myers is not unaware that Billy Beane got equity a long time ago in the A's. And you could say, well, that's just the A's, but it's equity. It's equity in a business that has only gained in financial structure since he got there. So equity, I think, is the new way you get paid. I think Masai Ujiri in Toronto's got a little equity. And I think that's where you go now if you're a general manager with tenure.
I would almost think that the value of these franchises is too much to make any sort of deal that centers on a piece of equity. I mean, if I were an owner, I wouldn't want to give you a permanent in perpetuity slice of my multi-billion-dollar pie. I'm just going to pay you right damn through my nose right now, and you get all your money in. It's like winning the lottery. Yeah. Instead of getting it over, your lifetime, we're just going to give you an upfront payment.
That may be, and that might be what Lacob wants to do, but unless he can replace Bob Myers with somebody of equal quality, what he's doing is putting money ahead of the product, which he swears he never will do. And if that's the issue here, then Joe Lacob's on the wrong side of his own created history.
Well,
just, even 1%. You don't have to just lavish him with here's 10% of the club. I mean, Joe Lacob does not have a ton of personal equity in this. There are other investors in this club who have more of a piece than he does. He just gets to run it. And, everybody's happy because he's helped generate billions for the club. But if Bob Myers says, I really want to be paid more than Leon Rose is in New York, and I want 1%, that's a cost Joe Lacob can easily swallow, unless he has somebody who he can convince, not only himself, but the outside world, is better than Bob Myers. And I don't think he's got that guy, and I don't think he can convince people that he will get that guy.
I'm terrible at math. What's 1% of $8 billion?
80 million. But
sounds like an awful lot for a GM. I'm just going to throw that out.
No,
there.
but that's not salary. No, all you do is you get a piece of the profit every year. And the franchise being worth $8 billion is not the same as what they take home every year. I think their revenues last year were $400 million.
I think that
and 1% of that is $4 million.
I think the reason why Billy Beane was offered a piece to stay is because that's the only way to make sure he's not a Boston Red Sox.
And that's true. But the question remains: can Joe Lacob do better than Bob Myers? Well, and I'm suggesting that he can't.
Anthony Slater on the Morning Roast was suggesting maybe Joe Lacob fancies that he actually could.
I mean, Joe is he's just more than other owners, or at least most other owners, just around the basketball decisions, right? You can see in LA, Steve Ballmer kind of just sits courtside. He's a fan. And, there's a lot that's good to what Joe Lacob does, obviously, particularly from a financial standpoint, from a competitive standpoint, just ambition. It's been very good for the Warriors, but, his basketball opinions carry a lot of weight. And, is that good or not? It's tough to be in my opinion, overly critical of the Warriors over the last decade because of all the success they've had. But, however this era ends and as it transitions over the next decade, Joe Lacob's decision-making power will very much be judged, I think, over the next, half decade.
It's a very interesting time for the Golden State Warriors if this Bob Myers conversation officially becomes a fork in the road. And we will get back to that fork in the road because there's a little bit more that Anthony Slater has on that topic. But coming up next, we take a detour right back to the NFC Championship game. And when you are detouring through Philadelphia, you want someone who knows the town like the back of his hand. And that is indeed our next guest, Sal Paolantonio, the man when it comes to Philadelphia, just about anything, especially Eagles. Joins us next here on 95.7 The Game as we start getting a tale of the tape between the 49ers and Eagles coming up for the NFC title game. And remember to stay tuned tonight. Warriors Live starts at 6 o'clock ahead of Warriors and Memphis, presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi, unbeatable internet only from Xfinity. Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game, also brought to you by calhope.org.
Roasters unite, baby. It's going to be a party in the 215 this weekend as Joe Shasky and myself, Bonte Hill, hit Philadelphia. We're going to have some cheesesteaks. We're going to hit the Rocky statue. We're going to ring the bell, and we're going to go out there and kick the Eagles' ass. Thanks to Boxer and Gerson for sending us to the NFC title game where the Niners will hoist that NFC title trophy. Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
So, the other day, I bought an extremely chatty...
Boring story time!
Make that an extremely catty cockatoo.
You're welcome!
Apparently, the pet store won't take it back. But, hey, I'll manage.
I love that for you!
Just like I manage without home internet.
No, you don't!
Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable.
Aw, Bertie likes to stream!
But I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
My lady friend! It's mating season, duh!
No home internet? It's not that bad.
No, not there!
It is that bad. Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
Are you interested in new career opportunities in the Bay Area and want to make a difference in your community? The San Francisco Sheriff's Office is looking for people considering a job in law enforcement right now. If you're at least 20 years or older with a high school diploma or equivalent, the San Francisco Sheriff's Office wants to hear from you. Enjoy full benefits, flexible schedules, and opportunities for growth and promotion. For employment announcements and more information, visit sfsheriff.com. That's sfsheriff.com to apply today.
First, we decide where we want to go. Then we need to know the best way to get there. Hi, my name's Adam Barada. I'm the owner of Advantage Gold. We're the highest rated precious metals firm in the country. We teach people how to own physical gold and silver. Now, we've won the Best of TrustLink Award 4 years in a row because we educate our clients on how to buy gold and silver the right way. We don't pay celebrity spokespeople millions of dollars. We'd rather pass that value on to you. Call 800-900-8000 and speak with one of our experts. We'll send you a free gold kit along with my latest #1 national best-selling book, The Great Devaluation. Call 800-900-8000. That's 800-900-8000. Get the best information, the best process, the best service, the best value. Call Advantage Gold at 800-900-8000. Call 800-900-8000.
Advantage Gold is not an investment advisor or a tax advisor. Consult with your financial advisor before investing.
Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Donate at carsforkids.org, and your car can be picked up tomorrow. accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Guys, fellas, men, are you Roman ready for Valentine's Day? Right now, generic Viagra, aka Sildenafil, is just $4 per dose at Roman. Just complete a free online visit with a U.S. licensed healthcare professional. If medication is appropriate, Roman sends everything right to your door with free shipping and in discreet packaging. Go to ro.co/Viagra to get generic Viagra for just $4 per dose. Do it by February 8th for 20% off and guaranteed shipping by Valentine's Day. That's ro.co/Viagra.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
San Francisco weather tonight, 52 degrees and clear.
Weather brought to you by Pfizer and BioNTech. This winter, there are new COVID-19 booster shots designed to help protect against recent Omicron variants. Schedule your updated COVID-19 booster dose at vaccines.gov.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
The Road to Glendale is brought to you by the SF's Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here. Visit sfsheriff.com to apply today. We're very, very happy to have Sal Palantonio joining us on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. If there is indeed a longer tenured ESPN reporter with one team and one city, I don't know who it is. Sal Palantonio has been with Philadelphia and the Eagles since like my entire life, since I've been paying my cable bill, that's for sure. Sal, thank you for joining us here on Damon and Ratto. There is really no one else we'd rather talk to other than you about the upcoming game this weekend, so really appreciate your time today. How you doing?
Damon, thank you for paying a cable bill. I love it.
My pleasure. My pleasure. I hope it.
You know, I'm in the cable business, right? I got 3 daughters and 3 son-in-laws, and I'm like, none of these son-in-laws want to pay a cable bill. So I'm like, guys, I paid for your weddings. At least throw me a bone here. Pay for one cable bill.
Sal Palantonio with us here, and look, this is going to be a fascinating game, a truly, truly fascinating football game. What are your sources telling you about Jalen Hurts' injury? Are they masking this with Toradol and gumption, or is he really on the mend to the point where by this Sunday it's not going to affect how he plays at all? Because he was very good against the New York Giants. Can he do that again with his shoulder?
Yeah, I think it's 99% gumption. I've been around him since he was drafted. He is an extremely hardcore young man, tough as they come, a grinder, son of a coach from Channelview, Texas. Has been through the ringer, Alabama, Oklahoma, drafted in the 2nd round, waited his turn, hurt his ankle last year in the wild card game. He's been through it all. He's, in my view, in 3 years, he's gone through about as much as any young quarterback could go through. Now he has to come up with this sprained shoulder. And I think he proved last week against the Giants that it's not going to bother him. I have no indication, no reporting whatsoever that he re-aggravated it or re-injured it against the Giants. As a matter of fact, I think he's probably in better shape than he was a week ago.
Is there a way on Sunday to tell just how bad the shoulder is, other than like just watching him throw? Is there the way he maybe protects it? I guess the simple question is there a tell that you could look for on Sunday to say, his shoulder's not right, or it's fine?
There is a tell, for sure, and that is whether he's a willing participant in the run game. Because I don't think it's an issue with him throwing the football. I don't think it's ever really been that much of an issue with him throwing the football. It's just a matter of pain tolerance. And, he hit a 31-yarder on his first completion, and that was his longest completion since Week 10. But he was a willing participant in the run game, and the Giants could taste that and feel that and smell that right from the beginning. So he had 6 called run plays for him, designed run plays for him in the first half. That was the most he's had in the first half all season long. And they were absolutely diabolical in their zone read run game against the Giants. No, this is not San Francisco. I get that. I understand that. But he was a willing participant in it, and they had 221 yards in zone read runs. That's the most they've had all year. That's the most that any NFL team this year has had in zone read runs. So they were pretty good running it. He was pretty good passing it. And I'm very interested to see how he protects it again. So he was obviously protecting it, no question, sliding early, getting out of bounds. But here's the real tell, Ray. Here's the real tell. He was landing specifically and deliberately on his left shoulder. So what Sirianni did in the week last week is he had 2 foam pads, and coaches would put him through drills where he was hit with a foam, like a Nerf bat, and try to dislodge the ball. And as they pushed him or he fell, he was torquing his body, turning his body, twisting his body, so he deliberately avoided landing on the right shoulder and landed on the left shoulder or on his buttocks or something. So it was deliberately focused on last week. Nick Sirianni told me that they're going to definitely focus on it this week, starting tomorrow. They had no practice today. And it's something that Sirianni got from Frank Reich when Reich had Andrew Luck. They would put him through the same paces, slide early, get out of bounds, don't invite contact. And then when you do get hit, twist your body so that you land on your left shoulder.
Sal Palantonio here on 95.7 The Game. It's great to have him. He is the king of Philadelphia media. And obviously we got 49ers and we got Eagles. As Sirianni and his coaching staff look at the 49ers, what's kept him up most this week?
I would say 3 specific things. The front 7 is superior. There's no question about that. They're not only superior in speed to power, but they're also superior in alignment and assignment football. These guys are coached very well by DeMeco Ryans. And, I'm the host of the NFL Matchup Show, so I not only cover Philadelphia, but for 20 years I've studied tape on every team. And plugging in the tape and looking at the Niners defense specifically, the front 7, they are very good, very well coached, ferocious, good tacklers, good pass rushers. They're not out of place. And so I think that's the number one thing. I don't think there's a weakness there from what I can see. I think the Eagles will try to run on Bosa only to preoccupy him, force him to compete against the run. I know what the analytics say. The analytics say that his run stop win rate is 21%, which puts him in the 90th percentile, very low. I don't know what that means. I don't really see that on tape. I think if you run at him, the best you're going to hope for is you're preoccupying him, and maybe you give him something to think about before he launches himself at Jalen Hurts. The thing that really concerns him the most is that Bosa, even though he's listed as the right defensive end, he's about 50-50 on both sides. So they're going to try to figure out a tendency during their film study. They're not giving that away to me. What I see is a guy who just basically, lines up where he wants to and the rest of the team follows what his lead is. That's what I see.
Sal, what's keeping Kyle Shanahan up the most at night as he looks at the Eagles?
I think it's the same thing that was the problem against the Cowboys. Remember when Erin Andrews did that talk back with Kevin Burkhardt during the broadcast? She's such a great reporter, and she had just talked to Kyle Shanahan, and after halftime, she reported that Shanahan told her that he had to button up the Niners' O-line because they weren't blocking very well. They weren't holding their blocks, and Dallas was beating them up front in pass rush and in run stopping. So I would say if the Eagles have any advantage in this game, and I don't think they have much of an advantage, it's their ability to get after the offensive line of the Niners and get after Brock Purdy. This is a very, very good pass rush team with only 4 pass rushers. They led the league in getting after the quarterback with only rushing 4. That's problematic for anybody trying to throw the ball. So what you saw, and I studied it and went back because I looked at it on when I was watching the game, and then I watched it again on tape. The Cowboys flushed Brock Purdy to his left a lot, and he wasn't comfortable there. He's very good and accurate on the run. Very good and accurate. Super impressed with Brock Purdy. Smart, accurate, decisive, but flushed to his left, he was less than effective than he normally is. And I think that's the issue for the Niners in this game.
Was there a game that you saw the Eagles play this year that you can draw on to say that looks like what they want to do against the 49ers? And conversely, is there a game the 49ers played that make you think that seems like the Eagles?
I would say, let's go with the conversely first. I would say the Monday night game, the loss against the Washington Commanders, the Eagles could not stop the run. Then Howie Roseman went out and got Linval Joseph and Sue, and their run defense was just unbelievably better because Fletcher Cox, their best run stopper, could get off the field. He was averaging 70 and 80 snaps a week. Now he's half that, and he's fresher, and he looks fresher in the locker room. I saw him today. He was super happy about, how fresh his legs were, given that, he's basically in the bottom of the ninth of his career. So, if you're going to run on the Eagles, don't run up the middle. Run on the edges, and you can run on the edges on the Eagles. You can. So that's where Samuel comes in. That's where McCaffrey comes in. That's where Shanahan's brilliant designs come in. His ability for the quick pitches, and the deception that he uses with Samuel, very good. Another play that I really like is their tight end screen up the middle, where you see that little delay by Kittle, and then he leaks out between the A and the B gaps, and he's open. That'll give the Eagles problems, for sure. Definitely.
Sal Palantoni.
Because it'll be a quick hit.
Sal Pal from ESPN here on 95.7 The Game. As I've been putting together the tale of the tape and how these teams match up against each other, what the 49ers need to look out for, I think they need to, maybe more than anyone else, and this is because you're walking into Philadelphia with a rookie quarterback, I think Darius Slay might be the best player on this defense. How far away am I from the truth when I say that? Because I think Slay's a stud.
He is. I think Hassan Reddick has had the best year of any of the defensive players, and he's playing at a super high level. His ranginess, his length, his strength. Talk about a guy from the speed to power quickly. He's done it from the left side. But Slay is very good. There's no question about it. He may be the best defensive player in sheer pure instincts. For sure. I think for the Niners, the big issue is they haven't really faced a dual threat quarterback who can really run since week 1. And Justin Fields was in his infant stages at that point.
Right, and the game was being played in a lake as well.
Yeah, it's not really a good comparison for a lot of different reasons. The Niners had zero offense at that juncture of the season. Fields was not really anywhere near fully developed. The conditions are terrible. It's week one. You don't really know what you got, right? But so the Niners, I don't know what the reporting's being done out there about who they're trying to use on the scout team to duplicate Hurts. But here's what I think, that Hurts has become really adept at sleight of hand. And the other thing is he's faster than you think. Now, he's not going to be able to show off this, he's got that gym rat strength where he's been able to, leg press 450, squat 500 in his college career. He can't do that in this game. Why? Because he can't lower his shoulder, lower the boom on anybody. So he loses that aspect, and that's a big aspect of how he runs the ball. But he's faster than you think. He's got really good ball handling skills. He's smart, knows the offense. He caught the Giants, in the switches many times on that zone read. I mean, it was just a thing of beauty to watch. So DeMeco Ryans better be coaching this group up on how to handle the dual threat of Jalen Hurts.
This won't make any difference come Sunday, but I'm going to ask it now. Is there an NFC title game in your memory that seems to match two teams that have as little of a difference between them in so many areas? It almost looks like the Eagles and 49ers are basically figuring out a way to play each other. Is there a game in NFC history where you just look and go, yeah, this is two teams that are exactly the same playing against each other?
Wow, I'm going to go back to Niners, New York Giants. I mean, that's, to me, it's comparable.
Like the Kyle Williams fumble?
Yeah. I mean, that's one. In recent memory for the Eagles, the Tampa Bay Bucks, when they closed down the vet, those two teams were really close in talent. And one quarterback didn't show up, and that was Donovan McNabb. And as a result, the Eagles got blown out in their last game at the vet. But they were very evenly matched. I think a lot of people are focused on the inexperience of Brock Purdy. I don't see it. I don't see it on tape. I don't see him making the big mistakes that inexperience would call for. And that is, listen, you've been in Philly, you know how bad it can get here. This is the city of brotherly shove, and it's going to get bad on Sunday. It's about the most menacing place that you can play. So, I don't know if you saw the quote from Rob Thompson, the Phillies manager. He was doing a luncheon. It's on Twitter, and somebody alerted me to it the other day, where he said an opposing manager told him playing at Citizens Bank Ballpark is 4 hours of hell. Lincoln Financial Field is much worse than the Phillies. And last weekend, it was a rock concert and a playoff game and a fireworks show, and it was bad, and a WWE wrestling match all rolled into one. I mean, the atmosphere was rough for the Giants. They got down early, and the crowd just took them right out of the game.
Given the fact that Daniel Jones is essentially Brock Purdy's age, even though he's a little more experienced, is that something the fans will attempt to do early on Sunday, is try to see if they can make Purdy melt into butter? Or is that just a natural state of things in Philadelphia?
Yeah, you know the answer to that question.
I do, but I wanted to hear you say it.
Well, I just answered it for you.
Let me wrap up with this then. Sal Paolantonio, King of Philadelphia. The 49ers have struggled a little bit on the outside against wide receivers. Mooney Ward, Charvarius Ward has had an exemplary season, but he's been beaten a couple times in the postseason. Diamador Lenore is an attack point because you got to choose something to go after in this defense, and by process of elimination, it's been him, and he's even come up with a couple of interceptions in the postseason so far. I know that A.J. Brown has been clamoring for the ball more. Do you see a big game from him on Sunday? Do you see the Eagles winning without a big game from A.J. Brown on Sunday?
I do not. I see them having a big game, needing a big game for A.J. Brown and Dallas Goedert. No, there's no question. They'll do some over and under routes with Goddard and A.J. Brown. I mean, he's no question he was disappointed. I mean, I don't know why he would be. All right, so you had 6 targets and 3 catches, 22 yards, but your team just won. Jalen Hurts, your best friend, just won his first playoff game. Your best friend just won his first playoff game in a way that was a message, sent a message. You demoralized the New York Giants, 38-7. I mean, it's just a bad optic to go to the sideline and have an animated conversation. It was 5 minutes left in the fourth quarter. It's 31-7 at that point.
Right, things are going well. Calm down.
Yeah, I mean, of course. And, Nick Sirianni acknowledged that. I'm not speaking out of turn here. Nick Sirianni acknowledged that on Monday. He acknowledged that A.J. Brown was a little frustrated. Now, we talked to A.J. Brown at his locker today, and he said, no, that's not me. I don't want to cause a commotion and a distraction and all that other stuff. And then when I talked to him after the group of reporters left, he said, I'm good. I'm okay. I'm good. So they'll be throwing the ball early and often. It's telling that Sirianni, who uses metaphors and messaging at the bully pulpit and has all year long, especially with T-shirts, had a T-shirt that said dynamic duo on it today, Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown.
There you go. Say it with a T-shirt, boys and girls. Not a bad idea. Sal Paolantonio, there is no one else we would have rather talked to. Thank you so much for joining us today. We really, truly appreciate your time.
It was my pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. Ray, it was his pleasure to be with you this afternoon.
That's what makes me wonder if he's telling us the truth, because that's a fairly bald-faced lie.
Look, this is only the 3rd road start for Brock Purdy in the NFL. He started at Seattle. He started at Las Vegas. And as loud as Seattle can be, look, Las Vegas put together a hell of a game plan and gave the Niners all that they wanted, but that was a friendly pro-Niner crowd at Allegiant Stadium that afternoon. He has never seen anything like he is about to walk into. It is a buzzsaw. It is going to be it was a hockey player whose nickname was the little ball of hate.
Oh, Pat Verbeek.
Yeah, this is a big stadium of hate. This is a big ball of hate being thrown, and maybe even a D-cell battery at the 49ers.
Yeah, it's not the loudest stadium in the NFL. It's probably, top 10, but it's not the loudest, but it is the most menacing.
It is angry.
And that's I guess we'll find out early if that affects Purdy, because it's not going to affect him late. If he can get through the early part of the game when they fire their A game at him, and if he's okay after that, then it will simply be football. But if he's overwhelmed by that early, the 49ers are done.
Shanahan and Purdy talked about that this weekend. We've got some sound from today's conference call that we're going to have for you when we come on back. We're also going to have Herm Edwards, who played 9 seasons in Philadelphia, so we'll get into that atmosphere with him. And obviously, he was the coach of Brandon Ayuk when he was at ASU. So we're going to talk to Herm Edwards about Ayuk's development and really turning into the 49ers' #1 wide receiver this past season. That's all coming up here on 95.7 The Game. Remember, it is a Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. You can visit friedmansappliance.com today, and we're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
There's bad blood between the Warriors and Grizzlies.
Man, they was talking about dynasty and all that. You can't talk dynasty when you haven't won before.
Talking to the team that won a championship after they beat you, after they won a championship, is an entirely different level of oblivion.
And they face off tonight.
Clay gets a technical for going right into Brooks as he fell down.
Our pregame coverage starts at 6, only on 95.7 The Game.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
If you owe back taxes to the IRS, have unfiled returns, or are worried about an audit, the IRS is hiring 87,000 new agents to address these very issues. That means if you need to get your tax problems resolved, now is the time to get started. I'm tax attorney Robert Goldstein, and my firm specializes in helping individuals and small businesses resolve their tax problems. We work to stop IRS and state seizures. We may be able to settle your tax debt for pennies on the dollar with an offer in compromise. We prepare your past due returns, even if you have no records, and represent you before the IRS and state in an audit. At the law offices of Robert Goldstein, the consultation is always free, and we have offices located throughout the Bay Area. To schedule your free consultation, call 1-888-TAX-EXIT. That's 888-TAXEXIT. 888-TAX-EXIT, and make us your last stop.
All guests appear on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. 21 and over. Please enjoy responsibly.
If you're considering remodeling your home in 2023, talk with your architect or designer about utilizing Golden State Window and Door for your upcoming project. Each location across the Bay Area features beautifully planned displays. You'll be surprised by the variety of styles. Their respected partners include Anderson, Milgard, Marvin, and many other top brands. For locations, images, and more, visit goldenstatelumber.com. Since 1954, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to getrefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com.
Hey Niner fans, George Kittle here with a pro tip for making the best play on your eyewear. Visit Zenni.com, the official eyewear of the 49ers. Zenni has changed the game for you, finally making prescription glasses affordable for everyone. At Zenni, you can find over 3,000 frames with unbelievable prices. Look for the Kittles collection so you can rock our styles every day too. So visit Zenni.com, start shopping from home using their virtual try-on, and change your eyewear game forever.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now boarding.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
Brought to you by Stevens Creek Subaru. Custom order your next Subaru at StevensCreekSubaru.com.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Nature Valley has helped restore access to 10,000 miles of national park trails. And we're on our way to restoring even more, because every mile is a new memory. Life happens out there. Nature Valley.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
It is really good to have you here this afternoon, Wednesday afternoon, which means we're getting closer and closer to the NFC title game. The road to Glendale is brought to you by Marist Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together. And now we get to say hello to ESPN NFL analyst Herm Edwards. Joins us on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. We got to know Herm a little bit when we were just picking his brain about Brandon Ayuk, because he was his coach at ASU before he returned to the studio. And that's how we got to know Herm a little bit. And we're really happy to have you back on here. 9 seasons with the Eagles. You know a little something about that franchise as well. Thank you for joining us again. How you doing, Herm?
My pleasure. And obviously it's an exciting weekend for 4 teams. And I can once recall when we got into this situation, to play in the championship game. It was in Philadelphia. It happened to be against those Cowboys. And I've always told people, you know, when you play in that game, the excitement of it is almost as much as the Super Bowl. Probably even more in the fact that, you know, if you win it, you reached your destination. And it's been a long journey for all these teams from the beginning of training camp to the offseason, all that work they put in. Now they're staring it in the face and saying, if we win, we're going to the Super Bowl, and obviously if we don't, then we fell 1 game short.
Herm, we were just talking with Sal Palantonio, and he just said, you know, Brock Purdy has given no indication that, you know, he might not be ready for this. As a matter of fact, the more you look at him, the more he looks like he's just ready to go and play football no matter where he goes. But this is Philadelphia, and that is going to be an intimidating, if not, and I mean this in the best possible football terms, a violent crowd, as you're going to find in the NFL. As someone who played many, many seasons with the Eagles, I know there isn't a 700 level of the vet waiting for Brock, but the link is nasty.
There's no jailhouse anymore either. There's no jail. They don't have the jail in the new place.
Right.
Other than that. No, I just think it's an emotional fan base, obviously. They love their football. They love their sports in Philadelphia. There's no doubt about that. But I think the way the quarterback has handled himself, he'll be fine. I mean, he understands his role. He understands what to do. It's fun when you walk into a stadium and you're a quarterback knowing, you know, that when I unpack my suitcase, I've got a good running game and I've got a heck of a defense that won't allow things to get a little out of hand for me. So those things are obviously very important.
To what extent do you think visiting coaches have made allowances in terms of how they play call early or what they ask their quarterback to do early in a game because of the crowd? Or is the crowd in Philadelphia overstated in terms of how you prepare to play against the Eagles?
Well, I think the crowd is always excited the first series or so, but you can make them unexcited if you're making first downs. You start making first downs. I always said you keep making first downs. They can't holler that long, right? And, obviously moments of games are big, but this is a fan base. They're very passionate. There is no doubt about that. And I was fortunate to play there, and basically my whole career. I left at the end there and played another year or so somewhere else, but basically that was my career in Philadelphia as a rookie. And I'm a West Coast guy, so going from the West Coast and playing on the West Coast and then playing on a pro team in Philadelphia, I didn't know what to expect. And they said, the players were saying, just you don't even know, Rook. And I said, well, okay, I was like, oh yeah, man, I'm a starter. What are you talking about? And I tell you what, that first game we lined up, I went, whoa, I see what you're talking about now. It's a little different in this place.
How long would you expect that to be a factor if, let's say, hypothetically, Purdy shows no signs of being intimidated? Will it continue, or is this a whole game-long ordeal, or can you, basically, if I get through the first quarter, I'm fine?
Yeah, I think what will happen is it'll, when you start the game off, obviously there's a lot of excitement. No different. Listen to this. No different than it was in Buffalo, right? For Cincinnati, and then all of a sudden they kept making first downs, and guess what? It was really quiet in that place, and that place is loud too. I've been in there a couple times, coaching and playing. But you can quiet the crowd down. It's real simple. You're making first downs. If you go down on that first drive and score, the crowd's like, uh-oh, wait a minute. It's when you get into the situations where it's third and long, right? Those kind of deals. And now you got to go back and throw, and boy, you got to worry about the snap count. You got to worry all that stuff. And look, Coach Shanahan has done a marvelous job. He knows what to expect. He's been in those stadiums before. He'll give him some things and get this offense going so they don't have to worry about a lot of shifts, a lot of motions. Let's just get a snap count. Let's go. Let's get the crowd out of it, and we'll be fine.
Herm Edwards here on 95.7 The Game. Again, you were Brandon Ayuk's college coach. What separated him from his teammates collegiately? And then what have you thought about the evolution of his career? Because he had an outstanding rookie season, I thought.
Yes.
His sophomore year came with some growing pains and maybe a little trip to the doghouse early on. And then this year he cracks 1,000 yards and is probably WR1, if we were being completely honest about the depth chart. With all due respect to Deebo Samuel, there was no greater threat in the 49ers passing game as a wide receiver than Brandon Ayuk.
Yeah, and he's earned everyone's trust. And, I've always said this, your rookie year, unless you're a first-round pick, it's kind of one of those years where, okay, you're playing, and then all of a sudden your second year is the hardest year. Because now you've played in the league, you have expectations of your own as a player, right? And there's some struggles with that. It just is. And you see most guys go through that. It's not surprising to me to what he's doing because you saw it when we recruited him. He had the skill set of playing at the next level, and he just needed an opportunity, and he couldn't be in a better place with this offense because it's a run-pass offense. It's not driven by we're going to throw it a bunch of times. It's very, very detailed on what you're supposed to do. They design things where the run keeps people in the box and allows you 10 to 15 yards behind those linebackers. There's a lot of open room, and Brandon's not afraid to go across the middle. He's not afraid to catch a slant ball. A lot of receivers don't want to go in there. He's not afraid of that, and so those things are important, and I think he had a marvelous year. There's no doubt about that.
I'm not going to ask you to pick a winner because it's Wednesday, but
I've already talked to my good friend Lynch, so we'll keep that in the family.
No, which is fine. But just as an objective viewer from the outside, who do you think is a better team, and specifically why?
Well, I think Philly probably has an edge in this sense. The quarterback, right? I mean, the quarterback is is playing well. At one time before he got hurt, he was in conversations about maybe having a chance to be the MVP. And I don't think he is because he's missed some games. But he's elevated himself this year too. He's a much better passer now. Can throw the ball better. Now they got some weapons for him too. But his ability to run, that is a big deal in the National Football League. You saw it against the Giants, the RPO. They still didn't have an answer for it. Now, I do believe the 49ers will have an answer for it. They'll know who has the quarterback. They'll know who has the runner, right? But, that is a problem when you get a quarterback like that because now you made it 11 on 11. You just balanced the field. Generally in football, it always was 11 on 10. The defense had an extra guy. Well, they make it 11 on 11. They put stress on you because you got to figure it out. Look, this guy, if he runs this RPO deal, we got to bring somebody from the backside, from the back of our defense to account for this guy. And there lies the problem.
Herm Edwards with us here on Damon and Ratto. On the other side of the bracket, the AFC title game, we have a battle of two of the most ballyhooed quarterbacks in the game right now in Joe Burrow and Patrick Mahomes. And it's the rare instance where both these guys are actually worth the hype that they're getting. How much do you think a high ankle sprain changes what Patrick Mahomes does well in a football game?
Well, it will, and it changed in that game. Andy kept him in the pocket. The unscripted play is no longer a part of it. Because, he goes off script and makes plays. And you better know where Kelsey's at, especially in the red zone. But, now he's got to play from the pocket, which he had to do last game and did a really good job. So, as you said, both these quarterbacks are just kind of fun to watch. They're young. There's a bunch of young ones in the AFC for some reason. There's a bunch of young, gifted quarterbacks. And the way Purdy's playing, look, he keeps winning. And doing what he does, that's the whole key. Can you win? Can you win playoff games? Can you win in big moments? Purdy's been able to do that as well. But these two guys got a history, 35 touchdowns from one of them and 41 or 42 for the other one. That's just remarkable. I've been asked about Burrows a lot. We know about Mahomes. He's the best quarterback. There's no doubt about it with what he can do when he's healthy. But when you look at Burrows, he reminds me a lot of Joe Montana. And I played against Joe, and then obviously when he came to Kansas City, I was on the coaching staff with Joe. His accuracy, his poise in the pocket, and he catches it. He throws a catchable ball. And that's the key to it. Does the quarterback throw a catchable ball? Does he know how to take something off it? Will he put it in? Will he put it where it's supposed to be when you're running into a zone? Does he not lead you? He'll put it behind you so you don't get hit because he knows the defender's in that next alley. He does all that, and he can process information very quickly, and he's really fun to watch in the pocket the way he works.
Herm Edwards with us. I got one more for you. As a lifelong defensive back, as a player, as a man who coached the position as well, we just talked to Sal Powell, and he says he doesn't see the Eagles winning without a big game out of A.J. Brown, who said, he wants the ball more. He wants to be even more involved, even after Philadelphia just had a rousing win over the New York Giants. And how much differently do you have to defend a player like A.J. Brown than you would someone like Deebo Samuel, who's just cut from a cloth that very few wide receivers come from?
Yeah, Deebo's a whole different guy now. He's like half running back, half wide receiver, whatever you want to call it. And it's tough to tackle when he gets in space. Obviously has speed and everything else. Well, the other guy from Philly, it's the 50-50 ball that's thrown up in the air, and you think you have it covered, you don't, because he's going to jump over you with his strength and take the ball away. Well, look, it's this guy, and you guys know him. It was T.O., right? It was T.O. He's just big, physical guy, and he can run, but that's the problem. When you think you have him covered, and they throw the ball down the sideline on you, and you think, well, I got the guy. And then he jumps up and catches it because he's so physical. He's a big, physical, strong receiver. It's like, wow. And that's the difference in football anymore. Before, the era I played in, there was no back shoulder throw. There wasn't all that stuff. And you threw the ball down the field halftime, you say, okay, it's going to be incomplete. Now, these quarterbacks, when the defender, and this is the key when you play the corner position, the thing you better understand is this. If you can't play the ball, you got no shot anymore in the National Football League because they're throwing it. They're going to throw it right at the back of your helmet. And if you don't turn to play the ball, there's a point of the journey where you got to know when that guy's eyes turn to that ball, you have to get your eyes right into his face mask, and you got to go play the ball now. You cannot no longer play the man. And that's the difference. That's a big difference. We see it every week in the National Football League. It's unbelievable. And guys don't play the ball. And these receivers jump up, and they make catch after catch. They make one-handed catches. You know, where I work at, you know, worldwide leader, we got them on the top 10 every week. There's a receiver making another difficult catch, and the defender's right there, but he doesn't play the ball.
Herm, you can either answer this honestly, or you can just hang up because you'd rather not talk about it.
Yes.
How hard is it to be a coach of the New York Jets?
Of the Jets?
Yeah.
You know what? I loved it. And I talked to Coach when he got the job. And I just told him, you just be you. And just be forthright with him. And just that's what you got to do. And I learned that from Bill Parcells. That's what Bill told me. I followed Bill. He said, look, just be who you are, man, and tell him straight. And I think Coach is doing a marvelous job. I think this, when Silas gets a quarterback, a consistent one, he's building something there now. He just needs quarterback.
Herm, thank you so much for joining us. It's always great to have you back here in the Bay Area and hear your voice ring out. And again, great to talk to you. Appreciate your time. And as always, when you get to the championship game, you play to win the game. Thank you so very much.
My pleasure, man. God bless you both. Thank you.
Herm Edwards here on 95.7 The Game. Great stuff. And by the way, boys and girls, welcome to your 5 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Damn well better be free.
You play to win the game.
You damn well better if it's the NFC title game. Man, what a contest we got coming up this Sunday. And Herm was great. He was fantastic. And, yeah, you got to go about playing two different games if you're playing Deebo Samuel or A.J. Brown. They are kind of different cats.
Oh, Deebo Samuel is unlike most wide receivers in football because he's basically the reverse image of Christian McCaffrey, which is he's a wide receiver who's probably more dangerous running the ball, and Christian McCaffrey is a running back who might be more dangerous catching it.
Or is it the other way around at times? I mean, the fact that he can play both sides of that coin just shows you how versatile he really is, because there are days he looks like he might even be better as a running back than a wide receiver. Like I said, it's Brandon Ayuk, I think, is this team's true, starting wide receiver in terms of what are you expecting from a wide receiver this afternoon?
Yeah, but that's a traditional role, and there's really almost nothing about this offense other than the offensive line that is traditional. They work backwards to get the same results that the other elite offenses get. And it's an offense in which the quarterback is not the most important figure, but maybe third or fourth. And in the other three teams that are at this rate, you could say flat out that
quarterback.
The quarterback defines how you play. On this team, the quarterback doesn't define how you play. He could screw up, but you could still overcome it. Or he could be very good and you could still lose. I mean, that's the thing about Kyle Shanahan and how he's sort of recreated the position. He's basically said, I can't get my hands on an elite quarterback. There's only about 4 or 5 of those, and I don't have any of them. So I'm going to make a system in which I don't need my quarterback to be elite or to do elite things. I just need him to do what I need him to do and do it well over and over and over again. And I think that's the thing that impresses most objective observers about Purdy, is that he hasn't come in with big eyes. He hasn't shown, really, except the one thing about, with running to his left and throwing. He hasn't shown a real physical inability to do any one thing. I mean, he's not going to beat you with the strength of his arm. What he's going to do, at least on this team, is beat you with knowing the offense and running it the way he's told to run it.
Saying he's played mistake-free football would be an exaggeration because there have been a couple of interceptions. If you're willing to say, hey, interceptions happen when you're throwing the ball. The real sin in a quarterback turnover is the fumble. The fumble because the ball was stripped from you as you were looking to evade some contact. The fumble because you had a bad center quarterback exchange. Brock Purdy's not fumbled the football yet. A few interceptions, but he's not turned it over yet. And look, he's been perfect. He's 7-0 as a starter. Is it all him? Of course not. But 2 playoff wins in scenarios where rookies normally go down in flames, he's really been something else. This is only the 3rd road start, though, for Brock in his career. He played up at Seattle. He played in Las Vegas, and getting the feeling for this one on the road early is what he and Kyle have been talking about. This is from his press conference today. Brock Purdy.
When we played Seattle that week and everything, he did say it was a good preparation for what, we were or what we might have to, play in terms of the playoffs, going on the road for road games and obviously for Philadelphia. And it's just everything, in these kind of games is all about communication. How can you operate smoothly, get in and out of the huddle, get the play off in the right way, make sure everyone's on the same page. So that's definitely a big emphasis this week, just at practice with the little things, the details of communicating and being on point. And that starts with the cadence. So it's going to be huge for us.
Get your cadence right, get your language right, be able to go on a silent count all day, make sure everyone in the huddle is able to hear you. I mean, that is going to be the biggest problem. Once they get to the line of scrimmage, it all has to be nonverbal communication. It's just how loud that place is going to be. But make sure you get that play in from the sideline in your own ear and then get it out to everyone and get it out right. Communicating in the huddle is going to be huge, a huge part of this game for the 49ers. And if you see Brock Purdy and this offense taking early delays of games, there's an early sign. You could be in trouble this afternoon.
Yeah, they've got to, I think, almost run on a quick count early on. And it's not the way they tend to like to play. But if you're worried about the crowd, it's hard for the crowd to build up a momentum if you're not standing behind the center for 8 to 10 seconds. And the next thing is run a play that gets yards. If you can do that, I think, Sal Paolantonio and Herm Edwards both said it right. If you get first downs, they get quiet and they start paying attention to the game instead of paying attention to seeing if they can make you pee yourself. And that's, it seems obvious, and I'm sure, that's what he's been told, but it's not a question of teaching. They already know that. It's a question of doing it. And against this Eagle team, they make you uncomfortable in ways that the crowd alone can't. And that's, I think, what the home field advantage is.
The tale of the tape, the keys to the matchup, 888-957-9570. Speak now or forever. Not I would say forever hold your peace. We're going to be talking about this game until it kicks off, basically, here. But we got keys, we got matchups, we got Niners and Eagles, we got skills in Vallejo. You're on 95.7 The Game. Hello.
Hey, Damon. Hey, Ray. It's good to be on with you again. I haven't called in a while, and I'm sorry about that, but I have been listening to just about every one of the Damon and Rattle shows, and I just called today because, too many of the talking heads I'm watching are not giving the 49ers proper credit or a fair shot against the Eagles. Most are, but some aren't. I just want to listen. In 2010, if you'll recall, San Francisco played Philadelphia in the postseason. Philadelphia had the best record in the league that year, and so in the eyes of many, San Francisco had no chance. But as you'll also recall, the Phillies ended up going home while the Giants went on to win the championship. And I just want to, the 49ers have just as much chance to beat the Eagles. And I know Jalen Hurts 14-1 and 13 touchdowns, blah, blah, blah. They're a great team. They've done a lot of great things, but they are not invincible. This is not Peyton Manning against Rex Grossman. And America needs to give us more of a fair shot. And that being said, the Niners cannot afford to have a repeat of what happened in last year's championship game with Jaquaski Tart dropping gift interceptions. And it happened again. Both teams had it happening in the Cowboys game last week. Turnovers were right there to be had. They missed them. If Philly wants to turn the ball over, we've got to let them. And, you just cannot have butterfingers. Defenders have the worst hands now than they've ever had my whole 30 years plus watching NFL football. And I like the patent machine that could simulate, tip passes from quarterbacks so they can practice getting a handle on those balls. I don't have resources to do that, unfortunately. But, and one more thing before I get off the phone, let somebody else get on. Niners, if Jalen Hurts is scrambling in the end zone, waiting to be tackled, tackle him. Do not stare at him, please. Peace out.
Eric Armstead even talked about he hated the fact he whiffed on Dak when he was basically looking at, Safetyville if he just decided to cut him in half. But, you get your arms around Jalen Hurts, you got to bring him down. You get your hands on a football, you better come down with it. You don't need to be perfect, but you cannot be off your game and expect to win this game on the road. It's just that simple. You got to make plays when they present themselves, period. And that's what good teams do. That's why the 49ers, who have been making a lot of plays when they present themselves, have a 12-game winning streak. It's unbelievable. And the one thing that we started the show with, and I kind of want to return to it, what we have, if you listen to some people trying to handicap this game, is the first ever NFC title game between two teams that haven't played anyone all year long. It's nuts. It's nuts that people are saying, well, the 49ers, they haven't played anybody this year. Well, okay, I also thought it was an any given Sunday league, and anybody could beat anybody at any time, and a 10-game winning streak to close out a regular season is impressive no matter who it comes against, no matter how it's served up. Well, Brock Purdy hasn't played any elite team so far. Okay, and he is perfect, which is all you can be against the schedule that's been put in front of you. The Eagles, the NFC East was a division that basically had all teams around or above 500, and that was, maybe the most competitive, tightest division in all of football. But, man, the Eagles still haven't played anybody. Well, these two teams that haven't played anybody have just kicked the rear end of everybody that they have played to clearly be the two best teams left in the conversation that this conversation could even spit out in an NFC title game.
Here's the thing. People are basing this analysis on looking at the standings and seeing that the 49ers had the lowest strength of schedule of any team in football this year. And they're also looking at, well, they got to blow people out because everybody was lousy, because they are second and third in point differential. It doesn't take a lot of research to look at that, but it's also irrelevant at this point. It doesn't matter who they played. It only matters who they're playing now, because they got through the part of the schedule where they could have gotten one and done. So, if the 49ers didn't play anybody and they end up winning a Super Bowl, nobody's going to say, well, your parade route has to be shorter because you got to play the Cardinals twice. It doesn't work that way anymore. You can make a case that that's an important stat if you're trying to measure how they're going to do in Week 16. But even then, by then, the job is not to get style points. The job is to collect wins. And they got 13 of them. And they got 2 more in games where you're playing with real chips. And that's ultimately the truth. It's just nobody worries about strength of schedule in any other sport. It's because there are so few games, people think that matters. And it only matters in the fictional world where you're trying to compare two teams with disparate styles. Well, what does this mean? How can the 49ers compete with Kansas City? Well, we have something to go on there because they played each other. The Eagles and 49ers haven't played each other. So you're left with stuff that you can't really, it's like grabbing bubbles.
Well, you're trying to measure what you might do against that team based on what teams did against common opponents. And that is just, there's nothing but false positives when you start trying to break a game down that way.
Yeah, you can only really look at, well, how did they look against a team that gave your opponent trouble? And even then, you're relying on, what is really a largely mythical trust in your own ability to break down tape. There's about 15 people on the planet who can break down tape and really know it that work in the media.
Were you grinding some tape last night?
No. You couldn't get me to grind tape at gunpoint.
You grind your teeth?
Oh, very much so. But that has nothing to do with football.
Look,
no, it's something to fill time in the 165 hours between the end of the last game and the start of the next one. And by Wednesday, you're sick of it. Friday's show is going to suck because of that.
No, I'm ready.
I'm done. I don't want to hear another word about it.
I'm ready.
Well, if you're ready now, then you'll be too ready on Friday. Trust me on this.
More ready. There's no such thing as too ready.
There most certainly is.
No.
You could practice too much.
This isn't one of those, boxer that is overtrained. We're sitting down. We'll be fine.
This is exhausting.
Look, playoff road wins are hard for any quarterback at any level of their experience. It's doubly hard for young quarterbacks to go and win on the road. That's what makes this such a big ask of Brock Purdy. It's why Joe Burrow is being looked at as so special. And Patrick Mahomes has been able to win at home because the AFC title game has basically turned into the Arrowhead Invitational. He's playing all those games at home. Joe Burrow is on the road beating good teams every time you look up in the postseason. It's why, I'll say Pete Schrager is not a prisoner of the moment NFL Network broadcaster. I know he's been handed hey, do this segment because we need a little traction on this segment. And today his segment was, could Joe Burrow, with this win, become regarded as the best quarterback in football, knowing damn well that Patrick Mahomes fits the bill of best quarterback in football better than anyone. But the amount of straight-up ownage over the other, how could you make the argument that Mahomes really is better than Burrow if Burrow has 4 consecutive wins against them, with 3 of them coming at Arrowhead Stadium? That's a hard argument to make, and it's also ridiculous that we see the last thing and try to use that to define a career. But Joe Burrow, should he reach this Super Bowl again, Ray, has sidled up to Patrick Mahomes conceptually as much as anyone could ever have anticipated when he was picked number 1 overall by Cincinnati.
But that's us trying to grade arguments. The fact is, Cincinnati has won those games. Quarterback wins and losses is among the stupidest statistics there are.
Right, but here are two guys who really are outliers.
Let me finish my point, though. What's happened in Cincinnati is that Burrow is part of 4 great offensive players who've been drafted. Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, Joe Mixon. Burrow is the 4th. And I'm not talking about in order of importance. That unit has beaten Kansas City's offense 4 times in a row. I don't break it down to quarterback any more than I would break down, Cincinnati's wide receivers are much better than Kansas City's. That's not, to me, what makes this an argument.
I mean, Cincinnati's defense deserves a little credit for slowing down Kansas City.
Well, no, and I was about to get to that. That's the point. Is when you focus on quarterbacks, you start to lose the essence of why games are won and lost. Joe Burrow and Patrick Mahomes are basically, it's a matter of personal opinion. They are that close. You can say that Burrow's better than Mahomes, and it's hard to condemn somebody for having that argument any more than it is to say, oh no, Mahomes is better than Burrow. 2 years ago, that was not an argument. Now you can look at them and you see the results that their teams have gotten and said, these guys are the rivals of the moment. They are the Manning and Brady. And that, to me, is a compelling statement to make. Who's better than whom is a nonsense argument that Peter Schrager was forced to make by an evil producer who should be taken out in the woods and beaten. Because Peter Schrager knows that it's a meaningless argument. Because Joe Burrow's not going to win Sunday. Patrick Mahomes isn't going to win Sunday. Either Cincinnati or Kansas City is going to win Sunday, and it's going to have a lot more to do with a lot more players than just those 2 guys.
There is, to me, it's not a crime to focus on the outstanding quarterback play that both the Bengals and the Chiefs truly do offer, as much as it wasn't a crime to focus on just the absurdity that we had an NFL playoff game this year featuring Geno Smith versus Brock Purdy. Who would have ever thought? You could kind of see Burrow, Mahomes, or maybe Josh Allen crash that party, but it felt like of those three, two will be meeting in the NFC, or in the AFC title game, where no one would have had a couple of years ago. Yeah, it's going to be Jalen Hurts coming off a near MVP season going against Brock Purdy. What's amazing is that it's not the first time that these two guys have actually played each other. Brock Purdy talked about a meeting that they had between the two of them in college where the Cyclones rallied furiously to go for two and the W, only to see Oklahoma blitz Brock Purdy. He got picked off, and it was 42-41 Sooners. And Brock Purdy lost a game against Jalen Hurts when Hurts was at Oklahoma and he was at Iowa State. And Purdy had thrown for 6 touchdowns that day. He was asked about it at his press conference this afternoon.
Obviously there was a lot of points scored. It was almost like you had to score every single time you had the ball almost. Different situation and scenario than what we're about to go through, on Sunday. But it was a fun college game. It was a great experience to go against, Jalen, and they had a great team, and he was making plays and stuff, and feel like we had to do the same to keep up and stay alive in that game as well. But, this is a different situation, different scenario.
Look, I don't see 83 points Sunday in Philadelphia, Ray. If I said it at 83, you'd probably take the under too, right?
I'd take the under at 43. I think this is going to be a brutally difficult game. In fact, when Sal Palantonio said this reminds him a little bit of Giants 49ers, he was talking about the game in 1990 that ended 15-13 with only 1 touchdown between the two teams. I could easily see it be that. I mean, the weather is not going to be a factor as far as I know, but I think those two defenses will do a lot more of the dictating than the offenses will.
Look, that Eagles defensive line has 75 sacks on the season, just the D-line alone. They had 5 last week. And the middle of that line, Javon Hargrave, Fletcher Cox, and Milton Williams have to love what the Dallas Cowboys put on tape for them last week. And it wasn't until Banks, Brendel, and Burford got their acts together at halftime that the 49ers really started moving the football with any level of consistency in the running game, or what little they did move it in the passing game. And Sal even pointed out, Aaron Andrews got that out of Kyle Shanahan at halftime, where he said his middle of his offensive line's got to start playing better football right now. And the Eagles are they're looking at that Cowboys game tape, and they're licking their chops thinking that's the attack point. We had just got to get into Purdy's knees all afternoon, and that's how we win this game.
They have to make them throw the ball, because if you make them throw the ball, you can push him to the left. And that, I think, is that's the first sign that we've seen that a defense has seen enough of Purdy to know he's not good at doing X. I think that the 49ers, I think they may very well do what they did last week, which is throw early and then try to run late. But they have to get a lead to do that.
That's the thing. Both these teams are going to try to front run. Both of them.
Well, all teams try to front run, but I think it's going to make more of a difference here because those 3 offensive linemen that you referred to, they were pass blocking in the first half. That's not their strength. They are a run blocking front line. The only guy who's really adept at doing both is Trent Williams. The other 4 are clearly better run blockers than pass blockers. And so when they were throwing the ball in the first half, more than they were running it, they were exposed. And if they do that again, I think they'll be exposed again, because Philadelphia's defensive line is every bit as good and maybe a little bit better than Dallas's. Well, they're not as good against the run. So Kyle Shanahan has a choice to make. Do I open with the run and try to grind this game from the start? Can we do that? Or do I use misdirection and try to throw early and then run later? Because with the 49ers, more than any other team, I think, it's all about pace and tempo. They like it slower, they like it more deliberate, and they like it where they've got the ball and the other guy doesn't.
Deebo Samuel talked about how last week and the struggles that this team had against Dallas is good money in the bank for Brock Purdy going into Philadelphia.
They're pretty fast. Their D-line try to time the snap cadence a good bit. That they kind of hone themselves on getting off the ball and getting after the quarterback. Me personally, I kind of think they kind of last week kind of settled Purdy down a little bit because that's probably the best defense we faced all year with from top to bottom, from D-line to the backers to the safety, about how fast that team is, and I think it kind of calmed Purdy down, and I feel like he'll be ready this week to go.
Hopefully he is ready to go because he's going in this game whether he's ready or not. This sucker starts at noon our time on Sunday. Deebo also talked about how memory lane of big games isn't exactly a warm, fuzzy one, with the Super Bowl loss, of course, still ringing in a lot of people's ears, along with last year's NFC title game defeat.
Not just from last year, but I could just go back to my rookie year making the Super Bowl, and you still just have that bad taste in your mouth. And as you go back to last year, we're a couple of plays to making the Super Bowl again, and you just kind of like, dang, like what's it really going to take for us to get there? We just have to minimize the mistakes, and everybody have to be on their assignment for us to be where we want to be at the end of the year.
Hat on a hat. It's got to be big boy football this Sunday. Josh Dubow, by the way, had this on Twitter a day or two ago. The NFC Championship game with Brock Purdy against Jalen Hurts is the 10th playoff game in the Super Bowl era where both starting quarterbacks are going to be younger than the age of 25. This is the first time it has ever happened after the divisional round. So there's never been this young of a combined age of quarterbacks in a championship game in the history of football.
And yet the 49ers were chronologically the oldest team in football this year.
Yeah, not by much though. I saw that they were, but then the youngest team in football is only like 2.5 years younger than the Niners.
But in terms of experience, you see that. I mean, they have more sort of veteran guys.
Well, they have more continuity than most teams
and
have.
And there is a point, and I don't know that they've reached it yet, where that becomes a true liability because the grind of football starts to make your body tell you to stop doing this. And within 2 years, they might have to rebuild completely just because of that. I mean, I don't know how much longer Trent Williams is going to be the best tackle in football. Might be 6 weeks. It might be 5 years. But, every added year, your chances go down and go down precipitously.
Look, I don't want to get into any off-the-field conversation about Charles Omenihu because we don't know what happened. We weren't there when he was arrested for misdemeanor domestic violence and then let go on bail. And certainly, all are innocent until proven guilty. And Kyle Shanahan was asked about Charles Omenihu today and said,
well, we've looked into for the last 24 hours or 48 hours. Not necessarily myself, but other people. We feel very good letting the legal process take care of itself and don't feel we shouldn't kick them off our team at this time.
Okay. So we're going to let the wheels of the law turn here. And we also sat down, got his side of the story, and are comfortable, sounds like, playing him this weekend, which beyond what happened that might have disqualified him from playing, him being out on the field, Ray, is an important piece for the 49ers' chances to win this game. Charles Omenihu has been very good to the point where he's maybe their fifth, their sixth best player on that defense in this postseason so far. He has been making huge plays in both games. He's made more plays against the opposite team's quarterback than Nick Bosa has. So Omenihu has put himself in a very awkward situation and conversely put his team in a slightly awkward situation. What would be incredibly awkward is the Niners trying to go to win this game without him. That's how important he's been the last couple weeks.
He's basically a football player until the moment that the law says you don't get to be a football player now, you get to be a defendant in a trial. So I think in terms of his legal issues, they really are sort of back burner stuff for the moment. He'll have to address them at some point. But I think for right now, the 49ers are treating him like a football player because the law says he can still be one. And I think that's sort of where we have to leave it for the moment.
Little love coming in for that Herm Edwards interview, saying it was excellent. He's good. Guy's a talker for sure. Sal Paolantonio was fantastic also today. We've got a little bit to return to just in terms of yesterday's Hall of Fame vote, because if not for us bringing it up today, it'll officially be old news by tomorrow. We also got ourselves a Warriors Wednesday with the Memphis Grizzlies in town. And we got one more cut to get back to Bob Myers and what his future might look like. But first, Gene in Oakland. Gene, thanks for the call. You're on with Damon and Ratto. What do you got?
Hey, fellas. Thanks for taking my call. So I wanted to raise the issue with a point that's been made actually a couple of times in the last hour. Excuse me. First by that analyst, I forget his name, but who was, he was great. And then also by you, Ray, that, a weakness of Brock is going to his left and trying to throw. First of all, any right-handed quarterback under pressure going to his left is going to have a problem. Anyone, let's say, besides Pat Mahomes. But to me, the biggest throw in that last game was the one he made when he went left. Granted, he wasn't under a lot of pressure, but he had to turn and quickly throw across the field to George Kittle. And I believe that was for around 32 yards, and I believe that was a play that set him up for that game-securing field goal. So, so far, I'm not seeing any really noticeable weakness in this kid. And in terms of the other, and one more point, you're saying that, Ray, you were saying that, if the crowd is loud, if they're coming after him, if they're getting to him, putting tremendous pressure on him, then he's done. And I'm not even sure of that. He was under a lot of pressure that first playoff game. He was playing in the rain. The ball was wet. It was, and his timing was off. And then he came back and put up, 25 points in the second half. So, I mean, this is a special player, special quarterback, making special plays. And I have total trust in him.
Well, all I'm saying is if he does let the crowd affect him, he's done. I'm not saying he's done simply by existing in Philadelphia. I'm saying if he lets the crowd get in his head, as it would be for any quarterback. I mean, if Joe Montana let, other crowds get in his head, he would not have been nearly as good. So, I mean, I just think that's a given. That shouldn't be even remotely.
It's not a controversial statement. And
no, yeah. If you're afraid of the crowd, you won't thrive. Yeah, I really broke new ground there.
Look, Shanahan is talking about the fact that going on the road is a different animal, and then going on the road in the playoffs is an even different, more different of an animal than just going on the road in the first place. Kyle Shanahan.
I mean, that was huge just because that was our first game really all year that it was that important, and Brock kind of had experience with it, and so it was great to have that, especially with us going to Philly. I remember us talking about that. We needed that rep in case we ended up in the NFC Championship at Philly, and we got that, and I'm very fortunate that we did, and I feel we're good to go. He knows what to expect. He knows how we do it, and we'll give him reps at it all week, but he got it ready on just a Wednesday when he played Thursday, so I feel it won't be an issue this week.
So, look, what we have coming up tonight is another rep for the Golden State Warriors against the Memphis Grizzlies. It is the probably delivered earlier than anyone expected burgeoning rivalry. Well, it was a year ago anyways, because of some shared bad feelings over the Dylan Brooks foul. It was not a basketball play, according to Steve Kerr. It broke the code is exactly what the quote was. The breaking of the code, which broke, Gary Payton II there for a little bit. And there's nothing but hard feelings and dislike between these two teams. That's obvious when they play now. The Grizzlies are coming in a little frosty, right? They're 0-3 on this road trip with losses to the Lakers, the Suns, and the Kings. They do get their leader, John Morant, back tonight. Steven Adams is out, and he is, clearly a problem for the Warriors. He's so big in the middle, and he's a little bit of an enforcer for them. So maybe the Warriors are, getting their teeth ready and sharpened for this team. Draymond was talking about Memphis, trying to say, they haven't quite done enough to be our rival.
There's never any shortage of bulletin board material. Everybody's trying to build it up to be some rivalry. I don't think they've accomplished enough yet for us to consider it a rivalry, but it's always a great game, and it's one of those games that you're going to get up a little bit more than some other game. It's not the cliche, every game is the same. It's not that. It's a big game. It's a fun game to play in. We know they're going to come and bring the best out of us. We're going to bring the best out of them. And it should be a good game. Ultimately, I always feel like, I always say if we play a good game, they play a good game, we win the game. We play our best, they play their best, we win the game.
Draymond Green, his podcast on the Volume Network. And look, here's the deal. The hammer and the nail are not rivals. I think Memphis is a lot more than just a nail. And the Warriors ain't quite the hammer that they used to be. And if Memphis believes that this is a rivalry, well, that's the level of belief a young up-and-coming team needs to take on a team like the Golden State Warriors. And how the Warriors think about it is irrelevant. If Memphis thinks this game means a lot to us, then it's a rivalry for them, which, given the fact sometimes energy is an issue for the Warriors, means they might be in a little bit of trouble tonight, as Memphis is coming in with their best player back healthy again, pissed off about their road trip, and just, enough sound there from Draymond Green to almost be bulletin board material if they wanted to play it in the locker room pregame.
Yet, weirdly, this is the kind of game that the Warriors do well in, because the one thing about Memphis is that they're not always an offensive threat. It was easy for Sacramento the other night to simply remove them from the discussion early by just, we're putting up a ton of points and you can't keep up with us. Now, granted, they didn't have Morant, but that's still a statement about two teams that are radically different than each other. Sacramento is willing to give you 120 if they can get 125, whereas Memphis prefers to win 102-98. So the question for the Warriors is, are you going to be defensively responsible and punish them for the things, their offensive inadequacy? And I don't know what they're going to do, because you never know what they're going to do. With Memphis, you now have an idea of how they like to play. The Warriors, I don't know. I mean, maybe we know how they like to play. They just don't do it often enough. So I think this is more of a mystery than a rivalry, because the Warriors need to establish at some point who they are and how they do it. And they haven't done that yet.
Well, whatever they're going to try to establish tonight, they're going to do it without Andrew Wiggins. He has been ruled out of tonight's game with a non-COVID illness. So Andrew Wiggins has been struggling with that shot since returning, and he obviously won't be making any shots tonight because he ain't playing. Therefore, the price of admission just went up for the Warriors in their own building against the Memphis Grizzlies. So this should be a fun game tonight. It is a Warriors Wednesday here on 95.7 The Game, brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name in the Bay Area since 1922. Friedman'sAppliance.com. Today is where you go to check out all of their goods, and we'll let you know one more time that the road to Glendale is brought to you by Meriwest Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, and together. When we come on back here to 95.7 The Game, just a little bit from yesterday's Hall of Fame vote, and one or two things that we're going to sprinkle in before the end of this bad boy this afternoon. It is good to have you here. We've had a great show. Waiting to hear the end of it. Oh, are you ready for anger? We'll give you a little anger. I don't know if mine is that genuine. Ray's anger, if he expresses any, will be completely simulated for the drama of the radio show.
If we are talking here at 5:58, you will see anger.
There you go. Damon and Ratto, 95.7 The Game.
They've been two of the most dominant teams in the NFC all year long.
That'll do it. The 49ers back to the championship game.
Philadelphia's going to head to the NFC championship game.
Niners.
Oh, what a catch by Kittle. Are you kidding? George Kittle.
Eagles.
Gainwell trying to get around the edge, and Kenneth Gainwell all the way for another touchdown.
Keep it locked on 95.7 The Game.
San Francisco weather tonight, 52 degrees and clear.
Weather brought to you by Pfizer and BioNTech. This winter, there are new COVID-19 booster shots designed to help protect against recent Omicron variants. Schedule your updated COVID-19 booster dose at vaccines.gov. Come into Friedman's Appliance and see the full line of Fisher & Paykel appliances. Experience them in person in live vignettes, including their famous dish door dishwasher and unique sizes of refrigeration designed to fit seamlessly into your kitchen space. Fisher & Paykel products deliver perfect results with exceptional design and performance. And for a limited time, receive up to a $2,000 rebate when you purchase a qualifying Fisher & Paykel kitchen package from Friedman's Appliance. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at friedmansappliance.com.
Shop limited time deals at the Truckload event at Lowe's, happening now. Save big on your favorites across the store. During this event, get up to 50% off select tools and accessories. Plus, find the perfect floor tile for your home for less. Get up to 50% off select styles while you can. Head to your local Lowe's store or visit Lowes.com to shop the Truckload event today. Valid 12/29 through 1/25 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowes.com for details. Discount taken at time of purchase.
You might get wireless data everywhere, but do you have to use it all the time? If that's not really you, there's TracFone. You can get the same nationwide 5G coverage as big carriers, but you pick a plan that you need for a lot less. Unlimited talk and text plans start at $15 a month, no contract. And now you can get the Samsung Galaxy A03s for just $49.99. TracFone. Now you're in control. While supplies last, 1 month equals 30 days. 5G capable device required. Actual availability, coverage, and speed may vary.
Hey, what's up? Mark Willard here for the Game Time app, the absolute best way to find your way into the hottest games, concerts, and events in your area at the last minute. My son actually turned me on to the Game Time app. He used it to get into a Padres-Giants game in San Diego this year. He's 15. He was like, Dad, I can get into this game tomorrow for like $15. I told him, you should do it. The Game Time app offers amazing last-minute deals on tickets, and with the NFL playoffs right around the corner, the Game Time app is where you'll want to be. But it's not only pro sports. I was looking at the app today to find Louis C.K. tickets. Ed Sheeran is coming to town. All the events, all in one spot with great deals. Game Time is the fastest growing ticketing app in the nation, and with these deals, it is no surprise. So download the Game Time app, enter your email, and redeem code THEGAME for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. Once again, enter your email and redeem code THEGAME for $20 off. Download Game Time today. Last-minute tickets, lowest price, guaranteed.
From Carriage House to glass aluminum doors, R&S Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Hi, I'm Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager of Stevens Creek Subaru. With all the recent storms in California, it's a reminder of the power and unpredictability of Mother Nature. At Stevens Creek Subaru, we understand the importance of all-wheel drive, whether it's getting you to the slopes or coast, but more importantly, getting you back home safely. No matter what the elements, there's no better place to buy your next vehicle than Stevens Creek Subaru. Subaru has been awarded the most IIHS Top Safety Pick Plus awards than any other brand since 2013, and Kelley Blue Book's most trusted brand 8 years in a row. As always, at Stevens Creek Subaru, you always get good prices, great selection, and truly exceptional service. So whether you stop in for service or to take delivery of your new Subaru, remember to stop by the Wilderness Cafe and talk to our Subaristas. It's just another reason why Stevens Creek Subaru is the Bay Area's preferred destination for all things Subaru. We're located on Stevens Creek Boulevard just off of Winchester or online at StevensCreekSubaru.com. And remember, buckle up and drive safely.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Go to 4hims.com/joy. At Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation and discreet shipping if prescribed. You'll love your results. To start your free online visit, go to 4hims.com/joy. That's FORHIMS.com/JOY.
Hey, it's Tiki Barber. When part of your offense isn't firing on all cylinders, it shows. And sometimes the only solution is to replace that part with something new. It's true on a championship team, and it's also true with cars. That's why I love eBay Motors. They have all the right parts at the right prices. 122 million of them. That way, you can get the parts you need to make your car a winner. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride.
They say they'll get your biggest tax refund.
Jackson Hewitt says your biggest tax refund guaranteed, and a chance to double your tax refund. Thousands in weekly prizes during the Double Your Refund sweepstakes. Your biggest refund times 2, twice the money, so forget about them. File your taxes on the double at Jackson Hewitt today. No purchase necessary to enter or win. Open to U.S. residents 18 or older who file a 2022 federal tax return. Promotion ends 4/2/23. Visit jacksonhewitt.com for rules.
Nachos! Yeah, your nachos!
Hey, I'll take some.
Great. And some Frank's Red Hot.
Oh, nah, I'm good.
Oh, you're just gonna eat these dry, plain, boring nachos with no Franks? Seriously? Frank it up. Frank it up. Come on, lady. Frank it up. Frank it up. Frank it up. Yeah! Yeah, this guy finally gets it. Hey, look, we're on the Jumbotron.
It's the perfect blend of flavor and heat. Frank's Red Hot. I put that on everything.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
The Road to Glendale, brought to you by the SF Sheriff Office. Your future begins here. Visit sfsheriff.com to apply today. All of our guests who joined us today, Sal Palantonio and Herm Edwards, joined us courtesy of the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. How about this guest list for tomorrow, Ray? Easy to enjoy or difficult? It starts at 3:30 with Jaws. Ron Jaworski's joining us at 3:30 tomorrow. He's not afraid to drink a pink squirrel. I've seen him do it at a bar.
You?
Yeah, I know. I've seen it.
We won't get to see that, so it's of no relevance here, but you.
Joe Fortenbaugh.
Definitely you.
4:15 tomorrow. Joe said no radio this week. We have gotten to him. He will be joining us. You have been warned. Steve Kerr, 5 o'clock tomorrow to talk about whatever happens tonight with the Warriors against the Memphis Grizzlies. It should be fascinating. We can tell you that coming up next on the game, brought to you by Fremont Bank, is Warriors Live with our pal John Dickinson. That is right around the corner, and we'll have much more on the NFC Championship game starting tomorrow at 3 o'clock. I do, though, for a moment, Ray, have to return to and sort of amend a position that I took yesterday, that I got no problem that Scott Rowland is in the Hall of Fame. I said he should have topped out in the Hall of Very, Very Good. I obviously wasn't that far away because Rowland only got in by 5 votes. That is the narrowest margin ever to elect a player to the Hall of Fame. He was very good. But if you and I were to sit down right now and write the story of Major League Baseball in our lifetimes, what do you bet that Scott Rowland's name wouldn't appear in the book not once?
It wouldn't. But that's become less of a standard because the Baseball Hall of Fame and a percentage of its voters have decided that's no longer a standard once they decided that Roger Clemens, Barry Bonds, and Curt Schilling shouldn't be Hall of Famers. Once you decide that deportment matters more than deeds, what you're saying is there can only be a sanitized version of baseball history. And
yet doesn't apply to Manny Ramirez, or excuse me, David Ortiz.
Oh, no, I was just mentioning the 3 that have been kicked, have not been prevented from going in. And David Ortiz is more problematic because there was more links to him than there were to Bonds. That said, I'm not saying that Barry Bonds is clean on this, but I'm saying that if you want the Hall of Fame to be a place of history, history means the good and the bad.
Right, and it's a Hall of Fame and museum, and Barry Bonds is all over that museum, and Pete Rose is in the museum. Now, Pete Rose was banned for lifetime and should get into the Hall the year after he dies. I've solved that problem. It's easy. Barry Bonds should be in the Hall of Fame, but like you said, he is in that triumvirate of toxicity that these voters are just it's just too much for them to deal with.
And a triumvirate that will include, in my opinion, Alex Rodriguez, even though it shouldn't.
Scott Rowland is in, but Jeff Kent is out. How? Be consistent, because Jeff Kent is not in the triumvirate of evil. Like you said, that will be a quartet once Alex Rodriguez officially joins it and isn't allowed in either. But how is Kent at 46% with the same electorate that just put Rowland in? Roland only got in by 5 votes. Again, and here's what Kent was. A better player than Scott Rowland. He was. Any way you want to chalk it up. Kent was a 290 hitter. Rowland is a 280 hitter. Kent had 60 more homers. He had 500 more hits, and he did so in 1 fewer major league seasons. Now, Rowland was a Rookie of the Year and a 7-time All-Star and an 8-time Gold Glove winner. And in 2006, he was part of a Cardinals team that won it all. And that matters. You know, you're on a World Series champion. It doesn't hurt your Hall of Fame resume, that is for sure. But he had just 1 top 10 finish in his 18-year-long career in terms of MVP balloting. Jeff Kent, 17 seasons, more hits, more homers, better slugging percentage, 3 top 10 MVP finishes, around the 1 MVP he actually won. And to me, 1 MVP is greater than a dozen Gold Gloves. I don't care how good Scott Rowland was historically with the glove. Jeff Kent was so much better in 1 season, he was the MVP of the league. A conversation that Rowland sniffed but once and wasn't even really involved in when it was all said and done. He's a 5-time All-Star with more RBIs, a better slugging percentage, 4 Silver Sluggers to Rowland's only 1. Like, to me, if Rowland is in, Jeff Kent should be damn well close to being in, and he's only tracking at 46%.
Yeah.
That makes no rational sense. You can't say Scott Rowland is, but Jeff Kent isn't. And that's what they're saying.
Because the numbers that more and more voters go by are not the traditional batting average home run number. They're not. They're looking at WAR. They're looking at OPS plus. They're looking at JAWS scores. And there, Rowland is better than Kent. Now, I can't justify why Kent only got 46%, except that they played different positions. But I think everybody agrees that Rowland got in on the strength of being one of the greatest defensive third basemen of all time, as well as a more than merely competent hitter.
Well, and it's easier to find. How about this? It's easier to include anyone who is a really good third baseman into the greatest third baseman ever conversations because it is the least represented position in Major League Baseball in the Hall of Fame.
Well, and I think that's something that moved a number of voters as well.
And Kent had many contemporaries who were outstanding second basemen in his time.
That's also true. And the fact that he played on 6 teams, I think some guys that gets held against them. Because Kent could be kind of a prickly guy to teammates as well as just outside schlubs like reporters. That said, this is never an empirically true ballot. It's, there was more momentum last year for Rowland than there was for Kent. There was more momentum for Todd Helton this year than there was for Kent. It's, if you're looking for the Hall of Fame to be an objective standard that you can measure against year in and year out, you're barking up the wrong tree. Jeff Kent never resonated with enough voters the way Rowland did. I don't have an answer as to why.
Someone from the 408 on the Xfinity mobile text line says, hey, Scott Rowland has 1 less truck washing accident.
Okay. He's better than vehicular safety.
He's better at not slipping off wet bumpers.
It wasn't a wet bumper. That was the cover story.
You heard him, so what? Falling off a horse? What was it?
I think it was a driving incident, I believe. But I could be wrong. But it wasn't washing the truck.
Washing. I remember he would say wash.
Yeah.
Which is weird because he spent a lot of time in the Bay Area to lose that.
Well, truthfully, he was born in Southern California.
Right. And he went to Cal. And then he was up here. There's not a lot of people walking around Northern California hitting a hard R in the word wash.
He became more countrified once he left the Mets.
He did. LeBron James hit a career-high 9 threes last night. He had 46, 8, and 7. And that still wasn't enough. The Clippers win behind Kawhi and Paul George. L.A. is going to have a chance to look like one of the 1 or 2 best teams maybe in the West before it's all said and done. Meanwhile, the Lakers are just going to, be comfortable watching a lot of amazing basketball flow through LeBron James for absolutely not. They're, as bad as they are, just 3 games behind the 5-seed Clippers. Hachimura, it's 13-5 coming. They get Anthony Davis back tonight, too. Look out, Ray. Here come the Lakers.
It won't take a lot for them to get in the argument. That's been the point all year. It's that the difference between 5 and 13 is next to nothing. Because Dallas is not a magical team by any means. They're Luka and a bunch of, itinerant day laborers. The 6 is either Oklahoma City or Golden State or Phoenix or Minnesota or Utah at any given moment. You can't take the 6th place team, put it next to the 12th best team, and show me a difference, because there is none.
You know who was magic today? You. You've been sparkling. Personality, information, and good feelings since 3 o'clock. Thank you for being the best version of you today, Ray.
Drop dead.
Sports don't build character. They reveal it.
And like that, he's gone.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
First, we decide where we want to go. Then we need to know the best way to get there. Hi, my name's Adam Barada. I'm the owner of Advantage Gold. We're the highest rated precious metals firm in the country. We teach people how to own physical gold and silver. Now, we've won the Best of TrustLink Award 4 years in a row because we educate our clients on how to buy gold and silver the right way. We don't pay celebrity spokespeople millions of dollars. We'd rather pass that value on to you. Call 800-900-8000 and speak with one of our experts. We'll send you a free gold kit along with my latest #1 national best-selling book, The Great Devaluation. Call 800-900-8000. That's 800-900-8000. Get the best information, the best process, the best service, the best value. Call Advantage Gold at 800-900-8000. Call 800-900-8000.
Advantage Gold is not an investment advisor or a tax advisor. Consult with your financial advisor before investing.
Thinking of selling your house, but you don't want to deal with repairs, cleaning, realtor photos, and showings? With John By's BayAreaHouses.com, you don't have to do any repairs or pay any commissions. Call 510-426-7000 and John will give you a fair cash offer without any inspections, showings, or other headaches. That's 510-426-7000. When you sell to John By's BayAreaHouses.com, you decide when you want to move, according to your schedule and your terms. John buys vacant houses, inherited houses, beautiful houses, fixer-uppers in any condition, as is. John By's BayAreaHouses.com provide you the easiest sell possible and assist you in every step of the way. If you want to sell and have any questions, please call 510-426-7000. That's 510-426-7000. And get the offer you have been waiting for.
Cars for Kids. No more stressing over your old vehicle. Donate today and get it picked up tomorrow. It's the easiest service out there. Donate online at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
So, the other day, I bought an extremely chatty...
Boring story time!
Make that an extremely catty cockatoo.
You're welcome!
Apparently, the pet store won't take it back. But, hey, I'll manage.
I love that for you!
Just like I manage without home internet.
No, you don't!
Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable.
Aw, Bertie likes to stream!
But I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
My lady friend! It's mating season, duh!
No home internet? It's not that bad. No, not there!
It is that bad. Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click.